Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Family, just relaxing here. I'm gonna put a video here about these Amish people. Amish people, how they interact with black people, but they don't put it on the news. They don't put it on the news. Amish people of Pennsylvania interacting with black people and helping black people working together as one, as unity with one. Amish and blacks working together as one. But they don't put it on the news because see, America's so divided. It's nothing, like I said before, it's nothing united about America. It's nothing united about America. It's called divided states, not United States. It's called divided states, not the United States, because they don't want us to live together as one. No. But this clip I'm going to put here with Amish people, showing how Amish and blacks live together as one in harmony, strictly harmony. No racism, no prejudice, just strictly harmony. All right, folks, check it out.
Rural America, and you see horse-drawn buggies sharing the road with modern cars. You wonder, what happens when someone who doesn't look like them enters their world? The answer might surprise you. The encounter, most Americans have never actually met an Amish person. We see them in movies, on television, or catch glimpses of their buggies from our car windows. But what really happens when an African-American family pulls into an Amish farm stand, or when a black visitor needs help on a rural Pennsylvania road? The truth is more complex than most people imagine. These encounters happen every single day across America, in places like Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, Holmes County, Ohio, and dozens of other Amish settlements scattered across 28 states. But here's what's fascinating. The Amish have been navigating relationships with people who don't look like them for over 2 centuries. And
What the hell was that?
Side by side with Native American farmers in Pennsylvania. This wasn't coincidence, this was choice. Behind closed doors, when outsiders aren't watching, something remarkable happens in Amish communities. There are documented instances of Amish communities collaborating with Black communities on projects that never make the headlines. After Hurricane Katrina, Amish construction crews traveled south to help rebuild homes. They didn't ask about the color of the families they were helping. During barn raisings and community disasters, Amish communities have opened their doors to anyone willing to pick up a hammer. These aren't publicity stunts. These are quiet acts of service rooted in their deepest theological beliefs. The Amish believe that every person is created in God's image.
True that.
This isn't just Sunday morning theology.
True that.
It's how they approach every human interaction. When an Amish farmer sees someone in need, the question isn't about race. The question is about human dignity. Their actions speak louder than any official statements ever could. In agricultural partnerships, Amish farmers have worked alongside Black farmers, sharing knowledge about sustainable farming practices and traditional crop rotation methods. These relationships develop over years, built on mutual respect and shared work ethic. The adoption reality, but perhaps the most surprising aspect of Amish communities, is what happens behind closed doors when it comes to family. In Holmes County, Ohio, one of the largest Amish settlements in America, there are documented cases that challenge every assumption about these communities. An unmarried Amish woman adopted an African-American child, raising him within the community with full acceptance from her neighbors. In another remarkable case, an Amish bishop's sister and her husband adopted 4 biracial children. When asked about their decision, they simply said they wanted children to lavish love on. These aren't isolated incidents. Across Pennsylvania, there's been a foster care program operating for years that places children of incarcerated mothers into Amish and Mennonite homes. Some of these children are African American. Some of these foster arrangements become permanent adoptions. The most extraordinary part? These children grow up fully integrated into Amish society. They learn Pennsylvania Dutch, the German dialect spoken in Amish homes. They attend one-room schoolhouses, help with farm chores, and participate in all community activities. Their skin color doesn't make them outsiders. Their upbringing makes them insiders. Consider the historical case of Moses Shirley, born into slavery in Virginia in 1791. Bishop Jacob Schenck converted Shirley to the Amish faith. Shirley later moved to Ohio, where he was ordained as a minister in the Amish church. His descendants are still active in Amish communities today, over 2 centuries later. This challenges the narrative that Amish communities are closed to racial diversity. The reality is more nuanced. While the vast majority of Amish people are of European descent, the community's religious principles don't exclude people based on race. The barriers to joining aren't racial. They're cultural and linguistic. To become Amish, regardless of your background, you must learn Pennsylvania Dutch, embrace the community's beliefs and lifestyle, and commit to baptism. You must give up modern conveniences, adopt plain dress, and accept the authority of church leaders. These requirements are the same whether you're Black, white, or any other ethnicity. The challenge isn't acceptance. The challenge is adaptation. Imagine giving up your smartphone, your car, your modern job, and learning a language spoken by fewer than 400,000 people worldwide. Most people, regardless of race, find these requirements too demanding, the invisible barriers. But the story isn't entirely positive. During the late 1800s and early 1900s, many Amish churches adopted segregation policies that prohibited African Americans from joining their communities. This wasn't born from theological beliefs. This was protective adaptation to the racist climate of the time. The Amish, as pacifists, avoid conflict whenever possible. During America's most racist periods, accepting Black members might have brought violence to their communities. Their choice was pragmatic.
Bullshit. I don't fall for that.
They were protecting themselves from the racism and discrimination that was prevalent throughout American society. This policy quietly ended in the mid-1900s without fanfare or official announcements. The Amish don't make public declarations about social issues. They simply change their practices and move forward. The remains the most significant obstacle today. Pennsylvania Dutch isn't taught in public schools. It's not available on language learning apps. The only way to truly master it is through daily immersion in Amish households. This creates a natural filtering system that has nothing to do with racial prejudice and everything to do with cultural preservation. Consider the practical realities. Amish worship services are conducted in a mixture of German and Pennsylvania Dutch. Religious texts are often in formal German. Community discussions happen in the dialect. Without fluency, meaningful participation becomes impossible. The cultural requirements extend beyond language. Amish communities operate on unwritten rules called the Ordnung, which governs everything from clothing styles to acceptable technology. These rules vary between communities and change gradually over time. Learning them requires years of observation and gradual integration. Modern encounters. Today's interactions between Amish communities and Black visitors happen most commonly through business relationships. Amish farmers sell produce at markets frequented by diverse customers. Amish furniture makers, quilt shops, and restaurants serve people of all backgrounds without distinction. These commercial interactions reveal something important about Amish attitudes. Customer service doesn't discriminate. An Amish vendor treats a Black family shopping for fresh vegetables with the same courtesy extended to white customers. Money isn't black or white. Quality craftsmanship speaks universally. Tourism creates another intersection point. Thousands of African American families visit Amish communities each year, particularly in Lancaster County and Holmes County. They take buggy rides, tour working farms, and purchase handmade goods. The Amish accommodate these visitors professionally and respectfully. However, the Amish prefer not to be approached by strangers with personal questions about their lifestyle or religious beliefs. This preference applies to all visitors, regardless of race. Many Amish object to having their photographs taken, believing it violates biblical commandments about graven images. These boundaries aren't racial, they're cultural. The key difference lies in understanding versus intrusion. Respectful observation is welcome. Aggressive questioning or photography without permission crosses community boundaries. Black.
Damn.
So if it's cultural and not religious, why the fuck when black folks got their own tongues, they won't leave black folks alone? When black folks got their own tongues, they won't leave black folks. If it's cultural, when we have our own tongues, we have our own stores, restaurants, markets, we want to go and burn the fuck down. Why is that? You see? Double fucking standards. Hang on, folks. Double standards. Hang on.
Welcomed warmly. Those who don't, regardless of race, may encounter cool reception. In emergency situations, racial considerations disappear entirely. When someone needs help on rural roads where Amish communities are located, assistance comes without hesitation. Flat tires, mechanical breakdowns, or medical emergencies bring out the Amish commitment to neighborly aid. The deeper truth.
You can watch the whole thing right here.
About how Amish communities treat
you can watch the whole thing right there.
Reveals something profound about human nature.
I'm going to cut it short here because, like I said, if it's cultural,
Well, thank God he's
we have our
cutting
own
it
culture.
short.
We have our own restaurants and own stores like Black Wall Street, Tasmania, we go to Florida. They come and burn the fuck down. But they want for the Amish because they're white. Anyway, folks, that's my take on that. Peace out, lots of love. That's my take on that.
Whoa. Morning, folks. I'd like to find out.
There's the Amish, and then
Hold on one
there's
sec. I don't even know what this is. Oh, this is more about the Amish. I don't know that we need to go that far. I'd like to find out where this guy lives. That accent, I guarantee you he's from South Carolina. I've only heard that that sort of style of speaking in South Carolina. Could be wrong. Could be Georgia too, coastal Georgia. But anyway, good morning. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. It is good to see you all. You know what? I didn't even realize it was Friday. I guess I'm kind of on automatic here. I usually, sometimes don't do shows on Friday, but since we're here, what I should do is, hey, it's Friday. I'm shutting this bitch down. See y'all later. Anyway, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Make sure, if you are new, to subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Now, also, we are to push also subscribing to the John, I think it's Urban Landlord Clips. That's a Clips channel that Portia and John actually clip stuff. So make sure you subscribe to that. That way you get the clips as well as the John Gall full shows. Also make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. And I haven't done anything on it in a couple weeks, though I do simulcast over to my channel as well. There are other channels that I need to get a hold of. I know Portia has a Rumble channel. She's got her own channel, but she hasn't told me to promote it. So I may have to write all these channels down and create a script. Good to see you, Slick Rick. Ghetto, let's see. Yeah, everything's going good. My son's home for the summer, so he's taking online summer classes, though. Something that didn't exist when I was in college. So he decided to take 3 courses over the summer. I don't know. He wanted to get ahead on the major class or something like that. So all is good. Uh, the I'm waiting for school to start back up. He's not cleaning up after himself. It is very annoying. So we are all here. We are gathered here, and we will get into news. Uh, we live in interesting times with Trump as president. The White House to limit intelligence sharing with Congress after leak of early Iran report. Not sure what that's all about, to be honest, but what I'll do is just play this little clip here and then I'll read into the article. Let me stop this video, pull it back. And then let's see, this is some stuff on the attack, I guess.
Tonight, the Pentagon revealing new details of that secretive mission, the B-2 bomber cruise that targeted Iranian nuclear sites with 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs.
When the crews went to work on Friday, they kissed their loved ones goodbye, not knowing when or if they'd be home.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs saying it was 15 years in the making, showing footage of the bombs being tested, saying it all went according to plan.
The weapons all guided to their intended targets.
Anyone with two eyes, some ears, and a brain can recognize that kind of firepower with that specificity at that location and others is going to have a devastating effect.
It all comes after a leaked initial assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency suggested Iran's nuclear program was set back by just months. But the agency also saying it had low confidence in its initial findings. Well, today, the head of the UN's nuclear watchdog said the Iranian nuclear program has suffered enormous damage, and centrifuges at the Fordo site are no longer operational. The Joint Chiefs chairman revealing the B-2 pilot's own description of their nighttime mission's impact.
The pilot stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight."
Despite images showing trucks outside a nuclear site the day before, today the president insisted Iran did not move any uranium.
How can the president be so sure that no uranium was moved?
We were watching closely, and there was no indication to the United States that any of that enriched uranium was moved prior to the strike.
A senior White House official tells NBC News the administration now plans to limit intelligence sharing with lawmakers after the early damage assessment leaked. Tom?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's all well and good. Actually, I think that video pretty much says it all.
In the nation's most
It's not
populated
like
city.
it's not like leaks don't happen all the time. So I don't know what to think about that. I think it's all within that unitary executive thing. Basically, Trump is slowly but surely grabbing power and kind of putting iron curtains or divisions between the executive branch and the other two branches of government. I actually do think that this is a very temporary thing. I heard Portia say on her show last night that she doesn't think there'll be a Democratic president in her lifetime. Au contraire. I will get into Trump's ratings. Most Americans, oddly enough, don't approve. At least the initial polling is showing that most Americans don't approve of this attack on Iran. I know personally I wouldn't have done it. The president, he may be privy to information that the rest of us don't have. It's more than likely he is. So, it's hard to question his actions. And now that he's done it, it's done. But most Americans aren't in favor of it. Essentially what he did is he joined a war. And sometimes with these sorts of things, if you break it, you buy it. So the ultimate outcome is to be seen. So, in keeping with the last article, there's an AP article from yesterday that basically says senators diverged sharply on the damage done by this operation. What was it? Midnight Hammer. Um, and of course, it's split along party lines, as one would expect. Democrats have their doubts. Republicans are like, you know what? Iran will never have a nuclear program again. We hit them so hard. So let me enlarge this right quick. What did I do here? So, damn it. What did I do? Somehow or another, I messed this up. There we go. Senators emerged from a classified briefing Thursday with sharply diverging assessments of President Donald Trump's bombing of the three Iranian nuclear sites, with Republicans calling the mission a clear success and Democrats expressing deep skepticism. And I don't really have to go much farther than that. Chris Murphy basically says there's no doubt the damage was done to the program, said Murphy, but allegations that we have obliterated their program just don't seem to add up to reason. I do not think the president was telling the truth when he said this program was obliterated. So, it's Democrats versus Republicans, and at this point, the Democrats, it doesn't really matter if the Democrats don't believe it. They're pretty much toothless tigers right now. So let's see here. Am I on the right slide? I'm not on the right slide. Man, my my news game is off this morning. So as you see, senators diverge sharply along party lines, and we move on. So this was an interesting opinion piece by David French. He's the conservative columnist, a conservative columnist for the New York Times. Um, a conservative that I actually really respect. So he basically is asking, is this really a new Middle East? He says right now, Israel and Iran are clinging to a fragile ceasefire. War rages in Gaza, and the Trump administration is aggressively disputing reports that America's attack on Iran's nuclear sites was less effective than President Trump boasted, and that the strikes only set Iran's nuclear program back months. Excuse me. So let's see. He says here, to help me make sense of the American attacks on Iran, as well as the overall state of Israel's war against Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, I reached out to my friend Corey Shockey, a senior fellow and director of foreign and defense policy studies at the American Enterprise Institute. And then he goes into this interview, and I'm going to scan it right quick because I didn't look at the story before now. I know Syria is really the question for me, with the new government that they have, and Trump has basically recognized it. I hear tell that Israel kind of wants to, quote, expand out into Syria. So I don't know that that's actually going to take place. And I don't know. I basically am going to take a wait and see attitude. I think it's all, I do not think that the ceasefire between Israel Israel and Iran is going to last. Eventually, they're going to go back at it. There's still um, activity in Gaza and the West Bank. As a matter of fact, I had a story, and maybe I'll go back and find it, where the Israeli approved aid in Gaza, people are still being killed when they go, to pick up whatever food or supplies or whatever. Just going to get supplies in Gaza is a dangerous venture. So we're nowhere near. Trump talking about peace in the Middle East, it's not there. And we'll give it a few months. I'm not gonna go one way or another, but I doubt that whatever ceasefire we have is gonna last. I doubt that America is going to. Well, let me put it to you this way: I doubt Trump is going to get the that he's going to get the Nobel Peace Prize. Um, let's see, what does Dave have to say here? I cracked a book open yesterday for the first time in a while, and the strangest thing happened. What? It had pages. It had words. Don't keep us waiting. Don't keep us waiting. Now I noticed you were on Storm Crow's channel last night, or in his chat last night, so you hadn't been reading that long apparently. Did you get bored? So let's go ahead and move on. I have my doubts about the Middle East, to be honest. It's been going on for some time, and as soon as Trump declared declared a ceasefire, and both parties um, acquiesced to it, what they do but launch a few missiles at each other. I guess it was parting shots or something. So, next story. ICE arrested a 6-year-old boy with leukemia at immigration court. His family is suing. And trying to figure out whether this was in Los Angeles. This is a Texas publication, Texas Public Radio, but I think this actually happened in Los Angeles. Basically, ICE, Juan and I talked about this, and hopefully Juan swings by this morning. Juan and I talked about this yesterday morning. He was here earlier than usual, and ICE is pretty much taken to. There's this tactic during these asylum hearings where basically the government basically says we're not going to bring any sort of we basically are going to vacate the case. Maybe that's the term for it. And that basically takes control away from the courts. And Juan has to describe it. He described it yesterday, and I can't quite remember. But essentially, what happens is if the case is basically dropped, it takes by the government. It takes the case out of the jurisdiction of the immigration courts and puts the ball back in the hand of the executive branch. And ICE agents are waiting right outside the court to take these people into custody. And it's kind of a devious tactic that apparently lawyers, like the actual lawyers, are just appalled at. Even Juan is appalled. And so in this case, there's a 6-year-old boy with leukemia in ICE custody, and he missed like treatments for the leukemia, and so there's like a lawsuit. And the thing is this is how Trump is going to lose popularity for this. The polls are already starting to swing the other way on these methods. And I keep saying, the goal is laudable. The methods are basically trash. And, these goals that Trump has set, 3,000 deportations a month, are unsustainable. And I don't see how this is sustainable for the rest of the year without, just, well, let me just read a little bit of this. A Honduran mother and her two children, ages 6 and 9, sued the Trump administration over their arrest at Los Angeles Immigration Court. The first lawsuit challenging the arrest of children under a new ICE directive targeting courthouses. They're literally targeting courthouses. Uh, um, the mother brought her two children to the immigration court on May 29, expecting to continue to make a case for asylum after fleeing Honduras because of threats of violence. But like other immigrants across the country, they were surprised to see their case quickly dismissed by the government or by the judge, I guess, as ICE agents waited for them to step out of the courthouse into the hallway. There were men waiting for them in civilian clothing. The ICE agents detained the family for many hours, and it was a terrifying time for the two children and their mother, said Elora Mukherjee, director of the Immigrant Rights Clinic at Columbia Law School. They, the kids, were crying in fear. One of the agents at one point lifted up his shirt, which displayed the gun that he was carrying, Mukherjee said. The 6-year-old boy was terrified to see the gun. He urinated on himself and wet all his clothing. No one offered him a change of clothing for many hours. The family was then transported to the Dilley Immigration Processing Center in Texas. So this happened in Texas, where they've been detained for several weeks. The 6-year-old boy has been diagnosed with leukemia and has missed a medical appointment to be treated for worsening symptoms, according to the lawsuit filed Tuesday in federal court in San Antonio by the Immigrant Rights Clinic and the Texas Civil Rights Project. The horrors that this family has suffered should never be felt by a child in need of medical care. Arresting immigrants as they step out of a courtroom is a heinous display of disregard for humanity. The family came to the United States seeking safety, but inhumane policies are preventing them from seeking necessary medical care for their child, said Kate Gibson Kumar, the staff attorney for the Texas Civil Rights Project Beyond Borders program. It says here the family had been staying with a relative in Los Angeles for the previous 7 months after crossing the border legally for a court appointment through the now defunct CBP One app to seek asylum last October. They were granted parole status in the U.S. while they waited for their day in immigration court. So even people that come into the country legally, they didn't cross the border illegally. I don't understand that. They basically went by the book and going through the asylum process. Now, I do recall something about if you used a certain app, all those approvals under the Biden administration were now null and void. But you know what? If you do everything right, and you still wind up getting detained and deported, something's not right with that. And by the way, the reason she came here was to get treatment for the child with leukemia. They were staying with a relative, a woman and two children. I don't get this. And, there are limits. And, I don't see it. I just don't see, if you come here in an approved method, why this has to happen. So we'll just move on. In other underhanded moves by Trump's Um, Department of Homeland Security. Prosecutors tell judge government plans to deport Abrego Garcia to a country that's not El Salvador. So they admit to an administrative error that sends this guy to El Salvador. They delay, and finally the Supreme Court tells them to bring Abrego Garcia back. They bring him back. Then they say, "Hey, we're going to charge you with, a couple federal charges around trafficking, human trafficking." Um, the judge in that case just basically says, "No, we're going to give him bail or whatever because the government has not proved that he is a danger to the public, and now they want to deport him to a third party country." Uh, it's just incredible. Federal prosecutor. Well, first off, Trump. I thought Trump said there was no way this guy was coming back. Well, surprise, surprise. So, federal prosecutors informed a Maryland judge that following Kilmar Abrego Garcia's release from a Tennessee jail, the government intends to begin deportation proceedings to send him to a country other than El Salvador. Uh, in March, despite a 2019 immigration judge's directive preventing his removal due to credible gang threats against him and his family, Abrego Garcia was wrongfully sent back to El Salvador. It was an administrative error um, by the Trump administration's own admission. The last bullet point here is well, on June 13th, I guess that's last week or the week before, Abrego Garcia pleaded not guilty to 2022 human smuggling charges linked to a Tennessee traffic stop where he drove a vehicle with non-passengers, while his lawyer said the charges aim to justify his mistaken expulsion. Basically, Trump covering, tracks. Um, Attorney Jonathan Cooper warned of a possible quick removal attempts, despite prosecutors stating no imminent plans and compliance with court orders. The situation underscores jurisdictional boundaries, as prosecutors pointed out that ICE operates independently under its own command structure beyond their control. So, the U.S. attorneys or the Justice Department basically says, "Hey, we don't control ICE." And Judge Holmes expressed skepticism about preventing ICE from deporting Abrego Garcia prior to trial, indicating possible legal and procedural obstacles ahead. So this guy could have a court date and just be deported because ICE says he needs to be deported. So this is really a mess. And I'm going to be honest. Trump refuses to play by the rules. And that is just all kinds of bad precedent because there will be a Democratic president. And you know what? God help us if a Democratic version of Trump gets elected. And frankly, I kind of hope that happens. Wish it could be me. So that's it. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They're gonna get him. They put a target on his back, and it was the Trump administration that made the error deporting him in the first place. And I'm going to reemphasize something that I said yesterday. If Americans are being hurt, his wife is an American citizen. His two kids are American citizens. We've had citizen children being deported. Um, if American citizens are hurt by this immigration policy, that is unacceptable. Okay, you bend over backwards so American citizens are not harmed or affected. Um, I don't, America first means Americans first, and you need to mend your ways, President Trump. And who cares about Kamala Harris? This isn't about Kamala Harris, ghetto point of view. If you type Kamala Harris in my chat, I'm not going to even finish reading the message. Bottom line, Kamala Harris isn't president. Donald Trump is. So let's stick to the current president, sir. So next up, Trump administration tells Congress to kill revenge tax. First time I've ever heard of a revenge tax, but this involves Scott Bessent. So let's see what this is all about.
Trump administration tells Congress to kill revenge tax. This article is by Alan Rappaport and Colby Smith and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration has directed Republican lawmakers to remove a provision from their tax and spending bill that would have hit some international companies operating in the United States. The decision to remove the so-called revenge tax came as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said on Thursday that the United States had reached a deal with other group of 7 nations that exempts American companies from a separate global minimum tax. That global tax was brokered by the Biden administration and was opposed by President Trump and Republican lawmakers who argued it was giving control of the U.S. tax base to other nations. The move to drop the revenge tax follows intense lobbying pressure from international business groups, which warned the new tax would hurt American workers and chill foreign investment in the United States. Mr. Bessent, in a post on social media, said that the United States would work with other nations to enact the agreement more broadly across the group of 20 nations and the rest of the world. This understanding with our G7 partners provides greater certainty and stability for the global economy and will enhance growth and investment in the United States and beyond, Mr. Bessent wrote. By reversing the Biden administration's unwise commitments, we are now protecting our nation's authority to enact tax policies that serve the interests of American businesses and workers. The revenge tax was included in the Tax and Domestic Policy Bill, moving through both the House and Senate in response to the 2021 global minimum tax. The levy would punish companies based in countries that either adhere to the terms of the global minimum tax agreement or impose digital services taxes on American technology companies. Several countries have enacted these taxes on income that businesses earn online, regardless of where they are physically located. If it had been signed into law, the provision would have substantially increased the tax bills of many foreign companies that operate in the United States. It was expected to raise more than $50 billion over a decade, according to congressional estimates. A House version of the measure was even more onerous, allowing the United States to increase tax rates on foreign companies by as much as 20 percentage points over time if their headquarters were in, quote, discriminatory foreign countries with unfair foreign taxes. President Trump has made clear that he wanted nothing to do with the 2021 deal, which aimed to rewrite rules for how the world's largest companies would be taxed around the globe. The deal created a new global minimum tax rate of at least 15% for companies, regardless of where their headquarters were based. The aim was to prevent countries from lowering their tax rates as a way to attract multinational corporations, a situation that Biden officials said was creating a quote, 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 that left nations with fiscal shortfalls. Other countries, including the European Union, moved forward with the minimum tax. But the United States never put in place a tax that complied with the international agreement. That left American companies vulnerable to additional taxes levied by foreign governments. Mr. Bessent made no mention on Thursday of how the Trump administration would respond to digital services taxes, which many European countries and Canada have adopted. However, he made clear that the United States remained prepared to respond to taxes that it viewed as unfair. The Trump administration remains vigilant against all discriminatory and extraterritorial foreign taxes applied against Americans, Mr. Bessent said. We will defend our tax sovereignty and resist efforts to create an unlevel playing field for our citizens and companies. The Treasury Secretary has said previously that digital services taxes have been part of trade negotiations with other countries. The United States already imposes its own minimum tax on multinational companies' global earnings, though it works differently than the international agreement. Absent Congress overhauling international tax rules, American officials had previously pushed for international negotiators to accept the existing American minimum tax as compliant with the new global framework. Wall Street was among those pushing for Congress to drop the revenge tax, fearing that it would deter foreign direct investment and further dissuade overseas investors from increasing their exposure to U.S. assets more broadly. Demand for U.S. debt has already dipped this year as Mr. Trump has pursued steep tariffs on virtually all of America's trading partners. That has generated substantial concern, given the surge in government bonds that the Treasury Department would need to issue to fund the tax and spending bill. The provision exempted interest on Treasury securities, but its broader coverage of passive investment income, such as dividends, rent, and royalties, was seen by industry lobbyists as particularly problematic. Business groups that railed against the tax praised Mr. Bessent's announcement. "This is what leadership looks like," said Jonathan Samford, chief executive of the Global Business Alliance, "choosing economic strength over squandered opportunity, investment over isolation, and American workers over misguided tax hikes," Andrew Duran contributed reporting.
Ghetto point of view, I'm actually looking at looking back through my articles. There was a article I think I did yesterday or the day before talking about Netanyahu had been planning these strikes against um, Iran's nuclear program for like over a year. And after basically um, since I think they said since last November. So in a way, I kind of am inclined to agree with this post you have up on the screen. I honestly think that Bibi Netanyahu played Trump like a fiddle. Okay, and I think he basically, there was a billboard, like an electronic billboard in I think Tel Aviv that literally had a picture of Trump with the caption, "Finish the job, Mr. President." So I think I think I think Trump did get played, and I can't help but kind of say, well, you might be on to something. Bibi Netanyahu is playing America like his. Basically, we are. Basically, it appears, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm probably not. It appears that America is Israel's attack dog. Um, so you know, uh, perception is reality, they say, and I just cannot. As much as I don't want to admit it, I think you're on to something there, kiddo. And then going back to, hey, Calvin, what's up? Going back to an earlier comment you made, Ghetto point of view is gone for a while, and the first day he's back, he's just causing all kinds of waves here. Um, what was the other thing? Yeah, kind of the same thing with Obama as deporter in chief. Obama hasn't been president forever, and I don't think that what Obama did or anything like that is even relevant. 6 months into a Trump presidency, and it seems like years, to be honest. Seems like Trump has been president for 4 years already. No, and that's why anti-Semitism is on the rise. Deacon Dave, so basically you're trying to justify or explain why racist sentiments are on the rise. It is not a requirement for people to be racist. There is no there is no reason for anti-Semitism, so don't try and push that bullshit. I think through statements like that. So let us move on to the next story. That's like saying, well, uh, I I won't even get into that. I'm not going to follow up on that point, Mister Deacon Dave. So blow to GOP tax bill. So Trump has a problem with one provision of this big beautiful bill, and apparently the Senate parliamentarian has gone against some rules or something like that with this with what the Republicans are trying to do with Medicare. Let's play this video here. It doesn't have a caption. Let's see what this video is all about. Oh wait, hold it. Let's stop. This is Senate Majority Leader Thune on Fox News. Let's see what he has to say.
Spending reduction in history. You're talking over $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion, up to $2 trillion. We'll see where we finally end up in the Senate. But it'll be a major reduction in spending, coupled with reforms to programs to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. And then also have on the other side pro-growth policy.
Is Planned Parenthood on the chopping block? The Senate's GOP tax bill could defund the organization. That would be a huge win for the anti-abortion movement. Here's how it works. The bill blocks Medicaid funding for abortion providers for 10 years. Right now, federal Medicaid.
By the way, speaking of defunding Planned Parenthood, the Supreme Court just backed up something South Carolina was trying to do in defunding Planned Parenthood. And with the Supreme Court in basically allowing what South Carolina is doing, Planned Parenthood's going to be in some trouble.
Dollars can't directly fund abortions, but they can go to health centers that offer them. Anti-abortion groups say any money to these providers indirectly subsidize abortions. Planned Parenthood is a major target. They serve over 1 million patients nationwide. Nearly 200 Planned Parenthood centers could be forced to close. The bill doesn't specifically name Planned Parenthood, but they're the largest abortion provider. Anti-abortion leaders are already thanking Senate leaders. They say it's time to stop taxpayers from funding what they call the big abortion industry. It's not clear yet if this provision will survive Democratic challenges.
All right. Well, you know what? There's so many problems with that logic. Once you put a stamp on your envelope sending in your tax check, it is no longer your money. So we need to reorient some of this bad rhetoric that Republicans especially, but everybody doesn't. It is taxpayer money, but it doesn't belong to the taxpayers once you give it to the government. It's like a tithe. If you tithe something, it's out of your hand. What the money is used for. So, I'm not saying there shouldn't be oversight on where money gets spent, but when people say to a cop, for instance, that I'm paying your salary, well, that's not actually true. You're not. So anyway, this is the parliamentarian ruling against Medicare savings. Senate Republicans suffered a massive blow to their efforts to pass a major budget reconciliation bill Thursday morning when the Senate parliamentarian threw out cost-saving provisions related to Medicaid. I'm not sure that I understand what her reasoning was. The changes to financing the state-administered Medicaid programs were essential to offsetting the tax cuts included in President Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The ruling that they cannot be included sent Republicans into a scramble to get the bill passed by Trump's July 4th deadline. Savings were critical to securing the votes of fiscally conservative Republicans. Why the hell is the president setting Congress's agenda and timeline? These guys are really not doing their jobs. The legislature is a co-equal branch. The president, I understand that he's the head of the Republican Party, and y'all want unity and synchronization and all, but these Republican Congress people are spineless, and they are a co-equal branch of government. I don't get it. So the Senate parliamentarian specifically ruled against provisions in the Senate Finance Committee's portion of the bill, including cuts to healthcare provider taxes, um, federal Medicaid reimbursements, and immigrant eligibility for Medicaid. Budget reconciliation bills in the Senate only require a simple 51 vote majority, so congressional majorities often use the process to ram through partisan legislation that would not pass with the normal 60 vote majority threshold. Senate parliamentarian under the Byrd rule must review reconciliation bills line by line to remove provisions that are extraneous to the budget process. Many key provisions did pass muster. Work requirements for able bodied Medicare recipients and various measures on program integrity survived the Byrd rule scrutiny. No scores from the Congressional Budget Office had been made public, but provider tax reform and migrant eligibility restrictions for Medicaid were slated to save hundreds of billions of dollars. Jeff Merkley, the leading Democrat on the Senate Budget Committee, said in a statement Thursday that Democrats are continuing to fight provisions in what his party has labeled as the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill. Alliteration is in this season, folks. Democrats are fighting back because Republicans' plans to gut Medicaid, dismantle the Affordable Care Act, and kick kids, veterans, seniors, and folks with disabilities off of their health insurance, all to fund tax breaks for billionaires. I'm gonna be honest, I agree with that. You know, if you are doing this just so you can afford to, give tax cuts, I disagree with that. Oh, ghetto, welcome back. Fact, Stanley. When I give money to a homeless person for food, I don't get angry if they buy a beer or something a little stronger. Well, you know what? I can't really find fault with that analogy, so that's pretty funny. Oh, welcome back. His ghetto point of view. So, by the way, there is an article that I saw. The Senate parliamentarian is actually she's a former trial lawyer for the Justice Department. I forget under which president. So, I mean, she's not chopped liver. She actually is a former trial lawyer and has legal. She has a law degree. So she's not whistling Dixie, and so we go. So on to RFK Jr. CDC vaccine panel backs Merck RSV shot for infants. On Thursday, the newly constituted Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices voted 5-2 to recommend Merck's Clesrovimab antibody shot to protect infants against respiratory syncytial virus, RSV. Wow, that's a mouthful of words there. The vote took place after Robert Kennedy Jr., head of Health and Human Services Department, dismissed the former 17-member advisory panel earlier this month and appointed a smaller group of 7 members, which includes individuals known for their skepticism towards vaccines. The meeting also included a discussion of thimerosal, a vaccine preservative falsely linked to autism by anti-vaccine groups, with a presentation by Lynn Redwood from Kennedy-founded Children's Health Defense. Nirsevimab, the first antibody, showed 63 to 76% effectiveness against infant emergency visits last year, while the committee endorsed Clesrovimab's safety and added it unanimously to the Vaccines for Children program. The vote in panel changes It sparked criticism from public health experts and groups concerned vaccines may become less accessible if ideology guides ACIP decisions ahead of science. Well, they've got these two vaccines passed, so stay tuned, folks. Probably what they'll just deny is all the RNA vaccine stuff. This is what I was talking about earlier. States can cut off Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood. That's the Supreme Court decision I was talking about. Basically, South Carolina, Medicaid is administered by the states, and I guess it's block granted. I'm not an expert, so I'm assuming they're block grants given to the states, and they administrate Medicaid at their level. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that states can block Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood, marking a win for Republican efforts to defund the organization. This decision may limit patients' ability to contest funding decisions, especially in rural areas with fewer healthcare options. Public health groups like the American Cancer Society highlighted that lawsuits are crucial for Medicaid recipients to assert their rights. In South Carolina, Planned Parenthood receives $90,000 yearly in Medicaid funding, which is a small part of the state's Medicare budget. Essentially, what they're doing is trying to choke Planned Parenthood off at the root, at the funding root. And I would think that, by the way, Planned Parenthood provides vasectomies. So apparently, maybe it's just that they don't want men to have vasectomies. Maybe that's why they don't want Medicaid funding for Planned Parenthood. So, but we all know the real reason. They're basically, they want Planned Parenthood gone. And Planned Parenthood, whether we like it or not, whether we like all their services or not, it does serve a purpose for other women's healthcare needs. So I do have to congratulate the Republicans for breaking shit. And it'll be hard to reverse some of this legislation, but they're doing a good job. Well, the state, yeah, basically, well, Medicaid funding. The Supreme Court says that that the state can cut off Medicare funding in South Carolina. Now, of course, it's going to be all mostly southern states and Republican states, that are cutting off funding. In blue states, California, no. It's basically the state decides how the Medicare funds are spent, and Supreme Court is just saying, hey, if you don't want to fund Planned Parenthood, you don't have to. So it's a win for the pro-life movement and a win for MAGA and Republicans overall. So there we go. And let's see, we will move on to some stuff here. Republicans try to make Zohran Mamdani a Democratic villain well outside of New York City. This is going to be a very interesting time in the Democratic Party. They're already, you'll see in the next story where this is the level of demonization that Republicans are going to try and do. And, America, if you have socialists anywhere in your political philosophy, you're going to automatically be a existential threat to America. So, says here, Says here, want to know how much Republicans are eager to turn Zoran Mamdani into the face of the Democratic Party? Look no further than than two of the biggest names eyeing bids for New York governor next year. He will be the single most effective foil for Republicans nationally, Representative Elise Stefanik told CNN. This is what I don't understand. The man hasn't even been elected mayor yet, and they're already, calling him, an existential threat practically. So it is the encapsulation of where today's Democratic Party is, how far left they have shifted, and how radicalized they have become. Every Democrat, not just in New York, but across the country. Well, here's the deal. Okay, you may not like um, Mamdani, you may not like the Democratic Party, but these Republicans and MAGA in particular prey on mind viruses. And the reason I'm using that term is um, Universal Jones did a show a few nights ago on this book that talks about mind viruses, which are basically memes, kind of almost like there's a term that they use. It's what is it? Something a mass hysteria, I think is the term I'm thinking of. But um, in essence, what MAGA is doing is telling voters that you can vote for anybody but the candidate you want to vote for. And this basically goes back to, voters. Voters should be able to elect who they want, especially at a local level. Why the feds want to get involved in a local election, and I know this is New York City, the biggest city, and all that stuff. It's kind of a symbol, and that's why this is such a big deal. This could be a springboard for gaining power within the Democratic Party, basically moving the Democratic Party left, associating Mamdani with, as the face of the Democratic Party, ignores people like Wes Moore and Gavin Newsom. And yeah, it's politics. You use whatever advantage you have. But in my opinion, both the left and the right, but especially MAGA, they just depend on your Fox News type voter that doesn't actually go out and do homework, to know stuff about politics, who just kind of hears it on Fox News and takes it as gospel. So knowledge is power, and if you don't have knowledge, then the Elise Stephanics of the world will lead you astray. Let's see what else. President Donald Trump joined in the pylon, calling Mamdani a 100% communist lunatic. Where the fuck? The guy hasn't even been elected yet, and he's already a communist lunatic. This is funny. So, the New York governor's race becomes a testing ground. Yeah, basically, they're already trying to associate Kathy Hochul with Mamdani. It's kind of like how they, like to tie Trump, back when Trump was running for office, and when he was basically between 2020 and 2024, how they tried to tie Trump to every little local race. They're just doing the same thing with Mamdani, but it's so rare to have a mayor, you know, be associated nationally, with at the national level. So this is how America reacts to, I mean, Bernie Sanders endorsed him, and Bernie Sanders was pretty popular. Might have been president had he, been able to get around Hillary Clinton and the super delegates. So the next story just tells you how far these people are willing to take it. Tennessee Republican calls for Mom Donnie to be denaturalized and deported. Now, Mom Donnie is a naturalized citizen, but they just basically want to yank away his citizenship and deport him, which is not going to happen. Last night in Portia did a show last night, and in her chat, you got 12th man going on and on about, yeah, it'll be easy to deport him. I'm like, there's no way they're gonna be able to deport him. The only way you can be, shit, I had to go and like drop the actual U.S. code dealing with denaturalization and how you do it legally, and there's nothing indicating that he lied on his citizenship paperwork or anything like that. I assume he was a citizen before he ever got into politics. So basically, you have to defraud the process to get your citizenship yanked. So you can't just do it because the guy's a democratic socialist and you don't like him. And I assume that every MAGA voter is a 12th man in varying degrees. So I hope 12 man is listening to this. Dude is literally I never listened to 12 man when it comes to politics. And that's why, Ghetto, you're in New York City. New York potentially having a mayor who openly says he is against the NYPD is kind of odd, though, wouldn't you agree? Um, uh, with question with how out of control New York is and how fragile the relationship between cops in the city. Look, I don't know that much about politics of New York City. You are actually there, so I kind of defer to your expertise. My only response is that if the voters want this guy to be mayor, then the voters want this guy to be mayor. Oh well. Um, Apparently, New York City Democratic voters, as of now, don't have a problem with his stance against against NYPD. What happened to the vote? Bernie Sanders is going to be way too old to 12 Troon. uh, Bernie Sanders is going to be way too old. So I can't wait for the 2028 stuff to happen. Ought to be fun. So I would read this article. Well, let's listen to the article. What the hell?
Tennessee Republican calls for Mamdani to be denaturalized, deported, by Ashley Fields. Representative Andy Ogles, Republican from Tennessee, suggested New York Democratic mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani should be deported and denaturalized ahead of the November election. Zoran Little Mohammed, Mamdani is an anti-Semitic, socialist, communist who will destroy the great city of New York. Ogles wrote in a Thursday post on X, "He needs to be deported. Which is why I am calling for him to be subject to denaturalization proceedings," he added. The Tennessee lawmaker attached his letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi in the Post, urging her to denaturalize Mamdani, citing a chapter from the U.S. Code that outlines the revocation of citizenship for individuals who willfully misrepresent or conceal material support for terrorism. According to public reports, including a June 21, 2025 New York.
Okay, I have to emphasize that this is like essentially if they conceal this stuff during the process of naturalization, I'm going to assume that he wasn't even in politics, so this isn't going to work. Is is all I have to say. There's nothing indicating that he lied or concealed anything during the actual naturalization process. If he decided after he becomes a citizen, to do whatever it is they're accusing him of, that doesn't make him subject to denaturalization. Once you're a citizen, as long as you didn't lie or conceal or defraud, you are a citizen. It's not that easy to take it away. And this local yokel from from Tennessee is just whistling Dixie, literally.
York Post article. Mr. Mamdani expressed open solidarity with individuals convicted of terrorism-related offenses prior to becoming a U.S. citizen. Specifically, he rapped, "Free the Holy Land 5/my guys," Ogles wrote in a letter. The Holy Land Foundation is a U.S.-based Muslim charity. 5 of its leaders were convicted of funneling money to Hamas in support of Palestine in 2008. Publicly praising the foundation's convicted leadership as "my guys" raises serious concerns about whether Mr. Mamdani held affiliations or sympathies he failed to disclose during the naturalization process, Ogles wrote. While I understand that some may raise First Amendment concerns about taking legal action based on expressive conduct, such as rap lyrics, speech alone does not preclude accountability where it reasonably suggests underlying conduct relevant to eligibility for naturalization. Mamdani's campaign team and the Justice Department did not immediately respond to the Hill's request for comment. However, the New York City mayoral candidate did speak to the weaponization of antisemitism throughout his campaign and division during his victory speech. This has been a historically contentious race, one that has filled our airwaves with millions in smears and slander, Mamdani told voters. I hope now that this primary has come to an end, I can introduce myself once more. Not as you have seen me in a 30-second ad or in a mailer in your mailbox, but as how I will lead as your mayor, he added. Mamdani has been subject to car bomb threats in repeated voicemails on various dates by an unknown individual making threatening anti-Muslim statements, the New York Police Department told The Hill. As a part of his campaign, Mamdani has pledged to increase the city's anti-hate crime program by 800% to tackle Islamophobia and antisemitism, amid other concerns, according to CNN. I will be the mayor for every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for Governor Cuomo, or felt too disillusioned by a long-broken political system to vote at all. I will fight for a city that works for you, that is affordable for you, that is safe for you. I will work to be a mayor you will be proud to call your own, he said during his victory speech. I cannot promise that you will always agree with me, but I will never hide from you. If you are hurting, I will try to heal. If you feel misunderstood, I will strive to understand. Your concerns will always be mine, and I will put your hopes before my own.
Oh, excuse me. All right. Well, we definitely want to stay tuned to this. There is a opinion piece out there, basically. Michelle Goldberg, who's a New York Times columnist, basically saying that, hey, Jews have no problem with Mamdani. I don't think I'm going to bother digging it up. I was gonna talk about it or have it read, but not going to bother doing that. There will be news. I think this is just going to be all kinds of fun. And to be honest, I talked about this yesterday. Seems like I talked about everything yesterday. This is going to be interesting because this could potentially be a little bit of a tingle in the spine of the Democratic Party. New York City's kind of unique. The Northeast in general, Northeastern and Eastern Seaboard politics. I I don't think it's a reflection of the rest of the country. I think this might be a little bit of an anomaly, but it could also be the start of a trend. So time will tell. I do think that the voters should get the candidate they vote for, especially at the local level. And the feds need to stay out of this. Now, Elizabeth Stefanik is a New York representative, so she has a little bit more business, to do with this than someone from Tennessee. Some yokel from Tennessee. Why is he even that worried about New York City politics? So, let's see, what do we have here? So, we're moving on, but I guess we're going to come back to Texas. SpaceX crane collapse in Texas being investigated by OSHA. So, apparently, Starbase in Texas, the bullet points, a recent crane collapse at a SpaceX facility in Texas is being investigated by the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. That's kind of surprising. The crane collapse was first captured on on the YouTube channel Lab Padre. The incident follows a string of Starship Super Heavy mishaps or explosions. So I'm surprised OSHA still exists. You mean Trump didn't get rid of it already? Let's look up Lab Padre. I've never heard of it before. Lab Daddy? Is that what that Lab Padre is? Let's see if we can find that video of the crane collapse. That might be fun to look at. Oops. Give me one sec here. Let's see, they've got explosions. Ship 36 explodes. This is 4 days ago. Well, I don't know. We may just go on to the next story, and I'll see can I find this. There are several different oh my God. Holy shit. You know what? We might have to watch this. This isn't the crane, but that's a spectacular explosion. Let's have a look at this.
And take.
Let's see. Let's go back.
This week at Starbase, while construction continues on Pad B, along with its supporting propellant handling and deluge systems, Ship 36 is lost during testing at the Massey Outpost. How will this impact the schedule for future flights, and what kind of damage was sustained to the surrounding infrastructure? Let's dig into this week's update and take a closer look. On Tuesday afternoon, a vacuum Raptor was spotted being moved into Megabay 2 for installation on Ship 37 as crews worked to prepare the vehicle for its static fire campaign following its successful cryogenic proofing. Moving on to this week's construction updates, a load of rebar cages were delivered to the build site on Thursday as crews worked to drill and install new structural piles to support the forthcoming Gigabay. Moving down the highway to the launch site, the tank farm expansion also saw steady work this week. On Monday, new ship supply and return piping was installed on the methane side of the farm. There was also a lot of activity with the vertical vaporizers that have been installed and removed multiple times in the recent months.
Hey, where
This
can I
week,
buy
the
a
two new
vertical
vaporizers were delivered
vaporizer?
and installed. Unlike their predecessors, these had steel X cross braces installed up and down all four sides, presumably to help better protect their relatively fragile cooling fins during future launch operations. Another vaporizer was also removed and taken away, presumably to receive its own bracing. Over at Pad B on Monday, the chopsticks were raised part way up the tower. With the arms out of the way, a crane then lifted the fourth manifold for the water-cooled steel deck on the top of the new launch mount. A few hours later, though, the manifold was removed. Shortly after midnight, whatever issue crews had encountered was taken care of, and the manifold was moved into position and installed. Early this week, the ship's static fire stand was brought over to Mega Bay 2, and on Sunday morning, Ship 36 was transferred onto it. And just a short time later, the ship was rolled out of the building through the Sanchez site and onto Highway 4, heading for the Massey outpost. A few hours later, the rocket arrived and was moved into position over the site's flame trench. Late that night, its aft flaps were actuated in preparation for its upcoming static fire campaign. Later on Monday, Booster 16's hot staging ring was brought out of Star Factory and moved over to Mega Bay 1. The article is briefly brought back into the ring yard before eventually going back inside for installation. Meanwhile, down at the Massey outpost, the tank farm began spooling up for testing. Propellant was then loaded onto Ship 36. Shortly before 2 that afternoon, the Starship performed a single-engine static fire, demonstrating an in-space relight like would be used for a deorbit burn. And late on Wednesday night, propellant load began again on Ship 36, this time in preparation for a full 6-engine static fire. Unfortunately, just after 11 o'clock, while still loading propellant, there was a major anomaly that resulted in the explosive destruction of Starship. We could see that the failure started near the nose in the payload section of the vehicle, with it essentially unzipping from the nose down to the forward dome. We later learned there was a likely failure of one of the nitrogen composite overwrap pressure vessels in the nose. This likely caused a failure in the rocket's header tanks located in the tip of the nose. That failure led to the propellants mixing with an explosive outcome. As the dominoes continued to fall, the main methane tank would have ruptured, leading the secondary explosion. Fires continued to burn throughout the night and into the next day. Looking at the site in daylight, we could see that the damage to the site's infrastructure was significant, with the ground support gantry no longer standing next to the now empty static fire stand. While failure is nothing new to the Starship program due to SpaceX's iterative approach to development, regardless of cause, the loss of the vehicle during a routine static fire is significant, especially in respect to the damage to the infrastructure. It will likely take SpaceX months to clean up and refurbish the site to be able to static fire a ship again to ensure it's ready for launch.
Jesus.
On Thursday, Booster 16's hot stage adapter was brought back out of Mega Bay 2 and returned to the Star Factory. This is likely a result of the delay to the launch schedule due to the anomaly the night before. And switching over to Florida, late Friday morning, the Starlink Group 12-26 mission launched from Space Launch Complex 40, sending another 23 satellites to orbit and completing the deployment of the first generation of Starlink satellites with direct-to-cell capabilities. Both Faringhavs and Booster 1078 returned to port 2 days later for processing and refurbishment. Early on Wednesday morning, another 28 Starlink satellites were also sent to orbit as the Group 10-8 mission successfully lifted off from the same launch pad. And meanwhile, despite some uncertainty regarding the long-term future of the Artemis program, construction of the Mobile Launcher 2 platform continues, with another prefabricated module of the structure being lifted for installation on Thursday morning. And there you have it. Another SpaceX and Starbase weekly update brought to you by Lab Pod.
Well, I don't know if anybody's a big space fan out there, but this seems pretty cool if you are. If anybody wants the link, let me know. And then we'll go back to news here. So I guess I could keep searching for that crane collapse, but I think we'll move on. One explosion is as good as any crane collapse, I'm sure. All right. Now, this was an odd story. This is here in Atlanta. Hate crime charges pending after vandalism of pride flags at Atlanta bar, police say. 4 teens from out of town were arrested for cutting up pride flags near a popular LGBTQIA plus bar in Midtown Atlanta. The Atlanta Police Department reported 6 males. 6 males used a knife to slice the flags while recording the act. Each team faces several charges, including obstruction and criminal damage to property, and a hate crime charge is pending, according to Sergeant Hayes. This is the Atlanta PD. Well, here's the deal. Why, I understand the property damage part, but why are we taking flags so seriously? If I don't know, I don't think that the hate crime part is necessary. Just, the vandalism. Uh, how do you get a hate crime for slicing up a piece of cloth? Um, I don't get it, quite frankly. So it's very odd, and hopefully these kids have a good lawyer who can point out how ridiculous a hate crime is. For they didn't hurt a person, or make them pay for the flags and be done with it. So we shall move on. The stock market is nearing a record high. From all the fluctuations and big drops due to the tariff scare. I guess things have stabilized enough that the market's comfortable. The stock markets are comfortable. So let's listen to this.
The S&P 500 is approaching a record high, marking a stunning turnaround from April when stocks nosedived after President Donald Trump unveiled a flurry of tariffs on so-called Liberation Day. The S&P 500 has jumped 23% since closing at its 2025 low on April 8th. On Thursday, it closed up 9 points, or 0.8%, to 6,141, just 3 points shy of its record closing high of 6,144 on February 19th. The tech-heavy Nasdaq also flirted with its previous record of 20,174, set in December 2024, inching up 195 points, or 1%. On Thursday to close at 20,167. The market could surpass those previous records on Friday or early next week, analysts told CBS Money Watch. Wall Street has largely shrugged off concerns about tariffs and geopolitical tensions since early April, although there have been periods of volatility along the way. While these issues continue to pose risks to the U.S. economy, many investors are confident they'll skirt any major market downturns, at least in the short term, experts say. We hear all those narratives of what could go wrong, or what is going wrong, said Brett Kenwell, an investment analyst at eToro. But the market doesn't seem to care. It's looking forward. It's plowing ahead, and it's been trading really well. Still, Wall Street is awaiting more news on Mr. Trump's tariffs, with a 90-day pause on his so-called reciprocal tariffs slated to end on July 9th. And Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell warned last week that tariffs are likely to drive up inflation later this year, slowing economic growth. Here are 3 reasons why experts say the market is rebounding. Easing concerns about tariffs. Since April, the markets have whipsawed in response to the Trump administration's on-again, off-again tariff policies. While uncertainty around the impact of the levies remains, analysts say investor concern has faded as trade negotiations have entered a quieter phase after the Trump administration struck a deal with China earlier this month. We've gone into a period where we haven't had a lot of disruptive noise coming either out of Washington or among our trading partners, said Mark Lashini, chief investment strategist at Janney Montgomery Scott. I think that's helped to sort of cool anxieties, at least for the time being. The next benchmark will be July 9th, when the president's 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs comes to an end. If the U.S. slips back into a more intense trade situation, the markets could show more volatility, Kenwell said. So far, data suggests a resilient economy, although some Wall Street economists have warned the economy may soon face headwinds. A report from the Wells Fargo Investment Institute released Thursday predicts that the brunt of the tariffs' impact will hit in the third quarter. The analysis also warns the tariffs could leave the U.S. with historically high and potentially debilitating levies. Optimism about tech stocks. Technology stocks, dominated by the so-called Magnificent Seven, consisting of Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, and other tech giants, have been integral in driving the market rebound, analysts say. Tech has become the best-performing sector so far in the second quarter, a period which spans April through June. Financial companies such as banks and insurance firms have also been performing well, he added. According to Kenwell, those two sectors alone represent over 40% of the S&P 500. Chip company Nvidia closed at a record high on Thursday, allowing the company to retake its crown as the world's most valuable company. The tech giant's stock has soared almost 62% since the market's 2025 bottom on April 8th. AI-powered companies have gained momentum in recent weeks, with Micron Technology, which sells computer memory and data storage, beating earnings expectations for the latest quarter. Vital Knowledge analyst Adam Crisafulli pointed out. Investors have gravitated towards tech stocks, Lashini said, given their high free cash flow and potential for strong earnings growth. I think investors are looking at them as sort of a bastion of safety, he said. Signs of a potential rate cut. Investors have been buoyed by forecasts for more rate cuts from the Federal Reserve. At the Fed's June meeting, the central bank said it would hold rates steady but penciled in 2 cuts for the remainder of the year. A rate cut could come as soon as the next meeting, July 29th to 30th, but it's more likely it will happen during the September meeting, experts say. I think investors are kind of looking through the next several months to a period in which we're likely to see more accommodative monetary policy, said Lashini.
All right. Well, the waters have calmed. We'll see how long they're calm. So another interesting story. Like I said at the start of the show, we live in interesting times. Um, the Trump Justice Department pressuring University of Virginia president to resign. And I'll just go ahead and play this, but it's basically centering around DEI.
Trump Justice Department pressuring University of Virginia president to resign. This article is by Michael S. Schmidt and Michael C. Bender and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration has privately demanded that the University of Virginia oust its president to help resolve a Justice Department investigation into the school's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, according to 3 people briefed on the matter. The extraordinary condition the Justice Department has put on the school demonstrates that President Trump's bid to shift the ideological tilt of the higher education system, which he views as hostile to conservatives, is more far-reaching than previously understood. The government's extensive pressure campaign has stripped billions of dollars from elite universities, including Harvard, which has been the target of investigations from at least 6 different federal agencies. But this is the first time the administration has pushed a university to remove its leader. Justice Department officials have told University of Virginia officials that hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding are at risk because of what the department says is the school's disregard for civil rights law over its diversity practices, according to 2 of the people. The department officials have told the university that the president, James E. Ryan, has not dismantled the school's diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and has misrepresented the steps taken to work toward that goal, according to 2 of the people. In the hopes of ensuring that the funding is not stripped from the school, members of the school's oversight board, who were appointed by Governor Glenn Youngkin, a Republican, have been in discussions with Justice Department to learn what could be done, according to a person briefed on the matter. As part of those discussions, the Justice Department has said that Mr. Ryan must go, according to 3 of the people. A spokesman for the department did not immediately return a request for comment. The demand to remove Mr. Ryan was made over the past month on several occasions by Gregory Brown, the Deputy Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, to university officials and representatives, according to the 3 people briefed on the matter. Mr. Brown, a University of Virginia graduate who, as a private lawyer, sued the school, is taking a major role in the investigation. He told a university representative as recently as this past week that Mr. Ryan needed to go in order for the process of resolving the investigation to begin, two of the people said. Harmeet K. Dillon, the Justice Department's top civil rights lawyer, has also been involved in negotiations with the university. She received her law degree from the University of Virginia, where she was a student in the law school at the same time as Mr. Ryan. The people briefed on the back and forth between the university and the Justice Department spoke on the condition of anonymity because they did not want to be identified discussing negotiations that were supposed to remain private. Mr. Ryan, hired in 2018 as the university's 9th president, has leaned into issues like making the school more diverse, increasing the number of first-generation students, and encouraging students to do community service. But his approach, which he says will make the university both great and good, has rankled conservative alumni and Republican board members who accuse him of wanting to impose his values on students and claim he is too woke. Before becoming the University of Virginia's president, Mr. Ryan served as the dean of the Harvard Graduate School of Education, where he was praised for his commitment to DEI programs. Harvard has been one of the Trump administration's chief targets since it began its assault on higher education. The administration's attempt to assert federal influence over state university leadership decisions is also illustrative of how Mr. Trump's political appointees continue to wield the Justice Department's investigative powers to achieve policy goals long sought by a top Trump advisor, Stephen Miller. Legal experts said they could think of few other instances in which an administration had demanded that a school have its president removed in order to resolve a Justice Department investigation. This is a tactic you would expect the government to use when it's playing hardball in a criminal case involving a corporation accused of serious wrongdoing or pervasive criminal activity, said Daniel C. Richman, who's a law professor at Columbia University and a former federal prosecutor. A spokesman for the University of Virginia did not respond to a message seeking comment on Mr. Ryan's status.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it here. Guess the only thing I have to say is this too shall pass. I do not agree with the amount of interference that this administration wants to get into with universities. This is a state university. It needs to be, Glenn Youngkin needs to be dealing with this, not the Justice Department. I'd be interested to know if somebody sued, because what I think I heard is the guy who is the deputy, deputy to the head of the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, had a lawsuit as a private lawyer. And now that he's in government, he seems to be putting the government behind the lawsuit. Maybe I misunderstand, but this is bullshit. If he had a lawsuit as a private lawyer and wants to now put the government behind it, there's got to be somewhere, there's got to be an ethical violation there somewhere. But maybe I misunderstood. Maybe it's another lawsuit or something. But it's Trump karma is a two-way street. And again, a lot of the goals of the Trump administration, I would even support. It's just Trump and his sloppy, vindictive, white boy methods that are just fucking annoying. How can you take something, a good goal, and fuck it up by being sloppy and heavy-handed? These guys, these guys have no fucking finesse whatsoever. And University of Virginia is by no means a Harvard as far as conservative or liberal. Southern universities are not bastions of liberalism. So I don't know. I don't know where they're going with this. or why they're going with this. So, anyway, speaking of civil rights, none other than Justice Clarence Thomas urges re-examination of a 150-year-old civil rights statute. And I want to play this short clip. This is um, Chief Justice Roberts talking about SCOTUS and precedents. Let's see.
An average of 3.2 cases.
Let me start that.
The Warren Court, I think, overruled an average of 3.2 cases a year. The Berger Court, maybe surprisingly or not, an average of 3.4. The Rehnquist Court was significantly lower at 2.4, per year. The last I looked, the current court's average was 1.8. So the perspective of how many cases are being overruled and all that, I think people have a misunderstanding about how much the current court is overruling precedent.
Yeah, well,
a few months ago, the press was saying, "Do you really have anybody?"
DiCaprio, to your point, those anti-black blacks would have us back on the plantation. You know what? They would have us back on the plantation. I heard Portia say last night, that this is a white man's country. And I'm just like, you know what? I can't abide by that kind of fucking groveling. So, civil rights, who needs them? That is the mantra of the anti-black blacks. We don't need no stinking civil rights. The white man will protect us. So this article, and if it's the one I'm thinking of, but let's see what this is all about. Associate Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas wrote in a new opinion issued Thursday that the court should re-examine a century-old section of federal law that widely enables civil rights litigation. The courts, I guess they want to make it harder to bring civil rights suits. The Supreme Court 6-3 decision along partisan lines on Thursday. Oh, okay. In Medina versus Planned Parenthood South Atlantic rules that states can block Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood, the nation's largest abortion provider. The South Carolina case originally stems from non-abortion services, including contraception, cancer screenings, and pregnancy testing. Now, how does this intersect? Okay, it says Section 1983 of the Civil Rights Act of 1871, known formally as 42 U.S. Code 1983, is a federal law that allows for the suing of state and local government officials for violating constitutional rights. It's also used widely in federal civil rights litigation. Thomas's interpretations and feelings toward the 150-year-old law have been conveyed numerous times in past court decisions. In 2020, Thomas dissented on cases the court declined to hear, challenging the doctrine of qualified immunity, writing, "I've previously expressed my doubts about our qualified immunity jurisprudence because our Section 1983 qualified immunity doctrine appears to stray from the statutory text. I would grant this petition." He also argued that while Section 1983 makes no mention of defenses or immunities, its text provides individuals the right to sue and applies categorically to the deprivation of constitutional rights under color of state law. The 2023 is part of the majority reaffirming that private plaintiffs can enforce spending clause enactments under Section 1983. Thomas wrote a 36-page solo dissent arguing provisions the constitutionality under that law. This past February, the court ruled in a case involving petitioners from Alabama who were unemployed workers and sued the Alabama Department of Labor under Section 1983 for allegedly unlawfully delaying the process of state unemployment claims. As a matter of fact, of first principles, states have unfettered discretion over whether to provide a forum for 1983 claims in their courts, Thomas wrote in a dissenting opinion. And Alabama's exhaustion rule does not transgress the limitations that our precedents have recognized. Let's see what people are saying. Alexander McGill Johnson, President and CEO of Planned Parenthood, in a statement. Today, the Supreme Court once again sided with politicians who believe they know better than you, who want to block you from seeing your trusted healthcare provider and making your own healthcare decisions. Let's see, let's skip ahead. South Carolina. Governor Henry McMaster in a statement 7 years ago, we took a stand to protect the sanctity of life. Okay. Not exactly sure why he wants to re-examine this. I guess I'll have to do further research. I don't see why he does. I mean, according to what I've read here, he doesn't seem to have a huge problem with it. So I don't know. Maybe beyond my comprehension. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. So what does this say? EAE, I'm honored that the legendary Stanley Cross thought one of my quotes was important enough to turn into a stream title. No, it wasn't important enough. Important does not matter, EAE. It's whether it makes me laugh, and I think it's funny. It was hilarious. So it it made the cut. And you know what? DiCapriono is the reigning champion. So maybe you two should duke it out to see who can come up with the funniest one-liners. I'm a fan of one-liners, and it was definitely a good one. Made me laugh. So thank you, sir. Respect. So, excuse me. People don't trust scholarship and evidence. It's weird to me. You know what? Me too, EAE. So let's see here. This may be the conclusion of all the news. Maybe what I'll do is take a quick look. You know what? Let's take a quick look. I'm gonna take a quick look at the Washington Post here to see if there's anything. Final Supreme Court rulings for this term are expected today. That's interesting. Well, this is good to know. Finding viable sperm in infertile men can take days. AI did it in hours. So there's hope for all you infertile men. Let's see, what else do we have here? I had a story about that guy who who did that political assassination stuff in Minnesota. His wife apparently had no clue that he was going to do any of this stuff, and apparently they were estranged because but she says she's cooperating. Cooper Flag, apparently he's a #1 draft pick in the NBA. That's he's white. That is pretty rare. So congratulations to him. Let's see what's in the New York Times. Anything interesting? And if there's nothing interesting, we'll just get right in. There are a couple videos that one one video in particular. Um, 100 best movies of the 21st century. The 21st century isn't even over. Looks like a slow news day. Ooh, Nicole Hannah Jones. I'm gonna have to read it, but it won't be here. How Trump upended 60 years of civil rights law in 2 months. We definitely wanna let me open that in a new tab. Uh, like I said, I'm not gonna do it here. I need to look at what she has to say. Your cat's food probably comes from Thailand. Uh, let's see. Jeff Bezos got married or something? For Bezos and Sanchez, a wedding of secrets that everybody knows about. Apparently, they got married in Venice or something. Wow, what a dress. Look at this. I love this. I love that dress. Not for me. Let's see. Justin Tucker, kicker, I guess, got suspended for 10 games for violating personal conduct policy, some sort of sexual mis misbehavior. Let's see, 21 dishes to make for someone going through a hard time. Interesting. You know what? I haven't made enchiladas in a long time. You know what? I need to add that to my list of things to make. Guess I'll do it next week. I bought a big pork shoulder that I'm gonna smoke probably tomorrow or Sunday. So I'll let y'all know how that turns out. Okay, and then lastly, we'll look at ground news right quick. Let's see, we talked about CDC. China, US confirms details of their trade deal. Apparently, Diddy's trial ended yesterday. I haven't really been keeping up with it. I did notice Freezy had a show last night about it. Anybody got any takes on it? AI is the future, folks. Embrace it. Well, I tell you who's embraced it already. 12th man. He whipped out his AI AI search uh, skills last night, trying to talk about something he knows nothing about. We got a new AK-4. EAE. I wouldn't mind seeing those. Where did you see these photos? I seem to recall um, that there's some out there. Um, which publication? I think he'll be found not guilty. However, if he's found guilty, Trump will pardon him on his way out, so he'll only do 3 years. You know, it's kind of funny you say that, and again, I've not kept up with it at all. I've not kept up with it to a point to where I don't even listen to, like when John talks about it or Portia or Freezy or, any of here for the tea is talked about it. I don't even pay attention. And sometimes I don't even listen to the show because I'm not remotely interested. However, what the little bit that I've gleaned, it didn't seem, it didn't seem, I won't say it wasn't a big deal, but it didn't seem like, you know, it didn't seem like, what's his name? Weinstein. It didn't seem Harvey Weinstein level of bad. You know what? Well, what I'll do is I may do a show tomorrow if I get bored tomorrow morning, because I have a couple history um, videos that I want to do. Um, and I'm not sure. I may actually not actually do live streams. I may do pre-records because nobody likes history apparently. But there are a couple things that I think are fairly important to kind of cover. So one of them's a history of the Constitution, sort of deal. So I don't know. I haven't decided whether I do a pre-record or what. But in the meantime, let's have a look at this thing here. Apparently, China and U.S. confirmed details of their trade deal. Somehow or another, this missed me. It says Beijing confirmed on Friday, that's today, that China and the United States had reached a trade deal framework following recent talks. The deal followed months of tariff disputes that began when Trump imposed a 10% levy on Chinese goods earlier this year. Under the agreement, China will review and approve export control applications lawfully, while the U.S. will cancel certain restrictive measures against China. At a Thursday press conference, Trump mentioned that an agreement with China had been finalized the previous day, though he did not elaborate on the specifics of the deal. The framework suggests a potential easing of trade tensions with hopes both sides will meet halfway to avoid steeper tariffs set to resume in July. So I guess that's good news. And China did it their way. Let's see, Puff made mistakes, but the trial was essentially a lover's quarrel gone public. No such thing as a one man RICO. That's a good point. All right, well, you know what? I didn't see. Let me take one more look. Other than the trade deal, Pringles is merging with Mars, the candy company. U.S. durable goods soar in May on aircraft. Iran Supreme Leader says country delivered heavy slap to U.S. Really? I didn't feel it. Says this UN watchdog says Iran nuclear program suffered enormous damage on July 13. U.S. and Israeli strikes. Strikes followed years of preparation due to lack of adequate weapons, leading to the development of the 30,000-pound GBU-57 bomb, specifically for the Fort Al facility. Ah, well, that might be part of the reason they got used. They were developed specifically. Wow. Official stated weapons functioned as designed, hitting intended targets, and CIA and Israeli sources confirmed the Fort Al site is now inoperable with centrifuges disabled. IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi said Iran's nuclear program suffered enormous damage and that reduced capabilities will make it harder to maintain previous enrichment pace. but they can still do it, just not at a faster pace. Huh? Doesn't sound like disabled to me. Iran's parliament passed a bill suspending cooperation with the IAEA, requiring future inspections to be approved by Iran's Supreme National Security Council, raising international concerns about monitoring. So, um, the term that's used here is harder to maintain previous enrichment pace, which seems to imply that there is a pace. So, that's very interesting. Let's see. You need to join Lolo's Discord and help us convince her that the Earth is round. Is that fun over there? Okay, well, resend me the invitation and I'll join. Now, I'm not going to make a promise that I stay. To be honest, I've got like one Discord that I've been a part of for years. It's a political Discord. I honestly find like the younger people um like I was a part of Ava's Discord for a while. I think it was Ava's Discord, and you know what? It's half the half the stuff I don't even understand. And other than the occasional uh, you know, post from Ava, I didn't see a reason to stay aboard or I didn't see a reason to stay a part of the Discord, so I left it. I'll give Lolo her Discord a chance, but you know what? I'm not particularly interested in a lot of things that the younger folks are interested in. I'm an old man. I have, you know, things that I like to talk about that most young people don't. So, now if you're actually having discussions about whether the earth is flat, oh, really? Now the philosophy discords would interest me. Um, Not so much the science, though. I mean, science, shit, I was a science major, but these days, I think I've found as I've gotten older, I'm a lot less interested in science and a lot more interested in philosophy and culture. Probably because, my days are limited. And when you're facing death's door, you get a you get a lot more philosophical. Discord is for delusional YouTubes like Orth. Dude. Yeah, you know what, EAE? Um, I got I got up on Orthodox panel. I think it was the beginning of last week, or maybe a little bit before that. And just to be honest, it was really just for the fun of it. I went after Denizen and Mayo Monkey, and I just pissed them the fuck off. It got so bad that Denizen told Orthodox it's either Stanley or Denizen, and I lost. Orthodox chose Denizen, but I fucking upset Denizen so bad. He was like, it's either him or me, fucking whiny motherfucker. Same thing used to happen when he used to come around here. I just fuck with him so bad that he would just get so frustrated. It's hilarious. So, 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 oh, I'm sorry, Ryan. That was you who made that comment. I'm just like, those dudes are fucking weird. And I guess it's just a young thing, a young person's world, and I'm just not living in it. It's a young person's world, and old boomers like me, quote boomers like me, we just kind of live in it and we shake our heads. Yeah, these motherfuckers. I'm just like Jesus. I, and I like Orthodox. He's a good kid. I enjoy it when he comes around to my panels, and we talk politics or something. But what was that? The other day I was listening, and they were doing like spooky tales, like how kids used to sit around a campfire and tell ghost stories. They're fucking on a panel telling ghost stories. I'm like, I'm like, what kind of bullshit is this? So let's see. Dennison banned me from his Discord simply for promoting Lolo's. Oh, Jesus Christ. Really? Why on earth would that bother him? I mean, the thing is that, sometimes that's mutually beneficial because, Dennison, I don't know, that seems weird to me. I would, if I had a Discord and, promoting Lolo, I mean, you might get more people on your Discord or what have you. So, yeah, Dennison is a little bit soft. He gets in his fee-fees, and if you've ever been on a panel with him, he'll be doing shit like turning up his mic volume and just childish shit like that. And anybody who's doing that basically probably doesn't have that strong an argument. Well, no, you know what, EAE, I have to compliment you on that. You are quite the impresario, and I definitely appreciate it. So, in my opinion, you do a good job. So, yeah, I saw Bob had a new. I haven't listened to it, Bob and Enzo. So, I mean, anytime I tell you what, ask. I'll ask Portia to give you a wrench in John Galt's, and I'll give you a wrench over in my chat. Um, I mean, you do a lot of good promotion, and you should probably. I'll talk to John. I'm sure that they won't have a problem. Um, or if you run into Portia or John before I do, just tell them, I think you should have a wrench. I don't have that level of access in John's in John's YouTube stuff, but Portia does. It's barbershop talk. Oh, really? I'll give it a try. I've seen it pop up in my. I think I've seen it pop up in my algorithm. I just haven't had a chance. Yeah, apparently he does. What's the name of? Can you tell us the name of his channel, EAE, and I'll find it and drop it in the chat for everybody. Because I don't want to hear a lot of why, Bob likes white girls. That sort of talk is kind of boring eventually. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of the CT drama. Uh, why would it be a conflict? Richard, I'm sure there are mods over on CT's channel. I mean, shit, John was just on CT. Shit, I've been on CT's panel like within the past 3 weeks, and John was on CT's panel, I think, this week. So, just to ask John, I don't think Portia will have a problem with it. She likes you. And I mean, a moderator over here, who cares? Richard, for instance, Richard and Innate are moderators on my channel and moderators over on Be Brave. Um, if you're moderating over here, you're moderating over here, and vice versa. I don't care. And I doubt John or Portia will care either. But anyway, just drop the name. Is it Bob and Enzo? Is that the name of the channel? Let me look it up right quick. Who is Enzo? I'm not familiar with Enzo. Ooh, that's nice. Wow, she is nice. Sorry, I'm I'm looking at something over on looking at something on YouTube here. Just give me 1 second, folks. I know dead air is a no-no, but I'm looking at this woman here who is awesome. So anyway, Bob and Enzo. All of a sudden, I'm getting all these gardening channels. When does Bob have time to do a channel? Oh yeah, okay. I found Bob's. Is Enzo his dog? Okay, so I've subscribed to his channel. I'll drop the link to Bob's channel in just a second. And I'll just go ahead and drop it in the chat. Let's see, Bob's channel equals this. Let's see. What did you say? Prove 90% of cops are bad. What? Who said that? Wait, Bob and Enzo is the name of the yeah, okay, gotcha. I just dropped that link. And Denizen Orthodox now think that some YouTube videos prove 90% of what? How do you fucking prove something from a YouTube video? Let me drop the link actually, because I'm going to be looking at videos and the links aren't pinned for some reason or another. So let's see. So panel equal. Okay, if anybody wants to click the link, go ahead and do it. Panel equals. Oops. And I need, while I'm over here, let me go ahead. I'll go ahead and start this video here. And while I'm doing that, I'll give you a wrench in my chat, EAE.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
A team of investigators raided 9 massage businesses in the Baton Rouge area and detained 10 Chinese women following a months-long investigation. According to the East Baton Rouge.
Whoa, what happened there?
Politics makes for strange bedfellows, and so do mass deportations. Why are the protests, however modest and noisy they are against
Politics
the law,
makes for
even being held? Well, it's because, as a lot of these people saw it, they had gotten away with something. That's what illegal immigration taught people after 50 plus years of not enforcing the law. The law doesn't matter, nobody minds. Well, it turns out somebody did. With foundational Black Americans in particular sitting this one out, what's happened is you have people who apparently have decided that they're going to try to lock arms with each other. But that hasn't been having very much effect. And the reason why is twofold. One, there's simply not enough of them to make a big difference like that. And two, they don't come from a tradition of doing this. We're steeped in this tradition. It's part of who we are because we've been the ones doing all the heavy lifting. Everybody else has been sitting back while we've done all the work. So when they try to get out there and call themselves doing it, it just doesn't have the same heft. On top of that, if you have groups who are not used to having to actually be allies with anyone, they've instead been enjoying being opportunists. Well, when it comes time for them to actually have to practice allyship, they're dysfunctional on that one too. It just goes to show there is no substitute for the moral legitimacy or institutional knowledge that we represent. You saw the video that I started off this morning's briefing with, and frankly, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you, that so many of these so-called massage parlors have actually been nothing more than clumsy fronts for prostitution. And I'm not sure why it took months for ICE agents to figure that one out. I have to wonder, how many trips did they make to that place before they finally realized, hey, the extra service the girls are giving, it wasn't some accident the first time, or the third, or the fifth, because they needed months and months of research. And of course, if you're a black woman, you probably noticed that it's taking a lot longer to get your nail and your hair done at these Asian nail salons. ICE has been visiting them too. A number of these places are also used as fronts to launder money. ICE aren't the only ones who ought to be paying these places a visit. The IRS
Oh
ought
my
to come through
lord.
as well. If you didn't know better, you'd swear that you had some sort of organized crime behind it, because these are the kind of things that the Chinese
I
government
don't know
likes
what to
to
say to
export
that,
to the world.
EAE.
They like to set up their little outpost, and you got these folks who come in, and the Chinese Communist government's basically pulling the strings, or some form of organized crime from these areas. So for the Latino activists who have spent the last few months saying that the orange man is singling them out, well, as it turns out, he didn't want them to feel like they were alone, so he's been collecting some other people as well. And a couple of the stories have basically been saying that the Asian and Hispanic communities have been trying to come together to protest these ICE deportation raids. We'll see how effective that is. But for the people who are still at this late date demanding to know why it is that black Americans are not putting on the cape, it's because of the fact that too many of the immigrants who have come to the United States have been by and large anti-black racist. And this didn't just happen in the last few years, it's been going on the entire time. There's way too many tethers coming in from Africa and the Caribbean as well, bringing an anti-FBA attitude with themselves. And the tethers are particularly egregious because they make the solid immigrant brothers and sisters look terrible. So truth be told, everyone should be applauding these raids that are taking place because it's been long overdue. Now, for those who do feel that the orange man is singling out the Asian community, what I would recommend is that the Asians should hire lawyers. They could start by asking Ed Blum if some of those lawyers that his mega millionaire donors paid for his nuisance suits falsely claiming racial discrimination are still on retainer somewhere, because he claimed that he was doing all of that because he was going to be helping Asian students. But as it turned out, Blum's lawyers never actually pursued litigation that was pro-Asian. It was all only anti-black. His lawyers only filed suits if they think that they can attack black people. They don't care what happens to Asians, and this is the proof. Because here they are wondering, where's Ed Blum at? Where's their buddy at? Because they locked arms with him, and now he's left them out in the cold. Well, there's always plan B. See if the folks who marched for Peter Liang are willing to pony up some money, but if history is any guide, they're not going to contribute one thin dime. And while there are people who have been putting on a brave face and trying to say basically they don't care about this, that's not true at all. Because of how widespread this issue is, a lot of these people who are trying to pretend as if, oh, you know, we're basically not bothered by this, they're quaking in their boots. The problem is there's been people who thought they had found a comfortable place under white supremacy. And for a little while, apparently the dominant society was content to let them believe that, but they knew that they better not break the system. So when someone like, say, Vincent Chin is killed, there would not and would never be coast-to-coast demonstrations because people understood that he was killed by members of the dominant society. You better not make any noise. And the dominant society knew this too. So that's the reason why, even at this late date, there's all of this reticence and hesitance and confusion. It's because when you got people who basically have had two applications out there, one in case white power can maintain its authority and the other in case it collapses, well, when you try to hedge your bets, especially with a house of cards, sooner or later the challenge we pose to white supremacy will force the bootlick shills and wannabe members of the oppressor class to have to make a choice. You can't stay on the fence forever, but of course, they already made their decision a long time ago. So it's far too late to turn back now. That's the reason why when you look at Los Angeles, you still got some people milling around downtown claiming that they're having a protest. But they just don't seem to realize the contradiction of claiming to be Americans while at the same time waving nothing but Mexican flags. You can't in one breath say that Mexico isn't your home, and then at the exact same next moment, you're waving the Mexican flag and talking about Viva la Raza, etc. This is what you call counterproductive protesting. You might as well be standing in front of your own mirror and arguing against yourself. For all the people who have been advocating for illegal aliens, claiming that they're no different than any other American, this flies in the face of all of that. And that's the reason that the ice cold roundup of 2025 is going to continue. And the attempts by the allies of the illegal aliens to make it seem like the whole country is behind them is failing. They've gone so far as to mix their so-called No Kings protests with the gay pride parties taking place in Boston. This is what happens when your movement isn't organic, when it's astroturf, when it's being paid for by a few white Democrat dark money donors. And it's plain to see they didn't pay enough people to show up for their protests. What the country has been looking for is a reset of some sort. The anti-black racism from Latin America and from Asia has to stop. And until they learn to drop that mess, a reset is going to have to be required. Democrats right now are frozen with indecision. The optics of all this are terrible for them, and it's summer now, so we're going into the slow period when Congress session ends next month. The problem for Democrats is that they want illegal aliens to be allowed to stay because the path to citizenship is critical to Democrats establishing their new would-be political base, one that will no longer be reliant or rather vulnerable to black voters and our demands. When racist Rahm Emanuel was talking about what he called Biden Republicans, don't you know that also included people from Latin America too? Countries where the pro-capitalist rhetoric from the white right will play better due to the history of socialist governments that they've had there in the past. And also, the well-known and deeply ingrained and violent culture of anti-black racism is also part of the social fabric down there too. That's why there's been a number of people in the Democratic Party who have felt that with the Democrats trying to pivot to the right, actually they pivoted 30 years ago with Bill Clinton. As far as they're concerned, it's time for them to scoop up some more voters who might be more susceptible to that kind of political leaning. Democrats want to distance themselves from the loud and noisy antics of their new would-be base, but at the same time, they can't afford to punish them with deportation because they need a political counterlever to black voters. That's what this is all about. Their so-called No Kings protests, this is nothing more than a clumsy front for the DNC's 2026 midterm voter outreach. That's what it is. They're trying to see if they can manufacture the kind of genuine, authentic energy that was going on during the 2020 uprisings. But of course, as I've shown you with Jim Clyburn and people like Jim Himes and others, these people do not want the actual black demands for justice that went along with the 2020 uprisings. They can't deny the fact that Democrats were swept to power on that wave, but they're like, that was winning the wrong way. We need to win without actually doing anything, especially for black people. We definitely got to make sure black people get nothing. So when they talk about no kings, what that actually means is no results from the Democrats. That's what it actually should be called. We figured out a long time ago that there's no point in expecting people who aspire to be honorary members of the oppressor class to ever stop that aspiration. When people have brown skin but insist on identifying as white on everything from driver's licenses to employment applications, and when people choose to fully embrace a narrative like model minority, this is what people are talking about when they use terms like white adjacent. And we've seen these terms coming even from a handful of people within both the Asian and Hispanic communities, talking about exactly the kind of vulnerability that this leaves them open to. So the ideology, goals, and anti-black racism for the dominant society also becomes theirs in many cases. And why not? For the longest time, white supremacy made it a point to leapfrog every group of immigrants over black Americans in order to manufacture and maintain an artificial racial hierarchy that's been based on depriving black Americans of not just the fruits of our own labors, but also to systematically lock us out of whatever opportunities there are, which are open to everyone else. Opportunities that wouldn't even exist were it not for us. And the people who have been the direct and indirect beneficiaries of all of these anti-black policies, they've known it. Nobody has been fooled about it. Everybody knows the rules of racism. That's the reason why so many people, many of whom haven't even set foot in the United States, already know exactly what it is that they have to do if they want to get into the good graces of the dominant society. They know before they even get here, because white supremacy is global. So the people who are calling themselves protesting these ICE raids, they really don't have a leg to stand on, unless they're going to get out there and tell the very same dominant society that's cheering on these mass deportations that, hey, look at our work ethic, and we're not like these black people over here. If they actually think that's going to work, that's what they should be saying. And the reason why is a majority of the racists in the illegal immigrant community, they've been saying that the entire time. So don't stop now. Go ahead and keep saying it to them. Say that to the ICE agents. Say, oh, we're not like those black folks over there. You shouldn't be doing it. You should be leaving us alone. But I don't think anybody has any illusions that this is going to lead to a meaningful change. This is not going to lead to people finally having their eyes opened, knocking off the anti-Black racism, and getting on code against white supremacy. That's not going to happen. We have to be honest about that. What can happen, however, is that people actually have to face the reality and the consequences that go along with playing footsie with white supremacy. White supremacy is not
Oh,
looking for
that's
any sort of
interesting.
adjacence. And if there are people who think to themselves that anti-Black racism alone is some sort of tide that's going to bind them all together, it's going to be some sort of permanent ground of commonality, well, what they're finding out is simply hating Black people isn't enough. It's certainly not enough to get the dominant society to forget what color these other groups actually are, because that's what's happening here. And that's the reason why you're not seeing anybody taking to the parapets and saying, we got to stop this and we got to vote these people out of office. It's not resulting in some political groundswell. The mass deportations are not resulting in mass protests. They're not resulting in any sort of mass movements. In fact, what's happened is people have been looking and going, you know what? The orange man has a point.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I think he, maybe, a bit too hyperbolic sometimes, but I think a lot of times he's dead on. And, I don't really care if people don't believe the obvious. In a way, EAE gives the perfect title for that. I love the internet where reality clashes with false belief. It is a false belief that America is not a racist country. It is a false belief that racism is not embedded in the fabric. And, changing laws does not necessarily prevent um, racism from still existing. If you stop and think about it, and you know what, if you're not subject to, historical, if history has basically been kind to you, you're not inclined to be sensitive to another person's perspective. That's just the way it is. So, no, he's not Linwood's dad. You'll never hear. I've never heard Professor Black Truth talk about Neely Fuller and Francis Cress Welsing or any of that. I think he is extremely on point. Now, he did a whole video that I disagreed with the other day, but by and large, and actually, while I'm thinking about it, Be Brave made a comment. I think it was on John's show yesterday, maybe, that he was under the impression that all the videos that I show I agree with. No. Sometimes I will show videos just because I think they're interesting, and I'm always quick to say if I agree or disagree with them. Um, I show videos because I think they're interesting or, present an interesting perspective or idea. Let's not assume that I agree with, every political video or presentation. The other day, as a matter of fact, I was showing that guy that SKC liked. I can't think of his name right now. I don't agree with any of that shit, but I showed it anyway because it is important. It is important to know the arguments of people who are on the opposite side of your ideology. If you are a conservative, it is incumbent upon you to know what the liberals are thinking, writing, saying, etc., in order to make your arguments effective. And echo chambers are literally like tying one hand behind your back rhetorically. If you don't know what the other side is thinking, then you are not doing your job. So that's the way I think. Don't ever assume that if I show a video, I necessarily agree with it. Um, I surprise a lot of people sometimes. I got a compliment from a Nate the other day. I forget who it was, asked me, well, um, what do you think, the reaction will be or something like that to Trump's bombing Iran? And I'm like, well, you know what? He's the commander in chief. He can do it. It is within his right. Now, there's some complications there. There's the War Powers Act, and you know, Congress is basically in charge of, declaring war and basically giving the president, the impetus um, for war. However, um, Congress is in Donald Trump's pocket. He does what he wants and he tells them what he wants them to do. So he can do it. And he did it. And I wouldn't have done it, but he did it. And he's the president. He can do it. So, you know, oh well, he gets to deal with the consequences. But, Democrats are going to come out and say he shouldn't have done it. My biggest deal is that, essentially it was an act of war. Um, you know, that's really my only problem with it. Roger B. Taney stated that the people never included the blacks. Um, um, Essentially that's what he did. I don't think that. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to think, DiCapriono. I had a video or some opinion piece that talks about that, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but I agree. When But the thing is that the 14th Amendment, the it I would say the pre-Civil War Constitution, yeah. Now blacks weren't a part of, all that. However, the 14th Amendment changed that. So, you can't really, it's a little Roger Taney. I've never heard anybody, compliment Roger. Roger Taney is I've never heard anybody say a good word about his decision. As a matter of fact, the lone dissent, and I can't remember the justice's name, he's regarded, in legal circles as a hero. And by the way, Tani was a slave owner. So, I mean, what did you expect him to say? You know, if he's saying blacks have rights, his slaves would have probably taken him up on that offer. What's up? How you doing, Kimmy? Good to see you. If anybody wants to hit the link, come on up. We're just in the video portion, where we just kind of mess around and see what's out there video wise. Let's see. I have a video. Um, Man, I tell you what. Get rid of that. Um, Playlist. Man, this computer's gotten slow all of a sudden. I have some boring history videos that I guess I'll make people suffer through some other time. Nope, this isn't the one. I've got like 5 history videos, and one of them's 3 hours long. I do have gardening videos. There's one that I know Kimmy will like. But I want to show this, and then I'll show that other video that I know Kim is gonna like, because it's kind of a style type of thing. So this is Abby Phillip. I don't even know the name of her show. What's the name of that show? I just like Abby Phillip. That's really the only reason I'm showing it.
just they're concerned about their safety living here with a Muslim mayor, and that's the problem.
Highly problematic. Hold on.
They shouldn't.
Because of hold on. We talked about this yesterday.
I mean, I don't generally like braids, but I like
not
her
the point
in
here.
braids.
His policies are the problem.
But what does that have to do with him being?
See, this is actually something, I think it was CT did a show basically talking about his Muslimness, Mamdani's Muslimness. I'm like, that's actually the least interesting thing about his candidacy. Him being a democratic socialist is actually the most interesting thing. And when I say, going back to Ryan's point, or actually it wasn't his point, but you know, I mentioned it in regard to something Ryan posted. America's a racist country, and this is a prime example. This is systemic. This is cultural, and we're worrying about having a Muslim mayor when the most interesting thing about him is that he's a socialist. So people are just all whacked in this country.
I think this is where things. You can go after his policies, but what does that have to do with his faith?
Don't underestimate this guy, and I think having Cuomo get in the race helps Mamdani, to be very sincere.
I'm not really there yet. He's just a mayor. He has to get through. He has to be successful being mayor before we start talking
I want to live in
president.
the city, but I am priced out of it.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
Hello, everybody.
And you know what? Actually, EA, that's an interesting point. You recall what what's her name, Ann Coulter, said when she was talking to Vivek Ramaswamy, and I don't think she was, that much of a island when it comes to her saying, "Hey, you know what? My president needs to have some connection to." My president has to have deep roots in America, and basically she said, "Hey, if you're not, if you don't have like, a Mayflower, if your descendant is not, a Mayflower descendant, then you don't need to be my president." And oddly enough, Obama probably has Mayflower roots because he's a cousin to Bush. To the Bush family, like a distant relative of the Bush family. So that's what I think. I don't think America is anywhere near ready to have a Muslim president. They wanted to call Obama a Muslim, and he was he was a Christian. So plus this guy's only 33. He's not. And age wise, it'll never fly.
Really do believe Republicans may have just some form of racism Tourette's. They just can't seem to control it, no matter what setting they're in. Check this out, and we'll talk about it.
Breaking news tonight in the race that stunned American politics. Sources tell us that former Governor Andrew Cuomo will not drop out of the race for New York mayor before a deadline, raising questions about whether he will also run in the general election as an independent. Cuomo did concede to Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, whose victory on Tuesday was a political earthquake. He is now poised to face incumbent Mayor Eric Adams, who officially kicked off his re-election campaign as an independent. And tonight, Mamdani gave more insight into his views that have so many people on the left and the right upset tonight.
Do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on, is dignity and taking on income inequality.
Mike Leon joins us in our fifth seat. Mike, that answer is giving some people some heartburn tonight.
We have to turn to the resident New Yorker, right? Obviously. But I don't live in New York anymore. And let's get into why, because this is part of why he has won in so many
he's
different districts,
he's
like in
33.
Bedford-Stuyvesant,
I've done
in
several
Crown
articles
Heights,
on him.
+25 point, because
people like
He's
me
younger
that
than
are
AOC, as a matter
paycheck
of
to
fact.
paycheck, not waiting for that check. We're paycheck to paycheck. We are struggling in New York City. I'm on Long Island
Yes,
Jewish
Muslim
Hospital.
is
I'm
a
at Bronx
race
5th
in
and 236
America.
and Byron Avenue. This
Didn't
is
you
my
know
home.
that?
But living in a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom on 50th and 10th in Hell's Kitchen was $3,400 during the pandemic when New York City was trying to get everybody back. Look, go to Zillow right now and look at that apartment. That's $5,500 a month.
That's right.
Now, in the districts, Cuomo's smart to stay in the race as an independent because of a lot of the policies that he's talking about, when you start to drill into them, a lot of them don't make too much sense in terms of how you execute them. But he's still speaking to the larger of the affordability crisis. He's from New York. He has lived the challenges that everyday New Yorkers like me go through. He's throwing the ideas out there, and it's resonating with people that are, let's be honest, look like us and are, in lower incomes. And they're like, we need some type of change in City Hall.
There's some truth to what he's saying. Okay, this is sort of like, when Democrats
I have to stop here and say this woman is absolutely gorgeous. Even with braids. Man, her husband is lucky.
election against Trump kept talking in terms that Americans were like, what does this even mean? Like, people don't care what you call it. They want to know what you're doing for them. And he is speaking to that, whether you like the word socialism or not.
Well, Abby, I watched him today, and I actually watched Mayor Adams as well. And to watch Mayor Adams, I can see where the campaign's going. He made it very clear. It's about safety. It's about blue collar versus a young man with dreams. And that's what
And we'll play it when you're done. I'll let
he
you
laid that out. But let me tell you something. Watching Mamdani today, don't underestimate this guy. And I think having Cuomo get in the race helps Mamdani, to be very sincere with you. Because at the end of the day, Mamdani, he's authentic. He was straight up.
That's right.
Okay,
So
let
be
me
careful
let
with
me
that. That's
fucking.
why I always say.
All right, let me go ahead and school this this guy. Okay, Ryan don't seem to be able to comprehend how America and American racism and American culture work. Okay, and I can't help you, buddy. All I can do is tell you to read a book or two, and you might get a clue. Yes, Muslim is a de facto race in the United States of America, period. And if you don't believe me, I can recommend books. Okay, people are literally, I haven't heard anybody go, well, this guy shouldn't be mayor because he's Indian. They just assume Muslim, brown. That's all people need to know. And maybe I'm being cynical, but I'm pretty right on this. I happen to know a little bit about how America works, and I think I can get away with saying Muslim is a race. What's up, Solid Snake?
Yeah, what's up? It's not a race, Stanley.
Okay,
Muslim.
dude, no. I'm not even gonna get into a debate. It is boring. I've said what I said. Deal with it.
No, I get it. No, I get it. I get it. I get it.
Black isn't a race either. Well, actually, I guess it is.
It's an ideology.
You know what? I don't, like I said, I'm not interested in debating it. I said what I said. I'm not going to be
So wait.
whipping out books and changing the topic.
Okay, wait, Stanley. So you don't believe black? So when you say
Okay, you
anti-black,
don't. When I say anti-black, what?
when you say anti-black, do you mean as like the skin color or the
No,
culture?
what I mean is that you are a racist against black people.
Is it the color or the skin? Is it the skin color or the culture?
No, it's black people. Whatever black people is, you are anti-black culture. You are anti-black people. If you call yourself black, then you are black.
How? Wait, Stanley, that don't make no sense.
Okay, of course it makes sense. I think that you, John Galt, CT, Ock Nation, and others do not like black people. That's what I
No,
mean.
Stanley, no, it's not.
No, no,
We
no,
don't
no.
like niggers.
It's a different debate for a different day. This is what I think, and I'm not going to be swayed. Every time
I
I hear,
understand that,
every
Stanley,
time
but
I hear, every time I hear someone on this channel go the blacks, basically separating yourself from other black people, I think you're
wait,
anti-black.
no, Stanley, it's not that we saying it like that.
Okay, I
See,
hear
what you,
Portia say it. I hear Portia say it all the time. I hear John say it all the time. The blacks or the N
yeah,
words.
we're not talking
Okay,
about blacks.
okay.
We're
I
talking
don't
about
give a fuck.
niggas.
I don't give a fuck. Don't explain it. I'm not interested in explanations. It's what I think.
But I'm not gonna say all Middle Easterners are Muslim because, like,
Okay,
let's say
all Middle Easterners are
uh,
Muslim. I'm not interested in debating it. I'm interested in
yeah,
playing
but
this
I'm
video.
trying to,
I
yeah,
no,
yeah, okay.
don't try to do anything except watch this video.
Election because he's a believer.
The only
And
issue,
authenticity goes a long way in American politics today.
the only issue, and I was talking to somebody just before this that works in investment banking, and he was like, Wall Street's probably not going to vote for this guy. Like, let's be honest. Because when you start to drill into certain things, like the grocery store plan, right? Like, how is that going to impact capitalism and small groceries? Like, if I own a bodega and the amount of rent that I'm paying to have that bodega, and I do price markups based on what I'm buying and what I sell in the store, that's capitalism. Like, yes, it's wrong to do that and mark it up 20x.
But you might not have to if you're just as those apartments were going up. I used to live in New York. I used to live in Bed-Stuy. I used to teach at Boys and Girls High School. I can't come back to this city right now because it is too expensive. I want to live in this city, but I am priced out of it.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I love New York. I want to live in the city. I really do. But it is so expensive. When I was here and living as a teacher, I went into debt because you can't. I was playing by the rules. I was living the American dream, and I went into debt. And so he is giving people. And I will say, I am not a socialist. I believe that everyone should have a pathway to wealth. But we have to agree with what he was saying: is that the distribution of wealth in this country is drastic. And you know what? People on Wall Street might not vote for him, but you know, the most people on Wall Street don't make the money that the CEOs of these firms
Well,
make.
and it wasn't just socialists voting for him.
That's
in the
right.
Primary. It was a lot larger than that. People that are feeling your pain, and people, his message resonates, which I think sends a message to the Democratic Party that cost is still the number one issue. And whether you're running as a socialist or whatever, that is the issue. Let me give you a taste of what's been going on with.
And I have to say, New York City, it really is a special place. I was born and raised in the Bronx, like that dude on the panel, where Fordham Road and Grand Concourse meet, if you know the area. But it is expensive as hell. And if it wasn't for my family growing up on welfare in Section 8, and we were just able to get by, and we lived poor as hell and lived in a rough area, you have a fighting chance, but it's just hard to get by. And if you're in that middle, making 50, 60, I don't know how you can survive where none of these programs kick in for you. And like, I hate these labels. I don't care. Call it progressive, socialism, call it your mama. Just pay your fare in taxes. Like, that's at the heart of the message. Pay your effing share. No one wants to take, no one wants to steal anything from you. Guys, Mamdani, all he's asking for is 2% for those that make $1 million a year or more. That means if you made $1 million, all they're asking for is $20,000 extra a year. That's about $2,000 a month. When $1 million is almost $100,000 a month. You know how greedy you have to be to bitch about that? $2,000 a month when you're making $100,000 a month. That's only if you made 1 million. What if you made 10 million? Like, these people are so greedy. And if I was the Democrats, I would go further with the messaging and call it unpatriotic to want to continue to rob the American people so you can buy another house or a car or a yacht. You let your fellow American struggle, live paycheck to paycheck, one medical emergency away from being homeless, a crap ton of people living in the actual streets. All for what? Like, why do you need that much? I'd love to sit down with these big.
And actually, this guy, and I can't remember his name, but this is his channel. It's called Couch Politics. What he just said, the past few sentences, literally separate um, left populism from right populism. Basically, right populists want whatever it takes. They're not interested in wealth distribution necessarily. They just basically want the tools to become a Trump. The Democratic Socialists, or the left populists, tend to want to be a little bit more Jesus-like. They'll worry about income distribution and people being greedy and stuff like that. That's basically what it comes down to. And I'm actually not a populist at all. I think that I tend to be kind of Madisonian. I don't trust the wisdom of the crowds. And but anyway, I wanted to point that out. Jesus would have been a left populist if he was in today's politics. What's up? What's up, Plasma Void? Let's see. What are you saying here? He claims wanting to keep your own money is stealing. Yeah, well, that is perfectly that is definitely right populism that you're expressing there. Who cares about all the categorization? I care about it, and you know what? I'm into politics. So, sometimes knowing what you're looking at um, can kind of help you diagnose problems or solve problems. Uh,
Hey, so you think Mom Donnie gonna be a good mayor?
I have no idea. He's got to get elected first. Um, I think one of the problems he's going to have is, his police force may his police force may not be his biggest fan. What's up, Fasting with Boys? How you doing? Let's
Hey, just
see. Government seizing your money isn't theft. It's fair. Blah ha ha ha. Yeah, well, you know what? You're a taxpayer. The government seizes your money when you send in your taxes there, Ryan. So blah ha ha ha. So let's
I'm
finish
not
this
And
up.
millions, and
against that Mom
how do
Donnie
you explain to the
administration.
world what is this sick
I'm
desire
sorry,
to
what?
accumulate wealth and material?
I'm not against the
What'd you
Mom
say?
Donnie administration. I'm
There
not
is no
against
mom dot. Okay, well, I mean, you gotta wait because I'm telling you right now, Cuomo took in that Democratic primary. Cuomo took the black vote. Blacks did not vote for Mamdani. So, and you see the reaction to him being a socialist. Um, um, he could very well lose this race. He's not out of the woods yet.
So who his opponent
Well,
gonna be?
I'm sorry, what? Well,
Who's his
Eric
opponent now?
Ad
Cuomo dropped
Eric
out.
Eric Adams is running. There's a possibility Cuomo will run as an independent, and then whoever the Republican candidate is, I'd have to look up the Republican candidate because I haven't heard much about that candidate.
You know what'd be exciting? If Eric Adams just went full on MAGA.
Why would that be exciting?
Oh yeah, that'd be exciting. Eric
No,
Adams
why
full on
why
MAGA.
would that be exciting?
It's entertaining, Stanley. It'll just be entertaining. I think Eric Adams don't lost a lot of faith in people. I mean, people don't lost a lot of faith in Eric Adams.
No kidding.
I think that probably will help him out if he just go along with the Trump train, and
Okay, well,
probably
I don't know. I
bring the
don't know
illusion that he gonna.
if the people have lost faith in him. It doesn't matter whether he's MAGA or anything else. If they don't have faith, they don't have faith. I mean, they're not going. I mean, you have faith in a person, not his politics necessarily.
I honestly think that
Good morning,
I
panel.
think Trump don't actually survive this candidacy by bombing
Okay,
our
well, you
friends. I think that actually
Yo,
had a multi-layered
son.
effect.
no, actually, you
Yeah, I
would be
think a lot of
wrong.
people.
Actually, you would be wrong. The polls show that that move wasn't. Where did he go? Uh, I have to find the article, but the first poll out the gate after the bombing of Iran, the popular it, the majority of Americans were against it, and I think for obvious reasons. But you know what? It's done, so they have to deal with it.
Okay, so all right.
Oh, I see B Brave is over here. Hey, B Brave, I see
Hey,
you're spouting that. I see
do you
your.
hear me,
I
Stanley?
see.
Stanley.
Hold on one sec. I see
Oh,
you're
my bad.
spouting
Okay.
that.
Thanks.
I see you're spouting that 70% bullshit. I'm glad that you're over here so I can shit all over it. Thanks for that. The 70% of a group that is a bullshit bottom feeding theory, and it sounds like sour grapes. So what were you saying, Ryan?
Um, so just this whole thing with this guy, and I mean, I want to see him win personally. If he wins, he's going to crack New York in half. Like he wants to increase tax on business by 4%. From top earners are going to move
Okay,
out.
well,
And
how is he gonna crack? How is he gonna crack New York in half? They know if he gets elected, it assumes people like his agenda.
there'll be fiscal deficits, etc., that will be unaffordable.
Who cares?
So, you know, when
And if the people elect, apparently they're willing to deal with whatever dire and doom uh, that you're predicting.
I mean, rent controls never work. They don't work. He wants to stop rent controls, and he's complaining about Eric Adams
Well, no,
because
no, no,
Eric
no, no,
Adams.
no. He doesn't want to stop rent control. He wants to stabilize rent control. He's not. He doesn't want to get rid of it.
Yeah, he wants to institute rent controls. And
Okay,
then
what I heard, and maybe you're right, maybe I'm right. I'd have to go back and look, and I'm not that interested to be honest. But what I heard is he just basically wants to stabilize rent control. In that they stay in place, the rates don't go up. They just stay where they are.
so yeah, that's what he wants to do. But
Okay,
the problem
so
with it,
basically that's stabilizing rent control. He doesn't want prices going up.
and then he complains about. So here's the issue with that. He's complaining that under Eric Adams, rent went up by 9%. That inflation has been 20% during the Eric Adams administration. So rent relative to inflation hasn't gone up that much. Like Eric
Okay,
Adams has done a pretty good
and
job.
your point would be what exactly? Apparently,
Um,
9% was too much, and he wants to stabilize that.
Historically, when you institute price controls of any sort, uh, it will lead to less units being available ultimately. So, like
Well, of
Biden has,
course, because people won't be giving up units because they can afford them. So that sounds like good news.
well, just remember if he gets this done, just watch what happens. It's the same way as we had gas shortages. At the end of the day, there'll be less units available. Less units
Yes, because
available.
people will not be giving up their units. That is a good thing. They will be able to afford their units.
That's not how it works.
And
Economically, that's not how it
yeah,
works.
actually, that is how it works. Now, the available units, the prices will go up. That's obvious. But it is a good thing when people can afford to stay where they live.
So, so is the electric bill that you're paying going to go up? Is the
Okay,
water bill that you're paying going to go up?
irrelevant to my point. You said there will be less available units. My
Yes.
response is because people will be able to better afford their units. I'm not talking about other factors that may force them to give up their units. I'm saying if the prices aren't going up, people won't be priced out and have to give up their units. Therefore, there will be fewer units available. That will
Yeah.
lead to price increases because there will be fewer units available. I
And the
get
same
that,
demand. Yes.
but I don't
So,
care. If he gets elected on that platform or that plank in the platform, that's a New York problem, not mine. I will be
I just,
interested. I will be interested to see what happens. But dude, you're expending a whole lot more energy on what could happen in New York City than I'm willing to expend because I don't live in New York City.
and here's my issue.
That's a New York City problem. New York City,
The
that's their
fact that
problem.
he is a socialist, okay? There's no examples of where that shit works. There's none. I
I
mean,
don't
literally,
care. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. You need to understand that as an academic exercise, I'm interested, but I actually don't care. It's a New York problem. I don't live there. If
yeah,
I
I
lived
don't live there
there,
either. I don't,
if I
so I
lived
don't,
there, I would be a whole lot more engaged and more willing to go back and forth in a debate. It is interesting. It will be interesting to watch, but I really don't care that much. Other
yeah,
than
I'm
it's
speaking against socialism. Like
yeah,
Exactly.
I, s-
well, you know what? It's not like the country's being taken over by socialism. If he does get elected, it will actually be kind of a proof of pudding.
That
Um,
America
getting
ain't
Democrats
racist.
what
elected.
happens? What happens if he gets in there and New York does great? That is really what you need to worry about. And I've already noticed the Republicans getting nervous about it. They're already talking
I think
about
Mamdani
deporting.
gonna be the next Obama. I think he gonna be the proof of the pudding that America's not racist against Muslims. Imagine it. This guy is a
Okay,
member
I
of a
have
race of
no
people
idea.
that were
I have
blamed for
no
9/11, and all of a sudden
America,
now
America.
he's the mayor of New York.
Okay, dude, I don't know where you get this from. They are already talking about deporting him. So the bullshit about America not being prejudiced against Muslims, I don't know. I don't even
I
know
don't
what
know if that's
planet.
going to actually go through. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I think it's going to be too high
I
profile.
literally said that they're talking about deporting him, and CT
Yeah,
ignored the socialist part and went directly, is New York ready for a Muslim mayor? Which I don't think is the most interesting thing about his candidacy. America's prejudiced against Muslims. Stop pretending that it's grown.
wait a minute, Stanley. How can you say America's prejudice against Muslims?
They're
I don't agree
already
with that.
talking about deporting him.
Yeah, but will they? Because I mean, think about it. They deported the
Okay,
guy
some
named Kilmore.
motherfucking dude,
This name is
some
called
motherfucking
Kilmore
dude.
Abrega.
Okay, got to put you in the back, Solid Snake, because I'm not able to get out what I need to say. Why is a congressman from Tennessee talking about deporting a potential New York City mayor? America does not like Muslims. They are prejudiced against Muslims. I could even understand it if it was somebody in New York State who was like, hey, we can't have a Muslim mayor. This motherfucker lives in Tennessee and wants to get into New York City politics. Um, what you're
I don't think
saying,
CP lives in New York
see,
either.
this is where knowledge is power. If you knew some shit, you wouldn't be saying these ridiculous things.
Thank you, Brian. That's what I say. But I mean, when you think about it, It's pretty
No, I don't
troubling.
have to think
No, it
about
is.
it. I
It
don't
is because
want
the
to think
Democratic
about it.
Party don't
I
have
don't
anybody
care.
viable
Why
to
am
run as a
I being
candidate.
forced?
They
Why am I
literally have
being
to go
for,
run a
why
Muslim.
am I being forced to think about something I don't want to think about? I've
I
already
mean, I can
said,
see if
okay, God damn it. Dude, let's move on.
share my thoughts, Stanley.
Share them quickly because I am quickly losing patience.
Okay, here go my thing. Here you got a Muslim in America proving everybody's point that's on this side of the aisle that
What
listen,
side of the fucking aisle are you
communism
talking
don't
about?
work.
Oh my God. You know what?
And you got a guy that literally
Apparently,
came from
all your
overseas, not even an
apparently,
American citizen, and he literally feel like he's qualified to be a politician and run for political office in America. Don't you think that's very
dude.
troubling?
Okay, no, he holds a state senate seat. He's already a politician.
Exactly. Don't you think black
I
people
don't
need
think
to
he.
be more involved? I think American citizens need to be more involved in politics because I think that's where we getting these
Well, you know
Ilhan
what?
Omar and all
Hopefully
these
those
illegal
American,
immigrants overseas. Because you sit back
hopefully,
and call me anti.
okay, hopefully those Americans who get more involved in politics or engage with politics know more than you.
From overseas, literally running in our elections and winning
Okay, I have no
against
clue where this
born and
is
bred
going. The
American
motherfucker
citizens, and
is
that's
in
not a
America.
problem
He
to you?
is in a, God damn it, dude. He is an American citizen.
You think so?
Motherfucker, I know so. I wouldn't say it if I didn't know.
I mean, I'm saying Obama lied on his birth
What
certificate.
you
How
got?
the hell you
Now
know he
we're
didn't
talking
either?
about. God damn it! Now we're talking about Obama. Motherfucker, put the can down and just shut your mouth and listen to the video. Damn.
While your fellow people struggle trying to find a way to make it this month. Like, oh man, if I was president, the things I would do. And you hear this argument all the time. Well, if you tax them, they will leave. Okay, leave the effing country. Good luck with that. The US is allies with 80% of the nations around the world. And trust me, you don't want to live in those we aren't allies with. With all that wealth, probably not a good idea. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay your fair share if I was president. And ban your ass from coming back into this country, into this country if you don't, until you do. This country has overwhelming leverage that it could use for good. It just chooses not to.
New York's wealthy folks. Here's Ryan Serhant, who's a luxury real estate broker. You might remember him from $1 Million Listing. He says, my number one job will be moving people from New York to Florida again. Based on the results, clients are going to hold off on making any kind of investments in New York City. You have others like billionaire hedge fund manager and MAGA folk, Bill Ackman, saying socialism has no place in the economic capital. The ability of New York City to offer services to the poor and needy, let alone the average New Yorker, is entirely dependent on New York City being a business-friendly environment and a place where wealthy residents are willing to spend 183 days and assume the associated tax burden. There is truth to what he's saying about the tax base of the city, but I'm wondering the complaints from the people who are making millions and millions and millions of dollars. How does that fall on the ears of people making $50,000 and $60,000 and $70,000?
Look, everyone's welcome to Miami and Florida. We welcome all New York expats who wants to be there. I'll be your relocation specialist. We've had so many people. Yeah, we've had so many New Yorkers like myself move to Florida during the COVID years. We're going to have a second wave, and we've got plenty of land and real estate down there. You're going to see an exodus if Zoran gets in. And we're already being promised that, not just because of high cost of living, but because of the Jewish base here. They're scared. And I'm hearing from, various people here in New York, and they're concerned about their safety living here with a Muslim mayor, and that's problem.
Highly probable. Hold on.
They shouldn't.
Because of we talked about this yesterday, and since you brought it up, might as well bring it up again. the idea that because he is Muslim, he is a threat to Jewish New Yorkers, is that really what
No,
you're saying?
it's because of his anti-Israel rhetoric that he's been putting out.
But what does that have to do with him being Muslim? I think this is where things, you can go after his policies, but what does that have to do with his faith?
It's
Abby, mommy, it's the racism Tourette I talked about. It's flaring up again. They just can't control it.
Racism Tourette.
not about his faith. It's because he is perpetuating this anti-Israeli
More like
rhetoric,
racist
and New
Tourette.
Yorkers are hearing it and they're scared. That's what I'm hearing back from friends. Jewish
He's
friends,
aimed at B.
and
He's aimed at
in that
BB.
beat.
He's aimed at a lot at BB. And he did the interview with Mehdi Hassan, and he aimed at BB, not necessarily.
I think-
But Abby, he's Muslim. Who cares? That's not the point here. His policies are the problem. I think his big.
Who cares, cabrón? Your party cares that he's Muslim. The Republicans are losing their minds just because of that.
Biggest deficiency is defund the police. If he sticks to that, I think Mayor Adams has a great shot of winning this thing. But if Cuomo gets in the race, I think Zohan's the next mayor
I think
of
you're
New
right.
York.
I think that also, well, I'm not even going to spend my time on Cuomo, but I think that I don't think he is defund the police. He has this perspective on public safety that a lot of people have, is that for some issues that happen on the street with mental health crisis, if you actually go and look at his policies, he's saying what a lot of Republicans and Democrats have said, that the police are not the answer for all the problems in our city. And actually, a lot of police officers agree with that. I think it comes down to this. I understand that Jewish Americans in this country are feeling very fearful. They have a right to, because anti-Semitism is on the rise and crimes towards Jewish people have been on the rise. Just like during COVID, crimes towards Asian Americans were on the rise because of rhetoric. So we have to be really careful about why people should not be afraid of him becoming mayor because he is Muslim. People should be afraid because anti-Semitism lives in this country. And he does have policies. I don't live in New York, so I didn't vote for him. But he does have policies that he would put some of his budget towards directly making sure that there's an anti-hate component in public safety that is specifically targeted towards Jewish Americans, which is what you want a mayor from us.
Sochi, real quick, Democrats are trying to figure out if they should listen to what Zoran has done and watch what he's done and do something with it. I mean, do you think that there is something that they should take away from this, really? Because many of them are just like, get the socialist guy away from us.
So I actually agree with you. I think that there are people in the Democratic Party who thought Cuomo was going to pull this one out and truly never believed that he would. And I think people are a little bit worried about socialism and within the Democratic Party. With that said, I do think that this emphasizes everything that we know about costs. And we knew this before. We knew that why voters did not vote for Democrats in the last election, why Donald Trump won, because they believed that Donald Trump would bring down costs. They believed that their lives would be better. And that Democrats did not put forward that message. And that's why we did not win. And so in order for Democrats to win in the midterm elections, they have to take a page out of his book, not on all policies, but at least speak to the voter and tell them how they're going to lower costs for the American.
Leave it to them to see a movement and try to stop it.
All right, coming up next is
Stanley, hold on.
Here, the way these Republicans can just say this stuff with no problem is.
Sir.
I gotta agree with Jahad Bill comment right here. Shout out to Jahad Bill. Salute. Why would we be afraid of anti-Semitism when most of the population isn't Jewish? A majority of the population isn't Jewish, Stanley.
Hold up. Okay. Let's stop right there because you asked me a question. The majority of the population, well, Jews should be afraid of anti-Semitism specifically, but the problem with the United States, and maybe people don't realize this, but it's usually racists who are anti-Semites.
Shout out to John Galt.
So why would you want anti-Semitism? Violence only grows.
Okay,
So
but my point
it is motherfucker, I will get to answer, and I don't want you interrupting me. Okay, Solid Snake, Every time you come up to this panel, I take a deep breath. I
Come on,
literally
man.
take a deep breath and I go, God damn it, this is just gonna be annoying.
Oh, come
So
on.
you're here by the grace of God, to be honest. Okay. I am not in the mood for your conversational style. So tread lightly, sir. Violence, anti-Semitism, racism of any or racist behaviors of any sort fits under the category of racism. It is a problem for everyone. Okay? Anti-black racism is a problem for everyone. And if people aren't smart enough to figure it out, then oh well. I'm not going to sit here, and I'm certainly not in the mood to hold a fucking sociology class.
Yeah, see, but it's not about, okay, it is mainly sociological problems we're dealing with here. But my thing is, what do you think going to happen when this guy becomes mayor? Do you think that's going to be beneficial to Black Americans?
Is
How
is the
could they benefit?
world made?
How do you think
Is
Black Americans
New
going to
York
benefit?
City? New York City is there are not a lot of Black Americans living in New York City. Why does it have to be all about Black
I mean,
Americans?
I understand
So,
that, but
motherfucker, I need you to answer my question and not skedaddle off to your next dumb point. Why does it have to be all about Black people in New York City? Any
because I'm a
any
Black man. I'm a Black man. I like to see
Okay,
myself
well, see,
represented.
this is why I don't like
I like
dealing
to
with
see
black.
myself
This is
represented in New
why
York
I
City.
don't like dealing with the anti-black blacks because they think it's all about being black.
Okay, sure. But what is Black, Stanley? You ain't
Okay,
defined that
dude,
yet.
I'm not. I This is not a philosophy of race class. It's a YouTube panel. I can recommend books if you'd like. Now, can we move on?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
It really has to be a mental disorder. And I don't know the lady in the yellow. She's obviously lying the way she was saying the story, or she's telling the
Mm-hmm.
truth, and that is even more sick. That she has people coming up to her
Hello.
and saying that we're
Hey, what's
scared
going
that
on?
we may have a Muslim mayor. Again, just because you are against Israel, the government, because they are obliterating the Palestinian people. Republicans learned a new word this week. They keep using that word obliterated. It doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic. Of course not. It means the government that is the problem, not the Jewish people. Like, and they all know this. They obviously know this. This is just a game they're playing. They act like they care about racism, anti-Semitism when they think it benefits them. That's why everything is anti-Semitic to them. They're really making a mockery of it, and really just using the Jewish people as pawns because of the situation. This party peddles primarily over every single thing, bigotry and racism. We're supposed to believe that you actually care about Jewish people. Again, the party of Jews will not replace us, white replacement theory, Jewish space lasers, Jews are controlling the world. Like, the Republicans are truly sick the more you learn about them and their tactics, guys. But I'm gonna leave it there. Let me know what you think in the comments.
Oh, sorry about that. Uh, Jihad. Uh, I agree
Just
that
agree with all that, don't you?
being against Israel's policy is not anti-Semitism. The problem we're having is there's actually anti-Semitism that's on the rise in the United States. So the two are separate, as you suggest, but people do confuse the two. The far right MAGA folks especially do, but there is an actual anti-Semitism problem. Hit the
Of
link if
course
you
it
have
is,
questions,
Stanley.
Jihad. I'm sorry, what?
I don't think it's a rise or increase in anti-Semitism. I think that the veil has been lifted, and I think a lot of people are expressing their opinions more freely, and it just happens to seemingly be anti-Semitism.
Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Okay, yeah, but Stanley, listen, man. It's called Zionism, and a lot of people don't appreciate it. Okay?
And that's apropos of what? We're talking anti-Semitism. You're talking Zionism and whatever else it is you
Yeah,
think you're
I think a
talking
lot of
about.
people mix the two together like a race.
Okay,
You know, like look
do
at us
you
as an
actually
example, Stanley. Like me and you, we like night and day. You're a black man. You what everybody consider a black man. I, on the other hand, just happen to be a nigga. So your response to me is I'm
Family and fellow
anti-black.
soldiers,
I'm an anti-black. So what does that make you? Pro-black?
No, it makes me sane. I
But I'm
think you're
saying, man, at the
insane.
end of the day, you don't hold
Hey,
nobody
listen,
black
you asked
accountable.
me you once again, you asked me a question and let me answer it. I think you're insane, so that makes me sane.
But I
Now
think you're a psychopath.
that may be open to debate, but you asked what it makes me sane.
I think you're a psychopath.
Yeah, well, everybody has their their opinion. So
I'm afraid of you, Stanley,
this
because
is
you're a
a fresh
psychopath.
this is a fresh moment of truth, hot off the presses, and this is dedicated to Be Brave, who happens to be in the audience. Hopefully, there's some shit here that'll set him off.
Hey, you let Brave to join the panel? Would you let Brave join the panel?
If he's willing to obey my rules, which means if he pisses me off, he might go to the back. He's used to it. He does that on his panel.
Man,
But
we're
I'm
going
surprised.
to put you on some
I'm
real.
surprised. Let me look at the chat. Where does he say he wants to come up to the panel?
No, I was just asking.
He's always welcome to the panel on my terms. Good morning, Sin. How you doing?
What's up, Sin? Plasma Boy been dropping bombs in the chat. Deacon Dave, salute.
Who's been dropping bombs?
Plasma Boy.
Okay, Jihad, I don't agree. Now I think we
Now
get the
those two I
term.
love to have on
Okay,
the panel. Plasma Boy and
I think we get the term anti-Semitism wrong. I think we all agree what it means, but I mean, Arabs are Semitic, so I understand all that. I don't agree that anti-Semitism doesn't exist. I think history, you just read a history book and you'll know that it actually exists.
And now the Friday Crime Report. Moab, Utah, May 20th, 2025. This is Aiden Hoffman, age 22.
Wait, let me,
He's a grown man, but of course,
Jihad, I don't demonize the press or the media the way a lot of people like to. I think the media has problems, but I don't think it's like America's biggest problem. I don't think it's America's biggest political problem for that matter.
white supremacy, 22-year-olds are treated as if they're prepubescent kids, especially when they break the law. Predictably, for a member of the dominant society, Aiden was accused of possessing child sexual abuse material and distributing it while house-sitting for a relative in Moab. Officers found more than 300 images of that kind of material on his devices. And this stuff was videos showing children being raped and abused, some of them appearing to be toddlers. Even though he wasn't the perpetrator of these acts, the fact that he even had this in his possession clearly shows he's fascinated by this stuff. That means that he's a danger to children. He was initially charged with 10 first-degree felony counts of aggravated sexual exploitation of a minor. But of course, he has racial
Says
immunity
it's
from
new.
law, so even with a ton of evidence, prosecutors decided to knock down those charges and make a deal with him, allowing him to only have to plead to 2 second-degree felony charges of sexual exploitation of a minor. Only with a member of the dominant society do you have 80% of the case just evaporate like that. Now, this pedophile had only spent 4 months in jail before he was predictably allowed to be released pending his sentencing hearing. But as disgusting as this degenerate's behavior is, when it came time for Hoffman's sentencing hearing, it was the judge who decided to expose himself as a total reprobate.
I did defense work. I've seen worse. That's not to minimize at all, Mr. Hoffman, what has happened here. Okay.
Now, did you hear that? Hear what the judge said? 100 images of children, some of them videos appearing to be toddlers being violated. And what does this creep say? He says, I've seen worse. He's sitting here talking like it's some sort of perverted movie review. Well, I've seen worse than this. It ain't about whether or not you've seen worse. The question is whether or not this is a crime and it ought to be punished. Well, he decided, yeah, it's a crime, but I'm not so sure how I feel about the punishment part.
I can't send everybody to prison who views child pornography. There aren't enough prisons. There aren't enough prisons for people who are severe, extreme viewers of child pornography, like you. There's just not enough room to view that. And, you know, I can appreciate you saying that you've done a lot of work. I think it's like alcoholism, and you may not. But the compulsion to view child pornography, scientists would say, may or may not be an addiction. I think it definitely reorders your brain in a way that you seek out the dopamine that viewing that pornography gives you, and you continue to seek out more and more dopamine. And, you know, like people who use a little heroin and then have to escalate that to get that same thing, I think people who view child pornography can, through their compulsion, rewire their brain in a way that you have to seek out bigger and greater and more serious things.
He says you can't send people to prison because there's not enough prisons. Hey, remember the time that black offender got caught red-handed and he had all these charges against him and the judge threw it out and said, on top of that, there's not going to be a fine because I think that you need to be spending your money on other things. Remember all the leniency that guy got? Me neither. When black people talk about a double standard in the injustice system, when I talk about color-coded justice, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Black defendants could only dream of getting this kind of treatment for offenses far, far less. You have never and will never see a judge sitting here sympathizing with a black defendant, certainly not to this degree, talking about how great their family is and how nice it is that you're here. And I'm just sure that you're a young person who fell down a rabbit hole. You know, this is just like alcoholism. And, you know, we just don't have enough prisons to lock everyone up. When it comes to black defendants, they're like, build some more prisons.
Brian Nichols, I was actually hoping that you would say something like Black Lives Matter. Maybe I'll just use that as a show title. Black Lives Matter.
Doesn't matter. You ain't got enough prisons. We'll go ahead and build some more for y'all. That's what happens when you're black. Nobody ever sits around talking that, well, we just don't have enough prisons for everyone. I mean, we can't lock up everybody. When it's a black defendant, they don't even talk like that. It's like, if there's not enough room, we're going to make some room for one of you. And then he compares pedophilia to alcoholism. This guy is totally dismissing this case. This is at sentencing that he's doing this for a person he knows to be guilty. It's clear that he made up his mind before he even heard their arguments. And as much as he's bending over backwards and talking about dopamine from viewing children being violated, I have to wonder if maybe this judge has some confessions he would like to make. Because I've never heard anyone claim that child porn gives you a dopamine hit. This is some pure D bullcrap. This is right up there with affluenza and the damn Twinkie defense. Look it up. As Paul Mooney said, they don't let black people get away with BS. But then the judge gets to the part that he really wanted to say.
The other side of that, though, is you're young. You found yourself with too much time and too much access on your hands. You have parents who are obviously very supportive of you. I've read their letter. They're here today. They're well educated. They, I have no doubt, in their careers have seen the really negative consequences of this kind of stuff in real time with real victims. And they're here supporting you.
He's calling this guy young. He praises his parents. So we go from making up excuses about dopamine to the judge now openly praising this pedophile's parents in court in full view of the public. Well, if his parents were so great, how the hell did he wind up involved in collecting child porn? How the world did they... And calling this guy young, he's 22 years old. He's not a 12-year-old on the playground. He's a grown freaking man. That's the reason why they're considering sending him to prison. But it's pretty obvious at this point the judge is considering something else altogether.
I sentence you to up to 15 years in prison on each count. Those will run consecutively with each other. I'm going to suspend those sentences, though, and place you on probation with adult probation and parole for 48 months. I'm not going to impose a fine here because I think your treatment is expensive. I think it's more important.
Just 15 years probation and no fine. So the judge has given him no prison time whatsoever and doesn't even require him to pay so much as a fine. So all the judge's pathetic attempts to pretend that he cared about this crime is meaningless. It was just him performing for the cameras.
Does that mean I'm going easy on you here? I don't know.
He doesn't know. A pedophile is standing in front of him, someone who traffics in child porn. The judge is declaring he won't even sentence him to prison, won't even require him to pay so much as a fine. And even then, the judge knows that he's doing way too much, even when he knows how ridiculous this is, to the point that he feels compelled to acknowledge it because this is juris nullification. That's when a judge ignores the law and just does whatever they want to do. But to that, he says he doesn't know if he's being too lenient. He's the judge on the case. Shouldn't he know before he hands down a sentence? Because what it means is he knows exactly full well that he is being too lenient. But he knows that's what people are going to ask. He has to pretend, I've been wrestling with this. Sure you have. People ask all the time how the system could fail the way that it does, but as Black people, we know all too well that these are not failures of the system at all. This is the system working exactly the way it was intended. These are the kinds of results it was designed to produce. Mass incarceration for Black people, but probation for everyone else. But the judge decided to save his worst for last. This degenerate only served a mere 112 days in jail up until that point. Jail, mind you, not prison. But that was enough to make the judge say this.
Oh, I see. You meant
credit for time
Booker,
served, 112
Booker
days is a
T.
lot of jail
Washington.
time.
My bad.
It's a lot of jail
for some
time for
reason
someone
thought
your
you were
age
talking
who comes
George
from
Washington.
some level of privilege.
Yeah, let me know when you
have
publish
more
that.
of a voice
I don't
than
even
some
know
because
who
you do come
Wells is.
from a background
SKC.
of some privilege. You have parents who support you. You can be a voice for good.
Privilege, he says. His reason for bending over backwards to let a pedophile off the hook is that he acknowledges this guy's privilege. Yes, white privilege. And the judge mentions it not once but twice. He wants to make it very clear. Privilege, we got to acknowledge this guy's privilege. You can't take away his privilege, mind you. He lives a privileged life, so we got to make sure he keeps getting his privileges, starting with racial immunity from the law. Now, this judge thought that he had gotten away with it. He figured nobody would know about this miscarriage of justice because, after all, this is just an anonymous criminal sentencing. And it's not like this guy's a celebrity or anything. It's not as if this guy comes from a prominent family and this is going to be in the headlines. He figured, hey, this is going to be me as the judge doing a victimless crime. Sitting here in open court completely and thoroughly dismissing the suffering of these victims. Hoffman's arrest hadn't even made any headlines when it occurred, so I guess the judge thought to himself, hey, nobody's going to know, but miraculously, this abomination actually did make it into the right news cycle due to public outcry that reached the normally brain-dead politicians in Utah state legislature, and they're now demanding that this judge resign. But already the judge's own white privilege is kicking in because, in an unprecedented move, the Utah State Court's website that hosted the video of this infamous incident decided to put up a disclaimer trying to defend this judge and to rebuke the public outcry by saying that the news stories about this are omitting the facts. Quote, the state expressly agreed in its written plea agreement that the defendant would receive probation rather than a prison sentence. Now, that's the kind of thing I would expect to hear from the defendant's lawyer, not from the state court, but this is what they did. But that's pretty unambiguous what they wrote here, that the state expressly agreed that the defendant would receive probation rather than prison. So they're throwing the prosecutor under the bus and saying, hey, this was all his idea. You want to be mad at somebody, be mad at him. But here's the problem with the Utah State Court's website's claim. During the sentencing video that you just saw, the Grand County Attorney, Stephen Sachs, the prosecutor, he never mentioned probation, nor did he ask for the defendant to get no prison time at all. In fact, the prosecutor emphatically did the opposite. During sentencing, Stephen Sachs repeatedly demanded that Hoffman get prison time.
We do not have 10,000 images, but what we do have is an opportunity to send a very clear message to the defendant. This is not appropriate conduct. 121 days in jail is not sufficient. The state requests prison on this case, Your Honor, and the basis for the prison recommendation is the acts that the defendant engaged in. And although he may be seeking treatment now, his sought and desire to seek out those sexually abusive materials of children created a demand for those things. And that demand, at the beginning of it all, is abuse against children. And it is such graphic, substantial abuse, because that's how far down in the rabbit hole he was that he was seeking out more and more depraved things. And the reason why the state wanted to show the court these things is because these things do have an impact. And when we only put it in words and brush it off as child sexual abuse or child pornography, that's not sufficient. I feel exceptionally strongly about this. It was important that we argue out Joe, because I think that the amount of time is not sufficient. Additionally, I'd note for the court, the parties did stipulate that violence was not used in this circumstance, but the court's not bound to that. I note that for the court. The court can make the decision. I think the light amount of jail doesn't really take into consideration the severity of this case. I think there are aggravating factors, such as the distribution. Now, I know he's engaged in treatment. But imagine all of those images of all of those children that he's seeking out. I understand he needs treatment. It's obvious, but I do not think that that's sufficient. Now, he was granted an exceptionally generous ability from the court to be out only after serving 121 days of jail. But this type of behavior and this type of charge demands, in the interest of justice for the children, that he be incarcerated in the Utah State Prison. So that is the request that we have from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
So there you have it. No matter what the Utah State Court's website may claim, the video on that very same webpage shows the prosecutor not saying a single word about probation or no prison time. All the prosecutor was talking about was prison time, and he said it repeatedly. The Utah State Court's website doesn't mention that at all, though, so I don't know where they're getting this agreed to probation stuff from, same way the judge doesn't know where he got the idea to go easy on this pedophile. But not only that, this pedophile's own attorney doesn't say a word about any pre-existing plea deals. In fact, when the defense attorney gave her recommendation to the judge for sentencing, she also recommended that this pedophile do prison time, not as much as the prosecutor was calling for, but the defense attorney was saying that he should do additional prison time.
As APMP reviewed the matter, they did not find the aggravating circumstance that counsel is suggesting. Instead, they evaluated everything. They looked at all of the documentation. They looked at the reports, and they found it appropriate to recommend a 210-day jail commitment. I'm asking the court to consider imposing a jail sentence at that midpoint range with giving him credit for the time that he's served.
So even this creep's own lawyer was fully anticipating that the judge was going to, I don't know, uphold the law and actually hand down an appropriate sentence. So here she was going, well, instead of this guy getting the 15 or so years that he deserved, instead, well, can he at least get the sentencing minimum at least? So he just has to do a little bit more time, please, Your Honor, because she was clearly fully expecting for the judge to actually enforce the law. But it wasn't just the judge and the public who recognized how inexcusably lenient he was being with this pedophile. Members of the Utah State Legislature have also debunked the state court's claim. Utah's House Speaker Mike Schultz pointed out that that was not what the agreement said, that the agreement specifically gave the prosecutor the right to argue for prison, which, as you saw, is exactly what he did during the sentencing hearing. You don't need a politician's word for that. You heard it for yourself. He made no mention whatsoever of any agreement, and he made no mention saying that the defendant shouldn't get prison time. Even the defendant's own lawyer said that he should get a little bit more time behind bars. Now, of course, even if the Utah State Court's claim was true, that doesn't change the fact that the judge didn't have to sign off on it. It was in the judge's complete discretion whether or not he wanted to approve the plea deal or not. But of course, he happily signed off on it and praised this pedophile and his parents in open court, because these kinds of administrative atrocities happen every single day. How the world did he think that anybody would ever notice? It wasn't as if this was some sort of a high-profile case, and it wasn't as if the defendant was some sort of celebrity. So the Utah State Court's website is lying. But this is why, ever since the George Zimmerman trial, I've been saying that we have to punish these corrupt judges. Putting pain on the thugs in blue and punishing prosecutors is necessary and vital and required. But the job won't even be half done until these judges are also punished for obstructing justice and acting as accessories to crime after the fact. Look how boldly these people on this website posted something online that says exactly the opposite of what actually happened. Nobody said a word about probation except the judge. The judge alone decided to give this creep no prison time and no fine either. So trying to blame the prosecutor doesn't hold water. And the kind of lying that was put on this website is the exact same kind of stuff that you get from these fraternal order of police unions and these police departments and sheriff's departments. Now you got it coming from judges. This is the same kind of lying that all these people do. Peas in a pod. All right, so what can be done about this outlaw judge? Well, unfortunately, he holds an appointed seat, not an elected one. So members of the state legislature have put out a letter demanding that the judge resign, and they're threatening to start exploring legislative options if the judge won't take a hint. But this isn't a case of not having enough prison space or the offender being too young. We only hear these kind of excuses dragged out as window dressing for what these judges plan to do from the very start. These judges go to the mat for these rapists, if they're the right color, to keep them from going to prison.
Actually, Be Brave, thank you for pointing out something of critique or criticism, actually, that I've made about you and your bullshit. A while ago, I said one of the problems with, America's justice system is we racialize crime. I think that's actually why, some crime issues in the Black community aren't taken seriously, because racializing the crime basically, makes America at large go, well, hey, that's a Black problem. They need to fix it. So lo and behold, Be Brave and Does He Think steps right into my example. Now, we're watching a case that happened in Utah. I'm not really thinking race that much. I'm sure Professor Black Truth is going to get to it if he's not already. But what does Be Brave do? He just fucking decides that, hey, he wants to inform us all in his very normally he is always this level of erudite. 0.2%, I guess. 0.2% of blacks are perps, and 0.1% of whites are perps. Blacks double the whites. So this motherfucker wants to take a horrible crime like child pornography and racialize it. This is what racists do, folks. They racialize motherfucking everything. So thank you for proving my point, Be Brave, about the way you think about things, the way you problem solve, and the bullshit that you propagate about crime in the Black community and crime overall. It's okay if whites do it because they don't do it as much as what the fuck ever. It is horrible. This sort of racialization of a horrible crime is almost a perversion in and of itself. My recommendation is get the help you need, sir. So let's get back to the story.
But just remember, after the corrupt Aaron Persky got himself voted out of office, the white media lied through their crooked teeth and claimed that this would result in judges giving people harsh sentences because the judges would be terrified of public backlash. And they also made it a point to repeatedly say that black defendants in particular would catch the brunt of this judicial backlash. All that because a judge was punished for refusing to apply the law to a white rapist. That's what the white media hated about it. Well, Persky got voted out of office, and what happened afterwards? Judges have just kept on giving slaps on the wrist to certain rapists of a certain color as if nothing had happened. You had a judge who defiantly, boldly, all but gave the finger to voters when he sat in open court and admitted that Drew Clinton was a rapist and that he was guilty as hell, but that he personally didn't want to see this rapist go to prison, so he was throwing out his own guilty verdict. Remember, Drew Clinton had a bench trial. That means that the judge acted as both judge and jury. This so-called judge heard the case, deemed Drew Clinton to be guilty, and then immediately threw out his own verdict. It would be hilarious if it wasn't true. But when the public got wind of this, he decided he was going to be showing some anger and some vitriol for the public. Not for the rapist Drew Clinton, but for the public. Just like the judge in this case in Utah, that judge in the Drew Clinton trial was also going out of his way to disregard the suffering of Drew Clinton's victims. That's something else we keep seeing over and over again. The state authorities penalized the judge for that instance, but he should have had his law license stripped and gotten some kind of time behind bars. And had he been black, that's exactly what would have happened. They would have found a way to put him behind bars. So these judges have not been scared to give people they know to be guilty a pass. They've just kept on doing it. I want to know, where are all of these terrified judges the white media told us were coming? These individuals who were going to be handing down the harshest sentences to white offenders, that is. Well, they're still on the bench. It's just that they're giving the harshest sentences to black offenders as usual, just like they were before Persky got removed from the bench. As usual, the white media wasn't trying to protect first-time felons with minor offenses on their records. As always, they were trying to protect die-hard rapist scum. So what does that tell you about the white media's phony hysterics, huh? Because we all know that when these lawyers and these white media types talk about so-called affluenza in reference to young white offenders, when judges are all but crying on the bench saying that they don't want to ruin a young rapist's life, and the judge says he recognizes a white offender's privilege, he's talking about white privilege, because you never hear these kind of sentiments voiced at any other time. Now, this Aiden Hoffman reprobate is from the state of Maine, and I think that's worth mentioning because it was the former Republican governor of Maine, Paul LePage, who infamously went on a racist public tirade talking about black guys named Shifty coming to the state to corrupt the morals of the pure white girls. When this story made headlines, LePage found himself under fire from his own state's politicians, with members of the state legislature openly calling him a racist. In fact, he was so offended that he called up one state representative and left him this calm, moderate message.
Mr. Gattine, this is Governor Paul Richard LePage. I would like to talk to you about your comments about my being a racist. And I want to talk to you. I want you to prove that I'm a racist. I've spent my life helping black people, and you little son of a socialist, I need you to, I want you to record this and make it public because I am after you. Thank you.
This clown was so angry he couldn't even get the words out. He didn't need to be in office. He needed to be in a rubber room with a ketamine drip. I think that people in Maine would rather take their chances with D-Money and Shifty than with this red-faced racist governor. But this is where this pedophile Hoffman came from, the great state of Maine. Degenerates and Maine must be something in the water. But that's the reason I chose this story in particular to be the subject of this morning's crime report. Because it's important for you to understand when the white media gives their little lies in the past, you got to make sure you remember that stuff so you can throw it back in their faces. They know that they're lying. You know that they're lying. But what needs to happen is they got to be called out on it. This stuff can't be allowed to fall down the memory hole. That way, whenever you get these white media pundits and their black bootlicks who try to act as if these are all just a bunch of unrelated coincidences, just a bunch of freak incidents that keep happening over and over and over again, you'll be armed with the information to point out, no, this stuff's been going on all along, and here's plenty of other examples. You had the guy presiding over this case all but openly admitting admiration for this pedophile in court. That's how he sounded. He's basically gushing over this guy. Oh, yeah, the privilege. You're a young man and your family's here and all the rest of it. Give me a break. If reprobates like this Torgensen character and the white media think that they're going to get a pass for giving pedophiles a pass, then it's up to decent people to show them that we will be the judge of that. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay.
Why does he sound like McGruff when he says crime? Deacon Dave, the link is dropped for anyone who wants to come up to the panel. I don't bite. I just roast. Let's see. Beef and Brock, my biggest fan, says if this was such a problem, Stan should encourage his son to be a black court judge. Well, you know what? Actually, Beef and Brock, funny you should mention that. I actually talk to my son, as parents do, about stuff that's out there, because he's majoring in software engineering. A lot of patent lawyers are like former science majors who kind of decide at some point they don't really want to do science or live in a lab or what have you. So being a patent lawyer is or intellectual property lawyer, they're called, I think now, which who knows, he could wind up a judge. So yes, I've covered that base. But thanks for reminding me to mention that to everyone in the show. There are a lot of things you can do with STEM degrees. Oh, Blacks, how you doing, Blacks? I bet you do hate this guy. I think he's hilarious, and my favorite thing about him is he pisses B Brave off and kind of puts a bee in Brave's bonnet. I love the alliteration. So that's the main reason I show him. Plus, I think he's funny as hell. So good to see you, Blacks. Thanks for being here. And by the way, SKC, thank you for supporting the show. I really appreciate it. And quite frankly, I'm impressed. Dude, you got your Substack and it's a 7-part series. Pretty soon this is going to turn into a book project. So when you write the book, I demand I get an autographed first edition. And so now we know why you're so busy, huh? So let's see. Let's move on from Professor Black Truth's foolishness. I'm looking at this video simply for the title of it. It says here, Black people can't be racist. And actually, I have gardening videos that I really wanted to do this morning, and we may get to one or two of them. Let's see, what am I? I'm at almost 4 hours. We may get to a couple gardening videos. So one of the women, there are a couple videos that are very anti, these young Black people aren't at a Walmart strung out on crack, stealing diapers. And I think it's important to show that side of Black life as well. Doesn't get done in these anti-Black streets. But since Be Brave is in the chat and he's a racist, I figured, shit, we might as well just concentrate on some race topics just to keep him in the chat and entertained.
How the fucking blacks be racist and we the most hated race? We the most loved, adored, copied, hated race. Niggas hate it because they can't be us. Blacks can't be racist. We're not racist. It's impossible. I said it. Tell them Mr. Viral said blacks can't be racist.
Breaking news, folks. Black people cannot be racist. Did you know that? I didn't know that, actually.
Of course you didn't. You know what they say about those DEI hires.
I was told my whole life it's only white people that can be racist.
That's correct. Racism, prejudice, two different words, two different meanings.
Isn't that strange? Isn't that odd?
Nope. I can show you how a dictionary works if you need me to.
Oh,
In
damn.
my mind. Anyway, we have two fine intellectuals here. I'm sure they are Harvard grads. I'm sure they're headed to their doctorate. I'm sure they're going to be doctors, lawyers, engineers, and really contribute to society.
Now that's a bit of sarcasm, but also true, because these are clearly Crips, and they're not helping my argument. But it's also weird that out of all people to defend this point that black people can't be racist, why would they send a white nationalist? Also, Lily, please take the cross off your neck, because the Bible says, love thy neighbor as thyself, and you clearly hate everyone that doesn't look like you. This you, right?
That's the exception. I'm the rule. Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass niggas.
I'ma just give it to God, but we clearly not going to sleep, because
I have
a
to
few
ask
weeks
the
ago, I
question.
came out with a video called
And this is kind of out of left field. I'm actually surprised because that forget her name. She was actually on Piers Morgan not too long ago. She actually reminds me of Grace Thorpe, and I've always wondered why Grace Thorpe didn't take that trad wife sort of thing. You know, I don't know. Maybe you actually have to be married to be like that trad wife, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure a lot of these trad wife type YouTube sites um, don't require you to be. But this girl reminds me of Grace Thorpe. Grace Thorpe would be a perfect trad wife, except she probably can't cook. I've seen her do macaroni. So maybe trad wife might be outside of her skill set.
called Exposing Caitlin Clark Delusional Fans. And in this video, I got called a racist several times in the comments, which confused me because I'm black. So, you know,
I look like I give a
I had to state the obvious because black people aren't typically called racist. In fact, I don't know any black people who think black people can be racist.
But most black people are racist toward white Americans.
Now, we all know Jesse Lee Peterson doesn't count. But can I really be racist? I mean, I did say, and I quote, if I were white, I would be rooting for Caitlin Clark too. I said that shit.
He did that shit. You guilty as
I mean, I even got thanked in the comments for keeping racism alive. This one guy called me a racist, and then a few comments later said something racist. One person.
Actually, since Be Brave is in the chat, I actually thought, because I actually mentioned it earlier, every video that I show on my show, I don't necessarily agree with. And since Be Brave is here to be reminded so he doesn't fuck up my points like he did the other day, no, sometimes, well, most times I show videos because I'm kind of interested in what the topic is or what the particular creator has to say. And I will have comments at the end of this, but I just thought I'd remind everybody that I don't always agree with the videos I show. And, you know, and that also links back to something that people like John Galt and Solid Snake just insist that, oh, Stanley, you know, you're pro-black, you're pro-black. You know what? Nah, I'm just pro smart. I'm pro knowing what the fuck you're talking about. Race, you know, we live in a country that is obsessed with race, so I do notice people's race. but I'm not pro-black no matter what. Just because you're black doesn't mean, for instance, you can't be a racist. This is where I'm going to head right after this. And I also have a couple other critiques of this video. But Be Brave is the special guest star, and I figured I would keep him entertained as he confirms he is entertained. And just remind him the next time you review some shit that I do, you best be listening to everything I say and everything I show and getting the shit right.
Talked about Angel Reese having a McDonald's deal, and he
Or
said,
be the
"Sorry,
fool I
I mean
think
a
you
bucket
are."
of Happy Meals and watermelons."
Shut up, bitch.
So it got me to thinking, most people don't consider themselves a racist. Not even Mona Lisa daddy.
Gay.
And I'm definitely not a racist. Or am I? I mean, my taste can be controversial, but a racist? I don't know how I feel about that. Honestly, I think my ancestors would be proud. All jokes aside,
Black people can't be racist. I agree. Racism is prejudice plus power, but we can be jerks.
yeah, I can be a jerk sometimes. Anyways, here was my most controversial take in that video. So let's get the elephant out of the room. I'm black.
Amazing.
And almost all the people that have something disrespectful to say about Angel Reese are white. And I'm not gonna BS you.
I'm rooting for everybody black. I am.
And you should too.
Oh, I wish I could, but I don't want to.
And this is exactly what I expected you to say. That's what I want you to say. I'm not mad that you're rooting for Caitlyn, because the truth is, if I was white, I'd be rooting for her too. But I'm black.
Damn right.
And I'm proud.
These fucking cut takes or whatever they're called just are so annoying.
But this is a safe space.
Allegedly.
Seriously. No one is gonna cancel.
What's up, CK?
So say it. Say what? Say the word you want to say.
I'm not saying that I want to say it. I'm just saying that I can't.
Sure you can. Say it. Say it right now.
I love Caitlyn Clark because she's a beautiful white woman.
I beg your pardon?
And I don't like Angel Reese because she's a big, tall, black
nigger.
Nigga.
Nigga, 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 nigga.
Oh.
Yep.
Gotcha, bitch.
This hit the white side of YouTube, and they were furious. Nothing but white guys in the comments, which proves my point.
You stupid. You stupid. You stupid.
White people root for Caitlyn Clark and defend her, and black people root for Angel Reese and defend her. Well, except for RG3, but he probably wishes he was white. And now that I think about it, damn, that sounded racist too. So I'm curious, am I a racist or are these guys just snowflakes? And more importantly,
that's pretty funny, Beef and Brock. You know what? I don't. It's been a while since I've seen an SKC
showed me that this country is cooked.
production.
No one on the internet listens to the opposite
I've been
side
on his
before they
lives. I
even
don't know that
form
I've
an
ever seen one. Now
This
that I think
video
about it.
was a
I guess I'll
highly
have to
edited
go
35-minute video
find some.
with facts and statistics, and the average view duration was less than 3 minutes, which is not common for my channel. I'm at least doing 15 minutes. In fact, one guy even admitted to only watching 5 minutes, but he had an opinion and thought I was racist. And I feel bad now because most people didn't watch the video and now they have a bad impression of me. They think I'm a racist, which isn't a good look for me. So if any of you are watching, I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart,
Shut your bitch ass up.
that's right. F you. The $1 million question is, can black people be racist? And the answer is, well, no. I mean, yes. Maybe? I'm not sure. Let's first define the two definitions of racism because it's constantly changing. The book definition says racism is an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority. So by this definition, My statements aren't racist. I gotta be honest with y'all. I hate all of you.
Nigger.
Nick.
Okay, and he may get into this, but this goes back to the Field sisters. Racecraft is the name of the book. People, and I think he's doing it, and maybe he rectifies it because we're only halfway, a little bit less than halfway through this video. Racism and racist are two different things. Racism is literally a system. It's bigger than one person. So a person, when people talk about power plus prejudice or whatever the hell it is, they're describing racism. They're describing a system. They're not describing individual behavior. And I think that's what he's doing. And since he's going into dictionary definitions, maybe he'll get it right. But individuals are racists. They don't do racism. They may participate in racism, but even that's a little bit of a stretch. You're talking systems versus individuals. It's almost like, republic versus direct democracy. So let's see if he can get this resolved. And I'm not guessing here. The book to read is Racecraft by the Field sisters. I can't remember Barbara Fields is the famous historian, and I cannot remember her sister's name without looking it up. But Racecraft is the name of the book.
God.
Nigga, 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 nigga.
Oh! And while we're on the subject, I don't like you either. Cracker ass cracker. Cracker ass cracker.
Yes, a black person can be racist.
I'm kidding y'all.
I thought
It's
that
a
was
joke.
evident
nothing
by
against
what
any
I just fucking
I
said,
love
Be
everyone.
Brave, but
So by
I
definition,
do realize
I
I
am
have
not
to
a
be
racist.
very
But
specific
are
with
you?
folks
And
like
according
you,
to this definition,
just so I'm
obviously
not
black people can
taken
be
out of
racist. I went to high
context
school
or
with this black girl
clipped
that
in
hated
a
white
way
people,
to,
like she literally didn't want to touch them. She
well,
was
in a way.
racist. But the problem is, people who say that black people can't be racist aren't using this definition of racism. Like I said before, racism is a complicated subject. It's studied by sociologists, economists, historians, psychologists, and more.
I disagree. I really don't think it's that complicated.
The prevailing sociological idea of racism involves prejudices and acts which result in advantages for a particular dominant social group.
Notice he used the word prejudice in the sociological definition of racism. Run it back.
The prevailing sociological idea of racism involves prejudices and acts which result in advantages for a particular dominant social group. So using this definition, black people can't be racist because they're the disadvantaged group. And of course, that's the definition that's being used here. But why particularly pick the sociological definition? Why
Well,
not the
the
legal
problem
definition
with
or the
that
dictionary definition?
stark a definition is that not all black people are disadvantaged. This is why I'm not, sociology has its uses, psychology, the soft sciences have their uses, but they are not empirical. Well, I take that back. That's the wrong word. They are not like black and white sciences. There is always a gray area. So, not all black people. It's almost weird in that the definition of prejudice that he's using is a prejudice because not all black people are a monolith and are poor. So this is why sociological terms tend to be extremely squishy. You can almost go infinite loop in in how bad these definitions are. They just have a lot of wiggle room.
Definition for that matter. Or if you're going to use that definition, why not explain that there are multiple contexts that we can talk about racism and you're choosing one instead of pretending that it's the only definition?
Because there's only one definition, people use words incorrectly, but it's not the factual definition of the word. Like the word narcissist. Everyone swears their ex was a narcissist, but the studies show this personality disorder only affects 1 to 2% of the U.S. population.
Okay, well
To
let
give
me
context,
help you
you're
here.
more likely to have
As a people, as a group, you are correct, Jihad. But if you go granular and look at individuals, not every individual in the group is disadvantaged. That's what I'm trying to say. You can take a bird's eye view, or you can get granular. And, you know, if you've ever used a microscope or anything like that, you know what happens. You know, something that looks smooth on the surface, if you put it under a microscope, it looks kind of knobby, and not smooth. That's what happens when you start dealing with things like what is racist, what is prejudice, etc. There's bird's eye views, there are microscopic views.
have dated someone who suffers from bipolar disorder, which affects almost 3% of U.S. adults, than you are to have dated a narcissist.
Really?
So if you let that
Hold it.
alone,
How do you
you don't
order
even know
a
anyone with bipolar
Okay, wait,
disorder,
hold it.
chances are
Well, first off, I need to know you just ordered one? How much does a dictionary like that cost? And is it in working condition? That is strange. Hit the link and talk about this. I kind of envy you. You're gonna have to keep it under glass or in a temperature controlled room, or wow. You definitely need to come up, and we need to do a show about that 1848 Webster's dictionary. We could probably have some fun with that.
you probably don't know anyone that's a narcissist as well.
A lot of times you hear people say black people can be prejudiced, but not.
Jihad asks, why would he care about one person who's an anomaly and not the majority of the group? Because the devil's in the details, and I happen to have been a chemistry major, and you know what? The devil is actually in the details. Sometimes taking a bird's eye view. Look, there, if you're looking for a chemical reaction, there's some reactions you drop one drop at a time, like that one drop can change the whole characteristic of the compound. Okay, literally, it can cause stuff to it can cause stuff to precipitate out. It can change the color. It can change the quote phenotype of whatever the compound or mixture you're trying to make. There are some things you add drop by drop to get a change in the whole. That is why granular is and can be important. Um, I don't know how to explain it better than that, but it's fascinating. And that's high school chemistry. But shit, one drop of something can precipitate silver out of, silver can be suspended in a liquid, a few drops, and you add it drop by drop, and all of a sudden you got all that silver just as sediment precipitating out. So granular matters. That's individual drops matter sometimes.
Racist. That's literally incoherent. Racism is prejudice. That's like saying this is a fruit, but not an orange. It's merely the
Okay,
deliberate distortion of the meanings of words.
forgive me,
Double-
Chuck.
Don't do that.
Wrong again.
What
I
I
learned
said
this as a
works.
child,
I
but I'm
know the
always open
differences.
to the
Not
possibility
everybody
of being
here
wrong.
is a
So I
biologist
asked the
or a
smartest
chemist
person I know,
or an expert in
ChatGPT. So
titration.
I asked Chat,
I'm
what
trying
is
to
the
meet
difference
people where they
being
are, but
racist
thank
and
you.
prejudice? And I'm not going to read this whole thing. You can pause it and read it if you want to. But it basically said they're not the same. And a simple way to remember this is Prejudice is what you feel or think about someone.
Oh,
So if you think because I'm
well,
black,
keep that a
I'm more
surprise,
likely to
CK.
rob you, I mean,
I'm
you'd
interested to
probably
know.
be right. Again, guys, I'm joking. If you saw
I'm
me
not
again, I'd
interested.
steal from you
I'll
because I'm
comment
black.
when I think I
You'd
need to
also be
comment, be brave.
prejudiced. And black people can be prejudiced. We can even be prejudiced towards our own people, like RG3 or Jesse
Yeah,
Lee
those are the
Peterson.
anti-black blacks.
We all have some prejudice. I had a friend tell me, and I'm not gonna lie, I am that friend. I told my homie, if I see a group of 5 white guys walking in the city, Brad and his friends, unless they wearing white hoods, I'm probably not gonna cross the street. But if I see 5 black guys and I don't know any of them, I probably am. And some of y'all are probably shaking your head agreeing, and some of y'all are disappointed. I know. And you're probably wondering, where does this prejudice
Do
come
you
from?
think
Well,
his
we can blame it on the
delivery
media
style,
or
he's
the fact
imitating
that
Chris
I've been
Rock?
jumped a few
All of a
times by
sudden,
black guys.
I saw the
Also,
little flash of
statistically
Chris
speaking,
Rock there.
even
He
though
literally
people
sounds like
always talk
Chris
about
Rock
black
in
on black crime
his
as if
vocal
other
styling.
races don't commit crimes against each other, white people typically attack white people. Black people attack black people. Yeah, I was in an Asian supermarket trying to find ingredients for sushi. I'm with my kids and I seen 2 Asians
Oh my
fighting.
God.
Yeah, I had no idea Asians had the same problems black people have. Because when we think of Asians, we think smart, very smart, and mostly quiet until you get to know them. So when this fight happened, I called my Asian friend immediately, and when I told him what happened, he laughed at me and
He
said,
called
"Bro,
his
we're
Asian
people.
friend.
We fight just like other races. Now stop being a damn racist." And I had to remind him that 1, I was being prejudiced, and 2, let's not forget the first conversation we had. When me and
Now,
my
I
Asian friend
wonder if
first
this
met,
is
it
like,
went
now I'm starting to wonder if I could use this as like an after school special.
something like this.
2 different like black people, bro. No racist shit. One is like black people. The other one is the hard R. Like you the hard R. There's some people it's
Oh,
just
I
like
have a
black guy.
joke for that
They look
hard R.
nice. They look good. They look nice. They could like and they eat. Okay,
I
you say
have
you
a
said I'm a
joke for
hard
that
R.
hard
You the
R.
hard R.
Could it be a
You
hard
the type
L
of
for
one is
him?
like hard R. On my face hard.
It was something like that, and we've been cool ever since, saying shit to each other that we'd probably get canceled for. But let's get back to the main point of this video. Black people can be prejudiced, but racism is when that prejudice is backed by power or action and affects lives or opportunities. So most black people can't be racist. Now, if you are Jewish and wanted to get a job working with Kanye West, sure, you're probably going to experience some racism and you're probably not going to get that job. And that's f***ed up because that's racism. And we got to be honest, the biggest issue is systemic racism. You see, people hire people who look like them. People are comfortable around their own race. So when it comes time to hire, if white Americans own and are the majority CEOs in this country, they are less likely to hire minorities. And there could be some racism there. It could also just be people being people. And usually when I point this out, people say, why don't black people start their own companies? And to that, I'd say, we've tried that shit before and we'll try it again. But let's not forget, when we built successful businesses, y'all burn that shit down. Let's not act like we don't know history. So yes, any race of people can be prejudiced. But last time I checked, that black homeless guy yelling he doesn't like white people doesn't change anyone's tax bracket. But to stay on topic, I'll admit that most of my friends are black. They're also from New York, so we act similar. And if you're white, most of your friends are probably white. My kids go to a diverse school, and don't get me wrong, all of the kids are cool with each other, but my kids' closest friends are black, and I haven't had race conversations with them on who they can be friends with and can't be friends with. I'm cool with everybody. I know some of y'all might do that, but I think it's weird because I'm personally cool with everybody. The only thing I tell my kids is to be cool with who's cool with you. But anyways, if you want to see that video that pissed everyone off, check out Exposing Caitlin Clark's Delusional Fans. And to her fans, I want to apologize.
I'm just kidding, bitch.
I'm out.
Well, that was enlightening. So, eh, I think the other thing he gets wrong is exactly, racist behavior is a particular type of prejudice. Um, all racists, uh, all racist behaviors involve prejudice, but not all prejudice is racist. That's the best way I can do it. So, so we go, and that concludes. He seems to be mixing up racism and racist, um, the noun and the adjective, and prejudice. All people can have prejudices, can be prejudiced, but racist is a type of prejudice, and you know, seems obvious to me. So I see we have King Shenard. How you doing, Shenard? Where you been? No. Well, I think that no, actually, I wouldn't. Oddly enough, I mean, we all have our prejudices. I've talked about Egyptians. I've had a bad experience or two in Egypt, but somebody came up and said, "Hey, I'm from Egypt." I actually am much more interested in the individual. But the thing is I have the luxury of doing that, especially these days. Sometimes you have to make a quick decision. Um, so, to be honest, the racist part, people will go, everybody is racist and all that stuff. I think there's a more elegant way of saying it. People are able to categorize and make quick decisions as to what is dangerous and what is not as a survival instinct. So, you might want to call it racist. I would call it, maybe, kind of like a survival instinct, at root. That's why everybody, is able to categorize and determine what a threat may be or what not, what a threat may be or what might not be a threat. The problem is we're not out on the savannah or, you know, part of a Roman phalanx, or we're not often, in dark alleys at night. So you got to know when to be discerning, or you know, um, whatever the word might be, and when not to be. And when you meet somebody, just like on a normal day walking down the street, and you're already considering them a threat, that's what we'll call racist. Based on their phenotype or whatever. And it depends on the action, um, more than anything. If you're racist, but you treat everybody who you're racist against like shit, and you're deciding whether to hire or fire or whatever based on how they look, then that is problematic. So anyway, let's see what else there is. There is a video I want to watch. She premieres in about 20 minutes. But in the meantime, let's watch a let's see what we got here. I want to do a boring history video, but I'm just not gonna do it. And I would show this Army Ranger video because I was watching the Army birthday parade the other day. I subscribe to the U.S. Army YouTube channel, so I'm getting all their premieres. And there is one for Ranger School that I'd love to show, but it's almost an hour, and it's not going to fit in with my agenda. So, because I'm not going to be here all day. At least I don't think I am. Yeah, let's see. We shown these two. Remove. Remove. Um, I think this is the one I want to show. We'll start with this, and then I got one more that we may get to, we may not. This girl is stunning. I'm window shopping for women.
Yesterday. It started to go down yesterday. The day before
Let
that,
me
my jaws, they were very wide. I
let me
looked like a
put
chipmunk.
this back to the beginning.
Today's my first day going out into civilization in like a week now. If I look a little weird to you today, it is because I just got wisdom tooth surgery. So my jaw is wide as I don't know what. Like I look like John Travolta right now. It's actually went down quite a bit. It was worse than this, I would say. Maybe not so much yesterday. It started to go down yesterday. The day before that, my jaws, they were very wide. I looked like a chipmunk. My jawline is at a point now where it's not embarrassing for me to go out. I'm in my hometown right now, and I just refused like to go to the grocery store because I feel like every time I go to the grocery store and I'm in my hometown, I always see somebody I know. And the last thing I wanted was for them to see me with a wide jawline and be like, Jordan fell off. And that's funny because I feel like I have been like all over Instagram with this wide jawline all week. When I show y'all on Instagram, you know it's because I just got wisdom tooth extraction. Y'all know the reason. If people see me out in public and they know me from like some years ago or something like that, they just think she just
Oh, and by the way, I this is the first time I've ever watched her. I've been looking at gardening videos, so I'm getting a bunch of gardening videos. And I don't know if Kim is still here. This is a video I actually think she would love because it's kind of like a style, kind of like a lifestyle video, but it involves gardening. But if you hear Kim, see it. If not, I'll figure out how to tell you to go back and find this particular video. Um, but like I said, it's the first time I've watched it, so I am watching it for the first time with you all.
it's funny looking now. So that wasn't gonna work for me. I know that sounds very vain, but I couldn't go out like that, okay? I just couldn't do it. So I'm getting ready now to actually go out for the first time. My pain levels are like a zero. I have been very fortunate in like my recovery process. I got my surgery early Monday morning and it is Saturday afternoon. But I would say the most pain I've felt is like a 2 out of 10. I was so scared to get this wisdom tooth surgery because number one, I'm really afraid of the dentist, okay? And then number two, I'm super, super afraid of needles. And so I have been putting this off for years. Mind you, I was supposed to get my wisdom teeth removed in like high school. It's like 10 years later, actually. And they were supposed to remove all four of them because it was going to be to a point where my wisdom teeth were going to grow in sideways and it was going to move my teeth around. And I actually did let it get to that point. Like I said, I don't like going to the dentist. And I guess I'm just sharing this because it's kind of like a cautionary tale because I didn't know that everybody, or not everybody, but there's a lot of people like afraid to go under, get wisdom tooth surgery. I saw a TikTok. It was a compilation of this girl like living her best life, like going on vacation, buying luxury stuff. And in the caption it said, I'm doing everything but getting my wisdom tooth surgery. And I was like, that is so real because I feel like that's been me these past few years, like going everywhere but to the dentist to get this surgery. But it got to the point where I really couldn't go any further without it. But I just say that to say, like, if you are in that same boat and like they told you you need wisdom tooth surgery, like get the wisdom tooth surgery. It is no joke. It cost me way more money because I waited so long, and it cost me a tooth that didn't even have to go originally. So yeah, go ahead and go get that wisdom tooth surgery, girl. I heard that it was gonna be really rough for me because they say the older you are, like the worse it is. I was expecting the worst. Afraid of the needles. I was afraid of going under. I've never gone under. When I tell you, that was the easiest thing I've ever done. And then after that, girl, I can't tell you a thing about that surgery. All I remember is coming in there, sitting down, them putting me to sleep. It felt like 5 minutes. Hardest thing about this whole like wisdom tooth surgery and wisdom tooth recovery is the food. That is the worst part by far, is the hunger. that you will face, because mind you, you can't even drink out of a straw. Like, you can't have anything hot, you cannot chew. So I felt like I was like a baby like all this week. This morning I had eggs and grits and like the soft inner part of the biscuit. Like, I couldn't even eat the outer part of the biscuit, and you're just so hungry like, because you're not eating like any protein really. Like, I've been putting protein in my smoothies, but it's still like not the same thing as like genuine protein. So I've been feeling like very weak. Like, I go up the stairs and I have to hold on to the bar because I just don't have like the food energy. I'm eating like a quarter of what I normally eat. And so my body is like just super weak. So we're gonna see how long I last out here today. I may not be able to put in hours like I normally do, but we're going to go garden shopping. It's that season. It's actually past that season. I wanted to start my garden like beginning of spring. Too much has been going on obviously for that to happen. So I'm getting started a little late, but we're gonna go to some nurseries and see what we can find. Okay, this is what I'm wearing today. When I tell you this is the most makeshift outfit, mind you, all I packed was like around the house clothes, pajama clothes. So this is something I had to make up. These pants are COS. They were supposed to be the pants that I was going to return while I was here, and then I found out it was too late to return them. So now they are forced to be mine. They're not bad. I just wanted a bigger size. Black Havaianas. This top came from my mother's closet. I have no idea where it's from. I just needed a top because, like I said, I only have pajama shirts. Probably Aritzia. I'm surprised she told y'all. She's a gatekeeper.
Oh, Topshop.
Well, it's super old. Topshop, apparently. This new little necklace that I got from, I think it's called Nuri Studios. And this black bag, it's the only purse that I brought. So this is the only outfit that I really could conjure. I'm excited. I have a list of everything that I want to get. I may not get it here, but this is kind of like my list of what I'm trying to grow. So it says I can grow tomatoes, which I really want to do Roma. I can do peppers, so I really want to do bell peppers. Zucchini. I did hear that that's kind of iffy right now.
Zucchini?
Like squash.
Yeah, I know. I know it's zucchini.
But I'm saying like for the temperature, because it gets so hot. So I don't know. I might have to look into that more, but I would like zucchini.
Okay.
I mean, I can't grow everything, obviously. All I have is a balcony. And obviously basil. I really wish I was a big plant person, but I feel like I'm more of like a herbs and veggies and fruits and flower person. Yeah, it's gorgeous. That would be pretty. These are interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a plant that looks like this. They have a lot of different tomatoes too, but I saw specifically beefsteak and Roma tomatoes would do pretty good in my zone. I'm so sad. I really wanted to do strawberries this season. Like, they have strawberries, but
I might have to skip
I read
through
that you're really
it.
supposed to do strawberries kind of early on. The prices are much better. Like, I already
Yeah, I'm
spent
trying
like
to figure out what her accent is. It almost, I've heard the accent of Georgia, but I'm not sure. Might be, actually, you know what?
I feel
I
like I
bet
keep
this
talking to
is
y'all and my
Texas.
jaw looks like, it doesn't it look like sticky? Like when I talk, it looks like my jaw is like.
That would be so pretty over our side.
I'm manifesting the space to be able to get one of these because this is so gorgeous. I don't have anywhere to put this, but so cute. Really? This one's really pretty. You like this one or you want like a light colored one? Is this for sale?
$79.95. That's cute.
I wish I had the room for all of this. This place actually has so many of the veggies I was looking for. Like, there are so many peppers, but I don't know what kind of pepper I would want. Like, I think I would lean bell pepper just because that's something I organically eat a lot. Orange blaze pepper. Look at the little peaches.
These are so cute.
An interesting point that Be Brave brings up here. Ooh, look at her. Um, let's see. He says he is impressed with my lack of concern for views. Seriously, he is. Well, you know what? If you build it, they will come. So, it'd be nice to be monetized, but you also have to understand that I have my own channel and this is simulcast. So, yeah, um, a lot of people watch the show after the show happens. The other thing is and it's kind of why I'm not overly concerned is people, and it is a problem, but it's kind of a weird problem. People often come in and leave. Like my average uh, rate, the average stay time in the chat is around, at least on my channel, might be less in the John on the John Galt side, but generally people stay about 15 minutes. And I do so many different types of topics because I have so many, different interests. And it's a curse to be interested in a lot of things. People often just come on 5, 10, 15 minutes. And if they're interested in what I'm watching, they stay. If they're not, they're not. So, um, not much I can do about that. I'm not going to change what I'm interested in doing. So, believe it or not, I probably average between the two channels because John's is way bigger than mine. Um, I probably average somewhere between 300 to maybe 450 over like a maybe a 24-hour period. Now, that's not that great, but you know what? I'm not going to fuss with the numbers. If I can do 4, 5, 6 hours and get, you know, a couple hundred views, it'll grow, and I'm in no hurry. I don't, I don't do this for money. It's really nice when people like SKC, for instance, is really a friend of the show. Republic Tea Room, who I haven't seen in a few days, she actually supported the show and subscribed to my channel. And she and I got up here and we see things a lot different. But once she got up here, I actually enjoyed talking to her. I like people who can support their views through, either lived experience or, hey, I read this and I've got this number. People who can actually present an intellectual underpinning for their viewpoint, I have tremendous respect for. I won't necessarily disagree. I'm sorry, I won't necessarily agree, but you know what? We can go round and round for days and never resolve anything. A lot of it is do I enjoy talking to? There are plenty like SKC and I. we we disagree almost fundamentally. What we do agree on is parenting and the nature of family, and we disagree on a lot of other things. But you know what? I know he's a family man. I know he is dedicated to, making responsible citizens out of his kids. And you know what? I'm simply not going to. Yeah, I'll add hominem a little bit, but I'm not going to go in on a man like that. He deserves respect. And to be honest, he's doing more intellectual brain work than I do. Of course, he's younger, so that's going to be my excuse. I'm an old man. And I have old man attention deficit disorder. But if I respect you, I respect you, and I don't. The disagreement. We can have fun with it, but I'm not gonna bust your balls just because we don't agree. If you can, if I can follow your argument. Too many people just say it because they see a YouTube video or two and want to base their worldview on it. Those people I like shedding on and have fun when I do it. So, yep. Um, it hurts my feelings when I only get one person viewing, but you know what? I get gratified when I see 300 people actually went in and looked at the show. Even if they were only here for a few minutes, it's a consistent number. So, I think a lot of people just come in, window shop, and if it's not something they're interested in, they leave, which is what I do. Sometimes you attract customers, especially if you're in sales, and I have had one sales job in my life. You tend to attract clients, sales clients that are like you. Um, anyway, let's go back and look at this wonderful, wonderful woman.
I feel like it's been
Dirty
so
dude,
long. I'm
happy
finally
weekend to
going
you.
back to ballet this week. I want to say it's
Good to
been
see you.
maybe 2 or 3 weeks since I've been to ballet, and that doesn't seem like a really long time. Number one, obviously, I had to miss because of the wisdom tooth surgery, but I also recently went on vacation, so obviously I couldn't go then. Actually, I think it's been
Damn,
three
she
weeks
does have a
because
ballet
they
body.
also had a spring break, so I had to miss like 3 weeks of ballet, which broke my heart because I absolutely love going. Like, that is, I think, my ultimate
My
escape
God, how
on
many
a
layers
weekly
of clothes
basis, at
does
least
she
one to
have?
two times a week. So to go without that for weeks was pure agony. But I'm getting ready to go back today. I'm actually going to, I would say, kind of my more simpler class, which is good because I'm so like inflexible right now, which your girl is already not flexible, okay? But it's at an all-time high right now, and it's always good to have a slower class like this because it helps me with my technique, which, technique is gold in ballet no matter how long you've been doing it. So I
You
think
got
I'll
to
be able
make
to get
this
a lot
picture
out of it
bigger.
anyway if I can, finally come up with an outfit for ballet. This is literally me every time I put on a million different combinations until I'm either
Roller
semi-satisfied
skater, Texas
and
girl, how you
it's time
doing?
for me to
Good to
go and
see
I'm
you.
late, or completely satisfied.
Well, maybe that's why she's putting on all the padding.
Ballet class was interesting. I don't know why I didn't expect it to be like that bad. I guess I should have expected that because I feel so out of shape from taking like such a long break. Number one from ballet, but number two from like working out. That was my first like workout of any sort, like moving around. like since I've recovered. I'm not fully healed, but you know, my body can move pretty well now. The only thing that's left is like my mouth. It's not fully there. So yeah, I went in there. I wasn't expecting too much myself. Like I knew I was gonna be behind because I felt really tired and like because I haven't been able to eat like a lot of food. I felt like it was more beginners than it normally is. Like I feel like we normally do stuff that's a little more advanced than that. When I tell you we were moving slow steps, like bit by bit, like more than I feel like I ever have in that class. We were. But looking back, I'm like, maybe I needed that. But anyways, I went to another garden shop afterwards and I just needed to pick up soil because I felt like I didn't have any fresh soil. I still have like soil from last year that I'm probably gonna use. And then I also found a Roma tomato plant. You know, I was looking for a Roma tomato when we were garden shopping the other day. Found one. So now I figured it would be a good time to like actually plant everything. I was gonna do some other stuff today, but I want to see my plants inside the pot. I will say I can't plant everything right now just because there's a couple things I'm waiting on that I ordered. Like I don't think I'm gonna be able to plant my tomatoes today or my basil because I'm not gonna put them in the raised bed. But I did get a new raised bed for my balcony, so that's why I'm expanding on like what I'm planting. Last year I think I only had like flowers and I started out with herbs, which I feel like it was a really good place for me to start out, and the herbs went pretty well for my first time ever gardening anything. So this year I figured, you know, I'd try my hand at some.
And just I guess I'll do the frequent reminders. This is not particularly toxic or anything like that. I think this young lady's life is a perfectly and equally is valid a life in the quote black culture as inner city life. I want to reemphasize most black people don't live in the inner cities of America. There are people who live like this. That's why I'm showing it. Literally and directly as a counterpoint to the John Galtian viewpoint of black culture. Um, I've known women like this. So this is real. There are black women who live like this and aren't particularly interested in some of the bullshit that goes um, on YouTube. And of course, obviously, she must be because this is her YouTube channel. But you know what? This is so cool. I do have to say, where was she when I was her age? I'd have been all into someone like this. Well, see, you're all into that technical stuff, roller skater. I'm you know, I poker face isn't what I thought when I saw her face. So thanks for the technical description. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, Stanley? Is your mic plugged up?
Uh,
You
yeah.
sound like the Charlie Brown teacher again.
Really?
Yeah. Womp,
Make sure.
womp, womp,
Hold on a
womp,
sec.
wow.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I'm on the right mic. I see what the problem is. This I how on earth did this happen? Uh, hmm. Has it been like this the whole time?
I couldn't tell you when I noticed it. I noticed it definitely when I came up here.
Okay. Cause
That sucks.
There you go. Stereo.
Yeah, I've literally been here in front of the in front of my Yeti, and I have my earbuds in, my Bluetooth earbuds. I kind of use them as the headset, and so I split the two, for for the um, basically I use the Bluetooth earbuds as the headphone. So this is better, right?
Yeah, much better. Hey, can you go back a few frames in this video? And
Yeah.
when I came up, it was on a different screen.
Okay. Oops. Hold on one sec. You want to go back a few frames? How far back? Like there?
Oh, okay. But yeah, I didn't even see what the video was about because I was doing
It's
my
called
work
My
schedule.
Balcony. It's called My Summer Balcony Garden in the City, growing flowers, veggies, herbs, ballet, and garden shopping. So, I mean, it started off her. Did you see the part where she was talking about having her wisdom teeth out?
No, nah, but that's good. That's a good thing.
Well, yeah, but and then she went. I assume it's with her sister or mother or something. Um, and here you just missed the ballet class part. And I hate to, everybody else has seen it, so I hate to go all the way back. I can tell you
No, you
right
ain't got to
now.
go back. You don't have to go back at all. Actually, I just wanted to. I didn't see who was talking. I'm on my
Yeah, it's
feet.
her.
Okay. Yeah, she's pretty.
And I'm trying to figure out whether I think this has got to be in Texas because I think she has a Texas accent, but it's definitely Southern.
And I also found a Roma tomato plant. I was looking for a Roma tomato when we were garden shopping the other day. Found one, so now I figured it would be a good time to actually plant everything. I was gonna do some other stuff today, but
Love the hair.
inside the pot. I will say I can't plant everything right now just because there's a couple things I'm waiting on that I ordered. I don't think I'm gonna be able to plant my tomatoes
She
today
almost
or my
gives a
basil
Shaka
because I'm gonna
Khan
put them
vibe.
in the raised bed. But I did get a new
Mhm.
raised bed for my balcony, so that's why I'm expanding on what
You
I'm
you
planting.
you're old
Last
enough to
year,
remember
I think I only
Shaka
had
Khan, right?
flowers, and I
Yeah,
started out
I'm
with
old enough.
herbs.
Yeah, I
I
remember
felt like
that.
it was a really good place for me to
Well, when
start out.
she
And the
was
herbs went
young,
pretty
she
well
had
for my
hair. I
first
don't know
time
if it
ever
was a
gardening
wig or
anything.
actually
So
her
this
hair,
year I figured
but she was
I'd
just
try my hand at some.
I mean, as a young teenager, I had a fucking crush on her like you wouldn't believe. Now,
Oh,
having
so
that
that is her real hair.
I think so.
That's
Yeah,
dope.
I saw her put it back in a
This is what we're working with right
ponytail when
now.
she did ballet.
This is my new little planter baby. I bought
Nice.
this sometime last year, I think towards the end of the year, but I never got around to using it. So this is the regular soil, and then this is my first time, but I bought
Well, I can tell you
some
right now,
compost. So
that
it's
hair is a
actually
lot of
like a
work.
big old bag of cow manure.
Don't
So
care.
we've got
It's a sign of femininity.
the Roma tomato that I just found, English thyme, zucchini.
Hair
The zucchini
being a
that I
lot of
find,
work?
the bell pepper, and if you look
No,
really
it's
closely, I
having
feel
hair.
like you can see where the bell pepper is gonna
Yeah,
come in.
okay. Well,
Basil, which looks like she needs
You
some water,
got
but
a
it's fine.
disagreement with that,
Plant it,
Stanley?
and then we're gonna water it all
I'd
up.
oh
love to
yeah.
hear it.
Actually, no.
I
Are we
mean,
gonna
there's
plant
some
basil
pixie
today? I guess we
haircuts.
can.
There's some women with
We
pixie
can.
haircuts
I'm
that are
most excited
adorable.
about this, but I am also most concerned about this because it's
You're
my
just gonna
strawberry
go
plant.
apologist on me,
And
huh?
look, it has one little tiny
No, I just happened.
strawberry.
I
I really
said
wanted to
it the
put
other
my
day.
strawberries
I
in
tend
hanging
to
baskets,
like a lot of
but
types of
I'm gonna
women.
give a lot of these plants some more time
Yeah, but you can't just
to get
throw
bigger
hair
before
on your
I
head and still get
transfer
the
them
same
to the bed. But the
gold
things that are
star
big
for
Well,
the
enough
day.
to be
I'm
in the
not
bed,
suggesting that. What I'm
in the
suggesting
bed.
is not every woman needs shoulder length hair to be beautiful or feminine.
That's why there's more than one book. In my book, damn right you do.
Yeah, well, that's you get to write your own book and I get to write my own book. And I bet I'll get more books or more words in my book than you.
I'm sure Mrs. Dave has hair like that.
Well, lucky you. Now, see, I don't like that she has to. I guess maybe she has nails to protect or something. Like, I want my woman to actually use her hands in the dirt, not these damn sissy gloves.
Yeah, you're joking.
No, I'm not joking. I mean, if they're bugs, that's potting soil. That's not got bugs or anything. You don't need gloves. Wash your hands when you're done. I don't like fake nails.
Oh yeah.
And why does she need boots on? She's not out in the garden.
She's selling the imagery.
That she looks like a damn fool.
She looks like a damsel with that hair.
Yeah, you can't take your eyes off her hair, huh?
Man, I love hair on a woman. Nothing like it.
When it comes to my gardening,
Roz,
I feel like
how you
could
doing?
say I've really been
Good to
taking
see
it
you.
slow. So last year I started with herbs. I really wanted to start small. I knew I wanted a garden, but
I
I
guess
didn't
I
want
should
to
drop a
jump
link
too far ahead. So this year,
for anyone who
because I
wants
was
to
able
come
to
up
take care of the herbs
and
really well, I
just
felt like,
do
it was time for another step.
gardening
So I
videos.
started with
And I was hoping Kimmy was
transplants. I
still
do
in
want
the
to one
chat because
day
this is
be able to
more
plant
like
some
a
seed when I
lifestyle
have a little
thing that I
more
think she
room.
would
I
actually
feel like apartment
appreciate.
is not really the greatest space to try and do that, and I hear it's pretty hard. So it allows me to kind of focus more on the
Man, I wish
room
Brave would
rather
come up,
than
man. Me and
trying
him
to
share a lot of
absolutely
similar
immediately
opinions
start.
about
I
women,
also was
but
able to add some flowers to the balcony. I
Okay,
did
well,
you
I'm
can't
glad
you
that
can't you can't
I'm glad
behave
you
long
want.
enough.
a lot
I'm
because
glad that
they had some
you
sort of
appreciate his
disease on them that they
his
apparently came with.
dude.
I was really desperate to have these
I heard
flowers,
him
y'all.
talking
Okay, these were
to
the last
whatever
ones
her
they
name
had.
was on
So right
John's
now
show
I've left the
yesterday,
sticks,
and I
so
was
I
like,
might
yuck.
end up having to go back to
Um,
the nursery to
but
get
you
actual
know what?
flowering
Different
flowers.
strokes for different strokes.
Oh, I could separate his 70% argument
See,
for
I can't. I look. I'm not able to be granular with him.
yeah, man. Yeah.
Hit the link, Roz.
I'm gonna tell Brave to hit the link.
Brave, we have a standing agreement. Basically, he says he'll come up to my panel if shit is timed or some weird stuff like that. And I'm like, I'm not giving him white privilege. He gets treated just like everybody else.
Oh, you was right about the headbutt thing. I mean, the forehead thing yesterday.
Well, you see, people don't seem to understand
It's about
that
time we get
I'm
back to the balcony
actually
garden to complete
like
it. It's been
back in the
wow.
day,
It's been
I'm
a few
actually a
weeks since I've
trained
worked on it.
scientist.
Not
And
worked on
then
it,
the
but like worked on it
Navy,
on camera because I have
military
often needed.
training, you must have pay attention to detail. One of these days, I'll tell you a story. I was in Army ROTC in college. I had a scholarship. And one day we were dug into a foxhole. Back in the day, there used to be something called Camp All America. No, it was Camp All American. And they had it basically, it was kind of the equivalent of basic training. Trying to think, it was either 8 weeks or 11 weeks. You know that there's a summer between your junior and senior year if you're in any type of ROTC where you actually go and do the equivalent of basic training. And but they don't, it's not as bad as basic training because you're all like officer candidates. So anyway, shit, I had poison ivy like all over my chest and arms. And they're not going to give you any sort of pain meds or anything that will make you sleepy. So, you know, we had to dig our own foxholes. So after that, we had to man the foxholes. And it is pitch black in the fucking North Carolina forest in the middle of Fort Bragg somewhere. And I look off in the distance and I see this rock. And I'm like, well, damn, I didn't notice a rock while I was digging this foxhole. So, you know, it's hard to stay awake. I mean, I actually had waking dreams. I've never had like, I remember this waking dream that I had. I literally thought I was home sitting at the dining room table with my parents and my sister and brother, and we were having like Sunday dinner. And I was like talking to him. It was like a normal Sunday dinner. And then I fucking woke up. And I'm like, it's a damn dream. Dude, I almost started crying. It was like I thought I was fucking home. And I woke up in the middle of the motherfucking forest in Fort Bragg in a foxhole with bugs all over me.
Oh,
So
yeah, that sucks.
Dude, I was so motherfucking distraught. I remember it. This is like fuck, I'm 60. This is like all 40 plus years ago. It was fucking, it made me so sad. But anyway, so this rock keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm like, something's not, either I'm hallucinating, which is what happens because we were sleep deprived. Hallucinations, actually, that's what that dream was. It was literally like a mirage, it was a hallucination. And it was so real. It's scary. And this is what happens when you're sleep deprived, like actual real life out in the field. It is difficult. People don't know this, and this is motherfucking training. I mean, that training is hard. So anyway, the rock keeps getting bigger. So you know what I did? I fucking now we had blanks in our M16s. So I put a couple rocks, a couple bullets into that boulder that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm like, something's going on here. So I just fucking fire a couple blanks into it. Turns out it was a fucking instructor who was an engineer. Well, he was like an engineer slash sniper. And this motherfucker spent like 3 or 4 hours low crawling our position.
Wait, you shot him?
Well, it was a him. No, with blanks. You have to.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, my bad.
You
I
got an
forgot that part.
M6. You got an M16 with blanks. Yeah, pop. They just want to. The motherfucker low crawled this position for like 4 fucking hours in the dark, on the ground with bugs. This is a North Carolina summer, so there were mosquitoes and all kinds of shit. And the only thing is, what I thought was a boulder or something kept getting bigger over time. And I just had the presence of mind to do it. And he was like, fuck. He was like shocked that I noticed.
You're telling me that he's not that good and he should get a demotion.
No. No, he was that good. He was like an E6. I mean, he wasn't like some, E1 or E2. He knew what he was doing. And I was in awe. I'm like, how did you have that much discipline for 4 hours, just inch by inch? And dude, look, in the state I was in, sleep deprived, that I had the presence of mind. And had it been a real rock, I guess, and real bullets, I guess I was running the risk of, having a ricochet hit somebody. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that, and maybe I think I've lost my point. It's an attention to detail thing. It's what I do. That's why I made the comment about foreheads. I
Yeah.
notice these weird details over time, and it is
Yeah, the
happening.
foreheads are getting bigger. And you know who else says that?
Well, I actually think it's something to do. Now, it could just be evolution. Who knows? But I also think, we have gotten so into hair care products. That's my theory. I don't know it for sure.
Well,
So go ahead. You were about to say something.
Whoever else says that, it's another one of the guys that you sometimes disagree with, but it's became one of your panel buddies, the Storm Crow. He has a whole thing on the forehead, and I don't know if you've heard it, but I just find it funny
No,
that
I
both of
haven't.
you agree on that. Yeah,
Well,
you
I
come
don't
to
know
the
that we
same
agree.
conclusion.
I just I just noticed it. And we might agree, we might not. Now, I've kind of ameliorated my opinion. I still think he's a nutcase. I still think a lot of his I listened to a little bit of his show last night, and then I think I fell asleep. I was up
What
almost
did you
all
think of
night.
it? What did you think of that
I,
show?
you know what? I got bored with the debate, about the coaching and all that stuff. Um, I mean, look, he runs a slick outfit. The production of it, the way he does, brings up the little posts. It's as a matter of fact, I need to talk to him one day about what he's not using StreamYard, that's for sure. So,
No, it's EV Mux, and I hate it because if you're on a phone, you can't get in on the panel. You can get
oh
in, but
really?
it's like you can't. You can't. It's like you're muted, or you can't unmute, or whatever it is. You can't hear. You'll just be up on the panel. It's just Just go back to the duck. The StreamYard is good enough. And, that's
Yeah,
been
twelfth
we're
man,
lobbying
12th
for.
man, you are the smartest motherfucker on earth. What they did, basically, that's judicial activism, basically. Um, they've limited the use of nationwide injunctions from lower courts, and he told me so. Well, motherfucker, you're a far right MAGA, and the court is far right MAGA. So yeah, I guess you would have a better insight. However, this is something that should be legislated, not handed down by the Supreme Court. This is just the conservative version of judicial activism.
However, he was right. And give him his credit.
Yeah. Good job, 12th man.
That was hard as fuck. You can hardly do
Well,
it.
no,
Oh shit.
hey, you know what? I didn't think they would do it. I thought they would basically follow the law. And they chose not to. See, this is what happens. 12th man was right about the Supreme Court basically being Trump's kangaroo court.
For it. Of course, I've been keeping it watered.
By the way,
keeping it pruned.
Just so you know, there will still be nationwide injunctions issued from district courts, because if in Ketanji Brown Jackson basically probably had influence over this comfort with limiting nationwide injunctions. If the issue is a law that is like a federal law, and they're almost always federal laws, federal laws impact the whole country. So if a law or applying the law is injuncted or enjoined or whatever the term is, it's going to be nationwide. So it'll be okay.
All the
And the other thing is, one day Democrats are going to be back. So I will wait when some Democrat gets into office. They will be clamoring for more power for the district courts. And in a way, the other thing is the Fifth Circuit Court. In a way, I'm glad you're right, 12th man, now that I think of it, because Kazmarek, or whatever his name is, he won't be able to do nationwide injunctions either. So, you know what? Now that I think of it, good job, Supreme Court, because it's going to affect that Fifth Court down in New Orleans as well. So, after thinking it through, yeah, that's a good thing. Man, she is gorgeous.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Now we just
Hold on, I'm about to go pull up that skull team. There's like a photo of that.
She's more than pretty. I am all into her. She is spectacular.
She looks like Dolezal, like a young Rachel Dolezal right now.
Except she's not.
That's been growing from one place to
And if Dolezal looked this good, hey, you know what? I'm all for transracialism.
to look forward to. So that is why
I'm not surprised.
the end of the day.
You
Also
know,
because
actually, she looks like this
but yeah,
girl
I'm
my
excited.
sister
And I
went to
feel like
high
this is gonna
school
be like
with.
my wind down time now that
Believe it or
recess is
not.
finished.
Except
I'm also
this
gonna
girl
be
was a
hungry,
little
but
bit
I'm not
thicker.
worried
She
about
was a
that
little
later. So I really want
chunkier.
to get this done before I
But she
lose
was tall.
sun.
But
I probably won't
yeah,
finish
man.
today, to be honest, but I'll probably
Yeah,
finish
this girl doesn't look like she has a freshman 15 yet.
either tomorrow or the next day. Oh,
Well, she's a
also, I
ballet
did want to do
dancer.
a disclaimer because I
Oh
don't
yeah,
think
she's
I've
never gonna get a freshman
discussed
15.
this. I think I
Well,
kind of
she
bounced
might
back into
if she
vlogging. I
stops
may have
doing ballet and
but I didn't want
starts
to harp on
pigging
it the
out.
last
But
video. But now I'm
now
about to
she is
harp on
wearing
it
a lot of
because
makeup. But I
I
think
have
I've
been
seen her
missing
without.
in
Maybe I
action
haven't seen her
for
without
weeks
makeup.
from YouTube. Well, until last
I
week.
don't know. That
So
looks like
let's just say
skincare
this
and
past
well
month,
Could be.
I
exfoliation.
felt the
She
major
looks good.
Could
segregation
be.
fix between April, May.
But
It's been a
no,
lot. It's
freshman
been a lot for me.
15.
And the
She's
funny
not a
thing is,
freshman. She's
before I
not
went into my
15. And
surgery,
we
I was
just
gonna
saw
be
her in
like,
ballet
I'm gonna
class.
film something so I
Telling
can
you
be
right now,
prepared and so I don't have to go missing and stuff like
you
that.
know,
And then when I filmed
she
it, I got in my head
is
about it
in
and I was like,
shape.
I don't know if I want to post this. So I still didn't end up using it. I still may post it, but I'm gonna see how you guys feel about it in another video because it's not a
But
vlog.
again,
But
this
like
ain't
I
no
feel like I
crack
wouldn't
hoe.
feel like as intense about it if it was a vlog. 'Cause a vlog is just like I like, you know, like that's not that serious. But like sit down talk videos are more serious in my opinion. But anyways, I just wanted to apologize for not being on here for so long. It wasn't supposed to be this long. I was actually supposed to come back a week before this last week when I came back. And then more ish just hit the fan, okay? Like, so number one, I went on vacation, which that is not a bad thing, but you know, that kind of sets you back. I wasn't home, so I wasn't able to make the normal content that I normally make. So right after that, I go home, I go back to my hometown to go get wisdom tooth removal surgery, which you saw in the beginning of this video when I had the puffy cheeks and whatnot. So obviously I couldn't film the week of that because I was on heavy medications. And then the week after that, I didn't want to film because I looked like that little jaw moment lasted a little minute. And then, you know, when my mouth is all healed up, we're still kind of healing, but it's nothing major. Like, it's just really annoying food getting stuck in places where it's not supposed to be. It's on the mend though. We're doing well. But just when I think, you know, my mouth is healing, I can finally fully chew on this side. This side I'll be able to chew on soon. You know what happens next? My iPhone 14 Pro Max randomly decides to just it
I
completely
love
stopped
her
working.
accent.
Completely. I guess it wasn't out of nowhere. I really think it was because I filmed this content I had to film in the shower. And when I got out and I put it on
She was
the
filming in the
charger,
shower.
it just turned completely white, and that's all it does now. It's either dead or if I charge it, it'll be completely white. So I took it to the Apple store and they basically told me it's probably water damage. I don't know. We're going to see. But they were telling me, like, you might as well get a new phone because the price to fix this is going to be like nearly the cost of a new phone. I did not want a new phone at all. I'm like in that
Those
era now. I
mother-
don't know if it's an age thing, let me know. But I'm at the age where new iPhones are not impressive to me. I don't care. I don't care at all. I've been
You're
talking to
my
my boyfriend
age,
about
woman.
this for months,
You are
if not
my
a whole
age.
year. Like, I'm just so sick of my phone. I've been telling him
I told you about, you know what? I better not be talking at high volume. I told you about my son and he just he said his iPhone 13 was getting slow. You're not there, Dave. Such a funny
really
story.
want to get two phones so I can make one like a work phone and have social media on it, and the other phone
Work
like
phone?
literally nothing going on the phone, like no serious apps, but maybe like Pinterest and like text messaging and FaceTime, things like. And you know what? It was probably all that negativity I was talking about a phone. It's probably why I'm getting what I got. But anyways, it may not sound that serious that a phone goes out, and I didn't think it would be that bad either, okay? I thought, you know, I just can't get online. I can't work, obviously. So that set me back a lot. A lot of my content was on there. Stuff that was supposed to go out, it couldn't go out because it was on that phone, and did not have any access to the phone. Some of the stuff didn't get backed up in time. But girl, if that wasn't enough, if my phone glitching and going out, I can't even call it a glitch. It died for life. If that wasn't enough, I couldn't go anywhere. And you may be like, why couldn't you go anywhere? Like, your phone is broken, not your car, not your feet. I mean, I could walk down the street or something like that. If something happens to me, I can't call anybody. But I live in like a big city. I say this all the time. And I live in a big city with like traffic that's really bad. So anytime I go somewhere, it may not always be the same route because
That's gotta
the
be
map is
Atlanta.
trying to get me around traffic. And so like I can count on one hand the amount of places I can get to without Google Maps or Apple Maps. Very few places. So there was work that I needed to do that involved me driving to go get things. I didn't know how to get there. It was a struggle for me to even figure out how to get my phone to the Verizon store to go even get a new phone. I decided to ship the new phone to my boyfriend's house because he gets things faster than I do because long unnecessary story why my apartment takes so long.
Oh
He lives in the
man, she's got a
outskirts. I
boyfriend.
low-key didn't know
Damn
how
it.
to get to his house without a phone. Like he wrote down the exits for me. My moral of the story here is don't underestimate a phone. Crazy. It was absolutely crazy. So yeah, a ton of things set me back.
Okay,
have
I
a
don't
ton
like
of
her
content
anymore.
now at least saved up.
Let's
So
get this
I
shit
should
over
be good
with.
for a little while. But I just want to say that I did not do that on purpose. It
You
was
can tell she got a boyfriend. She waits till she's online to run her mouth like this.
like I said, this is the longest hiatus I've ever taken, and it was forced.
That is
So
actually funny.
we're back. We're trying to become calm again, trying to get back into a zen mood, and
This is her girl. Let me tell you something, moment.
today. Okay, I need to recover from life. I feel like
You
with
know,
all
and
that
actually,
happening
you're
at one
kind of
time,
funny.
pushing me back.
No, you know what? That's why men just kind of develop that ability to like, you literally block a woman out because she will talk. And my wife, I remember uh, the first time she met my parents, she was nervous. And I had never seen her nervous before. So she is literally sitting there and just, oh my Lord. And my mother, I was sitting next to my mother and I could feel my mother's vibe. Like my mother was probably thinking, is this girl crazy or what? She was just nattering on. And because I knew what my mother was thinking, because she and I were actually personality wise. And I hate to say this on this channel, but you know what? We just kind of saw things the same way and had the kind of, like my father's nice. My mother was not. If you pissed her off, she would just, it was like she didn't have to whip you with a belt. She would just fucking say shit to piss you off or make you cry.
Yeah, I remember you
And
telling me she had a way with words.
oh boy, did she. And you know what? When I grew up and we were I was a teenager, and actually as an adult, I had the same ability, and she knew. There came a point in time where I would literally tell her, "You do realize I'm not 16, right?" Because I will speak my mind. You're my mother, but don't cross the line. And you know what? I knew she was going to have something to say about my wife, but she did not cross the line. And I basically did a preemptive strike. I'm like, hey, you know what? She's really nervous. It's a weird thing. There were girlfriends I had that were intimidated by my parents, mostly because apparently I'm intimidating. They're like, I guess these women were like, what kind of monsters raised this bastard?
Didn't they meet mom and mom let her have it, huh? Oh, actually, did your
No,
mom
my mother.
ever?
Oh, my mother. Oh no, my mother. Oh no, she would call me and tell me what she thought. She would never be like I'm. My mother would never stoop. She was like, Portia calls herself Lone Star Belle, like the Southern Belle trope. Oh, my
Mhm.
mother was a Southern Belle. Oh no, why would she stoop to that level? Like, you know what? Not only am I not going to stoop, you don't even deserve to know my opinion. I'm going to call my son, tell him my opinion. And if he chooses to tell you, fine. If he doesn't, fine. But there will be no direct communication other than, oh, is that right? Or you look
Yeah.
nice. Oh, no, my mother. Oh, my God. My mother was funny as. And see, the thing is I knew her well enough to know, no, I don't think, and I know it, she must have done it at some point. I don't think my mother ever called my wife. Like, my wife had a cell phone. I don't think my mother ever called my wife.
Really?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure she never did.
That's
And,
crazy.
well, why would she?
I mean, why not? Like, that's the daughter-in-law. She might share
Oh
recipes,
no,
but
no, no! Now she likes
I
my
don't know.
no, 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 no. Oh, my mother. You know what? It would be beneath Hurricane Dolores. she's. I know what she would say. Well, she's not my child, Stanley.
Yeah, my mom used that line. Yep. Yep. My mom used that
Hurricane
line on me
Dolores.
too.
Well, she's not my child. You are.
And that's
And you know
a
what?
good response to it though, honestly, because it
Oh, but you know
keeps
what?
her honest,
If
you know.
she had said something like that, we both would have busted out laughing. like, that's like the secret handshake. What would
Yeah,
I?
yeah.
The translation is, why would I give a fuck about her? She's not my child.
Well, I bet you couldn't imagine having a grandmother that's a colorist and you coming home with a dark skinned girlfriend. That actually happened to me. And
Oh, really?
my grandmother, she has no filter like your mom did. She
Well,
let it out.
no,
She
no,
said,
no, no, no. My mother had not only a filter, it was like she would just turn her head. It wasn't a filter, it was a motherfucking wall when she wanted it to be. Like I said, my mother's opinion of my wife, and you know what? I'm not sure she ever. Nah, she kind of gave me a hint, but no, my mother would never be mean or anything less than civil to my wife. That's the ultimate filter. It's like, Stanley, you are my filter. You tell her what you want her to know.
that's what's up.
My mother had like a shopping bag full of filters. The right filter for the right message.
That's always good when you don't share your true feelings. If normally you could snap off at somebody at any given moment, you definitely don't want to be talking. It's
Well,
a
my
trained tongue.
mother, look,
That's probably what
my
it is,
wife,
just a trained tongue.
in all honesty, my wife was kind of intimidated by my parents, and I will never understand why. They were like, "Well, no," you know, my father was like, "No, call me by my first name," and my mother was like, "No, call me by my first name." But that was about as close as my mother ever got. Like, you can call me Dolores, but motherfucker,
Mm.
my mother was an infinitely funny person. You, you just she just had so many. When they say read between the lines, she had about 1,000 lines, and you know what? If you really want to know me, read between all 1,000 of those lines, and you might have a clue. I miss my mother. She was funny.
Hey, Stanley, I got to run out back and do AC units. It's going to be loud. I might as well hop down for now.
All right. Well, I'm not going to be on that much longer. I'm going to drop the link one more time, and then we'll finish this video. There is one other live that's going live right now that we'll look at for a little bit, but I did not get much sleep last night, if any, and I'm not tired. Um, Shit, I am drinking beer, so you know what? I might stay on longer, but we'll see.
Hey,
And by the
do a
way,
late night stream since you don't do Saturday morning. Or
we'll
if you're gonna do
see.
Saturday, I'd be slick too because
Well, no,
I work tomorrow.
there's some history. There are a couple history videos, and actually, it's an interview of Gerald Horn that C-SPAN did some years ago. It's a 3-hour interview. That's the one I really want to do because this motherfucker is look. People like Sean Willentz and all these high grade historians, they don't fuck with him because he knows the shit. He just has a different interpretation. Like he calls the American Revolution, and he's written a whole book, The Counter Revolution of 1776. And he's basically saying that it wasn't a revolution, it was a counter revolution.
Well, Stanley,
basically the whole premise is that and I totally agree. It was basically these English people in America couldn't be racist as they wanted to be. They couldn't expand westward because England checked them and they got pissed off and said, "Hey, we're elites. You need to treat us like elites." That's why Thomas Jefferson talks about slavery in that original version of the Declaration of Independence that they struck out. They were pissed off. They were pissed off that they weren't being treated like, true Englishmen, in a true elite. And that was the
there was
counter
control
revolution.
from afar. Yeah.
But anyway, I don't know. Well, I might just do it. I don't know what time in the morning. It'll maybe around 10 or 11. But unless John likes to do stuff on Saturday mornings, and if he's doing something, I'm not going to. But it's like an interview of his life. He's got an interesting background. This motherfucker, black guy. He was a product. He grew up in St. Louis, but he was a product because he's probably getting close to 80 now. Product of the Great Migration, law degree from Columbia, a Princeton graduate, law degree from Berkeley, and a PhD in history from Columbia. And he actually practiced law. So he's got a really interesting and really elite background, but he's a regular guy and funny as hell too.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. Well, are you going to dig into the Ida B. Wells?
No, I want to. I don't have. I don't. Do you have SKC Substack?
No, I don't. But
see, this
I know
is like a
she said he was going to do a show on it. I know, isn't he? It's just like if you really want to know, you got to look for him.
I think what it is he's real protective about what he's writing. I understand. You don't, if you're writing, you don't necessarily want people like knowing what you're writing about, until it's ready. So I get it. And by the way,
remaining anonymous too, though, is a whole different thing. He does a lot of interesting stuff that I would like to, check out what he's into, because of the way he comes off on the panel is just like, he's got a very good command of history. He can pull from different places, and I respect that. That's why you see me over here every day. Like regardless of all the shit I talk in the chat, I do learn a lot from what you're saying up here.
Well, I appreciate that. Speaking of which,
I'm not going to stop talking shit, Stanley. So,
well, no, you know what? It would be boring if you did. And see, this is the other thing that kind of disappoints me. I wish more people would come up who like Solid Snake and 12th Man. They get drunk and they just the way they hold a conversation is just a beat short or a beat too fast. It's not like normal back and forth conversation. And yeah, I talk over people, but the way they do it is like you ask a question and you keep on talking. and it just takes me. I have to think about how. Look, I can't think what I'm thinking for a response, and then think about the timing of how I get a word in edgewise. It's
Tough, man.
I don't really give a fuck what he says. I literally mean what I say. I didn't stutter.
He said, "You get drunk too, Stanley. Sit your
I
ass
do.
down."
I do. But you know what? Not as drunk as all that. So anyway,
They're the most entertaining when they get you going.
well,
So
see,
I enjoy them.
well, they don't get me going as much as frustrate me. I'm trying to make a point, and you are asking me questions, and you don't pause for an answer. It's annoying.
Right. Let me get outside before I get in
And
trouble.
and there is a history, like months of doing it. So I'm not inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't doubt that I strike first, that I preempt the bullshit. But you know what? We've been doing this for months. I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. There is a history.
It keeps it entertaining, even even when you get pissed off, that shit is entertaining. So
I'm sure, no doubt it is. But anyway, well, you run along. I might be on for maybe an hour, maybe a little bit longer, unless John wants to do something. Then that'll give me an excuse, because I actually do have uh, stuff to do, mostly cooking related stuff. I need to make bread and stuff like that.
there you go.
But
All right, Stanley.
whilst I'm here, all right, take it easy.
Yeah.
Hopefully I will do something. I just need one person to encourage me to do a 3-hour show on a historian. That's all I need. Everyone, make sure you hit the like button. We are always light on likes. Please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Also, the Urban Landlord Clips channel. That's one I think everybody knows about, but John asked me to make sure I start promoting it, because clips come from there. Both he and Portia make clips, so don't miss out on the hijinks, the clips of the hijinks. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I do simulcast the lives over there. I haven't done a video essay in a while. I'm kind of ruminating. All these gardening channels. I might just do like a clip of, or a video essay on the joys of gardening or something. I want to thank SKC. He is the sponsor of the show for the day. Please make sure you support the host. Believe it or not, the money does go to not just Bud Light, but I subscribe to the New York Times, Washington Post, Ground News. There's some Substack stuff. Heather Cox Richardson, a couple Substack, Richard Hanania. I subscribe to a lot of different news sources. I want to add the Washington Examiner, because I kind of like the newspaper, even though it's conservative. So I was thinking of doing the Epic Times, but I think I like the Washington Examiner better. It's a little bit more center right. So what else? That's about it as far as endorsements. Make sure you support Portia J. She is the executive producer of all the channels, to be honest. So don't forget her. She brought me to you. And don't punish her, reward her. And the running joke is give her $1,000 in a cash app, and you might convince her to just cancel the show, at least for a while. So we're going to go back to this lovely young woman who, damn, makes me want to be young again. And then I have another gardening video, but I want to 907 Good Eats is my favorite um new favorite YouTuber. She actually does a cooking show, has an awesome kitchen, great personality, and she's put out a video saying she needs surgery or something. She's live now, and once we finish up this video, we'll either join her live in real time or we'll go back and watch what's going on. And I'm not going to be on all day, but I am enjoying myself. So let's play the end of this video.
People yelling at me in my emails, like from brand deals. I need this, you know, I really need this moment. So let me show you the new stuff that I got.
A lot has changed around these here parks since you last were here. I know I showed in the last vlog that I got some new pieces like this trellis, so we're actually going to be installing it in this video because your girl is growing tomatoes, and apparently tomatoes, they grow really tall. You need to give them like a proper home, and so the situation they're in right now is definitely not a proper home. As you can see, everything has went crazy since you last saw it. But as you can also see, this is too much. And I knew it when I put it in there. I was like, okay, these are way too close together. I know that things need room to breathe, but I honestly just didn't have enough like pots and stuff at the time to give everything their own pots. So that is what I've been
Yeah,
working
those
on, finding new
cucumbers.
homes for some of these plants.
Um,
But just a quick little update. So we got
those
some new
marigolds.
marigolds.
Yeah,
Marigolds are apparently
they
really
keep
good
flies
for
away.
pest control, so it's going to keep them away from eating my plants and whatnot, because we don't want that. I want to eat my plants. I don't want pests to eat them. This is my Roma tomato. We're going to rehome her today because this isn't going to work for her. And I'm actually a little nervous because look at this little baby here. Look at her. It's my first Roma tomato. I'm hoping she doesn't die when I move it around. These are my bell pepper plants. I know a couple of bell peppers have grown. Let's see.
I was right.
Can you see this right here? Yeah, look at the mini bell pepper. And I think there's another one right here. Like, when I tell you this has been so exciting, just growing my own food. Yeah, the zucchini has...
Well, let me answer Daniel's question. I've come up I've come up with a hybrid bread. I do and I've been experimenting back and forth with it. But I like rye bread, but not too rye. So this time I've done I think it's 150 grams of whole wheat flour, and then I made it up with roughly 550 um 550 grams of bread flour, and then 100 grams of rye flour. And the rye flour doesn't have gluten, so it really just kind of adds an extra grain to it. And then I add the I don't use the oh damn it. Um Damn it, what are the seeds? I can't even think of the seeds. Basically, I make a seedless rye bread, but what I do is the seeds are ground into powders. I want to say coriander, but it's not. I'll think of it in a minute. But basically, I do have the whole seeds. Damn it, what are those seeds? Man, I'm having a senior moment. I do actually have the seeds, but I almost never use them. Haven't in years. It's just the powder. So what I get is a honey wheat rye bread. Um, it's got the honey sweetness instead of actual powdered sugar. And no, not sesame. You know what? Hold on one sec. I am having a senior moment. It's the seeds that make rye. It's rye bread. Rye doesn't have the taste. It's the seeds that give it that taste. No, not cumin. Hold on one sec. Alexa, turn off the living room light. Man, I tell you what, I'm having all kinds of senior moments. It's caraway seed. You can use whole caraway seeds. That's what gives rye bread the that flavor. It's actually not the rye, it's the caraway seeds. I use powdered caraway seeds instead of the whole seeds because my son has never really liked the grainy, seedy thing. So I just use the powder, and it's actually really good. The honey, the caraway, um, and then it's got whole wheat. It's not it's hard to make 100% whole wheat bread because whole wheat doesn't have the gluten, so whole wheat bread doesn't rise as well as more processed flour does. So, yeah, dude, time flies. I've literally been making bread for 10 years. It started as a project. Well, actually, more than 10 years now. It started as a project, something my son and I could do in the kitchen. And it kind of went from there. And my son actually can make bread. He can make a pie from scratch. He can make cookies from scratch. And I always hated baking until my wife died. And then I felt guilty because my son liked, his mother used to make him cookies. And I felt guilty. And finally, he guilted me into learning how to bake. And then, the other thing is you'll spend like $8 on this high end bread. And I just got tired of spending like, I want the whole grain bread. I don't want a whole lot of additives and stuff in it. And you can literally, I get 5 pounds of bread flour, 5 pounds of whole wheat flour, 5 pounds of all purpose flour. And I don't, I use the all purpose when I run out of bread flour. I'll get like 10 loaves of bread for $10. It's roughly maybe a little bit more than $1 a loaf. In the grocery store, it costs you 5 to 8 times more than that, depending on the brand and the ingredients and stuff. And it tastes better. That's the other thing. Even that high-end bread, even if you go to Walmart, even the baked bread that you get in their bakery that's supposedly fresh baked, it's still going to have fillers and shit. There are literally no preservatives in my bread. No, gums or anything like that to make it chewy or flexible or anything like that. Um, so I know it's in my bread, and it's if you toast that bread that I just described, it's killer. And I'm not a toast guy or anything like that, but I swear, um, dude, you put toast and like butter on just plain old butter on that bread, it's just ridiculous. You'll never want to. I literally don't buy bread. And then I started doing it with mayonnaise. I make my own mayonnaise. It's way better. Um, I'm just too lazy to do butter and farmer's cheese. Um, but you just be surprised at how much better simple things like bread can be if you do it at home. Now, the problem is that, your young family maybe doesn't have the time to do it. So, commercial bread kills waterfowl. That's interesting. Never thought about it. Gives them a disease. Oh, angel wing syndrome. Oh, you mean like we used to feed the ducks with commercial bread? Oh shit, I never thought about that. Oh my lord, how many ducks have my grandmother, me, and my sister killed? Oh, we were avian. We were avian. We were a threat to the avian community in Savannah, Georgia, at Daffin Park. So, wow, I wish you hadn't told me that, roller skater Texas girl. Now I, now I have all kinds of avian guilt. What have I done? All right, well, let's finish this video.
Completely taken over. I'm honestly probably going to leave it right here because if I take all these plants out the back,
That's exactly what we are.
like these tomatoes have gotten so tall.
You know what? Wait till I tell my
See, it
sister.
doesn't even have room to properly grow. It's getting tangled. Like this is how tall the tomatoes have gotten. That's insane. I'm gonna take all the tomatoes out today and rehome them, and then also we've got to get it out of here. Zucchini has taken over so much that she's not even getting any light. Really want to pair it with
Yeah, that
tomatoes
zucchini's gonna take over. You need a whole separate area for the zucchini and those running plants.
two of the
You know, they'll
tomato
put out the
plants
little
because I
tendrils and
didn't
try and climb
realize
stuff.
that it was not a good idea to buy like the 4 set. It just came in
Man,
4s.
she
I don't even
is
know why
awesome.
they did that. Like I'm not a
Damn.
farmer. I don't even have a family. Like I don't need to feed that many people. And they say 1 plant per family is really sufficient. So I'm going to give 2 of the plants to my parents because my dad, he also likes to garden. So I like force the tomatoes onto him. So we'll see how they keep up over there. Oh, I almost forgot. Look over here. It's a little cramped. Okay, we're gonna fix this. But I got a new plant. This is my new hydrangea plant. It's technically like a hydrangea tree. I just felt like I needed a little more color on the balcony.
I think they're more like
Since we have
bushes. They don't
gotten
grow
a lot
that
more
tall.
color, like the flowers that I just got yesterday. So yeah, I'm hoping by this weekend, over here is more organized. It's not like all cluttered and stuff like it is right now. And I'm hoping to have like some flowering flowers right here and also
The next stage is starting to try and grow them from seed. Growing them from seed is going to be a lot more complicated, and you're not going to be able to do it on a balcony. But she'll get a house one day. Yeah, I agree.
I definitely want to expand this one day when I have, a little yard. And then when I get like an even bigger yard, it will expand even more. Just kind of growing and honing skills that I obtained throughout the years. Like this is starting small now, but I plan on having like fruit trees and fruit bushes one day. I'm looking forward to it so much. And I just definitely see that for myself because even now it's just so calming. Like I don't even always garden on camera. There's a lot of times and a lot of this that I did off camera. And just to have like my hands in the soil, my gloves in
I
the
should
soil
hope
or
so.
whatever, it just feels so grounding and calm. Like a method of therapy in a way. Very, very satisfying.
Well, cooking is like that too,
I
by
love
the
it so
way,
much.
dear.
If you have like any desire to start gardening, I say do it. It doesn't matter where you're at. If you don't have a balcony, start inside with like a few herb pots. I see people keep them in their kitchen sometimes. If you have a balcony, you can start this way. And if you got past that, there is no excuse. You can definitely start. I don't know. I think starting small, there's nothing wrong with that because, like I said, it gives you an opportunity to like really practice and grow as the years go by. And as you expand, your garden can also expand.
I'm hushing the dog on the tape.
Yeah, I better stop it there because I know that's going to make John Gall unhappy. Let's see. You can't tell if your bonsai. Well, those things don't grow very fast, Dave. So here's my friend 907 Good Eats, and oh my lord, this looks serious. So we'll join her in progress. We're looking at brain scans. This is not good.
And for someone that has never had an MRI in their life, it was a lot. It was a lot. So I am now out of the ICU. They have taken
Oh,
out
shit.
the brain. I'm still not able to walk. So after brain surgery, I had to learn how to walk again. So one thing I was glad about is that I had my hair done and my eyebrows done, and some of my eyebrows is on fleek in this picture. So after having brain surgery, it was weird. It's like all my muscle memory was completely wiped away. And what I mean when I say that was like I couldn't walk. It took a lot of work to like lift my arms up. And like your brain is literally the command center for your whole body. So just imagine somebody goes and turns off your computer and then they turn it back on after a long time or after you have a virus. It felt like that. So, but I'm thankful to be alive because one thing I can say is if you have breath in your body, it is another day where you could try, you can continue to work hard. So that's why I'm smiling in my pictures because I'm happy to be alive. Because I can, get help and learn how to walk, but I can't get my life back. And after the surgery, it kind of looks very similar to um a stroke victim. So this side of my face, the right side of my face actually dropped and it looked like I had a stroke. It's how it looked when I was talking and stuff. But like I said, I was happy I was alive, y'all. You gotta count your blessings while you got them. And I had a lot learn a lot. So December 23rd was my second emergency brain surgery due to acute hydrocephalus, which is another thing I had never heard of in my life. So what hydrocephalus is a buildup of CSF fluid in the brain and can be present at birth or so this is what hydrocephalus is. It means hydra means water and cephalus means head. A lot of people refer to this as water on the brain, and you will see a lot of babies really be affected by this, and they will have enlarged head. In my case, I looked normal. I looked normal, like I didn't have an enlarged head. But hydrocephalus can happen after a brain surgery or a brain injury. And that's also why they were keeping me in the hospital. But before this, I was like set to go to rehab like 2 days. I was set to go to rehab in 2 days. And then this whole situation happened. There again, I was very thankful that I was still in the hospital when this occurred. And F&M said, "Yes, I'm so grateful you made it through, and you were grateful. God is blessing you." Yeah, I was happy. I was happy I was alive, because it's like all this material stuff that we idolize, all this other stuff as far as like money and material stuff. That stuff can be lost and gained back. You can get all that back, but what you can't get back is your life. Is your life. So I feel like a lot of us need to be thankful out here. Stop complaining. Be happy what you got. Count the blessings that you have. And thank you so much, F&M. Y'all share this video. There may be someone that has some type of serious illness. They may have a brain tumor themselves, or there are so many people that have something wrong, or whether it's a pre-existing condition or something that occurs in life, they can feel like giving up. And what I want to say is I don't think you should give up, especially if you are still breathing, because That means that God has not given up on you. Yes, life is. Let's see. This is why I was happy. I was like, whoo, I got my life. I can't walk. You know what I'm saying? My face jacked up, but I know I got my life. That's just a good starting point. So this is what hydrocephalus is. So got some pictures here. And this is no hydrocephalus, and this is the fluid, and this is hydrocephalus. And you can see the amount of fluid, and what it does is it puts a lot of pressure on your brain. If something happens, if you have like a brain injury or stuff, what the body will do, and like I said, I'm not a medical doctor, this is from my understanding, my perspective. What the body will do is put you into a coma to preserve and to save your life. So that's what happened when I was in the hospital. I had hydrocephalus, did not know it, and
Okay, I'm gonna pause this right quick so I can. Dirty dude, are you specifically talking about the 14th Amendment stuff? Um, this is. Let me just address this, and I'm by no means condoning this. I actually think that the Supreme Court, it's possible that they're going to go in and they're going to end birthright citizenship. I don't think they can, but this move here, there's a quirk that uh, SKC and I think it was just him and I, we listened to that birthright. Excuse me. We listened to that case live, where Trump wanted to limit the nationwide injunctions that the district courts were doing for deportations and the 14th Amendment thing. Well, here's the funny thing about that law, dirty dude. Basically, the way the court system is set up, if the plaintiffs won the case, because they decided to talk about the district court's power versus the actual meat of the case, which is what the 14th Amendment means, the Supreme Court had the opportunity to actually talk about the merits of the actual case, but they decided to deal with the district's lower court. The district court's power, which actually served MAGA's purpose, because essentially the Supreme Court might have got a twofer out of this. They were able to deal with the district court's power without actually addressing the 14th Amendment issue. But the quirk of the law is that if the plaintiffs had won, saying that district courts can do nationwide injunctions at will, they would not have been able to advance the 14th Amendment case. Percolate is the word they used, all the way up. So between the quirks of the law, the Supreme Court really did a parlor trick here. They avoided dealing with the 14th Amendment, which they will, I'm guessing, they would have to do another parlor trick to defeat the real text of the 14th Amendment, but they got the win limiting the district courts enjoining nationwide. It's a real neat trick. They were clever in the way they did it, and it's all legal. There's really no way you can argue against what they did. So it's just the way the law works. the way the court system works. If the plaintiffs had won on the 14th Amendment, or if the plaintiffs had actually won, either one, um, the Supreme Court could have just ruled on the 14th Amendment and been done with it, but they never would have been able to deal with the actual power of the district courts. Splitting it, they were able to get what they wanted done with the district courts and then allow the 14th Amendment part to just do its natural progression up to the Supreme Court. And I think they're going to have to rule with the clear text, but they might not. So, what can you say? It is what it is. Yeah, I've been looking at them. I may deal with them tomorrow. I'm not going to deal with them today. Yeah, this is really disturbing. And Roberts in particular, I think he's the one that's the fan of the unitary executive. And essentially, what they've done is the unitary executive stuff. Um, Congress, Congress historically is really at fault here. They gave up a lot of power to the executive branch, and then when Democrats were kind of always in office and had power for great lengths of time, the courts wound up basically foiling the Democrats in the executive branch. And then now that the executive branch is Republican, and they've got the Congress and the courts, yeah, they're going to be able to basically realign this government and the universities. Um, Believe me, I think if you go back in history, Democrats fucking just got totally bamboozled. The Republicans played a long game, and they also did a ground game where they started at the state levels and got all these state legislatures. It was a 50 to 100 year long game, but Democrats were just short-sighted. And the historians will tell the story, but there's no way that this juggernaut has started. The only way that you're actually going to be able to reverse a lot of this stuff is, and I don't see the Democrats doing it now. They're not playing the long game even now. They're going to depend on the rank and file protest, no kings protest. And you know what? Essentially, what we're going to have for probably the next 100 years is minority rule. Okay, the majority of people in the United States, this time they did in the popular vote, but it's minority rule. MAGA is a distinct minority, and they got the power. No. They want less government when they can't control the government. Anybody who's in power is going to want to use the government to, reinforce or propagate their cultural values, etc. More power. What is it? Great power corrupt. Oh, I'm sorry. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's what we're witnessing right now. The Republicans have absolute power, and they're already, basically, we saw what happened in Minnesota. Now that's the fringe elements, but you notice Trump wasn't beating down the doors to express sympathy. They are going to go after the blue states. This is going to be an authoritarian. It's going to be an authoritarian picnic. They are literally going to realign this country the way they think it needs to be done, and we'll be okay. but it's going to take quite some time to undo this swing to the extreme that MAGA wants to do. And I think the only hope is that Trump himself is just so sloppy that even his own base erodes to a point and they just go, oh shit, we did the wrong thing. That's the only hope. How they do her real dirty? You're reading the 14th Amendment district court jurisdiction thing. I haven't looked at it. Hop up. I'm not going to be up that much longer, but this is juicy. Why on earth would they? I heard what she had to say. She didn't say anything to me. What she said was pretty common sense. So give us the tea there, Juan. So let's go back to the chef here.
I fell into a coma. They consider it to be unresponsive, but it's still a coma. So the brain is amazing. Hey Angela, how are you doing? Angela, how are you doing? The brain is very amazing and very smart. It was incredible. Like I feel like this
I'm gonna hop to real
story
time.
would be more fast. So I started taking like I think it was Percocets. I have never experienced those type of pain meds through my IV, and it scared me. It scared me because I was like, I can see how people can get addicted to this. It was a scary feeling. I didn't like it. And they were like, are you in pain? Yeah, I'm in pain. I just had brain surgery. But that don't mean I want you to come up in here and shoot a whole bunch of morphine into my IV. Like, that don't mean that. So, but those pain meds, man, they are very, very strong. It was definitely needed in the beginning, but as soon as I got to a point where I could start taking pain pills, because after the surgery, they have to make sure that you can swallow, or you know what I'm saying? Like they don't want they don't want you to choke. So how to get off those pain meds ASAP, or the IV pain meds, too strong, very, very scary. I can see how people couldn't get addicted. I can see how you can have a back surgery, a heart surgery, a brain surgery, get pain, IV pain meds, and become addicted. I can definitely see it. Amen. Your personality shows the love you have for yourself. This is so awesome because
Holy cow.
many people struggle with that. And you know what? It was so fun. My
Let
brother,
me see
shout out
can
to
I
my
find
brother, my big brother.
it and bring it
He
up.
was like, they call me TT, that's my nickname. He was like, TT, I hope you don't start wearing wigs. I'm like, bro, he's always talking mess, but he did not want me to start wearing wigs. He wanted me to go natural. And I just thought it was so funny. Like, I'm going through all this and you talking about a wig right now. And hey, Stanley, how are you doing? How are you doing? Um, yeah, y'all, my family is all about being natural. Y'all see us, we don't be having nails on, wigs, and weaves. Or sometimes my sister, she will get braids, but we don't do the wigs. There's nothing wrong with wigs. If you want to wear wigs, there's no problem. But my family don't really care for them like that. So let's get back into the video, y'all. So I was completely bald headed, but I was happy. Okay, I just saw something. You guys see this teddy bear back here with this banana? Let me tell y'all the story. This is Jesus. Okay. When I was a little girl, My mom got this for me out of the vending machine. This teddy bear has stayed in our family for 20 years. I still have it. Now I still have it. So this teddy bear, it's a monkey with a banana, and we call him Jesus. My mom got me this when I was a little girl, and I thought I had lost it. But my brother had the stuffed animal and actually brought it to the hospital. Now I have given this stuffed animal to our family. Jesus has been in our family for 20 years. But yeah, my brother was like, I hope we don't start wearing wigs. I'm like, bro. And you know what he told me when I when I started doing YouTube and I was like blowing up a little bit, he was like, I hope you don't get no BBL. I'm like, bro, I'm not doing that. But my brother is so funny, and he's the type of person that will always throw a joke in there. Um, no matter what you're going through. But this teddy bear right here has stayed in our family for 20 plus years. Now I have given it to Ava. It is on her shelf. My mom bought this for me when I was a little girl. And I'm just okay, but I'm gonna get back to the video. I just wanted to tell y'all about that teddy bear or the monkey. And we call him Jesus. He stayed in my family for 20 years. My brother, so I couldn't have visitors. I'm gonna go back a little bit. I couldn't have visitors because it was COVID. So they were dropping things off to me at the front desk. They was not playing during COVID. Singles. And it was just easier to cut it off so I could clean my hair. So I was completely bald headed, but I was happy because I made it, y'all. So December 29th, I was discharged from the hospital and sent to a rehab facility. This is not the type of rehab that you go to for drugs. This is the type of rehab that you go to after you have a life-changing surgery. And now I needed to learn how to live post-surgery. In rehab, one of the things that they really helped me on was learning how to walk again. It was weird. It was like I was a baby again. It was like my muscle memory, the slate was completely wiped clean. So we did walking exercises. They would use this thing called a gait belt. And we did all type of little obstacles. I did board games, puzzles. I spent about a week in the rehab facility. They also had a kitchen at rehab because rehab teaches you how to get back into real life. So they took me in the kitchen. I made an omelet. They saw my knife skills and they said, "You got some experience." So January 7th, 2021, I was discharged from rehab. During my surgery, during this whole phase, it was post-COVID, no visitors. Everyone had a mask on. I was so afraid. But I was able to see my baby again. And I just remember, because I'm bald now. I took my hat off because it's winter. And my nephew was like, what happened to your hair? I was like, it's a whole lot. So after I got out of rehab in the hospital, I did outpatient therapy, which included physical, speech, and occupational therapy. There would be some weeks when I would have. Okay, so there are different types of therapy that help with different functions. So physical therapy is where they're like teaching you how to walk, how to go up steps. You're working out on the treadmill. You'll see this commonly used after like a foot injury or maybe like an arm injury. You'll see that used. So physical therapy is like they're helping you to walk, go upstairs. They want to teach you how to, pretty much navigate through life. Um, Speech therapy is where they help you, with your speech. Because, like I said, after the surgery, it looked like I had a stroke. And so, and then every tumor is different because of the location of the tumor, right? That changes it. So, and you know what? FNM, that's a great question. I'm going to get to this. Occupational therapy is like your motor skills. So, when you're going to like turn the car on and you're doing like this, so it helps more with your motor skills. And so they had a lot of pegboards. Um, and we would be working on like a lot of like hand movements. They have this one machine where it's like it changes the top of it. So one of them's like a key, one of them's like a dial that you turn. So they want to make sure that you get your motor skills together. Okay, and Blade's always coming here making jokes. Blade's we having a serious conversation. Okay, this is the interesting part. F and M said, "Do you have trouble speaking?" All my life, I have had a speech impediment, and so I stuttered a lot, which is why I'm so surprised and so grateful that after my 2 surgeries, my stuttering went away. And now I'm a good public speaker, but with the way I was stuttering, I would never be up here talking to y'all. Y'all would be clowning me. So my speech actually, in a way, kind of cleared up after the surgery. But I still did speech therapy because they were trying to get my muscles relaxed on one side of my face, and they were trying to get a little bit of symmetry back. And recently the neurosurgeon was like, "Do you want to go to occupational therapy before your surgery?" And I told her no because I was doing something. I'm doing physical therapy with Ava. So my speech actually cleared up. And I used to have a really bad speech impediment. And that is one of the reasons why they bullied me so much in school. But you know what? I think I'm winning now, but ain't winning petty like that. And then shout out to my sister, she is in the building. And then Blaze said, "Oh, look at Ava with her mom, who still owes me a plate. Blaze, you better come get it quick." And yes, I had a really bad speech impediment. I used to stutter so bad, y'all. They would talk about me, they would tease me. And then Blake said, "Listen, I was in the neighborhood and I wanted to stop by and bring a little levity. Am I saying that word right? Please, you're always welcome here." And I've been making jokes too. You got to in life, especially when you have a tense moment, because at the end of the day, you're still here. So you know what I'm saying? Um, Miss Olisky said, "Do you think tumor has something to do with speech? I've always wondered if it did." Yes, and I did not learn this until after my surgery. The part of the brain where my tumor is in my cerebellum in the brain stem, which is in the back of my head. Your brain stem leads to like your spinal cord and all that stuff. So it's pretty serious surgery. The cerebellum has to do with coordination. And a lot of the times when I was speaking, I feel like that is why I was stuttering. Now, they never told me this. This is just what I assume. Like I said, I am not a medical doctor. And I also have a picture of the brain, and I'm going to show you guys that too. So the part of the brain where my tumor is in the cerebellum, which is in the bottom of your brain, pretty much. So that part of your brain deals with coordination and balance. Before the surgery, I had a really bad speech impediment. I was stuttering like crazy. Right after my 2 brain surgeries, I stopped stuttering. And I didn't even notice it until I was talking to one of my old friends from Oregon who actually did my braids. She was like, "You sound so clear." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I don't stutter anymore." And that is the only reason why I'm up here talking in a public speaker now. Because when I had that stuttering, I would be so afraid in the classroom. You know how everybody reads a line? I used to hate when they would call on me because I knew I was going to stutter. And FNM said, OMG, look at God, cleared the speech right on up. Yes, it was crazy. So I never would have thought it was a brain tumor that was causing me to stutter. And now, like I said, I'm not a medical doctor. There are a lot of people who have speech impediments, and I'm not saying that they are all caused by a brain tumor because I am not a doctor. But I think mine was caused by the brain tumor. And then Blake said you got the names of the bullies. Look, bullies got their karma in life. Don't even worry about it. God humbled them. God humbled them. You know, God took care of that. Oh, and that's another thing. Look, let God handle the enemies, okay? Yeah, and you know what? That's what I didn't get is I feel like they always pick on the nice people or the people that are the chosen ones, in my opinion. But sis said, laugh aloud, they all got humbled in a worse way. Look, life humbled them, God humbled them. Sometimes God got to sit you down and pick you back up. Okay, but we don't get into the video. I just wanted to go over with you guys that there are different types of therapy. Right now, Ava is doing physical therapy because she fractured her toe. After my surgery, I will have to do all three types of therapy: physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. And it's gonna be very, very busy for your girl. Okay, this is shout out to Ava. I was so proud of myself because after I got out of the hospital, I think a couple months later, I braided her hair. And I will say this, when I first started braiding, after a couple of hours, it would give me a headache because I would have to focus so much. So this was a big accomplishment for me to be able to do her hair. And wait till y'all see her hair. I just did it the other day. It's so freaking cute. But this is a big accomplishment for me. And we went to Hawaii 5 months after. No, was it 5 months? We went to Hawaii after my surgery. I was like, look, I need to take a trip. And this was the hair that she wore to Hawaii. And that's my little fro. My hair grew fast, y'all. Even now, my dreads are really, really long. Patient therapy, which included physical, speech, and occupational therapy. There would be some weeks when I would have 5 to 10 appointments. It was so hectic. But after about 6 months, I completed therapy. And I just want to say, you know, glory be to God because He led me to the hospital and He carried me through that process. And here I am. But after the surgery, your girl went to Hawaii. So that is us in Hawaii on the beach. And y'all see, I was rocking my short hair. Okay, I was froed up. And then, okay, so sis got the clarification. She said it was like 5 or 6 months, maybe. Yes, it was. I was still in therapy during this time. And my physical therapist was like, do not wear flip flops. You can't walk that well. You just learn how to walk. She was like, don't wear flip flops. During this time, I was wearing a backpack, but she was like, don't wear flip flops. But this is Ava. She looks so cute. She had the blue hair. That was the sun. That is my short hair. So my hair grows fast. And what I would say is that they always talk about the big chop, right? When you cut all your hair off and you let it go back naturally. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I wasn't doing the big chop. I wanted to keep my hair. But during this situation, I was forced to cut all my hair off. But I was curious to see how my hair would grow back and what it would be like. But that is Ava. She is so cute, y'all. She and my nephew, because the whole family went. Kiki went, Toya went, my nephew went, Toya's son. They have sand everywhere. It was like we was like, we ain't going to the beach no more. They had sand everywhere. But it was an honor to be able to take our kids on a trip like this because I was 16 the first time I left Alaska. And for our kids to be so young, for our kids to be so young and we're in Hawaii, it was just so beautiful waking up and seeing all that sun. Yes, Blaze. Shout out to Blaze. He came with the idea. Ava is getting her own celebration live stream. We are going to do it this weekend, right? So I'm going to take her to the store, let her pick out some food. She wants to do a fruit salad. And then we're going to go to Toy's house and take off Toy's snacks. Because Miss Solistic be having the snacks on deck. We are doing Ava's celebration live stream this weekend. Yes, Ava is so adorable. And everyone loved her hair in Hawaii. And I had like these little sandal heels for her. It was so cute. And yes, Freedom Immortals. I'm glad that Toya, I have Miss Solistic in my life as well.
Hey, folks, I'm actually waiting for a Trump victory dance slash press conference to be happening here, probably momentarily. So I will preempt this. And by the way, I happened to run into 907 Good Eats. That's the name of her channel. On another, I think it was Freezy's. I happened to hear her on one of Freezy's panels, and she might have mentioned food or something like that. So I wound up, because look, if it's a food channel, I'm going to watch it at least once. And it was so compelling. I hopped up on her panel, and she and her panelists, we were talking food and fishing and stuff like that. And I just fell in love with this woman. She is just a wonderful person, and I've been a fan ever since. So I encourage y'all. It's a small channel, but I watched her one, I think it was a Saturday, where she was prepping. No, it was a Friday, prepping for a cookout she was having the next day. No, she knows her shit. She was given like chef tips. And she's got a beautiful kitchen. She just knows her way around that home kitchen. And she is a wonderful person. And I highly encourage you to and she does other things besides cook. She'll get into some Diddy talk and stuff like that. But I encourage you. She is my new favorite YouTuber. So y'all indulge. She's a good woman.
For 1 hour a day. Then I had a Chromebook from school and I started a YouTube channel, which is Ava's Playtime. Making kids content. Ava always wanted a YouTube channel. Her friend started it for her, then I took over. And then I created 907 Goodies because I absolutely love to cook. And even though I don't work in the kitchen, I still want to cook. So I started Ava's Playtime, 907 Goodies, and
separation of powers and the rule of law, in striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch. The Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that.
A
but this
victory
case is
for the
very important. I was elected
Constitution?
on a
The
historic
fuck
mandate.
is he
In
talking
recent
about?
months, we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers. It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly.
Trump
And
is not
instead of merely
looking well.
ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law for the entire nation. In practice, this meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from going into effect or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades. And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century. Me.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
grateful
fucked
to the
with a
Supreme
lot of
Court for
laws.
stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country
Babies
under
of
birthright citizenship, and it
slaves.
wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now properly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. We have so many of them. I have a whole list. I'm not going to bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words, but there's really, she can talk as long as she wants, because this is a very important decision. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today. And with that, I'd like you to listen to the words of Pam Bondi. She's an incredible attorney general. We're very proud of her. And as you know, Todd Blanche is with us, and we have so many others that worked on this case and other cases. And I think they're doing a great job. Pam, please say a few words.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for fighting for all Americans. Americans are finally getting what they voted for. No longer will we have rogue judges striking down President Trump's policies across the entire nation. No longer. Today, in the 6-3 opinion, Justice Barrett correctly holds that the district court lacks authority to enter nationwide or universal injunctions. These lawless injunctions gave relief to everyone in the world instead of the parties before the court. As the Supreme Court held today, they turned district courts into the imperial judiciary. Active liberal judges have used these injunctions to block virtually all of President Trump's policies. To put this in perspective, there are 94 federal judicial districts. 5 of those districts throughout this country held 35 of the nationwide injunctions. Think about that. 94 districts, and 35 out of the 40 opinions with nationwide injunctions came from 5 liberal districts in this country. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have blocked our policies, from tariffs to military readiness to immigration to foreign affairs, fraud, abuse, and many other issues. The judges have tried to seize the executive branch's power, and they cannot do that. No longer. No longer. And on immigration, on a side note, today marks 2,711 arrests on these terrorists and these gangs. Total arrest today with HSI investigations. And thank you, Stephen Miller. Thank you to Homeland Security. Thank you to everyone working hand in hand with the FBI on all of these transnational gangs. TDA has been a huge terror to our country, as well as MS-13, as well as Sinaloa cartels. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have allowed district court judges to be emperors. They vetoed all of President Trump's power, and they cannot do that. This has been a bipartisan problem that has lasted 5 presidential terms, 5 different presidents, and it has ended today. We will continue to fight for President Trump's policies. I want to thank the Office of White House Counsel, Dave Warrington. You and your staff have been incredible. Our Solicitor General's office, John Sowers, Sarah Harris, and Todd Blanche and Emil Bovey. Todd's going to say a few words because we've had another major ruling today on transgender books and some other great wins that we've had. But no longer will they have this power in our country. It is the president's authority under his executive branch to do everything to fight for the American people, and he will continue to do that. That's why he was overwhelmingly elected. Thank you.
Thank you. Today's a great day for the rule of law. It's a great day for the Justice Department, and it's one that's been a long time coming, and one that every American should have been waiting for with bated breath. And so I echo what the president said and Attorney General Bondi, that the Supreme Court did a great thing today, not only for this administration, but for every American in this country. If not for the injunctions case, we would be here talking about another great decision that came down today, the trans books case, which restores parents' rights to decide their child's education. Seems like a basic idea, but it took the Supreme Court to set the record straight, and we thank them for that. And now that ruling allows parents to opt out of dangerous trans ideology and make the decisions for their children that they believe is correct. And so we thank the Supreme Court for that. There's been multiple decisions over the past several weeks that just show why this nationwide injunction ban had to happen. For example, what I mean by that is local district court judges issuing decisions that are clearly contrary to law just because they don't like the policy of President Trump. And when it gets to the Supreme Court has to correct it. But that takes time. The Attorney General thanked our lawyers, and I'll do it again. Our lawyers are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to fight these injunctions and to emergency appeals, emergency stays, going back to the district court judge, asking them to change their view. And so their hard work is really paying off today, but over the past few weeks. We had a stay of an order that prevented DHS from moving aliens to a third country. We had a stay of an order that stopped the Department of Defense from implementing military readiness, the EO that President Trump signed. We had another stay of an order forcing reinstatement of fired executive branch employees entirely within the president in Article 2, his right to do. We had a stay of, as you all know, of numerous DOJ cases. And again, every one of those stays requires a tremendous amount of work and effort by the lawyers and parties involved. And they should be doing other work. They should be doing the work that the president and this administration demands and has a right to demand, and not fighting these local judges who don't make decisions based on the law. They make decisions because they just simply don't agree with the administration's decision about a policy, and that's wrong. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, for Pam, please.
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Attorney General. So as you know, the Supreme Court did not rule on the underlying constitutionality of the president's birthright citizenship order. So what is the plan now? Are you going to try to implement the EO just in states where there isn't a legal challenge?
Yes, so birthright citizenship will be decided in October in the next session by the Supreme Court, unless it comes down in the next few minutes. I guess it could come down. I think they're still deliberating right now on some cases. As you heard, we just got transgender books, which is a huge win. But most likely that will be decided in October in the next session. However, it indirectly impacts us because, as you correctly pointed out, if there's a birthright citizenship case in Oregon, it will only affect the plaintiff in Oregon, not the entire country. So yes, it's indirectly, but that's pending litigation, and we're waiting on that in the next term.
And how concerned are you that the Supreme Court will come back and determine that the executive order is unconstitutional?
Oh, we're very confident in the Supreme Court. But again, it's pending litigation, and that will directly be determined in October, but it indirectly impacts every case in this country, and we're thrilled with their decision today. Peter.
Madam Attorney General, thank you for being here to take our questions. A couple questions to the both of you. The EO had a 30-day grace period before it goes into effect. Is there any thought about trying to make it effective immediately within that period of time?
We're going to follow the law. We're going to make those decisions, and we're going to do what's right in the bounds of the law.
And then the DOJ didn't ask the justices to rule on the merits of the birthright citizenship ban, just for explanation purposes, why?
Sure, because that's going to come down in October in the separate. This was huge because it's indirectly impacted today. As I said, it's case by case. Let me reiterate, of the 35 of the 40 nationwide injunctions filed against this president, against his executive authority as president of the United States, 35 of them came from Maryland, DC, Massachusetts, California, Washington. I mean, that's crazy. These 5 districts. So yes, it indirectly impacts us. It will be a separate decision in October. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for you, sir. Do you believe this ends the power of the lower court judges to stop your agenda? Do you see this as a full green light for your agenda going forward?
Well, you'd have to really speak to the lawyers about that. But this is really also a decision based on common sense. It didn't work the other way. It was a disaster where somebody from a certain location in a very liberal state, or a liberal judge, or a liberal group of judges could tie up a whole country for years, because their decision would sometimes take years to overturn. We've overturned many of the decisions, but it would take years to do it. And we have to act quickly when it comes to illegal immigration. We have murderers, killers, we have drug dealers, we have what they've allowed to come into our country. Should never be forgotten. It should never be forgotten what they've done to our country. And we have to be able to act very quickly, and we're going to do that. Thank you.
Just let me call Tony Barrett. Sir, I know that you praised her and her opinion here in this case. She has taken some heat, though, from some of your supporters who have labeled her weak, a squishy, a rattled law professor. What is your take on that?
I don't know about that. I just have great respect for her. I always have. And her decision was brilliantly written today, from all accounts. Yeah.
Transgender ruling.
Mr. President, what would you say to Americans who fear that this is more and more concentration of power in the White House and the executive?
Well, this really brings back the Constitution. This is what it's all about. And this is really the opposite of that. I mean, the question is fine, but it's the opposite. The Constitution has been brought back.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Illegal crossings in the border are 0 now.
0. Does everyone hear that? 0.
Trump 2028.
Do you intend, President Trump?
Who's that guy? I like him. He's working the cameras.
With this new reality, President Trump, in the border, do you intend to engage personally with leaders from South America, not only Central America,
Sure.
in order to
I
tackle
do that
this
anyway.
situation
I
in
do
a
that
fruitful
anyway.
way, and if you have a perspective of meeting some
Sure.
presidents from South America, as Brazil, for example.
Well, you should, as an example, not South America, but NATO over the weekend. They have great respect for our country now. They did things that nobody thought was possible. They took funding from 2% to 5%. Nobody thought they'd ever pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. It's over $1 trillion more a year. Think of that, $1 trillion. Nobody thought that could happen. That's a different group of people, different countries. Yeah, but we get along with a lot of countries. We are respected again. Our country, the U.S., is respected again. Was not respected 6 months ago. I can tell you.
We ask about the big beautiful.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, you have a deadline coming up on trade in 2 weeks. Which countries, if
On
any,
what?
on trade, on tariffs, sir? Which countries, if any, are close to agreements with the administration?
Well, that's an interesting question. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal with probably 4 or 5 different countries. With the UK, it was a great deal for both. And we're in the process of making some others. But ultimately, in fact, Scott is here. And Howard Lutnick, these two guys have been doing an incredible job, and the people that work with them have been doing an incredible job. But we have 200 countries. You could say 200 countries plus. We can't do that. So at a certain point over the next week and a half or so, or maybe before, we're going to send out a letter. We talked to many of the countries, and we're just going to tell them what they have to pay to do business in the United States. And it's going to go very quickly. But some of the bigger countries, so India, I think we're going to reach a deal where we have the right to go in and trade. Right now, it's restricted. You can't walk in there. You can't even think about it. We're looking to get a full trade barrier dropping, which is unthinkable. And I'm not sure that that's going to happen. But as of this moment, we've agreed to that, go into Indian trade. We're going to be trading in China. That's going to come a little bit down the road, but we're going to be trading in China. We have a lot of great things going, and we're getting along with countries, but some will be disappointed because they're going to have to pay tariffs. And we've taken in already hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. No inflation. The only problem we have is we have a Fed guy that doesn't understand what's happening, and it would be great if he'd lower the rate because we'd be able to borrow a lot cheaper. Yeah, go ahead, please. Why don't we keep it on this subject? This is such a big subject. You know what? Trade is so big, but this, I don't know, in a certain way, this might be bigger than trade. I think this is bigger than trade. Yes, please, go ahead.
I was wondering, though, if you could,
Go ahead.
sir, on the transgender ruling, the Supreme Court ruling that parents with religious objections can pull their kids out of public school lessons that use LGBTQ materials. Pam brought it up. Your reaction to that ruling today, sir?
I think the ruling was a great ruling, and I think it's a great ruling for parents. It's really a ruling for parents. They lost control of the schools. They lost control of their child. And this is a tremendous victory for parents. And I'm not surprised by it, but I am surprised that it went this far. It took us to bring life back to normal. So it's wonderful. It's parental. And I kept saying, we will give you back your parental rights. They were taken away, and this is a tremendous victory for parents. Yeah.
Mr. President, if you look at the back at the last week, it's been extraordinary in terms of the action in the Middle East. You were at The Hague. I'm wondering
hell of a week, hasn't it?
I'm wondering now if you believe
been
that
some
Iran.
week.
I'm wondering now, sir, if you believe that Iran has given up its long history of ambitions with nuclear weapons, or what you would like to see from them to prove that they do, and what type of meetings is your administration looking for next week with Iran?
So Iran wants to meet. As you know, their sites were obliterated. They're very evil nuclear sites. They were, now has been proven. We had some fake news for a little while. The same people that covered the Hunter Biden laptop was from Russia. The same people that did 3 or 4 other Russia hoax.
But on their
No, wait, just listen. They came up with something that delayed the credit that our great pilots and these great what talent that was, and they hit it right down in the spot. 52,000 feet. Think of this dark, no moon, you couldn't see a thing. And they hit the refrigerator door, as they say. That's the size of a target. And overwhelmingly, and it's amazing what was done. We're the only ones that could have done it. And we took out the other, 2 of the other sites also. In addition to that, we finished them off. That was a very evil intention. I believe that, and again, time will tell, but I don't believe that they're going to go back into nuclear anytime soon. They spent over $1 trillion on nuclear, and they never got it together. And nothing was moved from the site, by the way. To do that is very dangerous. It's very, very heavy material. Those cars were most likely the cars of masons because they were pouring concrete at the top, at the hatch, as you know, the hatch going into the nuclear site. They wanted to reinforce it, and they had some masons there pouring concrete. By the way, that concrete was obliterated. It hit exactly at the concrete. It was, I don't think it had a chance to dry, but everything's down there. It's under millions of tons of rock. Please. Yes.
Your administration has said that El Salvador is one of the safest countries in the hemisphere. So why haven't you yet canceled temporary protected status for that country? Was it part of the deal?
Well, we'll take a look. We've had a great relationship with El Salvador. They have a fantastic leader. They built a massive prison system. And I don't know exactly why, but it's a hell of a system. And we bring people there. And when they go there, they don't get out. And frankly, when they hear they have to go there, they become very nice people. They become very nice people. It's a tough system, but it's a brilliant system. And It's a system done by a very, very good leader. We'll talk about El Salvador. A lot of respect. Yeah, please.
Thank you. A question for you, and then a question for the Attorney General. As you go into negotiations and talks with Iran, are you demanding not only that there would be no uranium production inside of Iran, but also that Iran would turn over all existing stockpiles of uranium?
Well, we're a little early for that, but something like that. Yeah, we'll do something like that. Let me say that I've been saying for 25 years, even as a civilian, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. And that's what happened. It's been obliterated. It would be years before they could ever get going. And I really think it's probably the last thing. They have to recover from a hell of a tough war.
Would you also be demanding that the IAEA have full rights to inspect in Iran?
Or somebody, yeah, or somebody that we respect,
And then
including ourselves.
And a question for both the President and the Attorney General. Under birthright citizenship, if this is implemented, who would be tasked with actually vetting citizenship? And how, would this be a situation where you have nurses and doctors checking for citizenship of parents? Or?
This is all pending litigation. It's going to be decided in October by the Supreme Court, and we'll discuss that after the litigation.
If you have an undocumented baby, would that baby then be an enforcement priority?
The violent criminals in our country are the priority now. Let me put it in perspective. Today marked the 2,711th arrest in our country of TDA members, just TDA. Everyone in this room agrees they are one of the most violent criminal organizations in the world. And the Biden administration let them walk into our country for the last 4 years. 2,711 of them today have been arrested in our country. That is the priority of Donald Trump. That is the priority of this country, of Homeland Security, of all of our lawyers, of FBI. That's the priority. That will be discussed in October when the Supreme Court hopefully rules in our favor, and we're very confident of that. But you should all feel safer now that President Trump can deport all of these gangs, and not one district court judge can think they're an emperor over this administration and his executive powers, and why the people of the United States elected him.
I just might add one thing. And, they used birthright citizenship, some of the worst people, some of the cartels, to get people into our country, just so you know. And again, I say, if you look at the end of the Civil War, the 1800s, it was a very turbulent time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever? But you take that exact day, that's when the case was filed. And the case ended shortly thereafter. This has to do with the babies of slaves, very, very obviously. And I think we're going to win. I don't think they went about discussing it right. I came along and we looked and we said, wait a minute, this is wrong. We've been looking at birthright citizenship wrong for years, but they've used it. The cartels have used birthright citizenship to get very bad people in. And what Pam's doing and what Todd and everybody else, what they're doing at DOJ and all over, FBI, ICE, Border Patrol, these are incredible people. They're trying to keep our country safe, and they don't want to have people come in. This is just another way that they get illegal immigrants into our country, and in some cases, very, very bad ones. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your tax bill, if I could for a moment, senators are racing to rewrite parts of it right now after the Senate parliamentarian ruled that sections of it were outside of the process that they're using to get this through. Do you think that senators should respect the decisions of the parliamentarian? And what have you personally done in the last 48 hours to try and get Republican senators who are against the bill to a yes?
Well, look, it's a great bill. It's a massive tax cut. If it's not approved, your taxes will go up by 68%. Think of that, 68, a record, the highest in the history. The Democrats won't approve it only because politically it's so good for the Republicans. The Democrats aren't approving it. But think of what they're not approving. They're not approving border security. We've done a great job at the border, but we have to add some wall. We have to do various things. We have no money for that. We have no money for the border. We have no money for so many things. But if the Democrats, it'd be interesting to see if we get any Democrat votes. We should. If I were a Democrat, I would absolutely, maybe Fetterman, because he seems to be the most sensible one lately. If I were a Democrat, I would vote for this bill all day long because it's tax cuts and so many other things that are common sense. They're basic things. I think they're doing fine. The parliamentarian's been a little difficult, and I would say that I disagree with the parliamentarian on some things, and on other ways she's been fine. But we'll have to see. It's a big issue. I will tell you this: if that bill doesn't pass, the country will get a 68% tax increase. So think of this: you're a Democrat and you vote against it. That means you're voting in favor, because essentially you're voting in favor of the largest tax hike in the history of our country. And you can't do that. In addition, we're cutting costs by $1.7 trillion, and it won't affect anybody. It's just fraud, waste, and abuse.
Mr. President, Mr. President, a leading global economist just did a 180 and says your tariff plan, you may have outsmarted everybody with it. What is your message?
I love this. I love this question. This is the favorite. This is the best question I've ever been asked, because I've been going through abuse for years on this. Because as you know, we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, no inflation whatsoever.
But Mr. President, what is your message to critics who think your tariff plan will cause a recession?
I think they should go back to business school. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars from China and a lot of other countries. We took in. I had a call from somebody in the House and a high official. Sir, we have a problem. We don't know what to do. The books are a mess. I said, what do I mean by the books? The books, the money coming in. It's so terrible. I figured, oh boy, what's this? I don't like this question. I said, so what seems, there's so much money coming in, and there must be some kind of an accounting mistake, because we have hundreds of billions of dollars more money than we thought. I said, do me a favor, go check call me back. You have to call me back. Check the tariff column. Calls me back 2 hours later, says, you're right. We took in 88 billion in tariffs. They have so much money coming in. But more important than the money coming in, we have companies coming in, factories coming in, auto plants being built. AI is being built here instead of being built all over Europe and Asia. We have all of it. We have over $15 trillion, just about, Scott. I think we're right about that number. We went to Saudi Arabia. We went to Qatar, we went to UAE, very smart people, very smart leaders, great leaders, and we took in $5.1 trillion just there without the tariffs. I mean, they also liked a thing called November 5th, November 6th, and November 7th. That was a very good little period of time. It's called the presidential election. You know, you used to have one-day election, now you have it go over. But even if you just took that little period, because it was pretty obvious it was going to be a landslide. And they like that, but they love the tariffs. I had Texas Instruments come in the other day, big company, and he said, we're putting in $60 billion into new plants and new equipment, new everything. Sir, you're going to keep the tariffs, aren't you? Because if I ever took the tariffs off, and we are going to absolutely keep it. And they're worried that somebody that, like this communist from New York, someday gets elected. I can't believe that's happening. That's a terrible thing for our country, by the way. He's a communist. We're going to go to a communistic state. That's so bad for New York. But the rest of the country is revolting against it. But if somebody got elected, they're afraid that if this was taken off, well, we're going to guarantee it's never going to be taken off. And again, we're taking in think of this, hundreds of billions of dollars. And they were all confused because they've never seen this before. You know, it's always the other way. We don't have enough money. So much money is coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen. But most importantly, we have factories being built, car plants being built, companies moving to our country like never before. If you look at 15 trillion, and that's only in a few months, you know, I haven't been here that long. Presidents like the last one was a disaster. He's the worst president in the history of our country, by the way. What he did on our border can never, ever be forgotten. To me, that's the worst of all the things. And he's done some terrible things, grossly incompetent. Nobody knew it was him, because I don't think it was him. I think it was whoever was controlling the auto pen. But our country is doing great. And those leaders and other leaders I just left, as you know, a large group of the most highly respected people. And that includes big countries. When you look at Germany and France and Spain, although Spain didn't come through, but they will. By the way, guaranteed they will. That was the only country that sort of tried to hold back on putting up the money. But just so you know, they said, it's unbelievable what's happened to the USA. You were a dead country. We didn't respect the country, the leader. You were dead as a doornail. One said to me, you went from being a dead country You are right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. The whole world is talking about the USA, and everybody wants a part of it. And they're pouring into our country, and you're going to see those numbers. Thank you for that question. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about trade. Secretary Bessent has said that he hopes tariff deals with major partners will be done by Labor Day. So if some deals are not done by your July 9th deadline, will some countries' tariffs go back up, or will they stay where they
Yeah,
are
well,
now?
there's some countries that are used to ripping us off, to be honest with you. I don't want to name them, but you sort of can name them. And they're so used to just, you know, taking it billions and billions of, look, we had a trade deficit of more than $1 trillion. Think of a trillion, a trade deficit. That's because nobody cared. We cared a lot when, you know, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff. We had the greatest economy in history up until now. I think we're going to blow it away. But during my time, and especially prior to COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to blow it away now based on the kind of numbers that we're seeing. But some countries are very angry because they've been ripping us off for years. They've been making billions and billions of dollars. There was nobody to negotiate with. They could do whatever they want. They charged us tariffs, by the way, at numbers that we've never seen before. And we ended up losing much more than $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion a year on trade. And now they're being met with a force that's far greater than them. And they don't like it. So they're upset because instead of making, you know, $5 billion, they're going to break even. Or they'll make a little bit. I want to be nice. They'll make a little bit. Or we'll make a little bit. It's a big difference. Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead. Red dress.
On the 2020 election, is there any more information on the special prosecutor? So many Americans still have questions about the 2020 election. And speaking of rogue judges, would you consider appointing somebody at DOJ maybe to investigate the judges that allowed for the political persecution of you, your family, and your supporters during the Biden administration?
I love you. Who are you?
I'm Farrah from Lindell TV.
Well, it's just a very nice question. And it's not a setup. I have no idea who you are, but I appreciate that question. All I can say is we're not here for that. I hope so. I hope they're doing a thing because that election was rigged and stolen, and we can't allow that to happen. You know, a lot of people tell me, sir, you just won the greatest election in the history of our country. You won at numbers that won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything. Sir, go on with your life. And many people that say that, good people, friends of mine. Then you have people that say that same thing, go on with your life, but you have to find out what happened because you can't let that happen again. Look at what this lunatic did. Look at what he did. He opened our borders to people that were murderers, 11,888 to be exact, murderers. And we've captured many of those murderers and we're bringing them back, or some of them are so dangerous that we don't even want to bring them back. We're afraid they're going to try and come back in. But he allowed people to come into this country, people from mental institutions, insane asylums. That's a mental institution on steroids. People from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers, people, jails being emptied out into our country. Venezuela emptied out almost its entire prison population into our country. But I don't want to blame them. Many countries have done that. The Congo, you know, we have a great press conference coming up later. And it's the Congo and Rwanda. You know, they were fighting for years, and it was machetes. It was vicious. It was as vicious, people's heads being chopped off. And I have a man who's very good in that part of the world, very smart, and put them together. And we're signing a peace treaty today. First time in many years they're going to have peace. And it's a big deal. You know, we talk about Russia, and we're working that one. President Putin called up and he said, I'd love to help you with Iran. I said, do me a favor. I'll handle Iran. Help me with Russia. We got to get that one settled. And I think something's going to happen there. But we did some great work. India and Pakistan. That was going to be maybe nuclear. We did that. We did a lot of work. I don't know if there's ever been a president that's done much more. Serbia, Kosovo is going to go at it. Going to be a big war. I said, you go at it. There's no trade with the United States. They said, well, maybe we won't go at it. That's what happened with India and Pakistan. I was negotiating with both of them, and I said to Scott, I said to Howard, cancel all deals with India and Pakistan. They're not trading with us because they're in a war. They called back, what do we do? I said, look, you want to have trade with the United States, it's great. But you want to go and start using nuclear weapons on each other? We're not going to allow that. And they both agreed. Both have great leaders. They both agreed not to do it. So we did a lot. But I appreciate that question.
Sir, on peace deals, can I follow up with you? Sir, can I follow up on peace deals?
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Please,
Mr.
Orange.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. I was just speaking with Senator Ron Johnson on the One Big Beautiful Bill, and he says he really wants to get to yes for you and get this accomplished.
He does. He's a good man.
But he also said that he needs more time, and he is not certain that the July 4th deadline is
Well, then he's not such a good
because
man.
there's too much work to
No,
do.
he's a good man. Ron
How
Johnson's
important-
doing a good job. He's very committed. Every Republican senator is committed. And, you know, you could have a couple of grandstanders, in all fairness. You could have somebody else. And it's very dangerous because our country would go from being the most successful country in the world to who knows what happens with a 68%. Think of it, 68% tax increase. That was given by the Democrats because they like high taxes. I don't know what happened. You know, all my life, I'd grow up and I'd watch politicians talking. I'd say, oh, that's fun. And they were always saying, we will cut your taxes. We will cut your tax. I never heard it. They say, we will raise your taxes. And they elect people like this guy in New York that maybe has a chance. I find it hard to believe, but he maybe has a chance. They want to raise your taxes. So they want to see a 68% tax increase. That's more money than anybody could afford. You'd go into a depression if that ever happened. So I think there's a lot of pressure to get that approved.
President Trump,
How important is the July 4th deadline to you? If the
It's
default
important. It's not
deadline's
the end
till
all.
August?
It can go longer, but we'd like to get it done by that time if possible. And look, we have a lot of very committed people and they feel very strongly about a subjects that you're not even thinking about that are important to Republicans. The problem we have is that it's a great bill. It's a popular bill, but we'll get no Democrats only because they don't want to vote for Trump. If that bill was their bill, oh, they would be so happy. It's so great for our military. It's great for everything. And they would normally vote, but because their hatred of Trump, they have Trump derangement syndrome at levels never seen before. And instead of voting for a tax cut, they're voting for a tax increase of 68%. They're voting to destroy Social Security, destroy Medicare, and destroy Medicaid. And we're voting to make them perfect and to make them better, make them stronger and better. They're going to destroy Medicaid and they're going to destroy Medicare, and Social Security will follow. If you vote for the Democrats, you're dead on those three things.
sir, on peace deals.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a related subject, many Democrats have said that they are not going to support crypto bills in Congress only because of you and your family's personal crypto ventures. And these votes are in some cases needed to pass. Are you open to the idea of pulling away from your personal crypto ventures just for the next few years if that helps get these crypto bills passed in the next few months?
Well, it's a very funny thing, crypto. So I became a fan of crypto, and to me, it's an industry. I view it as an industry, and I'm president. And if we didn't have it, China would, or somebody else would, but most likely China. China would love to. And we've dominated that industry. It's a big industry, by the way. In fact, when the stock market went down recently, crypto and Bitcoin and all of that went down much less than anybody else as a group. And we've created a very powerful industry. And that's much more important than anything that we invest in. We invest in it, but really that was an industry that wasn't doing particularly well. I got involved with it a couple of years ago. And before the second term, I got involved before I decided to run. I only decided to run because I saw what was happening, and Biden was incompetent and the administration was crooked and incompetent. And I was in Bitcoin then, not knowing if I was going to do it a third time. So it's become amazing. I mean, it's the jobs that it produces. And I notice more and more you pay in Bitcoin. I mean, people are saying it takes a lot of pressure off the dollar. And it's a great thing for our country. So I don't care about investing. You know, I have kids and they invest in different things. They do believe in it. But I'm president, and what I did do there is build an industry that's very important. And you know, if we didn't have it, China would. Okay.
Sir, Mr. President, on peace deals.
Go ahead. With the glasses, gentlemen. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So,
are you going to cut funds in the sanctuary states, like for instance California? They keep supporting illegal immigration, and then these people work under
Yeah, we're
the
giving them a
table.
hard time.
And also, a foreign policy
I
question.
mean, they don't have a governor in California. They have a man that wants to give away everything to people that nobody's seen before. If we didn't go into Los Angeles with the military, which did a fantastic job, but if we didn't go into Los Angeles bringing in the National Guard, I would have brought the military if it was necessary, because we have to. We have the right to. That was another thing upheld by the Supreme Court. But if we didn't go in with the National Guard and be strong and tough, you wouldn't maybe have Los Angeles. It would be like the rest of California, the rest of Los Angeles. They lost 25,000 houses in a fire. They should have lost none. You know, I sent the water down. I had to break into their water supply because they just refused to do it. They're crazy. There's something wrong with them. They have plenty of water. They don't have droughts or anything. They have We let it come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed all the water out into the Pacific Ocean for environmental reasons, okay? And now you have 25,000 houses, none of which would have burned down if you had the water. They didn't have water. They didn't have water for the fire pumps. They didn't have water in the sprinkler systems that people put in. So the answer is we're going to work with governors. We're going to work with radical left Democrats and Democrats, and we're going to make it good for everybody. We'll have to stop the crime in those, or in the case of the cities, I think I can say just about all cities with heavy crime are run by Democrats. Go ahead.
11,
Yeah, with the glasses.
I'm with Iran
Go ahead, yes.
International.
Yeah, no, the man behind you. Yeah, please.
President Trump, Anthony Mashak from Amphibia, Lebanon. I want to ask you regarding the threats posed by Iran's allies and proxies operating in the U.S. They were threatening your life. So what do you say about that? And regarding the Lebanon, because Hezbollah is as well part of Iran's allies, is there any time frame in Lebanon regarding disarming Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Yeah. Lebanon is a great place with brilliant people. You know, it was known for the professors and doctors and had an incredible history. And hopefully we can bring it back again. I just appointed a friend of mine who's Lebanese, and I didn't know he was Lebanese. I've known him for 20 years, very, very successful man. And I just appointed him. And I said, why would you want that? He said, because I was born there. I was raised there. I love it. I love it so much. I said, you know, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon as ambassador. And he said, that's what they say, but I don't care about danger. I mean, this is a guy that is just a very big business guy. He wants to give up his whole life to go to Lebanon because he believes in it so much. We're with Lebanon all the way. We'll try and straighten it out.
Action.
Threaten my life? Yeah, they have threatened. I get that throbbing feeling every once in a while. Get that throbbing feeling, but you know what? That's okay. This is a dangerous business. What I do is a dangerous business. You know, I tell the story of the car companies and different people and different professions you have. Race car drivers, as an example, 1/10 of 1% die. Bull riders, 1/10 of 1%. That's not a lot, but it's people die. When you're president, it's about 5%. If somebody would have told me that, maybe I wouldn't have run. Okay, this is a very dangerous profession. Yeah, please. By the way, so many questions. Should we keep this going, Pam? Or not? This is the opposite of Biden.
This is the
Biden would take a half a
history
question and he'd
in
leave without
history.
answering it. Go ahead.
On Iran.
You tell me when it gets boring. Okay.
If Iran.
Are you from Iran?
No, I'm not from Iran. I'm from the UK. But if the intelligence reports conclude that Iran,
If she was from Iran, he was going to deport her right on the spot.
would you consider bombing the country
Sure.
again?
Without question, absolutely.
Had any
Turned out to be unbelievable. But, you know, our incredible flyers and I call them the shots. These guys are unbelievable. Think from 52,000 feet, they hit the equivalent of a refrigerator door. They actually hit it right in the center, so it's much smaller than that. And just bomb after bomb going deeper, deeper, blowing up. Incredible, incredible thing. I don't know if you heard the general. He was very impressive. Raisin Cane. You know, he's the one that beat ISIS for me. And he did it in a matter of weeks. And I was told it was going to take 4 or 5 years. And when I got this job, I always said, if I get this job, I'm going to put that guy as the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And Dan Kane, and he, when I heard his name was Raisin, his nickname is Raisin Kane. I said, you got to be kidding. So I liked him right from the beginning, but he knocked out ISIS in a time that nobody ever thought possible. And when this attack was completed and so successful, I said, now I know how you knocked out ISIS so quickly. But we have the best people. We have the best equipment in the world. You know, I rebuilt the military during my 4 years, during my other term. We have the best equipment in the world. The problem is we gave away, you know, a lot of it, but small, relatively speaking. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan. Shouldn't have happened. That just shows how incompetent they were. They gave all that equipment away, billions and billions of dollars worth. Shouldn't have happened, but that was small compared to what we have. Now we have a great military with great people. Okay. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, congratulations. A couple of very different questions. One is Rwanda, 1994. As you grew up in New York, we all knew how horrific those attacks were. Congratulations on that treaty. There are talks that perhaps
That's going to take place today at 3:00 in the Oval Office. We're going to have a signing with Rwanda and the Congo. So I'm a little out of my league in that one because I didn't know too much about it. I knew one thing: they were going at it for many years and with machetes. It is one of the worst wars that anyone's ever seen. And I just happened to have somebody that was able to get it settled. I mean, just a brilliant person who is very comfortable in that part of the world. It's a very dangerous part of the world. I said, are you uncomfortable there? People are being killed. School children are being raided and killed. And I don't even want to say how, but as viciously as I've ever heard. Are you uncomfortable? No, that's the part of the world that I know. Very comfortable. Was able to get them together and sell it. And not only that, we're getting for the United States a lot of the mineral rights from the Congo as part of it. They're so honored to be here.
Yeah,
They
that's
never
the
thought
most
they'd be
important
coming here.
part.
Look, this is a
Not
very tough part of the
not
world.
the war,
They
the
never thought,
murders,
they were
the
just telling me,
slaughter,
they never
the
thought they'd
mineral
ever be
rights.
coming to the White House, and they're so honored.
Don't forget
And
to
so we're
mention
going to give them a great
mineral
big
rights.
reception. But that's after many years of fighting. It's a great thing. That's at 3:00, I believe.
Sir, are you concerned at all about secret nuclear sites in Iran? You talked about maybe just
Secret nuclear site?
Yes, that there might be some of
Not
those
really. Can I tell you? They're exhausted. And Israel's exhausted too. And I dealt with both of them. And they both wanted it settled, both of them. And we did a great job, but they're exhausted. The last thing they're thinking about right now is nuclear. You know what they're thinking of? They're thinking about tomorrow, trying to live. It's such a mess. It's such a mess. The place was bombed to hell. And no, I'm not worried about it at all. And I'm putting out a little statement. I'm going to respond to the Ayatollah's statement
I'd get a
yesterday that
I'd
we
get
won
a
the war.
Nobel Peace
We won the
Prize
war.
for the
I said,
work
"Look, you're a man
I
of great
did.
faith, man who's highly respected in this country. You have to tell the truth. You got beat to hell. And Israel was beat up too. They were both beat up. And it was a great time to end it. It was quick. They got the hate out. There was a lot of hate. It would be great if they didn't have that hate. But the last thing they're thinking about is nuclear weapons right now. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao with NTD Research Media with the Epoch Times. Thank you
Good.
so much for doing this. It's
Sure.
very refreshing for all of us here.
It's a good
I believe,
group.
in this room. So
It's
for-
refreshing.
Very refreshing. Yes, we haven't had
Probably.
this in, for the
I understand what you mean.
So thank you so much for coming out here.
Other
to
than
talk to us.
Caroline's done a great job.
Yes.
You're referring to the past administration,
Yes,
not to
yes.
Caroline, right?
Yes. Back to the ruling today, if you don't mind. So you have always talked about winning for the American people.
Right.
How do you think today's ruling will enable you to further deliver for American families and workers across the country, not only when it comes to immigration, but also when it comes to trade, energy? What actions are most eager to move forward
Well, I
with
think
now?
taking power away from these absolutely crazy radical left judges is a tremendous. This is such a big day. This is such a big day. It's like it's sort of sad because we're doing the signing at 3:00, and this may very well dominate the signing of a big war that was going on and really affecting the continent of. Think of it, the entire continent of Africa was being affected. We're settling that war today, and this will probably be a headline. But this is a very big moment, and it gives power back to people that should have it, including Congress, including the presidency. And it only takes bad power away from judges. It really doesn't take it takes bad power, sick power, and unfair power. And it's really going to be, this is a very monumental decision. Yeah, please.
Yes, President, thank you very much. On July 9th, is that July 9th date set for tariffs to snap
No.
back? Or could there be a?
We can do whatever we want. We could extend it. We could make it shorter. I'd like to make it shorter. I'd like to just send letters out to everybody. Congratulations, you're paying 25%. He doesn't want, he's a much nicer person than I am. So how do you finish it up?
Who are you considering for the Federal Reserve then? And are you speeding up that process? I see Secretary.
Oh, he's terrible. He's terrible. I mean, I have a list of things. We're like 38 on the list. We pay, Cameroon and different places are paying the same as us. Because, you have somebody sets a rate at 4% or 4.5%. It's hard to go out and say we should be paying 1% when you have your so-called experts doing it. And the sad part is, as per the question that you asked about tariffs, we've had the tariffs and we have less inflation than we had before. What we have is a hell of a lot more money, a hell of a lot more income, and we shouldn't be paying a rate like that. In other words, when we pay a rate, I'll tell you, each point is the equivalent of $300 billion. So if we had it down 3 points, because I think we should be at 1, you have Switzerland is at 0.25. In other words, 25% of 1%. And they're the number 1 right now, but we should be the number 1. And soon you're going to have, I think you're going to have where the people will pay will pay like we had a few years ago, where you put up money, you loan money. And I mean, you actually, instead of paying, you get paid. I love that. I don't know if it's any good, but I love it, where you put up money and you get paid. But we should be in a category. So we should be at the top of the list, not toward the bottom of the list. But we have a man who's not a smart man. And he probably has Trump derangement syndrome. And he's just not a smart person. What he's doing, though, he's hurting us for years to come. Because if we borrow money at 2 points higher than we should be paying, that's $600 billion. Wouldn't you say those numbers are about right, Scott? So it's 2 points would be about 600, actually more than that, but about $600 billion, all because the guy doesn't want to lower the rates. He's doing the service, a very disservice. And then he goes up, talks about, I'd like to see costs come down. He gets up and he does his little thing for 5 minutes, and he goes out and he goes back to the beach. He goes, I'd like to see costs come down. Well, he could lower the interest cost by $900 billion a year. All he has to do is lower rates. And everybody's saying, I was watching some of the business shows today, and they're saying, Trump's right. He should really be cutting. The country's doing well. We have no inflation. Now, despite him, we're doing great. But if we got the rates down, we would be a rocket ship. So I think that'll be it. And I just want to thank everybody. This is a really big day. We've had a big week. We've had a big week. We've had a lot of victories this week. NATO was a tremendous victory. The war was a tremendous. Look, we were talking about this for 30 years about Iran being nuclear.
So we were in a war?
And it's not going to be nuclear. And, I want to give credit to a lot of people. Most importantly, to our great military,
no new
they put out
wars.
that fire.
Interesting.
Once that happened, once those bombs got
Somebody's
dropped,
going to
that
clip
war was
that
over.
little gaff.
That war was over. But I just want to compliment them. Incredible. The general and all of his generals. Pete Hegseth was great. They were all. And now I want to compliment Pam. A lot of genius went into this. People, if you don't say it exactly right, if the Supreme Court doesn't get it because it's incorrectly spoken about, and that happens. A lot of cases are lost.
Incorrectly spoken about.
The right words, but I want to correct. She's going to go down as a great attorney general. I may change my mind about that. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll call and say I was only kidding. She's going to go down as a great attorney general. This was a
Let's end our sentences and prepositions, shall we?
Tremendous win today. So I just want to congratulate you and Todd and your whole staff. Very brilliant people. And we can't forget John Sauer, who is with, there's a medical emergency within his family. So he's taking care of that. And we said, absolutely. So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, that concludes the WhiteHouse.gov festivities for the day. I will do a last call. I'll drop the links. I actually downloaded the Supreme Court decision on that lower court injunction kick to the curb. So let me drop the links right quick. And that'll be that. If no one wants to join for the this is honestly, I have to kind of cogitate on this because I actually think that this Supreme Court decision is a turning point and not a good one. This is actually going to wind up with two things are going to happen. The fools who think that Democrats won't wind up back in office and won't take advantage of these precedents, they are fools. And hopefully Democrats are smart enough to play the long game, just like the Republicans did. This is going to come back to bite these folks unless they fucking go full authoritarian and guarantee that the Democrats don't regain power. This is going to come back to haunt some folks. And it's going to start with the Fifth Circuit. Kaczmarek is, I think it's Kaczmarek or Kaczmarek. He's out of business. He will not be able to injunct the nation with his bullshit ever again. So there is a slight silver lining. So there is the link. I will go and look at another gardening video, unless 907 Good Eats is still on. And it does not appear she is. So I have scheduled a show tomorrow for around 10:30 or so in the morning. Not sure I'm going to do it. We shall see. But ooh, look at her. I got to do this. This girl is enchanting. Let's see. I see a random independent. Hold on one sec. Let me throw up this this video here. Oh, this girl, this silly girl. And then we have to do let's get a better one than that. So, hello there. Who's this? Hello?
Shit, I'm still muted. Hey, how you doing?
Well, someone's hey, go ahead and put on your camera so I can see you. Your microphone doesn't seem to be working. And while you are camming up, we'll go ahead and play this video. Let's see, a random independent. Are you there? Hello? Well, you be independent until you figure out how to either speak or show your camera, and we will be good. Let's see, what's in the back? No, your mic is not working. Yes, I put you backstage because your mic is not working. Is your camera working? Let's make sure you're not a porn bomber there, sir or ma'am. You're on stage. Is your mic working?
Oh, is it working now?
Hello?
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 Is it still not
Is
working?
your camera working?
Okay.
Oh, where'd you go? No, I cannot hear you if you talk. So we'll be around. Come on back. To be honest, since I've been on so long, might as well stay up until I get tired of doing it. Though it is after lunchtime. There will be a need for food at some point. All right, well let's play this. Oh, is this on mute? Uh-oh.
It is honestly so hot in here, but I'm kind of loving it. Let me see what the weather is today. 76 degrees. That's not too bad. I feel like
76 degrees isn't hot, ma'am.
I feel like that's perfect weather for going to the farmer's market today. It's a different one. I've never been to this one before. I drove out this weekend to like the Alpharetta area. If you're not familiar, that's like
Oh, it is
outskirts
Atlanta.
of Atlanta.
Uh-oh.
So I live in Atlanta, so I'm in the outskirts right now. I thought it would be fun to kind of kick off the summer activities. This is my first farmer's market of the year. I have not been since like probably last fall. Pretty much when it got cold, I was like, ooh, my time outside is done. But yeah, as you know, if you watch this channel, I stay outside. I love outside. So I thought it would be really fun to kind of just romanticize the intro of summer. We've still got a few weeks until the official start of summer.
Is that a ring on
Since I
her
live in the
finger?
South,
Damn it.
it's feeling like
Now
summer.
I'm
We
mad.
may do a picnic. It has been very rainy because obviously with spring, it's going to rain a lot. It's just trying to get the grass really pretty and green for us
All
right
right,
now.
well let's
So we will
pause
see.
the
I did
video
buy,
that
like,
I'd
some stuff.
rather be watching than vetting new people on this panel. Let's see. All right. A random independent.
Is it working now?
I still cannot hear you.
Okay.
Still cannot see your camera.
Is it nothing? Okay.
Oh my Lord. Disappeared again. Okay, never mind then. Well, thanks for trying, and come back some other time, and we'll see if your technology is up to par. No, your mic was not working, sir. Not that I noticed. I mean, I could hear the video. We can try it one more time, but let me check my settings because I did have earbuds in. Try it one more time. Sometimes when I'm using Bluetooth, it kind of sometimes I can hear one part of audio and not the other. Play the YouTube video back. My voice is heard. Oh, fuck that. Oh, you did, John? Well, it's my bad. Come on back up, son. And John, you hit the link too if you want. Yeah, it's that's my fault. Random independent. My Bluetooth earbuds didn't release. Apparently, this is like multi-channel, and the earbuds were still listening to part. So, what's up, man?
Is it working now? I mean, are you good now? Can you hear me now? I guess I should say.
I can. It's my bad. I'm old. I'm not always good at this technology.
Understandable.
What's going on?
Nothing. I was just swinging through. I saw. I don't know what the topic, and I see you've been streaming for a minute. I don't know what the topic is exactly. I saw when I came.
Well,
the
last topic
stuff.
Yeah, I was, and then we watched Trump's news conference where he did his little victory jig, and it was rather enjoyable.
Were you? So when I hit the video, I think the last thing you had said was something along the lines of like Democrats, need to play the long game, or it's going to come back and bite, Republicans or whatever in the ass unless they go full authoritarian. It's not kind of sounded like you, I guess, disagreed with the Supreme Court decision opinion.
This is the deal. It's because I believe this or not, me and a buddy of mine, SKC, actually listened to the live argument that John Sauer did. So they didn't want to take the merits of the birthright citizenship, but it was kind of a weird quirk in how the law works. If the plaintiffs won as far as the nationwide injunction stuff, they would not be able to advance the 14th Amendment part of the case, the constitutionality of the birthright citizenship part, the interpretation of the Constitution. And quite frankly, it was a masterstroke to split the case, because the Supreme Court, if the government had wanted, they could have just dealt with the whole thing. If they dealt with the 14th Amendment part, then they wouldn't have been able to go back and deal with the injunction part. So they bifurcated the case. It was a masterstroke. And the 14th Amendment part of it, the birthright citizenship part of it, still is going to, their words will percolate up through the courts. I think, and I'm back and forth on this. I think that Portia, you could have left that up. I think that the birthright citizenship part will, I think they're going to go with the actual text in the history, but I'm not 100% sure. Who knows? Basically, but see, the funny thing about this is that I'm kind of surprised that the birthright citizenship part is the Constitution and it affects the whole country. I don't quite understand why the 14th Amendment applies locally to whatever district the cases are being heard in. I don't think the Supreme Court actually decided this right. Ketanji Brown Jackson brought up the part that I'm making, like laws, the Constitution applies to the whole country, not just a specific district. Their federal laws apply to the whole country. So if you decide that a law needs to be enjoined or just struck down or whatever, isn't, whatever the government is doing or the other side is doing, it's unconstitutional or against some statute, it should and will apply to the whole country. I honestly think the Supreme Court fucked up on this one. And now I'm not a lawyer, but I have read the history, and some of the funny thing about things like the Constitution and even some of the more straightforward statutory law, it's pretty common sense. If you know how logic works and, you can do some hypotheticals, I don't think the Supreme Court did the right thing.
Well, so the Supreme Court decision, I think we'll probably agree on the history and text of what the 14th Amendment means, or the text and then the history also supporting it. But
the problem, and I just want to touch on one point. You may know it, but everybody else doesn't. It wasn't just about the slaves. There were gypsies involved.
Yeah, 100%. Chinese. So
I
think we're in agreement.
But the thing is these. Trump and people like Trump depend on people not knowing this stuff. Okay, it was mainly about the slaves, but there were other people who had citizenship that was kind of up in the air. I think the 14th Amendment part is going to stand. I think champing at the bit to neuter the lower courts. And you also have to understand those lower courts didn't exist they were kind of created out of thin air. The Constitution doesn't really talk about that level. I think it was circuit courts and the Supreme Court in the beginning. Those were the judiciary. You know what I'm saying? The district courts, I can't remember the exact history. The Constitution doesn't provide for those lower courts.
Yeah, I think the Constitution says something along the lines of
as
the
necessary.
Supreme Tribunal can be created in lower courts from that or whatever.
Correct.
I can't remember exactly.
Correct. Well, yeah, but you know where I'm going with this. You could literally get rid of the district courts and still be within the Constitution.
Well, that's why, we've seen some Republicans, I think, suggest that, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I saw that not too long ago. I guess I think we're on the same page regarding what the 14th Amendment, the birthright citizen clause.
Okay, let me answer this. Yeah, we can talk offline about this, Portia. So that's the response. We can talk about this. Mo Love, what's up? How you doing? So I'm sorry I interrupted.
Are you talking to me? I thought
you
were. Or were you saying that you'll talk to offline? I don't know.
Portia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're in agreement about that. But I think the Supreme Court decision specifically was about the universal injunctions, which from the oral argument, both sides said they have gotten out of control. So I don't even, and that's from both the government's argument and as well as the defendant's lawyer's argument. I didn't listen to the third lawyer, like I can't remember who she was representing. I think she was representing like private citizens or something like that. I can't remember. I didn't listen to her, but I listened to the first two, and they both, as well as the Supreme Court justices, essentially all agreed that the universal injunctions have gotten out of control, and it's very questionable whether that power should be there. So that's across the board. That's across the aisle.
Well, the problem, I don't know that they have. Now I talked about Kaczmarek in the I think that's how you pronounce his name. I'd have to look at the spelling again. But he did the mifepristone thing nationwide. So, it is something that like Trump did say, it's been going on for decades. However, I think that you could do a narrower decision where if it applies to federal law, I mean, there's some things, if a lower court decides that a specific statute is unconstitutional, the Constitution applies to the whole country. You can't just apply the Constitution in one district and not the other. To me, and this is what Ketanji Brown Jackson talked about. And Juan, I don't know if you know Juan, he's our channel law expert. He's got the legal education. He said that he said in this decision that's up on the screen, they kind of went in and spanked Ketanji Brown Jackson. I think Ketanji Brown Jackson is actually really smart, possibly smarter than all of them. She makes some arguments that, she and Clarence Thomas have gone back and forth a couple times with, respectfully, of course. But I agree with her. Laws, if it's a law that applies to the whole country, you have a de facto national injunction. The laws don't apply to one part of the country and not the other. So that's why I just think they're wrong. Maybe, and I haven't read the decision, and I may not even read it. It's like 119 pages, but I'm so wound up about it. I might just do it out of spite. I'll hate read.
Yeah, I don't. I've only read a little bit of it, and just from the oral argument and just a little bit I know. I'm not sure that they did get it wrong. I get the side.
Well, why do you think they're right?
Constitutional.
Because the court.
I think the biggest thing is that
I'm not sure if
the lower.
Well, hold on one sec. Let me ask you a question. Because the courts simply aren't provided for in the Constitution?
No, I don't care about that. I
Well,
mean,
no, what I'm
they
saying,
are.
if you don't think that the courts have, I mean, now hear me out on this. If the courts aren't provided for in Article 3, I guess you could make the argument that, hey, they're just kind of like an extra appendage there to kind of, vet some cases or filter the cases upwards. I think you could actually say they don't have Article 3 powers. I actually think you could make that argument.
I'm not sure if that's definitely not going to be the argument I'd make, and I don't know if the argument would really stand if someone did try to make it. But I guess the big thing is in this situation, we might find it to be clear cut that this is, unconstitutional, or it goes against federal law, or whatever the case may be. There's going to be a lot of other situations where that's not the case.
Okay, well, you gotta. Okay, can you clarify that, because the Constitution is supreme. Federal law is
Yes,
beneath
clarify
the
as in
Constitution.
like something that the president may issue an executive order for, or
Okay,
Congress may pass.
executive orders
Can
aren't
I
laws.
finish?
Well, no. Let's agree.
Okay, you're
that
asking me a question, and then when I'm
okay,
trying to answer, you keep on
no.
interrupting me.
There is no politeness on this panel.
That's fine. Then I'll just keep talking.
Well, no, don't do that either.
Okay, we'll
executive. I am doing just that. Executive orders don't have the force of law, is what I'm saying.
That's great. What does that got to do with what I'm saying?
Okay, if you want to compare laws and executive orders in the same sentence, don't do that.
Okay, what does that got to do with what I'm saying?
What are you saying?
You wouldn't know because you didn't let me finish.
Okay, dude, you don't have to finish. This is.
If you want to have a discussion, we can have a discussion. I let you talk.
No,
and it's
I don't
fine,
care
but we don't
about
have to
any
do
of
this
that.
back and forth shit.
You have. It will be as I choose to do it.
That's fine.
It
And we can have
will
a back and
always
forth,
be.
or you can kick me off. You can pick
We
one.
don't have to. I can do that, but you
Okay, pick
sound
one.
smart. So finish your sentence. Don't be contentious.
Okay. All right.
I
You're
can
being
be
contentious by
contentious.
interrupting me every single time I talk.
Let's establish some rules, because you are a first timer. You don't be contentious. If I do, don't worry about
That's
it.
fine.
I'm gonna be.
I'm gonna let it slide the first couple of times.
Well, no, you'll let it slide
Like I said.
100% of the
Or I
time.
won't.
It will.
And then
It
you
will
can kick me. You
slide.
can pick one.
I'm not going to kick you.
We can have
I'll
a
just-
discussion. We can have a
I
discussion
will
with
put you
respect,
in the
or you
back.
can kick me.
You can
do
leave.
that then.
I don't care about respect. That doesn't
Okay, then
work.
why did you let me up and then want to have a discussion about it?
Well, you will have a discussion according to my rules, not yours.
Okay. So you asked me the question. So
these are
the
my rules,
clarification-
not yours. Fair play is on somebody else's panel.
Okay.
So you mentioned executive orders. My point is executive orders don't have the force of law. That's my point. Now you can finish your argument.
Okay. So whether it be an executive order or whether it be a federal law, a gray area may arise where someone says, "Oh no, that's not going against the Constitution," or "It is going against the Constitution." This one, obviously, we both agree that it's clear cut. It goes against the letter, spirit, history of the Constitution. There's other gray areas, and there's going to be ones that it's going to be where we're going to be like, "No, it doesn't. It doesn't do that." Blah blah blah. And
Okay,
so I think that
you're
when it
not
comes to
making
the,
sense.
I'm getting there. And so when it comes
Okay.
to this decision or the opinion by the
Mhm.
Supreme Court, they're basically saying that the impacts of allowing the universal injunctions would mean that at any point, any time in the future, a district judge, whether it actually goes against the Constitution or not, can issue a stay or issue an injunction and stop that. And so they don't. I think that is why they ruled the way they ruled.
Okay, well, that's
not necessarily
what,
that the district court doesn't necessarily have constitutional authority to do certain things.
Well, let me ask you a question, because maybe Socratic method will work with you. So if someone, as Trump says, hey, I just don't like it, I'm going to enjoin it, what's the remedy for that?
In what way? I'm not that up to speed on legalese.
Well, if you don't like a district court's decision, you appeal it to the circuit court or whatever the next higher level is. So just because whatever, if you don't like the decision of a district court, that's what the next higher level is for. So that's why I don't think there's a remedy if you don't like the district court judge's opinion. That's why I don't agree with what the Supreme Court did. There are remedies.
If I'm not mistaken, and I could be mistaken on this, but I think this ruling allows if a state, decides to file a lawsuit or contest this, then it doesn't the executive order doesn't have effect in that state or those states that do that.
I don't know that that's true.
That's from my understanding of what I read about it.
Okay, well, you've read the decision then?
No, it was an article.
A news article?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Executive orders don't have the force of law, but they are from the executive branch at the federal level, so they affect the whole country. And that's the other point. If an executive order affects the whole country, if you want to enjoin the executive order, then it should affect the whole country. Honestly, again, if an executive order affects the whole country, then the enjoinment, injuncting, or whatever it should affect the whole country. I don't like the decision. I think it's a bad decision. I'm not a lawyer and I haven't read the decision. Who knows? I may read the decision and go, oh, I understand. So, I'm kind of at where you are. I'm going off the top of my head, but I did hear the arguments. And I think Ketanji Brown Jackson is actually totally right.
Gotcha. I just
and a lot of the and just one addition to that, I know, for instance, Chief Justice Roberts is a pro unit. Maybe he's not full in on the unitary executive theory, but the conservative goal is to have the executive branch be the kind of the spearhead of how the government functions, basically the premier branch. The founders did not intend that. The president is Article 2, and they listed them in order of importance, in my opinion. And there's people who would, actual experts who would back me up on this. The legislature is supposed to be kind of the first among equals, not the executive.
I think we agree. I think James Madison and others said that the legislators are,
yes,
Congress is the closest to the people, or closest to the will of the people, and that is through which the will of the people should be exercised.
Right, but let me ask you this, and I'm not exactly being a devil's advocate, but see, even what, I don't have an argument because the people don't directly elect the president. So I just don't kind of get these arguments. And I think, politics has kind of polluted the Constitution, and you would kind of expect that. I think a lot of stuff gets stretched or kind of bent. And I think this is probably going to boomerang at some point. A lot of this sort of stuff kind of depends on the person holding the presidency actually being competent. And one of the interesting things, and there are all kinds of counter arguments, but there was a concept of a quote good man. They expected presidents to be at a George Washington level or John Adams level or Jefferson, who, in my opinion, though he's my favorite founding father, he was the weakest of those first three. Madison, I think, was pretty good, Monroe even, and then it kind of fell off after that, up until Lincoln, and then, maybe FDR. I think Truman was a good president. I think Eisenhower was a good president. But we get people like Bill Clinton, we get people like Donald Trump, who, just in my opinion, are flawed leaders. And I think to be honest, I think we've outgrown the Constitution. And I'm not saying the Constitution should go away, because I think it's a solid document, but people are just too willing to kind of bend or interpret according to, some political will. And I'm kind of sad, to be honest.
Do you think that wasn't the way in the beginning?
I don't know. Maybe I'm a little biased. I think it was a lot harder to bend the Constitution, and mainly because as time is going on, information is much more free flowing. Some of this stuff that probably happened behind closed doors literally never went beyond that closed door. We know so much more. It was easier to hoodwink, to use a horrible word, the public than it is now. Now, the two parties evolved right after George Washington, voluntarily retired. But I think as time has gone on, we just know more. Those who care to know more, and it's harder to do the sleight of hand.
I think the opposite side of that coin, or whatever, would be that it's harder to do the sleight of hand today than it was back then, because back then, especially because the documentation for the notes and everything for the federal convention when the Constitution was being debated weren't released until after James Madison's death, that anybody could say they said this during the convention, or they meant this, or whatever. So the people didn't know actually what was said, and it could have been a lot easier to misrepresent someone's words or insert something that wasn't actually there, et cetera, et cetera. The alien.
Well, I've read Madison's notes. They aren't that revealing. Now there are other. I think his is considered the most complete. So I'm actually not really sure. I mean, Madison wasn't that forthcoming.
Yeah, they're the most complete. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is that even before James
Right.
Madison
Well,
was
they
even
weren't that
released at all.
revealing. Even if they were complete, they weren't that revealing. And
Yeah.
really what I'm getting at is we know more about the backdoor deals. Okay. And I'm not necessarily talking about, the Constitutional Convention. I'm talking about after that. Every year we know more. Like, for instance, this intelligence brief that Trump and his team gave Congress about the bombing of the nuclear sites in Iran, they were leaked. Now I think I don't know that much, but I suspect things that are leaked these days are instantly out on social media. A leak back in 1820 something. It's going to be a lot slower getting out into the hinterlands.
I think that's different than the discussion we're having about hoodwinking on the constitutionality of things. But
okay, well, no, I think you may. Yeah, we are talking past each other, so let's resync. What I mean is that, for instance, Ketanji Brown Jackson's question about laws applying nationally versus district to district. I think that particular kind of technical point, people just don't understand at all. However, I know about it because I literally listened to argument live. 200 years ago, it might be months before you even know this made it to the Supreme Court. I think it was a lot easier to have stuff in place. This decision would have been argued, implemented, and enforced months. Someone out in Texas, or the hinterland, somewhere on the frontier in Kentucky, would have been months before they even knew the Supreme Court heard the case. It was a lot easier to do stuff back then than it is now. People know about it. People can do a protest.
Gotcha. Regarding the I can't remember what we were talking about. We were saying something, and it was making me want to bring up the Alien and Sedition Acts. Oh, the malleability of the Constitution, or the hoodwinking, or whatever. I mean, the Alien and Sedition Acts came out, what, a few years, like 10 years, if that, from the ratification of the Constitution.
Okay, your point would be what?
Just going into I think that it's more difficult now to try to, especially with precedent being set and all that, whether someone agrees with stare decisis or not. It's a lot more difficult now, I think, to try to get something that goes against the Constitution than what it was in the beginning.
I disagree.
I mean, the 14th Amendment, for example, the 14th Amendment, and we were to ignore the debates that, in both of our opinions, solidify the birthright citizen clause, if even the text didn't, which it does. Precedent is going to be a third foundational, block that they use when they discuss this. And precedent wasn't a thing back then.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out where precedent even comes into this.
We're talking about being able to go against the Constitution and an argument being made.
Okay, and again, I understand that part. Now, help me understand where precedent comes into this. Precedent should never go against the Constitution, for starters. So help me connect those dots.
Precedent says this is the Supreme Court who is the final say on what the Constitution matters. Well, the second final say, if you want to count the people as the final say. The final say or second final say.
Well, I don't think the people actually have a final say. Not sure that they ever did. Actually, the people have the final say if they want the Constitution amended. Most of the time, remember, it was after Marbury versus Madison. What was that? I can't even remember the year now. The Supreme Court didn't always have judicial review, and the Constitution actually doesn't provide for judicial review, by the way. But my point is that I think it was easier back then to do a bait and switch with the Constitution than it is now. I mean, there are all kinds of ways you can literally. I think it was.
Okay, yeah, we're in agreement.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I didn't understand you then. But let me also make a point about precedent. Precedent can't, go against the Constitution. And but anyway, at least we agree on that.
But it does go, and that's why, I mean.
Okay, name one, because I can't think.
Yeah, sure. The slaughterhouse cases.
Don't know them that well.
So Justice Taney's Dred Scott decision.
I think at the time, I don't think his decision was against the Constitution.
100% was.
Totally disagree. You'll have to explain that one.
100% was, and it was, and the reason that it is considered the most notorious isn't just because it's a racist.
Okay, no. I didn't ask you. Whoa.
Can I
the other thing, no, don't finish.
Then why are you asking a question?
Let me say what dude, you need to keep up. You need to keep up.
I don't need to keep up. Maybe you should slow down.
You do. No, I'm not going
No,
to slow
yep,
down. I'm
no,
not
yes,
doing
maybe.
remedial. I'm
Like,
not doing
it seems
remedial.
like it.
I'm not doing remedial.
It seems like it.
What I'm saying is the interpretation of the Constitution
Yeah, and
has
I'm getting
changed.
there. It seems like
Okay,
you have a
motherfucker,
problem
what
listening to
you're
people's
gonna
opinions.
do, dude? This is not kindergarten. I don't have to
And
stop.
yet you see,
And
it's not kindergarten, yet you
yeah,
think you're a teacher.
dude, it is.
I don't. Make it make
Yes,
sense.
I am a teacher
Is
on
it
this
is it
panel.
kindergarten
I
or is
am
it
a
not?
teacher
Who are you
on this
teaching?
panel.
Who are you teaching?
I'm teaching you to
How are you
listen
teaching
instead of
me?
dude.
You're not how you
Okay, don't do that. What you'll do is let me finish, sir. Yep, there we go. The point I was trying to make probably isn't even worth doing now. Dude, if you're going to come up to my panel, you need to be a man and you need to understand this isn't Sean Bracey's panel. You are a guest. You are not a co-equal. We don't do that. Go back to Sean. He will treat you as an equal. I will treat you as an equal if I think you're an equal. So that is that. So let's see. Let's see if we can get some. Oh, there you are. Imagine thanking you. Okay, dude, I have control of this panel, not the internet, and you left of your own volition. So I obviously don't have control of you. I do have control of this panel, and I think you are welcome to come back, but you need to understand we are not co-equals. I control the panel. And if I decide to interrupt, backtrack, do a backflip, you just need to keep up. And if you can't do that, there are other panels that can accommodate you. So, let's see. But you know what? I enjoyed talking to you. We actually had some good conversation, and do come back. You'll be okay. An immigrant won a Democrat party primary without black voters. Why are talking about this judicial issues? Okay, can you clarify that, Solid Snake? Why am I talking about the Supreme Court? Well, let me put it to you this way. Your Lord and Savior and Master, Donald Trump, didn't talk about it in his press conference. Why would you expect me to? Your Lord and Savior and Master, Donald Trump, didn't see fit to talk about it. Why should I? So anyway, we can come back. I'll go back to this video.
Stuff to make sandwiches and stuff, but I don't know, that is up for debate. But I actually picked up some things from CVS yesterday. They are the lovely sponsor of today's video. This is an OG brand right here. I feel like I've been rocking with CVS probably since I could drive, when you need
Oh my Lord, is this an
mascara,
advertisement?
a few snacks, some chips, some candy, and like a little drink. Obviously this is
Go
very
to the
fresh,
grocery
okay?
store.
But for this weekend, CVS is helping get me ready for my summer weekend. This was actually my first time doing a pickup order from them. I just had so much going on, so I didn't have a lot of time to like go in and walk in. But I didn't even know that they do pickup orders, so you can literally go online, pick out everything you want, and the store will tell you if they have it in there. And so when I showed up, they just had this lovely little bag already on the shelf with my name on it, and all I had to do was grab and go. So very convenient. I feel like that's what CVS is kind of all about, is convenience. They have literally everything. Let's do a little haul. So I picked up some waters so we can be very hydrated. These are the pH perfect hydration bottles. They're very hefty, so it should get us through the day. I'm really excited about this. I saw this I think last year or the year before that for the first time. It looks like whipped cream, but it's actually sunscreen. Is it not so cute? I want to try this right now actually. I don't have sunscreen on right now. All seasons of the year, you're supposed to wear sunscreen, like literally rain or shine, indoor, outdoor. I don't even know if I'm supposed to shake it. I'm just shaking it because I shake whipped cream. Oh, wow, that is just like whipped cream. Oh, it smells good. I'll have to
Oh
put
my
some on later.
Lord.
Of course, I had to pick up some snacks, so I got these little Peelers gummy banana candies. Pick these up for my boyfriend because he likes to get his protein in. So these are the Well Market roasted cashews and macadamias. Bug spray. Oh my gosh, mosquitoes love me. So I picked up this stem mosquito and tick repellent. It's fragrance free, so it doesn't have that like little icky, you know what I mean, that little smell that a lot of bug sprays seem to be having. We go on a lot of like hikes and we're just always outside. I'm always dragging that man outside. So we always have to keep bug spray.
Hopefully she's not wearing that.
I was down to my
You'll get that dress
allergy
dirty.
So I had to make sure I got more of these, because if I don't take one of these before I go out, especially in the springtime, your girl will be having a runny nose all day. I will sneeze about 30 times in 1 hour. So had to pick up the CVS allergy relief. I love getting these specifically because I know they have like the name brand ones, but these are literally the same thing, like for a quarter of the price.
What's up, Latino? How
So
you
guess which
doing?
one I'm gonna get every time? The CVS version. It does the same thing. I mean, why not? Everything that we needed for this weekend, pretty much they had it. It was like a really good like one-stop shop. When you get there, make sure to pick up an extra care card. It's like the little cards that you get that you can put on your keys or just put your phone number in, because that's going to be able to save you a lot of money when you go into the store. Whenever there's an item that's on sale, which CVS has a ton of items that are on sale all the time, it's going to allow me to get that discount. And so I just scan my little card, I get my discount. I just like going to places like this when I need to pick up a whole bunch of odds and ends, because I know I'm going to save a lot more money. I'm gonna pack everything up, pack up our little picnic tote.
Lord,
so
this
head
is
out
one
for the
big
day.
commercial.
Thank you so much, CVS, for sponsoring this portion of the video.
All right. Well, I thought it was going to be a whole lot more gardening.
Thinking or something like that. So they do like a segment over topics that they overthink about, but they actually like have somebody, a lot of times like professional that is like kind of an expert on the topic, come in. The topic was overthinking on laziness, and I was like, let me listen to this. I just want to hear what they have to say, because I wouldn't consider
Chicken
myself
Alfredo,
like a lazy
huh?
person, but I would
Good for
consider
you.
myself somebody who's like easily
How are you making the
distracted
Alfredo sauce,
and moves
Latino?
very slow.
You
I
making
mean,
it
I've
from
been told
scratch?
those things like my whole life. But the thing is, I also am a hard worker. So it's just like, if I'm distracted, obviously I'm not working hard. But when I'm like working, I'm working hard. They were talking about like the origins of laziness and how it is seen in like different cultures. And so there was like a study done, like people who live on more like tropical islands, this is something I've noticed. Like they just move a lot slower. Like you'll see them kind of like chilling outside in front of their house, like all
I'm
the
gonna.
time in the middle of the week, in the middle
I
of the
mean,
day. I'm sorry, my mic just literally cut.
I'm gonna actually preempt this at some point. Let's see. Let me see. I see on. Let's see. Trump meets with Rwanda. I thought he said that was going to be 3:00. So I don't know. I'll just stay tuned to it, I guess. Because I kind of want to see that Rwanda thing from the Oval Office.
So I was really just sitting there talking to myself. But as I was saying,
Who's
I've
the
always like
who's the
joked about,
broad?
I want to live in France,
You
or
charmer.
South Italy, or something like that.
Nice.
Because obviously I watch people's vlogs too. They just seem so
Latino.
like, relaxed. I know
Okay,
it is a thing,
you
like,
are the
people,
man.
have their leisure
Thank
time,
God.
like have off from work. And with American culture, the culture is very like
Salute,
work,
Latino.
work. And so I don't know. I just admire them so much because of that. And I try to implement it over here in my own life, even though I don't live there. But I just
Galvin,
as
apparently
kid,
she
this
has a
lady was talking
boyfriend,
about, like,
so
the history
you
of
don't need to know.
laziness and where it comes from. It was quite interesting. I feel like some of the things like I kind of expected, just because I used to read a lot about like historically about a lot of these things, not laziness per se, but it kind of connects with that. But I was like, oh, like that checks out. Like I've had that thought before, and I felt like that was connected. I don't know. I recommend just going to listen to the podcast. And this morning I was looking at myself and I was like, aren't you supposed to be working? And so yeah, I just enjoyed the podcast because I felt like it validated me even more to like, take my little moments, observe my flowers, like do some things that I enjoy. It doesn't always have to be like work. So I put on something flowy, something comfy, because I need to arrange the things that we just bought. I actually probably will work on them today. Not in this vlog, like literally you'll probably see me in the same outfit. But like I said, I'm finishing the balcony vlog up because I just cannot wait. And
I don't know if Deacon Dave is in the chat, but he made a comment about this woman, or maybe it was you. I don't think it was you. It wasn't you, Calvin, but I think it was Deacon Dave made a comment about this woman being mighty talkative, chattery, and I am starting to. I told Dave, "Come on now, it's a YouTube video. She's got to talk." But I am actually, God damn it, I hate to admit that Deacon Dave might be right about this. That that confounds me that he might be right. I don't like it. Yeah, okay, Calvin. I hate to admit it. You're right. She is just starting to annoy me. But it is a YouTube video. She's got to talk. You can't leave dead air. So, um, let's see. Let's see what's going on here. I honestly think I've had enough. So we will have to find something else. I do have things. Excuse me. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, let's look at Amazing Lucas here.
Oh my goodness. So this is something that I've discussed ad nauseum, and that is regarding Black extinction. I did a video not too long ago talking about, Black people would be extinct within about 5 years. And it's something that I've feared that has unfortunately come to fruition. And many people took that as, Black people are going to disappear from the face of the planet. And I want people to understand there are worse things than death. You can have people hate you, you can have people love you. But something you don't want is indifference. And as a voting bloc, what you don't want is indifference from the Republican Party, but now also the Democrat Party, because now that leaves you extinct. Political extinction is tantamount to death, because that means your voice is donezo. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about your grievances. Nobody cares about your complaints or wants, desires. Nobody cares. You are no longer a factor in this country. Damn. This is something that I, tried warning people, especially when it came to the last election. You had all these, I would say, CIA agents. I would call them COINTELPRO. People telling Black people to, you got to hashtag vote for the couch and all this goofy stuff, right? People who don't have an IQ above room temperature. You have individuals who are faceless, right? You don't know what they look like. You don't know the real names. You don't know anything about these people, but somehow Black people are taking advice from them, political advice at that. People who have no concept of politics are giving advice to Black people about politics, telling them to sit on the couch and hashtag sit on the couch, couch 2025 and stuff like that, or 2024. And it's really these COINTELPRO agents that have led Black people into extinction.
Wait,
and these people
what?
don't care.
Wait, hold it.
Hustle
Latino.
is to constantly fearmonger.
Latino, what are you asking me not to do? I actually, let's see, food is the medicine to the heart. You know what? Yeah, comfort food. Don't Latino, just tell me right quick. You want to go back to the last video? This actually interested me. The part about Mom Donnie. I think he's absolutely Amazing Lucas is actually right. That a person can win a Democratic major seat. Mayor of New York isn't quite Congress or, but this dude was a state representative or senator or something. And now he's actually in the spotlight. Mayor of New York City is a national stage, and that he's able to do it without the Black vote is that this is why I'm saying him being Mamdani being Muslim is the least interesting thing about his candidacy. And this dude, he might be either the tip of the spear or linchpin or something like that. Oh, come on, Latino. I think he's funny. And this is actually maybe only the third video, but he's right here. He is absolutely right with this. So please indulge me. Please forgive me. But let me hear him out, please, because I think he's right.
Longer and tell black people, oh, this is happening, this, but there's no action behind it. These are the type of people that tell you about white supremacy, but don't tell you that, hey, we can overcome it, and we've done it in the past, and this is how we do it. They don't give you any game plan. They just constantly put fear. And the only action that they present forward is inaction. You not voting, I don't know what people think. Do you think?
Well, don't blame that on Booker T. Washington. I don't think he ever said not vote. Come on now. Let's be a little kind here.
That Democrats, upon black people opting out of elections, do you think they're just going to go, well, guess we're just going to lose? No, that's not what's going to happen. That's not what's going to happen.
Funny thing. I hope you remember this joke, Calvin. Booker T. Washington, if I recall, he was mixed race. So maybe Solid Snake is mixed race. It would not surprise me that he was half white. He sometimes is so anti-black. So maybe. Solid Snake, let us know.
The only people who do that, unfortunately, are black people. We're the only people who will vote for someone. They don't deliver on what they promise, and we just go, well, I guess I'll do it again. Beta. And the worst part are those COINTEL agents who say, well, now you should vote for Republicans to teach them a lesson. Are you retarded? So now let me get this straight. You're now going to vote for a party who is actively trying to destroy you. That's your room temperature level IQ plan. It's just foolishness. And this political literacy is now coming. It's now coming home to roost. Because the reason I bring this up is that there are articles galore talking about Zahran Mamdani and how he won without a majority black vote. Now, this was something that was, said to be impossible. Okay, you can't do it, especially in New York. You can't do it. And Kumo, he got a good chunk of the black vote.
Okay, dude, it is entirely possible. There are so many problems with this argument. And there's some good stuff in there, but there's just as much bad stuff. This is what happens when you turn your hat backwards and your flag is upside down. And I like this guy. He's good on some levels, but this is a very progressive argument he's trying to make. And but anyway.
Vote, and he still lost. Damn. Now, this was something that I talked about when it came to Kamala Harris. I was like, listen, she promoted as far as reparations, and I know mofos want to say, well, she against it. She said that she wasn't going to do anything for black people. I don't know what to tell you. You fell for the propaganda. Kudos. Congratulations. Because people evolve. Their positions on certain situations or certain stances on political topics evolve over time. She was the only candidate to mention reparations. Trump was pro-against reparation, very much anti-reparation. Only candidate to talk about a black man agenda. Only candidate to talk about, hey, we whether it was housing, whether it was taking care of your parents, whether it was healthcare, litany of things. Now, you may not like where she started, but that's the whole point of negotiating. That's the whole point, is that you start somewhere and then you negotiate from that point. If you wanted cash reparations, or if you wanted, hey, I want housing, or I want vouchers, or I want school choice, whatever it is, that's where the negotiation process takes place. And we had leverage. I talked about this once again ad nauseum. We had leverage with Kamala Harris. I don't care what you think about her, black, brown, Indian, white. It doesn't matter, fam. I will take an Indian blank check just as much as I'll take a white person's blank check. The point being is that you get the check.
I do not agree that, look, if you're saying there was leverage because you are a left progressive, there are the Nancy Pelosi's, there are the Hakeem Jeffries. You don't look. This was actually kind of the same argument back when the progressive Democratic caucus was a thing. They thought that they had leverage because they were young guns or whatever, and Nancy Pelosi shut them down. AOC, Jayapal, I can't remember if Jamal Bowman was one of the original members, Ayanna Presley. They learned a lesson in politics. And there's several of them that are not even in Congress because they were primaried by straight line Democrats. And you know what? I'm pretty much a straight line Democrat. And even I don't like some of the things that straight line Democrats do. But I think there are a lot of lessons to learn. And I honestly think that AOC is going to be the lone survivor of that progressive caucus because she seems to have learned, you know, Bernie Sanders, I assume he's kind of her mentor. Bernie Sanders has survived for decades because he's actually smart. It remains to be seen if AOC is smart, but she has survived this long. I don't think Jamal Bowman was smart. Ayanna Presley, I think, is smart. Maybe, what's her name? I think AOC is the smartest of the puppy litter, and she might be the only one that survives. I don't even think that that Ilhan Omar, she might survive long term, but I disagree. What the progressives like, what Amazing Lucas seems to be, they need to fucking just kind of sit back and see what happens and maybe analyze. And I know they have to put out content and stuff. Number one, this is going to wind up being another like a different version of Bernie versus the establishment, because I actually think Cuomo running as an independent, where black voters again get to assert their vote. Mom Donnie's not a shoo-in. Now, this is my opinion, and I do not know New York City politics, but between Eric Adams and Cuomo, Mom Donnie's not a shoo-in. So, and I do not agree. You know, I voted for Kamala. I don't think, you know, she was going to wind up being another Obama. You have to be president of all people. So I don't think that black people were necessarily going to have her ear any more than a bigger constituency. Solid Snake, you're here. What say you? Hello? Well, I know the technology is working now. You're still on mute.
That's the whole point. I find it absolutely hysterical and ironic that the same people talking about hashtag cut the check didn't want the check.
Come on now, dog.
They didn't vote for the check. It's absolutely insane. But the whole point was that we had leverage because this was his first term. Nobody runs a presidency expecting not to run again, right? Nobody wants to be a one-term president. So had she not delivered within the course of those 4 years, we now have leverage. That's what we have. We either, you know, and we would have leverage throughout the entire administration because there would be another election, right? That she would be running unless she got the boot. But that was the whole point, is that we had leverage. Nevertheless, this is where we are. So now, what have you taught the party? You've taught the party that, hey, you can offer them reparations, you can offer them tangibles, you can offer them black man, black man agenda. They don't care. These Negroes don't care, okay? And they sure as heck don't care about a black woman because now they think the black woman is an Indian woman, and so that's out of the water. Now, with Zoran, is what you've taught them is that, hey, we can win without the Negro vote. We don't need these Negroes anyway. And this is something that I feared. That because, nobody's going to be held hostage by black people. That's not going to happen, all right? That's never happened in this country. Never, bruh, okay? Actually, I won't say never. That's a lie. But post-civil rights era, that hasn't happened, fam. It's just not happening. So if you thought the Democrat Party was just going to throw their hands up, no, of course not. You're going to find a way to win the vote without black people, without whatever the demographic that is trying to hinder you. That's what they did. That's what Zaron did. He won without a significant majority of the black vote because he went in other circles. And that's what I've said time and time again, is that, hey, unless you utilize the black vote, unless you are actually politically, intelligent and are demanding stuff for the vote, if you just sit out and mofos just sit out and not do anything, right? If you just complaining about the black caucus and this person, that person, but you're not there on election day, you're not voting for the people that you do want, then what does it matter? You just complaining. And that's what a lot of these people are doing. They just complaining. And I'm like, listen, you need to know who your governor is. You need to know who your mayor is. You need to know who your senators are. And if you want something done, you've got to reach out to them. You've got to organize. It's the same thing that Malcolm X said, that, hey, we're not outnumbered. We're just out-organized. And this is where it leads you. It leads you to the party finding different solutions. And that's what I feared. That's very much what I feared. Because if you think that this is not going to have a ripple effect to general election, you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Because Zaron can definitely win the general election without the black vote. If he boosts his numbers with the Asian community, with the white community, which he did overwhelmingly, with the Latino community, bro, nobody cares about the black community then, at that point. If we can win without your vote, then so be it. Because he actually boosted his numbers when it came to young voters within the black community. He actually got...
I don't agree with this argument. I think that it is very... I think he hasn't won the mayoral race yet. I think this is rather premature.
Actually got more votes than any other black candidate that was running, which is crazy, but that's the case. Come on, man. So you have to understand, listen, that leverage is going the way of the dinosaur. And unfortunately, it hasn't been utilized to our benefit. So now we're going to be up the creek without a paddle. And all the black entertainers, all the black talking heads, and the faceless people talking about, oh, we're not going to do this. We're going to hashtag sit on the couch. Hashtag not do this. Hashtag this. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, we're getting what we deserve. This is what happens to a people who are politically retarded, for lack of better words. This is what happens. Extinction. And this is something that Dr. Claude Anderson warned about. Y'all think y'all are going to be saved by the deportations, and that's not going to happen. There may be a lot illegal, but there are also a lot who aren't illegal. And then you have to take that into account with the Democrat Party's stance on deportations. They're not for deportations. So a lot of the people that you think are going to go bye-bye the way of the dinosaur, no, they're going to put up a fight for them. They're actually going to put up a fight for them. And given this election, bruh, I would triple down. If I was a Democrat, I would triple down fighting ICE. I would triple down fighting this administration, okay? Triple, quadruple, because now I know it's paying off in dividends. That's what I know. Damn. That now I don't have to worry about the Negroes who are complaining or saying they want something, or they're not even saying they want anything. That's the crazy part. I don't have to worry about them at all. Whether they show up or don't show up, we got the W. Anyways, guys, that's the video. Let me know what you guys think. Whether or not, look at us. That's not true. Black people are going to win. We're always powerful. Okay, this is what we're going to do, and that's how it's going to happen. We're just going to make our own party, okay? We're going to call it the FBA party. Or if you believe, you guys are simpletons, okay? It's just the doltish mindset that I've heard regarding politics and what needs to be done for our empowerment is insane, okay? Y'all, anyways, just come on now. Come on now. Dr. Claude Anderson has been screaming this for generations. Now it's here. Okay,
My
now they are at the
God,
door
Claude
knocking.
Anderson.
Nevertheless, if you happen to disagree, you know where to find me Thursday through
Oh,
Saturday.
oh,
Disagreement day.
dude, what
There'll be a
a
number on screen. You
horrible
call in and we
mentor.
duke it out. Otherwise, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, please feel free to like, share, comment. Let me know what you guys
All
think.
right,
Whether or
well
not
let's not. Let's just go ahead and cut that, nip that in the bud. Solid Snake, any words of wisdom? I hope. I can't hear you. Maybe I'm having the same problem I had earlier. Solid Snake, are you there? Huh. Why can I not hear you, Solid Snake? I don't agree with that. I actually think that there are a lot of things he didn't take into account. Number one, Claude Anderson. I've never found him like a complete thinker. Lot of old fashioned stuff. Okay, thanks, Dave. Solid Snake, no one can hear you. I'd have to rewatch it. I just lasagna. Oh shit. Where have you been?
Wait.
Let's turn down the music. I can barely. Oh, there you are. How you doing? This is a blast from the past. Where the hell have you been?
Been around, Stanley. How have you been? There's been a lot of things that have happened between
to you.
No, the prefaces, right?
To the what?
Prefaces. You're very authoritarian. Like I don't want to like.
Whoa! Authoritarian, not authoritarian.
Okay. Yeah. What's your opinion on like the riots and all that? I haven't talked to you for quite a bit now.
On the rights?
Riots, like
they shouldn't happen. We should never have riots. There's a difference between a protest and a riot. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I think that Trump took advantage of an opportunity, and he's a good PR guy. I don't think the riots are happening now. I thought it was a tempest in a teapot, but you could also make the argument, and if I were Trump, I would make this argument that, hey, because I acted so fast with the National Guard and the Marines, the protests did not grow. That's not an argument you can defeat. So
no,
I think
I like Stanley. I agree with you in that point, but do you think that rising up to an oligarchy is a good thing? Because I do think.
Well, we've had an oligarchy for like 200 years. The country was pretty much founded as an oligarchy.
What do you mean by that?
I literally mean it was the founding fathers were not, they were not plebeians. They were all rich men.
I mean, are you talking about like slave owners?
Well, no, not all of them were slave owners, but you didn't have to be rich to be a slave owner. Slave ownership did not mean you were rich, normal people, like middle class people, artisan types, middle class types. What I'm saying is the Constitution was an elite undertaking. These weren't uneducated men. These were not men. I mean, these men didn't have to work. Thomas Jefferson, didn't plant his own fields. He didn't till his own
So
fields.
Stanley, are we talking about uneducated white men or black men?
Dude, there were no black men involved in the nation's founding.
So we're talking about educated white
No, no,
men.
no, no. Listen to what I said. There were no black men who were sitting there debating ideas at the Constitutional Convention. So
Exactly.
if
No, I
there were
agree. I
black
agree.
men, if there were black men there, they were serving tea or something like that. What I'm trying to say is that the founding of the United States of America was an elite project. And part of the reason the elites got upset is they were not being treated like proper English aristocracy. That is easily
No, but
provable. I can recommend
yes,
both.
no, I agree. I agree.
So,
Everything
so
you're saying, I
your
agree.
point about the oligarchy, it's always been an oligarchy.
You know, I would kind of disagree in the sense of like, okay, when America was founded, when we're talking about like Washington, the Constitution, and all that, I wouldn't.
Washington was one of the richest men in the country.
But that's not the point. You're cutting me off before I'm trying to make a point.
Okay, dude, get to your point. Don't tell me about Washington because he was one of the richest men in the country. See, here is how you form that argument, and I'm not telling you how to do it, but I want to talk about you starting off with, okay, sir, it is not my problem that America has miseducated its youth. You don't argue that it's not an oligarchy.
You don't even know my point.
Motherfucker,
You
god
don't even
damn
know
it,
my point.
dude. See, this is what you fools.
Lovely.
Honestly, this is why you don't take an opposite position. I say America was founded by an oligarchy. Now let's hold on here. Hear me out.
I agree.
You want to say you literally said not necessarily.
No, I agree.
So okay, you say not necessarily, and then you lead off talking about an oligarch. That's not how you build a contra argument. You guys are miseducated, and then you want to fuss at the boomers. You don't say America might not have been founded as an oligarch, and you mention George Washington because he was the 1%. He was an oligarch.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, then what are you talking about? And let me know so I know how to argue.
Yeah, you're arguing.
The miseducation of America's youth is part of my frustration. Dumb motherfuckers want to come up here, and not you specifically. I'm not actually fussing at you. People want to come. Okay, dude, you are interrupting. Let me finish. People want to come up to this panel and act like they're making. Okay, dude, I'm gonna have to put you in the back if you keep interrupting.
Okay, go ahead, put me in the back.
People come up to this panel and think they can hang. They literally don't know how to form a cogent argument. Okay, and when I point it out, they want to get all butthurt. Okay, dude, if you come up to my this is not a battle of equals. Okay,
cool.
Nope.
So
Now there are people that I consider peers. You're not one of them.
Okay, cool.
Whoever that last dude was, I don't
care.
consider.
Oh
okay, dude, you want to come up here. You earn your peerhood, your peerage up here. Okay, I'm not going to assume just because you want to come up and chat that you are my equal. You're not my peer until you prove you're my peer. That's just the way it is. Deal with it. I don't hand out participation trophies. Just because you come up to participate doesn't mean I'm going to give you a trophy. And if no one cares, Lasagna, you came up. I'm sorry. Kelvin, if you think it's rude, but I get frustrated at people who just want to fucking come up and blather on. If you don't think America was founded as an oligarchy, George Washington is a poor lead for your argument. Fucking deal with it. Solid Snake. I don't give a fuck if he's a friend of the show, Kelvin. Friends of the show can make stupid arguments. They know what to expect if they're leading with stupid. I don't give a fuck if it.
Why is this stupid? Because you agree
Okay,
with it?
dude, motherfucker, because I said it was stupid. I literally just see, this is the other thing. I explain why I think it's stupid, and then a dumb motherfucker comes up and asks me why I think it's stupid. If you want to make an argument that America wasn't founded by an oligarchy, don't lead your argument with George Washington. If you don't know enough to know why, you shouldn't lead with one of the richest men at the time of the founding, then motherfucker, you lost the argument, and I don't have that kind of patience. I am not your goddamn high school history teacher. I am not your fucking philosophy 101 professor. Know what the fuck you're talking about when you come up here. That would help. It makes conversations shorter, makes them more pleasant, and it is just less frustrating. The miseducation of the youths is problematic.
But Stanley, you are not the
Dude,
forebearer
you know
of
what?
knowledge.
Motherfucker, it does not matter.
See, you don't even let
they say you don't seem to understand my point, Solid Snake. I don't motherfucking care if I'm the arbiter of education. The point is don't waste my time. Whether I'm the smartest man on the panel or not, don't fucking waste my time with dumb arguments. And I'm not going to give you time to catch up. If you open your mouth, know what the fuck you're going to say. And don't be stupid when you do it. I really don't care about hurt feelings. My feelings are hurt when someone comes up and thinks I'm stupid enough to accept an anti-oligarchy argument when you lead with George Washington. I'm not your motherfucking high school history teacher. I do not get paid to put up with little Johnny's stupidity.
Okay, little Johnny's stupidity and all that old arrogant ass speak you talking.
Dude,
do you understand that a Muslim almost became mayor of New York without the black vote? I don't think you helping the black people argument as far as
Motherfucker, I'm not arguing for black. Okay,
argument.
dude, I'm not fucking arguing for black people. The fuck is your problem? I don't represent black people. I'm not arguing for black people. Stop thinking I am.
Well, goddamn it, why don't you stop hopping the goddamn broom? Stop hopping all over the damn map. First of all, you all about
okay, dude. No. I'm consistent. Y'all just can't keep up. That's your problem. And then you get all mad about it. Motherfucker, I'm extremely consistent. Like I said, don't say America wasn't founded by an oligarchy. Now, we can argue over the definition of oligarchy. However, you're not going to lead a counter argument talking about an oligarch. And if you are, you better explain why you're bringing up an oligarch. The shit is stupid. I am not here to argue for black people. I am not here to be your 8th grade motherfucking history teacher. Don't bring an 8th grade argument to an adult conversation.
Stanley, you are not an adult. Stop lying,
dude.
To yourself.
You know what? You're not my father, so don't. Okay, dude, don't tell me I'm not an adult. because you're not my father. Motherfucker, it is not your place. You better heal. Now you're my dog. You there? Oops. You there? Sorry. I thought I brought
Literally
you
put
back
me
up.
backstage. See, that's what I'm
Okay,
talking
dude,
about, man.
we
You
can
childish,
no,
man.
don't talk,
You
dude. I'm
childish.
you know what? And you're not. You
Stanley,
you
childish,
are a
man.
perfect example of adulthood.
Stanley, come on, bro. Come on, man. Stop it.
Okay, don't keep saying the same thing. What do I need to
You
come on
literally
about?
just shut down Lasagna Killer,
I
and you
don't give
didn't
a
even let
fuck.
him have his
Dude,
argument.
hey, tough shit. Don't
Tough shit my
lasagna
ass,
killer.
man. Ain't nobody gonna
Okay,
keep taking this shit from y'all.
well,
You
fucking
so-called intelligent black.
I do not give a fuck. Dude, it is not my place. If you don't like it, don't fucking come up to the panel, assholes. If you're gonna, it is literally called Stanley versus the world. Bring a good argument, bring a cogent argument, and stop getting fucking butthurt.
Stanley.
I'm not gonna change. So don't ask.
Stanley.
Motherfucker, you heard what I said.
Stop it.
No, I will not stop it. Stop telling me to stop it.
You won't let nobody argue with you. How's it Stanley versus
Why
the
the fuck
backstage?
would, dude? Okay, let
It's
me ask
Stanley
you.
versus the
Let me ask
backstage,
you a
but
okay again. You better take a breath when there is a period at the end of the sentence. I'm not gonna argue just for the sake of arguing. This isn't a motherfucking. What the fuck do you think I am? A clown? A performer?
Stanley, you are the clown. You are the performer. You literally have no cogent arguments to anybody that joins the panel. You
Okay,
literally shut
and
them
you
down and put them in the backstage and start blabbing it on with your liberal ideology. Nobody gives.
You know what, motherfucker, you have been making the same argument for about 8 months. Dude, don't come up if you don't like my arguments. I'll get the message at some point and just do what the fuck I want to do anyway. Stop it. You're not going to change me. You're not going to convince me I'm wrong because I'm not. Stop it. I'm not here to fucking teach kids who are over fucking 30 how to be adults. It is not my problem if you want to see. Y'all are used to going to Sean Bracey or all these motherfucking panels and just fucking blathering on about nonsense. And when some person, especially a black man, basically tells you, son, your argument ain't shit, you get all mad. Well, son, your argument ain't shit, and I actually do know what I'm talking about, and you need to fucking deal with it or move on. Don't come up to the panel if you don't like it. It's okay. You don't have to come up, Solid Snake. I'll be okay. All right, well, we can get back to that video. And President Trump is not on yet. So let's get back to something amusing. CKJ3, who are these dumb motherfuckers? They would never survive a day in the military. It's like,
You don't
what
survive
the
a day
fuck?
in a black
No,
neighborhood.
motherfucker, I have survived
Stop
shit.
playing.
I have
Stop
survived.
playing.
I have survived.
Stanley, in the next,
I have survived shit that would just fucking confound your dumb ass, Solid Snake. Yay and all that.
in 2 years, black people will be voted out of the country, and you don't get.
Listen to this dumb son of a bitch.
Fuck your
Voted
goddamn military service.
Voted out of the country. Why?
Ain't gonna stand up.
Okay, motherfucker, you better fucking get your volume under control and actually tell me why black people will be voted out of the country and by whom. You dumb son of a bitch.
You intelligent son of a bitch. You just literally ran over the fucking argument of a goddamn Muslim being voted inside of a major American population.
And
you don't give a damn, and that's exactly why you are politically irrelevant.
you wanna know why? You wanna know excuse me. You wanna know why I don't give a damn? Because the people voted him in, motherfucker. Accept it and stop worrying about it, because your dumb ass doesn't even live there. Your ass is in Podunk, Louisiana. Why? You got problems down in Podunk. You don't need to be worrying about New York City.
You's a damn fool. You know that? You's an intelligent damn fool.
You know what? The
Stanley,
Admiral, the Admiral
viewers right now, because
I don't get. Hey, okay, motherfucker. If you know how to get more viewers, go get them. Fetch, dude. I'm okay with 7 viewers, motherfucker. As long as there are no fucking B Braves or Nas 415s in the audience, I'm okay, motherfucker. The people that want to be in the audience are there in the audience. Dude, I'm not gonna goddamn beg or fucking pander like your fucking Uncle Coon ass does. I don't do that. I'm a black man, not a motherfucking minstrel.
I sound like a victim. Hey, CKJ3, take your official zombie ass and your narrative and shove it up your motherfucking ass. You and your official virgin zombie bullshit. All of you.
See, Admiral, they get so butthurt.
Admiral my ass. That's why military.
He's more an admiral than your dumbass. This motherfucker, the next thing he's gonna say is, well, you worked in the white man's military. Well, motherfucker, you're working in the Arabs motherfucking 7-Eleven. You don't have standing to criticize any other motherfucking black man on this panel or in this chat, motherfucker. You're not even working for a white man. You're working for the immigrants.
So I guess the white man
motherfucker, you're not even working for the white man.
So a white man can give him an admiral day.
Oh, look at this little victim. Motherfucker, you're not even working for the white man. What the fuck is up with that, boy? Do they call you boy? What's Arabic for boy? Motherfucker, you don't want to fucking get in a roasting battle with me. I will crush your delicate ass. Motherfucker, you better heal. You work for the Arab.
Bitch, you shop at the Arabs.
Motherfucker, I pay your goddamn salary when I work for the Arabs, and they don't tell me when to come and go, bitch.
You's a goddamn liar.
Motherfucker, the Arabs tell you when, they tell you when to. Motherfucker, you punch their goddamn time clock, you Arab working motherfucker.
Goddamn right. You
I,
racist son of a
I
bitch.
know I'm goddamn right, motherfucker. That's why I said it, bitch.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, what I'm gonna
'Cause
do
you're a
is
racist
crush
son
your.
of a bitch.
I am going
And you
to. I
irrelevant.
am going. I
Politically
am going. I am going to crush your dumb ass if you don't stop, son. I'm gonna crush you. I'm gonna crush you. I'm gonna hurt your motherfucking feelings if you fuck with me. This is your chance to change the topic, son, because you don't want to do this. Don't be the last victim, motherfucker. I will make you a victim and laugh when I do it.
Go ahead, you overgrown nigga, baby.
Hey,
You just an
I'm not
overgrown
working.
nigga,
I'm
baby.
not working.
With your
Hey,
nigga babble. Stop it.
I'm not working for some motherfuckers in sandals doing your time card with a goddamn sundial. These motherfuckers, you don't punch a clock. You walk in and you turn over a motherfucking sundial, don't you? When the last grains of sand are done, you can go home, brother.
See, Stanley, that's just your political ignorance shown
Your
to the world.
motherfucking
Stanley,
time
you
clock,
are a
your
dumb fuck,
motherfucking time
Stanley.
clock, your
Stanley, you a
fucking
dumb
time.
fuck.
Dude, you are
Hey,
not going to
Stanley.
overtalk. Dude, you're not going to be able to overtalk me. You sundial. Motherfucker, you don't even punch a time clock. You fucking turn over a fucking sundial.
Stanley, you think you're being
Let
funny,
me
but
find
you're dumb
let
as
me
fuck.
find the
Stanley,
appropriate
you're dumb as
implement.
fuck, man. You dumb as
Motherfucker,
fuck.
I might be dumb as fuck, but I'm not working. I'm not working for immigrants. Motherfucker, you complain. No wonder you want all the immigrants out. Motherfucker, they fucking tell you what to do day in and day out. They fucking write your daily schedule. That's why you're so fucking bitter about the immigrants.
Stanley, thank
Dude,
you for
I
my
told you
Is it
not to
Solid
fuck.
Snake?
Hey,
Is that you?
hey,
Get back to
Solid
work,
Snake.
Solid Snake. Get back
Solid
to work.
Snake.
You dumb fuck.
Get back to work.
'Cause
I
you're
got
a
that shit.
dumb
I still a lot of shit in the
loving
bathroom.
ass
I
piece
need
of
you to
shit.
pick this shit up. There's a lot of shit everywhere. I need you to pick this shit up, Snake. Come on, pick it up.
But
Dude,
here go my point.
see, this is no motherfucker. You don't have a point. I told you not to fuck with me, and now you done pissed me off, sand
This is
nigga.
hilarious.
Dude, I
He
told you
really
not to
thinks
fuck.
that he
I
can.
told
He
you.
can go
I
with it.
told you not to fuck with me,
You
dude.
think you go toe to
You
toe,
better
Stanley?
see, dude. There are people who can go toe to toe. Solid Snake is not one of them. He needs to fucking just.
Now he just gets louder.
You know what? And I can just put him in the back or turn down his volume. Solid Snake, stay down. What's up, Latino? Motherfucker,
See, Stanley,
should
that's
you?
why your ass
No,
will
no.
always
Hey,
fail in life. Because you're a
I have.
miserable
Wait, hold it. This
ass,
motherfucker. Okay,
victimhood
dude.
claiming ass nigga.
Okay, how have I failed? How have I failed in life?
Goddamn celebrity. If a white man ain't put that badge on your ass, you wouldn't be shit. So
You know what?
I mean, he signed up willingly. It wasn't like a white man drafted
Well,
him.
no. See, what he wants to do that same. See, this is what the anti-black blacks will do. They want to see it's their standard operating procedure. They want to make
goddamn fool, Stanley.
Dude,
I would actually sit here and say it
what
takes a
they
lot of
will
courage
what
to
they'll
sign
do
up.
well no. See, they want to bring white people into it because the only way they win their arguments is to make a black versus white thing. See,
But I'm
with
pretty sure you
Solid
made a
Snake,
choice, though.
well, yeah, I did, but here's the deal. Solid Snake isn't even good enough to work for the white man. This motherfucker has to fucking go work. This motherfucker couldn't get a white job, so he had to go get an Arab job. Dude.
He looks for the Hindus.
See, what he does not understand is these motherfuckers like Solid Snake will come up and think they can go toe to toe. Motherfucker, you have so many weaknesses to exploit that you need to be way more quiet. Dude, you need to sit in the background and kind of eat popcorn and watch the adults go back and forth. You cannot compete, Solid Snake, and you motherfucking need to understand that. And 12th Man is the same way. Y'all think that you're my peer, and you simply aren't. And I try to be nice. Look, it's okay. I like hanging out, but dude, if you actually want to go back and forth and compare lives, motherfucker, you're gonna lose every time. Okay, I'm literally here retired. I'm on here for fucking well shit, it's after 9 hours. Who's gonna tell me I can't do it? Nobody. I will wake up in the morning when I feel like waking up. I'll be on this bitch as long as I feel like being on this bitch. Y'all need to figure out your orientation in space. I am not your peer. I can be. We can hang out, but motherfucker, you're not my peer. I have a different experience than you do. I love comparing experiences or talking about experiences, but motherfucker, you are not me. You are not my peer. Get used to it. And you know what? I'm significantly older. Dude, Solid Snake, you're my fucking little brother's age. My little brother doesn't fuck with me like you do. And even if he did, at least I know he's smart. I might pay attention to what he says. We have the same parents. You know, dude, you are some YouTube motherfucking Negro. You need to understand. You need to understand. You need to understand that other than the YouTube, and I like you, Solid Snake. I think you're a great guy, but motherfucker, don't take this too far. It does not work that way. And if you were an adult, you would know this. So anyway, I'm done fussing at Mr. Snake, who should be resting up for his shift overnight. Motherfucker, you'll be working when I'm on T's show. Don't make me go there, because I will. And I'll laugh when I do it. I keep telling you this. I will motherfucking grind you, roast you, and laugh when I do it. Know your place, son. So what's up, Solid Snake? Solid Snake. my bad. I've been fussing at him for so long. So
I'm just listening.
So you're cooking dinner tonight? I'm impressed.
Oh, I'm lunch. You know, lunch.
Oh
I
shoot! You know what? I lose track of time. We old people.
You
Motherfucker,
know.
you making Alfredo for lunch?
Yeah,
what
my kids.
What kind of luxury life do you live? Oh shit! Nice.
They love pasta, so
nice.
That everybody can eat here.
Dude, we could talk all day. Just tell me how good a father you are, and I'm just gonna sit here.
Stanley, man.
I'm gonna sit here and fucking smile.
I still even though for everything I do, I still think it's not enough.
Oh, well, come on now. You got to take care of yourself, dude. Let me tell you a story. My wife and I were perfectly aligned about, everything was about the baby, etc. Dude, before we knew it, the first time we ever left our son, like, to go on a date night, I think he was over a year old. I know that part. And it was like, you know what? I don't even remember. I think it was my father-in-law who was like, well, do y'all ever go out? So we like kind of looked at each other and like, well, it's been a while. So there was a new restaurant opening and all that. First time my son was ever babysat, it was with my stepdaughter and my father-in-law. Motherfucker, we weren't leaving him with non-family members. That's just not going to happen. He literally, his first experience with a non-family member was kindergarten. And it was a mistake, by the way. We should have been a little bit. Well, no, it worked out well, but you probably want to do 1 or 2 days of daycare just to get him kind of prepped. My son was fine, but he was basically raised as an only child because my stepkids were like practically adults. So the bottom line is we did have to work with him on sharing. He was used to being the center of attention, and he caught on quick. He got along with other kids, but you never look. The stay-at-home mom thing can be taken too far. You gotta socialize him, and luckily he was smart enough to socialize. But you can take that trad wife bullshit too far. I know from personal experience.
Oh, I bet, dude. Yesterday, they were having the argument in CT's podcast yesterday about.
Yeah, dude, catch me up because
Like, dude,
I
I was
listened
just
to
like this. Stanley, I'm like, oh God, I was so mad yesterday. I had to get off and get back on because what the guy was saying
Really?
is just so ridiculous, bro. Like, you're gonna tell me that if you have your wife in your house, that you're gonna have her change the goddamn fire alarm thing, the battery?
It
That's kind
depends
of
on where
insane,
it is.
bro. Like, if you're there,
Well, I mean, if it's on this, oh no. Well,
like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, if she says I'll do it.
that's a different story. But for her, like, come on, the lawn and all that, like, like this jobs, even though a man works his daily routine, this jobs that he has in the house, just like the woman does. But this guy's saying it's like, oh, like, so you telling me you wouldn't let, and it's like, yeah, why would I let my wife do that if I'm here?
I
Why
don't
change
know.
the
If she
bulb?
gets to it
Why
first.
change wiring? Why do all that if I'm here? Like,
Well,
you get what I'm saying?
no. Wait, it depends. Like, if your wife is an electrician or like an expert, yeah, she
That's a
might be
different
better
story.
at it. But that doesn't happen too often.
No, it
the
don't.
normal day to day.
So the guy tried to conflate and basically say, so how about if you hire an electrician to come in and it happens to be a woman? Are you going to tell her not to do the job? And I'm like, dude, but you're paying for a service. That's not the same thing. I was just like, yo, this guy sounds like a man with a vagina.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I actually like CT, always have. If you get him one-on-one, he is very engaging, very
No, it wasn't
articulate,
CT. It was
very
somebody
smart.
that was on there.
Well, no. What I'm saying, where I'm getting is that, CT is not his panel. And I've, over the years kind of learned that. I think the worst thing about about the Chaotic Truth, the show, is his panels. He's great. His panels suck. And I one of the reasons I don't go up there, I was actually, I don't know, I think you were there actually. He and I were one-on-one talking about Trump. It was great.
I've seen that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get up. I'm not gonna get up on a non-person panel with Jay Prince and all these other Island of Misfit Toys crowd and fucking go back and forth.
It was
Just
very
not
smooth
gonna do
because he let you get your point across and you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but one-on-one,
There was no interruption.
CT is a great interviewer. I wish he would do more like whole shows one-on-ones. He's actually good at it. He's engaging. Why he doesn't do more of that, and I don't know if anybody's ever suggested it, but no, he could be, dude. Now I'm gonna make a joke, and everybody's gonna laugh. He could be a Don Lemon. That's a joke. That's a
Don
joke.
Lemonade.
No, he could be like a Bill Moyers type. A good interviewer. No, I had to do the Don Lemon thing though. I had to do it. Let's see what's going on here. Is that oh no, that's not the Oval Office thing. But anyway, so what besides that, because I've tuned in, this pink lady has been kind of ruling the roost. And how's she been doing? Have you been watching all that?
Who?
Pink.
Nah.
That female who has been teaching the island of misfit toy boys.
No, I haven't seen that. But I do. This is one girl that has AA on her avatar. I don't know. I like
AAE. Yeah, I know she.
Yeah. She says some things that that get you thinking, dude.
Oh no, I think she's a moron.
I mean, when it comes to, I don't understand. She's a female going against female stuff, but
well, here's the deal. I think she is smart. She's been on my panel, believe it or not. So I mean, I have to give her credit though. She'll come up on my panel and go toe to toe. So
yeah, she does. She holds her own.
Yeah, I just don't think. Sometimes she is. I once called her the female Solid Snake, and I honestly think she is. She just.
Oh, come on! You
I mean, hey, she moves those goalposts all over the place. And you know what? Maybe she's like me, but I don't move goalposts as much as make connections, and you kind of have to keep up. I think. But you know what? I like her. It's not like I don't like her. It's just, who I like? I like Republic Tea Room. She is my new favorite conservative female. Let's see what is going on here.
Air traffic control system on Earth, the best by far. It contains a historic program to update antiquated communications and radar systems,
Is that live?
deteriorating hardware, and ancient software. This is really old stuff. It's ancient, with the latest 21st century tools and equipment. It will improve runway safety and build new air traffic control centers for the first time in more than 50 years and keep America flying safely and efficiently.
Okay, so it wasn't DEI after all, huh?
Obsolete. It's the best in the world. It's time to pass the one.
Okay,
big,
dude talked about
into law.
DEI,
We're
and
gonna
all of
get
a
it
sudden,
done. We're gonna
it's
take
not
care of air
DEI.
traffic
Nice.
control. Thank you very much.
Oh, I see what they're doing. They're just going through.
All right, so
stuff.
2:45 Eastern time as we monitor.
So, Abiola, how you doing? Where have you been? I haven't seen you in a while.
Well, I was on vacation.
No, Abiola.
With
Oh,
my
where'd
wife
you
and-
go?
My wife and kids to Orlando. We went to Universal and
wow.
Disney World.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's
You got there before the heat.
Yeah, when we got back home here, it was way worse. It was way worse here than it was in Florida.
The only place I've ever had a sunburn was Disney World.
Well, I bet, dude.
All you do is walk,
dude.
a black kid getting a sunburn, it has to be a little sunny.
Luckily for me, I didn't get maybe on my face a little bit. But
Dude, I was wearing a tank top, back in the day. I mean, shoot. I was probably maybe 12 or 13. Well, I was 13 or maybe even 14 because my brother was born. I'm 13 years older. So I I was either 13 or 14. Might have been the summer of my high school freshman year, freshman to sophomore. But yeah, I got a sunburn. That shit was not pleasant. It wasn't bad, just some peeling. But those tank tops.
Dude, there was a lot of felt so like I don't know, man. There was a lot of women wearing a lot of like whorish uniforms, if I can say if that's a word.
Really?
Yo, man, I'm just like, dude, isn't this a kid's part?
Well,
Like,
most
this
of
is
them
so
were
sad,
probably
man.
mothers.
Oh,
Luther,
dude,
what's up, man?
yeah.
How you doing?
And it wasn't just like a Hispanic or a black or no, it was all of them, dude. It was all of them.
Yeah.
Fucking nuts.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's been decades since I've never, believe it or not, even as a kid, I was never that enamored with amusement parks.
Oh, me neither, Stanley. I really don't like roller coasters and stuff that makes like my heart, that fucks with my heart, dude. Dude, to be honest, I didn't even want to get on that plane.
Well, it wasn't so much, you know what it was for me? Standing in line. I've never liked standing in line.
Oh, dude, every wait time was about what, 25 to 45 minutes?
Yeah, I can't be doing
like just to get on a ride that lasts what, 6 seconds?
Yeah, you got to do it for the kids, but
yeah, you do.
Well, actually, you don't.
I mean, don't tell that to my wife.
Well, you know what? Now I know. Here's the horrible part, or maybe the best part about being a single father. I didn't have to, because I know my wife would have wanted to do that shit.
Oh, dude.
I was like, you know what?
You got to sacrifice those legs.
Well, the problem is it's the silver lining to a bad situation. I kind of, it's so weird because it's easier if you're the single parent making the decision. But I don't know how many times I'm like, well, damn, I wish my wife were here to, kind of bat this back and forth. So I'm making sure that I'm making the right decision. So, it's kind of a mixed blessing. Now my son did get to go to Disney World because my neighbors are like Disney World fanatics. And
Jesus Christ.
They go every year.
I bet.
Well, no, they have like a mobile home, like a mobile home thing.
And the drive is only what, like 6 hours from where you
are? Oh no, it's way longer than that.
Oh, for real, dude?
Dude, it's 4 hours.
Oh, you still gotta go through like North Carolina and South.
Oh no. I'm outside Atlanta. The easiest way to get there would be to go to Macon, I think. You can go to Atlanta, but that's not going to be the best way.
No.
Best way to go.
Like I always get confused. Is Georgia more up or
well, no, Georgia
than North Carolina?
Oh, dude, it's like 2 states down.
Oh, so Georgia is okay. So
Georgia's right above Florida. The thing is,
damn. That still takes more than 6 hours.
Georgia is the biggest state east of the Mississippi. It's bigger than Maine. So if you went from the top of Georgia to the bottom of Georgia, that's 8 to 10 hours.
God damn. Sorry, got a username in vain. Damn.
Well, no, that's all right. But the thing is the best way to go would be, I think, Atlanta to Macon. I've never made the trip.
Jesus Christ.
And then you take 75 all the way to the Florida border. And I think 75 will take you across Florida, and it may go all the way down to like Jacksonville, which will kind of put you in the general area of Orlando. Orlando's on the east side of Florida. But anyway, these guys, they have a mobile home, so they literally do the camping, like the camp, what is it, the mobile home park. You know, they don't have to do hotels. They just fucking, there's campgrounds. So, I mean, I don't know if it's cheaper or not, but it's probably more fun if you like that sort of camping stuff.
Yeah, I did it 5 years ago. We left from Jersey all the way to Orlando, dude. It took us, what, 17, 16 hours?
Oh, shit. So you went down 95.
Yeah, dude. It was brutal.
Because you had to go through. You had to go through
the highway. It's ridiculous.
From Jersey.
So many dead deers. That's like a normal thing over there, huh?
On
Y'all just run
95?
deers over?
On 95?
Yeah, man. I seen like at least, how many deers, dude, we saw like that? Like at least 3 or 4, dude. At least. Like, that's nuts, man. Like, don't get me wrong, we got deers here too and shit, but like, damn, I never see them dead on the road.
You know what? I think I don't think now. It's been decades. It's probably been 20 years since I've been on 95. I am getting old, but I've never seen, because 95 is like these days is like 4 up to maybe even 8 lanes on there.
Yeah, when you get to what was it that we were South
Like
Carolina,
Richmond?
right? I think it was.
Yeah,
yeah. Either the Carolinas
probably
or
a
the
portion
whatever.
of
That shit
North
was
Carolina too.
It was like six lanes, man. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Oh, dude, you have not seen, dude, the traffic right around Richmond to DC, and then from DC up to like Philadelphia. Don't even talk about the New Jersey Turnpike and all that.
Oh, my wife is from New Jersey, so I know.
All I have to say is life doesn't even get good until you get south of, say, Fayetteville. Oh, you know what? Take that back. South of Charlotte.
Even Maryland is a shit show.
Oh my God. No, I would honestly say it's gonna be dicey from, say, Charlotte all the way up to from Charlotte, north of Charlotte, you got to kind of time, because you'll hit rush hours. Those rush hours will kill you.
I don't think we hit no rush hour. We were lucky, dude.
Wow, you must have traveled at night.
Yeah, we left early in the morning from Jersey. By the time it was nighttime, that's when we started getting to. Yeah, it was still day in South Carolina. So damn, we were stepping on it, bro.
You were.
Yeah, we left at 5 a.m. Right?
Jersey is not bad. But let me tell you something, dude. I used to go from Providence, Rhode Island, all the way down to Savannah, Georgia. And
how many hours is that?
I think it was about 16, but we're talking maybe 30 years ago.
Yeah, let's try.
But I can only drive for like 8 hours max. So I used to stop at Quantico and stay in the BOQ, the Bachelor Officers Quarters, overnight. So I just chopped it up into 2 8-hour drives.
Yeah, smart.
Man, I hate 95 with a passion.
Oh God, like who you telling? I'll tell you a crazy story. So me and my brother decided that we didn't want to live in Boston anymore. I was 18 at the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was 18 at the time. Remind you, I think he's 3 or 4 years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
And he just said, "Hey, fuck it, let's go." So we just hopped on his car and we drove from over there. And that was the first time I actually learned how to drive stick shift on I-95. Because his car was stick shift, so we took turns. And he's like, "Well, today's gonna be the day you're gonna learn, man."
Well, damn. Now, wait, hold it. Now hopefully it was a Japanese car.
It was Infinity.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea they had.
Yeah, this is when they first came out with the G series, they had them also in stick shift. So he
Well,
bought one.
man, okay? Well, you know what?
They don't make those no more.
Those it was a hydraulic clutch. Those are pretty forgiving. You know, I showed a picture. Let me show you this picture. Yesterday,
Yeah, it's
my
crazy.
father. Were you here? I showed the picture of the Volkswagen that I learned to drive stick shift on. I drove it in high school, and so did my brother. 13 years later.
I feel like not a lot of people would be able to drive those cars anymore, Stanley.
It's not that hard. You know.
Well, I know it ain't. Like, what was it? When I came back, I got, let me see, 2 cars, and then my third car, I got a S. What was it? S4 2008, right? And that car was a V8. It was like a small sedan, but it had a V8 engine on it, and it was thick. So, dude, the tickets I've gotten in that car, man.
Well, this is my car, my high school car. This is a 73 Super Beetle that my father bought new. And I drove it in high school and college for that matter. And my brother did too. So my brother had a wreck in it. It was kind of an odd wreck, but anyway, my father is restoring it. So this is where it is in the stage of restoration.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, it's bought new.
Dude, that's oh man, dude. Like, that's what we're looking for right now. Like, if we can find something decent that we could just leave right there in our driveway and take our time to work on it, me and my wife, that's what we wanted. We want to find ourselves a classic to do that.
Yeah, you know, one summer my father and I rebuilt the engine.
See? Oh my God, that's so beautiful, bro.
Oh, dude, he had.
Oh man, that shit makes me want to tear up, man.
No, he literally fucking he had this hydraulic thing, lifted the engine out.
Oh,
I say I hate working on car engines and stuff. So it was mostly him. I was mostly just handing.
Yeah, but you learn a thing or two, man.
Oh, there's no way.
That's the beautiful thing. You take the experience with you, man.
Yes.
Like that's what I'm saying. That's the beautiful part, bro. Even if you you guys don't get it the first time, the second time, but the third time it comes around, and man, oh, dude, like, oh, that feeling when you turn that shit on and boom, and you're like, damn, man, we made that happen, dude. Oh.
Now the bad thing, dude, this car went through all kinds of adventures and my father doesn't know about. But you know what? Now it's probably more replacement parts and remanufactured parts, but the chassis is original. That part we know.
Oh, dude, the chassis. As long as the chassis is intact.
Oh yeah. So, but you know what? This is literally like our family pet.
Yeah, man. That's family at this point. She's family.
Oh, dude, it is literally like.
Oh, come on, man.
This car is the family pet.
Oh, yo, you don't even know how happy that. Dude, we were in the airport and we were talking to this.
Let me make one quick point, and this is going to be more on my anti-black, like black positivity thing, motherfucker. This is a black project. My father's black. He bought the car. The money being paid, because he's not doing it himself. He's 80 something. I'm not down there. My brother, might do a little bit of work on it because he likes cars, but he's mostly locating the parts for the guy. Now, the people restoring it, I've literally known since I was a teenager. So, this is like an extended family thing. But dude, this is black excellence. And whether, whether it's good or bad, this is motherfucking black excellence. This is a man who decided, hey, look, you know what? You know what? We're gonna get Herbie the Love Bug back on the road. Oh yeah, CKJ. This is now. You see the little gray Bondo.
He's an idiot. I'm sorry, Stanley. But that was funny.
All I have to say is this motherfucker was bought off the car lot, dude.
Brand new,
brand motherfucking new. And the guy, the son, I went to school with the car lot. We knew the owner of the car lot that sold it to my father. My brother had the second, like when they redid the bugs back in, I guess it was the 90s maybe, or the 2000s. The Volkswagen dealership that sold this car, my brother bought the second new bug in Savannah. Like, we're kind of a Volkswagen family. So, like I said, this is the family pet.
That's crazy. You like Volkswagens? So most of the cars I've owned were either a Honda, and after Honda, I got out of that Honda phase, and then I started getting Audis. And my wife freaking can't stand that. That's the car. Like, the maintenance is just a bitch.
Well, it's expensive, but you know what? You like what you like.
Thank you. And another thing, if you really think about it, like, it's actually cheaper than most, because Cadillac is pretty expensive to fix, and Buick too. They ain't cheap.
Well, pretty much all the cars are expensive. They're all computerized and all that stuff.
But yeah, we were in the airport and we were talking to this old couple from Ohio that had moved to Virginia, and the husband was telling me how he restored a 1959 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Yeah, he got it sanded and then they repainted it, got an engine, fixed it up, and now he lets his grandkids drive it around. And I'm just like, oh,
nice.
That's nice.
Well, look, there are who knows who's going to drive this car. I don't know that my son should be driving this in Atlanta. It may be, I've got a nephew who's my brother's son who's just starting high school. He may wind up driving it. The car will probably be put on the road every now and again. It's not. Look, we're not, taking this on long road trips, but this is like I said, this is
family,
dude. It's almost like a family crest.
Yo, man.
Let me tell you another funny story with this very car. I did Army ROTC. I was telling a story about me being at Fort Bragg for a summer, which is kind of like the ROTC equivalent of boot camp. I drove this motherfucking car from Savannah up to Fayetteville. This is the car that was there. And I can't remember. I think the starter went out or something like that when I was at Camp All American is the name of, the summer ROTC thing. And you know what? I remember me and some Army buddies to get the car started because, it was the transportation that would take us to the movies, with dates and stuff like that. We have to push start the motherfucker. You'd have to.
Yeah, I was about to tell you.
So here's the deal.
I had to do that to my Civic.
After we graduated, from the summer camp, and I'm on my way back to Savannah, the fucking starter's still out. So you know what? The trip away from Fayetteville, North Carolina, my 3 buddies had to help me push the car. So I hopped in, got it started, waved goodbye, and that's the last motherfucker. That's like the last time I saw him in life. So I'm driving down 95 in this bug. And I need to put gas in it. And I'm fucking afraid to turn the car off. So, you know, the sign says got to turn the engine off. I'm like, no, motherfucker. I need to I need to fill this up because if I turn it off, I'm not sure I'll be able to get it started.
Yeah.
So, you know, this car has so much motherfucking shit. The car's 50 years old, I guess. 73 to 2023. So there is this motherfucking car and some stories. And my mother hated this car. She never learned. My mother never learned to drive a stick shift, and she did not like.
My wife
She
the
didn't
same
even.
thing.
She didn't even like being a passenger in the car. I tell
I
you,
want to take it
I
that
don't
far.
think. I don't think my mother ever like. I drove the car for years. I don't think I ever took my mother anywhere in the car. It's like she would not. Now I'm sure she and my father driving, you know, 2 kids in the back, but I don't remember. My mother was not into this car. She just didn't like being seen in it. You know, she's a little sedity. I don't think she was not going to be seen in this Volkswagen. But anyway, I'm done fawning over it. But this is the family mascot. This is what black people do. Black people. This is black life here, folks. This is black life. We restore Volkswagen. So, you know, Krakow ain't driving this car. So anyway, I had to show it, dude. This car, I'm gonna have to do something with it. Put it up as a meme or, you know, as an audio avatar or something. With Solid Snake, you can hit the link if you want. Don't be shy, but don't be coming up with bullshit either. I am not in the mood.
What does he mean by that?
Immigrants will deport FBA.
Yeah, I'm confused.
You know what?
How is that possible?
It's possible because blacks aren't worthy to be here. That's really his point.
What?
He hates black. Dude, who knows what the fuck he's thinking? I honestly don't waste your time.
What the hell?
He thinks that this is actually some. Now I'm fucking around here, so don't take me seriously. I think it's almost like there's a book, and I'm quoting the title of the book called Nigger Heaven. I think it's Solid Snake's version. Only the worthy blacks get to stay. The rest get deported.
Yeah, because that's that. Damn, see, you took the question out of me, man. Because that's what I was gonna ask. So it's like, how does this? But you answered.
You know what? You know what?
You answered it.
Nonsense.
You answered it.
This dude literally, he is living
out the street now.
You know, only the worthy blacks. Only the worthy
What the
blacks.
hell, bro?
Only the worthy blacks.
I didn't even know you worthy though.
Hey, you know what? You better I shine my master's shoes shinier than you do. That's pretty much the blacks that are gonna stay. The ones that can get the shiniest shoes on the feet of their masters. Right, Solid Snake?
And like, look, this whole Mandani guy, right? I might not like him or whatever to be the mayor of New York. Fine, that's cool. But for him to come out and say that he wants these programs or whatever, right? at the end of the day, right? If give me 1 second. If based off that, like, wouldn't we be implying? I mean, wouldn't he be implying that he's actually going to help out black people, the people that he actually didn't get votes from?
Well, the bottom line is, you have to understand
How does that make sense? Why would I want to help the one I want to get rid of?
Okay, I have no clue where Solid Snake is going. Bottom
This
line,
is what I'm saying. Like,
well, here's the deal: socialists. If it were up to the democratic socialists, there would be no race. They get accused of being race or class essentialists. We would only look at people by class, and class kind of if you had a strictly class-based society, race wouldn't matter at all. It's poor, middle class. And there might be some reading between the lines as far as class. The socialists will help everybody. The problem is not everybody wants to help everybody. I tend to think of left progressives as very idealistic and it does not work in America. You cannot force a racist country to care only about class.
Why would you repeal? But look, read the last one that he just put, man. Like,
I don't pay. Solid Snake knows not a goddamn thing about politics.
Like, why would they Jesus Christ,
dude? I do not look to Solid Snake for politics.
Like, nobody. Listen, nobody politically in their right mind, bro. Just think about this for a second. Nobody politically in their right mind, because this is just political suicide. To take an amendment that has something to do with some type of race or civil rights, like, you just sound very what's the word? Idiotic, man. Like, oh man.
See, this is my point. I made a point about CT's show last night, and I didn't, entertain it. These people don't understand that the least interesting thing about Mamdani is that he's Muslim. His politics are the bigger interesting point, kind of the linchpin. But the anti-black blacks are racists. Okay, they want to focus on religion, and Muslim basically means brown skin or darker. Their arguments are weak, and the reason Solid Snake has to yell all the time is because if he doesn't, people just kind of go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" and ignore him. Oh, I'm not making a joke. I'm dead serious. He doesn't make serious arguments. He puts together a word salad, and then it sounds good to people like Mayo Monkey and all those other like my politics is how I feel that day sort of politics.
Yeah, but it just doesn't make any sense, man. Like,
okay, and therefore you ignore it. Don't dwell on shit that doesn't make sense. Move on to something that does. I don't pay Solid Snake that much attention when it comes to his quote political ideas. The motherfucker is not a political philosopher. And more power to him. He's good at other things, I'm sure. Now, I could tell you what he's good at doing, but I will be polite.
What you was gonna say? Making Slurpees?
No, I didn't say that. You did.
Fucking around.
So there you go. Hit the link, Solid Snake, if you want to do anything other than type in the chat. Let me drop the link for you again.
Yeah, drop the link and elaborate and explain, because this doesn't make any
sense. Dude,
in the real world doesn't make any sense.
He is wise. Oh wait, hold it. That link is pinned. I've been dropping it. Oh, the link is pinned, motherfucker. If you want to come up, come on. Come on.
It's the same thing as like
Bring,
if you
bring that beautiful bean footage of an argument up here so I can chew it and create a fart right back on that dumbass political bullshit.
it's the same thing as you having a business and like let's say McDonald's, for instance, and McDonald's decides to say, hey, Democrat this year for the McDonald's. Like, no, they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna affiliate themselves with none of that shit because at the end of the day, they want to serve their burgers to everybody.
Well, the bottom line is, in the end, it's the people who cast the votes. And if you are going to say, hey, this dude can't be your elected representative because we don't like him, but we don't live there, that's unacceptable. If the New York voters elect this man to be their mayor, it's un-American not to let them have the man they voted for. So people like Solid Snake are motherfucking un-American, and they just can't fucking be able to reason their way through their half-witted, far-right, anti-black, fucking head up a white man's ass bullshit.
Yeah, what'd you think about that? They were talking about that too. When was it? Yesterday, I believe. That if Trump wanted, he could revoke that guy from being mayor. I'm like, no, like
no,
even
it
if
doesn't.
we don't like
Okay,
him,
here's the deal.
if we
Who
don't
is
like him,
we?
like fine.
Who is
but
we? The people of New York City.
that's what I'm saying. So if he wins, like this is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
I might not agree with his policies. I might not agree with him. I don't live in New York. That's fine. But
well,
what
you
I
don't
am
have
saying-
to suffer. Hey, the voters who elect him have to suffer the consequences.
There you go. Thank you.
Let them
Thank
have
you.
their vote.
You.
But
You
what
just,
if?
you said what I wanted to say? You said it better.
Yeah. Why, dude?
Come on, man.
There's this article I showed this morning
retarded
about some representative, a national congressional representative who wants to deport him. I'm like, motherfucker, you live in Tennessee. Why do you care?
Facts.
This is that silly, and I know you're MAGA, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
No, you
Solid
can't.
Snake, come on now. Hit
It's
the link.
what you
Hit the
gotta
link.
have. You gotta have some type of common sense, at least in some type of logic.
Yeah, exactly. Hit the link, buddy.
And
Pull it
that's
up.
to me that's ridiculous because you know what? Let's say one day Portia decides to run for some type of office, and then people say negative things about her or whatever. So she should be kicked off because of no. It's based off whoever votes for her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
It
is.
is
It's nuts.
literally un-America. It's
You
un-American.
might not like the guy, but that's not up to you. It's up to the voters.
Well, yeah, and I hope you know what. I have a buddy of mine who's a 3-star admiral, and he is literally the commander of the Pacific Surface Fleet. And he and I, when we were like junior officers, used to talk about it because he was the Republican, I was the Democrat. Dude, the kind of debates that I have on this panel, motherfucker, I've been having since I was like 22. We used to sit around at the end of the day, fucking entertaining. It was like the early 1990s version of YouTube. We'd sit around just bullshitting back and forth, political, and it was just like we just fucking roast each other. But I've known this dude for 30 some years, and the one thing I always told him is like, dude, you might be the only Republican I would vote for because I know you. I know your character. I have served with you, etc. I'd vote for him. Motherfucker, I don't care if I like the Democrat. I like this guy better because I just know him. And I think Brian Kemp is the same way. people always want to paint me like I'm some, I hate Trump and I would never vote for a Republican. Motherfucker, if I know you and I know you're a good person, yeah, you better have some policies that I like, but I've said there are a lot of things goal wise that Trump I would agree with. It's just how the motherfucker wants to accomplish the goals that are just cruel. There's no need to do some of the shit that he does. There's smarter ways to do it. And, I don't know why he has to be so sloppy. Getting criminals who are not U.S. citizens out of the country, motherfucker, I will help you do it. But motherfucker, if that criminal happens to be married to an American woman and has American children, you don't make them suffer. You figure out a way, compromise, and you don't just like pick them up on the spur. Do some due process. I am totally against American children being deported with an illegal alien mother. And actually, they're not illegals, but let's just say they are. American children, if they were born here and currently American citizens, you do not deprive them of their God given right to an American childhood. I don't give a fuck what you have to do. You might have to make an exception, but I will not tolerate American children being deprived of their God-given right to be American children. You can't be American children in fucking Honduras. I'm staunchly against that. And you better fucking figure out a way. And Donald Trump wants to leave it to, and when Holman actually, before he started, like back before he actually got installed into office, I thought he was pretty cool. You know what? Hey, he worked for Obama. He must be okay. This motherfucker has just turned out to be, like, I don't know if you've ever played Minecraft, but they're these thug looking things. They just kind of walk around. They don't have a brain, but they just walk around beating shit up. That's what Tom Homan is. I don't remember what they're called. I used to watch my son play Minecraft, so that's how I even know what they are. Homan should do better, and I don't give a fuck who gets pissed off at what I'm saying. Trump could do better. He just doesn't want to. It's all shock and awe and dumbness. And I'm just not about that. If you can get the goals accomplished with using brain versus brawn. So I have done a huge soliloquy. What does Dave have to Goga Lake? What the fuck are you talking about? Goga Lake. Do you understand what that means?
No.
Dave. His Solid Snake, I think Solid Snake has cloned Deacon Dave's account. So Deacon Dave's account is now Solid Snake's account. All right, so let's see what else is up here. Donald Trump's press conference should be starting soon.
What are you gonna talk about?
This is like some treaty that he negotiated between Rwanda and God damn it, Congo. Juan, what's up, man?
Good afternoon, guys. How are you guys doing?
What up, Juancito?
Pretty good.
¿Qué pasó, Latino? ¿Cómo te va?
Bien, bien.
Today has been an earthquake in the Supreme Court decisions, no? It's like case after case, like 4 or 5 different opinions that came down. But for birthright citizenship, I would say, to be quite honest, not so much. It's just basically saying that you can't you can't issue an injunction for the whole country. You can only issue an injunction for your circuit, and then it's even more limited to the people that are suing. Those people can reap the benefits of the injunction. Everybody else, no, is what I understand.
Well, go ahead and describe the rest of the decisions, and I want to loop back because I actually think the Supreme Court did not do a good job with that, saying that the Constitution is nationwide. It's not district wide. It's not district to district, and I just disagree with how they did it. And you know, you have the legal education, so you know maybe I'll learn something. But if I understand the twist, like they had to split it apart, so they split the injunction part
Right.
away from the birthright citizenship part, and I think that was a masterstroke. That was some chess. So go ahead.
Well, to shorten it
Tell
down,
me where I'm wrong.
well, you're not wrong technically. It's just that what happens is when you're suing, and this is where these guys made the mistake. I call it a strategic mistake. Is that if I'm suing you, me individually, the injunction doesn't apply to everybody else. It only applies to that person that did me wrong, and that's what happened. CASA and like 4 or 5 other groups that sued Donald Trump. They only sued individually. They didn't open up the whole class of immigrants.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
Had they
That
opened up
makes
the whole
sense.
class of immigrants, then this could have gone the other way, but they didn't.
But
And
let me.
go ahead.
So help me here, and you know what? You just actually kind of helped me understand because it wasn't class, and they talked about that in the argument. But the thing is, and that you know what? How do you want to do this? You want to talk about the rest? You're going to take control and talk about the whole Supreme Court cornucopia because I don't know all the stuff.
I would have to let it go first, Stanley. That's the thing. I read 2 opinions. One affects me here in Texas. Well, it doesn't affect me that much, but
Well, tell us about the one that affects you.
Well, it doesn't affect me that much because I don't watch those sites. But here in Texas, if you want to watch prawn, you have to submit your ID. And the Supreme Court upheld that. Basically, they likened it to you needing to present your ID to prove that you're over 21 to drink is basically what happened there.
Yeah,
What's
just
wrong
like
with
Florida.
that?
Just like Florida.
Yeah, just like Florida. You're absolutely right.
I don't see a problem with that.
Me either.
We have the technology.
Me either. But the problem that I'm seeing with everything is everybody is acting, in your words, bombastic about the whole thing. Tom Holman's coming in and, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do the other. And I'm just like, dude, calm down. It's not that serious. Like, calm down.
Did you see? We watched Pam Bondi. Oh my God, she was like a cheerleader. You know, I wanted to hand her a set of pom poms.
I thought she had pom poms for a minute there, right? But,
Well, no.
it's the same thing.
Donald Trump, rah. He was so. Oh my Lord.
But what she did say in the midst of all of that cheering that a lot of the people will miss, Stanley and Latinos, is that the true argument on the merits will happen in November. And she's right. That's when that next term comes.
Well, yeah, but see, here's the deal, and maybe we can talk about Ketanji Brown Jackson's point, and she made it during the argument. And
dirty in that opinion.
okay, but her point about laws, federal laws, I think that was her point. The federal laws, that's countrywide. That's an automatic nationwide injunction, right?
What she was saying is that the Supreme Court has the ultimate authority and has the ultimate responsibility for enforcing all laws federally. And that's where she got, man, they did her dirty. They smacked her down, and that's where a lot
Okay, well, do you agree with the smackdown?
I don't agree with how they did it, but they're not wrong because what they were citing was Marbury versus Madison, that everything is subject to judicial review. They don't have to
Okay, well, Marbury versus Madison is a construct. Okay,
right.
So you're gonna smack. Look, that was an assumed power. No way. That's not a constitutional power.
Well, the doctrine of judicial review, you're right. It comes out of the doctrine of federalism, right? So that's you're absolutely right. It's not inherently written, but that's what they used to smack her down, and that's why I think it was dirty, because there wasn't really, other than that case law and other than the Federalist Papers regarding judicial review, that was all that I saw. That's where I thought that they did her dirty. It was just basically like it was a legalese way of telling her, "Chick, sit down, shut up. You have no business being here." Is what they did.
Really?
Yeah, in my opinion, that's what I think that they did.
Well, the problem is, well, you know what? I think she's going to prove them all wrong. I thought the point she made during that argument, the Trump Casa, I thought that was the best argument of the whole thing. And I'm not I'm not that partial to her, but look, y'all motherfuckers are gonna love this. She's literally the smartest one in that room. Now, no, I think she's the smartest one in that room.
Well, I can't agree or disagree. I understand where she's coming from with her judicial philosophy, but I don't agree with it. But that doesn't mean that
Why not?
I'm not.
She's an originalist.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's an originalist, and she believes that the Constitution is subject to change, even though the words.
Yes.
And I'm a strict what do they call it? Strict constructionist.
Strict constructionist.
Yes.
But the problem, dude. Now Thomas Jefferson was not a part of the Constitution, so but right. he is. I think he's considered a founding father, motherfucker. He wrote the Declaration. That whole Tree of Liberty thing. Why isn't that taken into consideration? To me, that's almost more sacrosanct than the Constitution. The people have the right to tear it down when it becomes tyrannical.
Well, believe it or not, Stanley, you might think I'm wrong here because I don't know. But my theory is that they're actually getting literally into that now. Because like I mentioned a couple of days ago, I don't know if it was with you or with somebody else, but we're starting to see an expansive body of Second Amendment law that we have not seen before.
Uh-huh.
And so I think
elaborate on that, because I'm not following you.
Well, you look at cases like the New York State Pistol and Rifle Association versus the City of New York. You look at DC versus Heller, and you look at DC versus Bruin. Those cases didn't exist 20 years ago. The way that it used to work, and this is what held the National Firearms Act up for so long, even though I disagree with it, is that the federal government can't take your right to bear arms away, but the states can. And so then the states come in and they pass these laws, like in New York. If I have an AR-15 in New York, it's a felony immediately. Right. If I have an extended clip, which I do for my 40 caliber pistol, it's a felony. Whereas here in Texas,
but that's part of the state militia thing, right?
Yes, you're absolutely right. And in the earlier case, back in the 80s or the 90s, the Supreme Court said that the Second Amendment was subject to regulation, which made almost everybody that had machine guns felons overnight as a result. Now the end result is that they're basically, it's almost similar to what they did with Plessy versus Ferguson. They're rolling back on that law. And I would argue that if they keep going that route, within 30 years, the National Firearms Act will be overruled. The Texas versus Johnson rule will be overruled. And so the Second Amendment will basically be conferred to the states, which I believe should have been to begin with. But my opinion is only that of a Juris Doctors, the people that are much, much higher in intellect than me.
Motherfucker, that's just not so much intellect. See, this is the other thing, and I'm not fussing at you, of course, Juan. Dude, experience contributes to intellect. Experience contributes to intellect. You know more as you live more.
That is so true.
Motherfucker, you're still young.
having to tell my kid, I was you once. I thought like you once. You're about to fall on your face.
Exactly.
Latinos, you're doing that right now, buddy. Like, hey, oye, hijo, tú una vez. Pero síguele, síguele.
Dude, you know what? I had parents who would, dude, and I know your parents have probably told you this. One day, I can't remember, it was probably my father who said, motherfucker. He didn't say the motherfucker part. No, he literally said, and this is a motherfucking man. Son, if I'm wrong, I'm right. The motherfucker, he didn't say anything other than that. In the implicit is challenge me, bitch.
The thing that
I don't care whether you like it. If I'm wrong, I'm right.
Right. I didn't hear it like that. What my mom told me.
And that's where you get it from, Stanley.
Yeah, my mom would tell me, dude, this is a democracy. You're learning about democracy in school, but that only extends outside of these doors. As long as you're under my roof, you are in an autocracy, and I'm the queen.
Dude, yeah, democracy ends at that threshold when you walk into this house. That shit is the motherfucker. Democracy, step out the door and get you some. And don't come back. I don't need any.
But you know what, Stanley? This opinion that I read, when I read the breakdown, I don't think it's really meant to apply to this case as much as it is to all of the other cases that kept getting blocked. And this is not blocked. And this is not just Trump. This was under Biden as well. Basically,
yeah, I know. Kismarik. Yep.
Yeah. So what this did is this basically told all of the districts, hey, guys, settle down. And this told all of the appellate circuits, guys, settle down.
But let me, there was a dude, I think he's from Sean Bracey's universe. Dude, I hate it when he was a smart guy. Not going to take it away from him. But here's the weird thing about, look, there's a certain type of education. And I think science majors, they don't have expansive minds. They get, and this is like educational theory now, they don't learn to be creative. I think this is one of the things that I love in, my high school education. It was math and science heavy, but it was also liberal arts heavy. And let's cut to Mr. Trump here. Oh, wait, hold it. That's the old one. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, that's the one that I saw at 10:30.
I was looking at Pam Bondi and I'm like, oh, hello.
Yeah, I still love me some Pam Bondi. She still looks hot.
Nah, no, you know what? I know. Yeah, but she is cute. My God, she's 60.
She just turned 60. Yes, she does not look a day over 40.
And I'm 60, but she's married, alas. But I think that if this is why people like an Einstein and maybe under that old European system where you had to read Latin, you had to have a classical education. And there's still places that kind of offer that sort of education. This is what scares me about college is basically a vocational school where you go and you train just to get a job. Dude, learning how to be an electrical engineer at an engineering school does not teach you how to think. Okay, you need you some motherfucking Plato. You need you some Aristotle. Dude, circuits, learning how to build a circuit and design a circuit does not teach you how to think outside of your lab. And this is one of the things, I always talk about Renaissance men, the truly smart, like Galileo types. Those motherfuckers knew how to do more than just do science.
Well, the thing is, Stanley, I would argue that you're absolutely right on both fronts, but I argue that it's also on the liberal arts side as well. When I graduated with my communications and political science degree from undergrad, the problem also was on the other side. I was too idealistic My second job my first job out of law school, that attorney told me just that, and it was the same thing. It's you're coming with all of these countervailing ideas, but the thing is you need to think in the here and now. And I was never.
Dude, that motherfucker's right.
Yeah, I was never taught that.
But see, here's the deal, though. He might have been the right person at the right time, dude. Juan, thank you. See, this is why, motherfucker. This is why I like talking to people like you and Latino and even John. Y'all motherfuckers have had some experience. You can take theory and apply it to real life, even if we don't agree how the theory is applied. Dude, I value talking to folks like you because, motherfucker, you know you have the experience. I tell my son, motherfucker, don't bury your head in a computer screen. You need to know how to cook a pie or mow a lawn or catch a fish. You gotta know.
Take different paths.
No, just know how to get to those paths.
When I mean
go ahead and go outside.
It's like you said. It's like you said, right? You can't just focus on, like, if you're an engineer, you can't just focus on a circuit board because that's all you want to know how to do. So you gotta apply.
Changing that motherfucking diaper does not involve soldering. Don't solder that diaper on your boy's butt.
What's funny was when my kid was born. Before my kid was born, I could install a car seat, no problem. You do this, you do that, you do the third. The night my daughter was born, it took me almost 2.5 hours to put that car seat in right. That I did this.
Oh, Juan. Oh, dude. You know what? Oh, that is so funny, dude. We had a car seat, because it's like a pop-out bassinet, and oh man, I was so embarrassed. Like, I just kind of let it sit in the box, and then my wife, we went to the hospital, and once the baby was born, and I'll talk about that one day, I fell in love with my son. Motherfucker, I was the first person to hold him. So
I was the first person to hold my kid as well. Well, the second person other than the doctor.
Well, here's where he won me. Like, he's crying, and he didn't come out crying. Sometimes they have to pull the hair, get him to cry to clear the lungs and just make sure that the lungs are working right. So the motherfucker starts, and I'm saying motherfucker, but I'm talking about my son. I'm drunk. I'm just gonna say everybody's a motherfucker.
You're drunk.
So
2-3 in the afternoon.
Shit, I've been up since like 3 in the morning.
Oh damn! I don't have that type of.
Dude, I'm a road warrior. Dude, I'm a fucking naval officer. I can go 24 hours. But anyway, dude. He is crying. He's crying. And the nurse hands him to me. I put him up on my shoulder and I go, hey, it'll be okay. The motherfucker falls asleep. That's like, motherfucker, he knew. And even if he didn't, he was crying. You put him up, you go, hey, it'll be okay. I got you. Pat him on the back. Dude, I went over and sat like on the little sofa, and you know what? We were a team, dude.
Stanley, he knew it was.
Yeah, well, you know what they
because
say.
He heard you through the belly.
Yeah, he'd heard in the once your wife gets pregnant, you talk. Y'all are talking. They know the vibrations, the voices, dude. It was amazing.
Yeah, my kid too. When the next day, after they do all the shots and all of that fun stuff, they move my kid's little crib or whatever the heck that little thing is into
incubator,
mom's room, the incubator, and of course my kid's screaming at the top of her lungs, and they're like, "We're going to show you how to hold her." And before they could give me message, I just scoop her up and swaddle her, and she looks toward my direction and just instant silence, and then about 10 minutes later, she fell asleep.
Mine's when I first grabbed him, man, I was like, don't cry, man, because like all her family was in the room, And my family was in there too, and I was just like, "Don't cry, man." That was the first thing I did, man. Once I picked up, man, that kid.
Well, I had a cheat code. I had a brother who was 13 years younger. So but dude, y'all don't know how, and actually y'all do know, dude, that shit is nerve wracking. I'm like, and where I was going with this is, once my son was born and everything kind of settled down, I forgot to put that goddamn. I gotta go. I gotta go home and put it together.
The car seat was loose, Stanley.
No,
We're driving
it wasn't
down the
just
highway
you,
and it's moving
dude.
this way and that way, and I'm
Dude. And you know what? I was like, I better get this shit. Dude, my wife had been on me for weeks. And I just been like, yeah, I'll get around to it.
Shit, man. The way I see it is, I got 7 more years with my oldest. Before she shipped off to college.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm gonna lower my voice so my son, I can't wait for college to start again. I'm just like, motherfucker, dude, what in the fuck? It's like, no, I haven't. No, I've had to have a couple choice words with him. Like, motherfucker, what am I, your maid? No, I literally had to tell him, dude, you're not 14. The fuck? I'm not gonna tell you every day to clean up after yourself. Don't just fucking put a dish in the sink and run water in it. Like, there's room in the dishwasher. What the hell are you doing?
I better stop because I was that kid once.
Oh, dude, you know what? And I have not talked to my father about it because I'm afraid he might tell me, well, Stanley, motherfucker, the shit's a boomerang. You did the same thing.
That's true.
But I know I didn't because my mother was alive. There is no fucking way she'd have tolerated that shit. Oh, my mother? Oh no.
I remember I was.
I learned at like maybe 12 or 13. It is better to tell Hurricane Dolores. My mother used to tell stories. She would like, well, is the bathroom done? Is it? Oh, Mom, I did that 2 hours ago. Oh, she learned quick. Oh, I learned that code. Like, if you do it before if she asks you to do it, just do it. And then she will assume that, oh, you lazy ass teenager, you didn't do it. Oh yeah, it's done. You want to go check it?
When I was a kid, my mom did that with our room, and it was me and my 2 brothers, and we had all of our toys and stuff all over the place, Stanley. We got home one day because our mom had been threatening us for like 2.5 years, 3 years. If you don't stop, I'm gonna throw all your stuff away.
Wow!
And Stanley, that room was spotless. We're like, wow, this room is. Wait a minute. Where's my robot? Where's the little math? Where's the little math Alfie 2 or whatever the heck that thing is? Where's the Alfie 2? Oh, hey, where are the group of straws? Where's
Juan, question. Is your mom the Latin one?
No, my father's the Latin one.
Okay, because Jesus Christ, your mom sounds like my wife.
That's why I say Latinas and blacks have a lot more in common than they realize.
Dude, my wife don't play that. She's like, well, it's in the floor. Shouldn't be here in the living room. Boom, in the trash.
Oh, dude, let me tell you.
And the kids
let me tell you.
I saw my girlfriend Latinos break out the slipper, the chancla, and I remember the moment I saw her flip that out and go, ya basta, and her kids, it reminded me of my mom with the house slipper. I'm like, oh shit, we have so much in common.
Don't miss.
Well, my old man story, it was me and my comic books, and I don't even recall, but it was something about I was always like her quote was, your nose is always in a comic book and my chores aren't getting done, something to that effect. And I had some comic books that I know today would be worth something. I didn't, you put them in plastic
Same here.
sleeves. We didn't do that back in the day. They were just all in a box. Oh my! Oh, let me tell you something. My mother did not wait till I was gone. She picked the shit up, dumped it into the trash bin, and you know what she did? She motherfucking told, dude, this woman, she was like, I dumped him. You saw me do it. Don't bring her back into my house.
Dude,
And
my
I
mom did the
was like,
same thing
oh
to me.
shit.
Stanley,
I want to go out and like, how can I get him or hide him? Oh no, she let me watch her do it, and then she's like, bring him back into the house and see what happens. I was like,
Dude, Stanley.
oh, that woman. Oh,
Stanley.
I was like,
Stanley, we had a like
My
we
mom
had
was
a
super
like we had a
patient.
like 6x4 closet, right? And like that closet had to be shared between like three of us, right?
You too.
So you're already like there was no space in there, bro. So my mom had the great idea to put like a little, like a little drawer thing in there, so we could fit more clothes and have an extended drawer with the hanging clothes and stuff. But under we had literally like it was like half of the closet was like filled with like comic books, bro. We had Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, you name it, X-Men. Dude, it was like a whole bunch of shit. The Ant-Man series, bro. We had it
Oh
all.
yes.
Dude, we had it all, bro. And one
The
day,
Wolfman comics.
just like how Stanley said, bro, the same shit happened. She's like, yo, I've been wanting to put this drawer in here, and you guys been stalling me. So I took action. I'm like, what? What you mean you took action? I'm like, yo, bro. And then to this day, I tell her, I'm like, yo, you know that like maybe some of those comic books would have been worth a pretty penny. She's like, well, it wasn't the time.
well, you know what is the most
And the place.
interesting thing is, you know what? She had the power of my father. Like, motherfucker, take him out. I'm not gonna have to deal with it.
That's
'Cause
the
you
other
know-
difference.
it's like, you know what? If it had just been my mother, I'd have fucking figured it out. I'm like, well, you know what? No, my father's the most even tempered. My father's a nice guy until he's not.
And when he's not, watch
Yeah,
out.
that's how I am.
But that's what we need to be now. That's what a lot of families are missing now. Everybody's so microwave. I want this shit instantly. Pardon my language. I'm worried about me. F the husband or F the wife. F them kids. Before, and this is a Latino thing as well. You know this, Latinos. It's like you hear your mom say something and then you look at your dad and what does he say? The first thing he says, "Escuchaste la señora?" You listen to the woman. You know, and my stepfather,
Yeah. I don't play that.
my stepfather, all
Like
he
even
give that look.
today, like for instance, like my daughter likes to give lip sometimes.
Yeah.
And sometimes she gets a little bit comfortable, man, and not lip to me, but like lip to my wife. And she says like these little, these not like super bad, but like not cussing or anything because my kids don't cuss, but
right.
But she'll say something out of pocket, and my wife will be like, "Yo, like, what did you just say?" But when she says it in front of me, in front of my wife, now I'm like, "What did you just say?" Oh, and it's a whole different ball game now. It's like, no, I didn't say anything. I'm sorry, mom.
Yeah, you gotta stand those kids up. And when I say stand up, what I'm saying though, when I say stand up, like even now, and it's kind of amazing because my son, he's probably, I think at the end of it, maybe with the hair, he's like kind of 6'2". He's not a small kid. And you know what? Dude, what the fuck did you say? And you know what? The motherfucker, look, he's an adult now, and he's been an adult in my mind. Like I will speak direct military F word, MFer. Dude, ever since 17, I know how to deal with 17 and above, motherfucker. You treat them. If you're gonna be an asshole, I'm gonna treat you like an asshole. So you know what? He will mumble, and you know what? He'll mumble a cuss word under his breath, and he's a man. But you know what? If I look you in your eye and I go, "What did you say?" Want to say it?
Damn,
Say
that
it.
ain't nothing no
Say it
fucking.
like a man, motherfucker. Say it. Hey,
So
you're
damn,
not
that
gonna
ain't
hurt
nothing
my
to talk
feelings, but you might. There might be consequences.
I'm the
First
same way
time
with
I
my dad.
told
With my
you I was
dad,
a
like even
misogynist, I
though
was like, what the F did you just call me?
like even with my dad right now, like he old as hell. You know what I'm saying? He's about to be like in his 80s and shit. But like, I know that I can beat him. But like, let's be honest here. Why would I
Fuck
do that?
that.
That's my
You know
father.
what? You just look. Now, my
And
father
still to
just
this day,
turned
he talks to
82.
me a certain way. I have to take it because it's like, damn.
My
It's
mom
like,
is in her
whatever.
60s. Her strength is not left since the strength of her when she was in her late 20s. Don't ask how
I'm like, oh, damn, I have to take that out. It's like, all right, pops.
Well, here's the deal. And I kind of, y'all are still kind of like in your 40s. When you start getting into your 50s, as their child, you start understanding that they're not going to be here forever. And
Yeah,
this
man.
is
I don't even want
because
to talk about that,
I've
man.
told y'all, my mother, she could hurt your feelings. And there were times when I would fire back, because we were just no, my mother and I, we our personalities, like sharp tongues, like one-liners. Oh yeah. However, there came a time, and maybe it was after I was married or something. You know what? I just started taking it. It's like whatever. But they were never. My mother wasn't bad. Every now and again, I'd have to remind her I'm not 16. And you know what? There will be a day when shit. My father could say anything he wants, and I'm just gonna go, "Yep, okay."
Yeah, that's
And
the
just
same way
walk
I am
away.
right now.
There is no
Okay.
motherfucking way. It's like there comes a day
Dude.
when, you know what? I know you're mad, and I'm just gonna have to bow
Can I
my
can I
head and take
can I
it.
can I tell you a story?
Yeah.
Right. So when the first time Trump won, right? He asked me, he's like, "Who you voted for?" And I'm like, "Oh, I voted for Trump. I'm not voting for Hillary." And he's like, "What? How? Like, you serious?" This man got so mad at me, man. He's like,
did you flinch?
He's like, "¿Cómo tú puedes?" It's like,
how could you?
"Está loco." I'm like, why am I crazy? Like, he's like, yo, bro. And for a while, bro, he didn't like, I'm telling you, this guy will text me, call me. For a while, he stopped calling me dog.
Well, my story was similar to
See,
Stanley.
that's weird.
No, but then
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
afterwards, he's like, all right, whatever. That's your political choice. And I'm like, oh, come on, man. Like,
I'm surprised he asked you. Sometimes look, you know what? I once
I'm like, come
Good
on.
point.
My
mom, listen, my mom voted for Hillary, dude. Like, and I didn't judge her. I was like, well, that's your vote. And I left it at that.
You wasted it.
My dad too. They all voted for the Clintons. I'm like, you thinking that it's going to be the same as her? Like, that's what they thought. I'm like, no, man. She's her own individual, bro. Like, you guys can't assume that Bill's gonna take the power. Like, that's very stupid of you to think that. Like, yo, bro.
Oh, in my house, in my house when I was a kid, it was the music, because I loved ever since joining band in junior high school, I was just a music file. I loved all music. I was listening to rap. I was listening to R&B. I was listening to rock. I was listening to country. I remember the church that I used to go to was like, you can't listen to that heavy metal and that Metallica. You're going to go to hell. So I listened to just to spite them.
Wait, hold it. A Catholic church said that?
No, I was, Bible Belt.
Okay.
Will Baptist, like they did.
Yeah, Baptist. Yeah.
Good Lord, they did.
My
I remember
grandmother.
I had my friend's CD. It was Coolio. It was a Coolio single called "It Takes a Thief." And I walk in my house from school one day, and there my parents are with the CD, and my parents rip it up to my horror because it's not mine.
Bro.
Oh my Lord.
Yo, bro.
How did you? Oh, I got to know the end of this story. Did you tell them? Well, wait, what did you do?
Well, no, it continued. It always continued. Like I remember the Wizards and Wardrobe series from. That's where we get the Wizard of Oz from. Believe it or not, it's part of that. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. So I had all of those books. They were. My mom found them. They were gone. I had the Sword. And
What?
Oh yeah.
Stanley.
Old school comics like you, Stanley. I had like
Stanley.
1970s Spider-Mans. I had the 1970s X-Men, the 1980s Wolfmans.
This is one.
Gone because they were the devil. This all ended when I was 25.
Bro, one.
I had, real quick. I had moved out at 19, and I never looked back because of that. And I remember I was here in South Texas, and I was going through a horrible time. I had lost my job. I had lost my apartment. I mean, things were bad. And my parents were like, you can, we know you're dealing with a really, really bad time. You can come back. You always got a place to stay with us. And I thought about it until they said, but you got to abide by our rules. No, I got like 200.
Yeah. Oh, motherfucker. Dude. Is that so powerful? Motherfucker, if you are a child,
Stanley, you don't
and
understand.
that is, go ahead, Latino, but
Like,
dude, no.
You guys
if you
think-
can't
you guys-
abide by those rules, that's motivation.
Listen, if you guys think that like conservatives, Christians here are like nuts, like you have not met a Latino Baptist. I'm
Yes.
keeping it honest with you.
Oh no, tell us.
No, bro, they're way crazier
worse.
than a Christian.
They're worse.
Worse, dude. So look, my grandmother, right, got, I miss her and I love her to death, but in our house, like, she couldn't regulate shit like that because my dad wouldn't allow it, like, even though that was his mom, it's like, come on, like, this is a cartoons for kids, like, you really gonna make them not watch cartoons and stuff. So the deal was that we always had to go to church with her on Sundays. You know what I mean? So we would do that, but her sisters, oh my God, you could not watch Dragon Ball Z in her house, all because that shit is diabolical. Like, they talking about Satan and these cartoons are demons. And I'm just like, yo, is she serious? So yeah, dude. Yeah.
Talking about, dude, y'all and Juan will believe me, and I'm sure you will too. Look, I was always a 30,000 foot view. I don't think I've ever checked what my son looks on in his computer. He didn't have a phone till he was in high school, so I didn't have to worry about that. But no, I've literally never censored what he read. I've never had a net nanny sort of thing. I just trusted my upbringing of him, and I'm sure I missed something or another. But I always tell this or always give this advice: you know your kids well enough. If there's a change in behavior or something is odd, you just notice, like, what the fuck is going on, and then you start to check.
Well, I let my daughter challenge for the times that she was with me. I didn't care what music she listened to, unless, and there was a huge unless, it was something that was way on the other side. I wasn't super Christian. Like, she had she was big into Miley Cyrus. I think when she was in junior high, she was big into, what was it, BTS, those Korean boy bands or whatever the heck. She was big into those. I didn't care. What I paid attention to were, based on her age, she wasn't watching rated R movies because I didn't want her having nightmares for weeks on end.
Yep.
She's not watching, and when she was under my presence, I'll be damned if we're gonna let her watch NC-17 movies.
I don't even let her watch PG-13.
Well, no, I let her watch PG-13 because my kid
only 10.
was able to figure out real from make-believe. But there were certain things that could just still cause nightmares within them. And then, of course, there were certain things that, let's just be honest, they were inappropriate. They had adult themes, right? Your NC-17s. It's basically darn near softcore porn with a plot is basically what it is. If I found out that she was watching any of those, I would go to the person that showed them that, and we would have a nice talking to. And again, I'm not afraid of going to jail at that particular point. But other than that, my kid was very, very good at discerning what was and what she thought was good for her and what she needed to stay the F away from. And so, no, I wasn't going to pull my religions to her. And that also leads to the politics. That's why, like I've mentioned before, even though I voted for Trump and even though I'm center right, it's not my job to tell her, I voted for Trump, you should too, or you're going to vote for her.
Facts.
Nah, F that. That's
dude, but he got over it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, I'm like, why are you questioning? That's my right. You vote for her.
But let me ask you a question. I literally I can't remember, might have been on this channel, might have been somewhere else. People don't believe me that I trust my upbringing, how I raised my son. I've literally never censored anything. Now you trust but verify, of course. But and again, it is so weird how you your experiences as a kid, things you liked and didn't like, influences, the things that you decide how to raise your kid doing. I got, of course, I got my library card at my adult library card at like 6 because I love fucking children's books. But no, there's a story behind it. So I started bringing home like James Bond novels at like 6 or 7, and my mother was like, no, she wanted to pull that and look, if you've read Ian Fleming, there's a lot of suggestion, but there's not a lot of graphic shit. And even back in like the 70s, it was a little suggestive, but it was never like, kindergartners could read this stuff. They are exposed to more cartoons. However, you know what I told my mother? Well, you want me to read, right? My mother was so, she looked at me like, you little bastard. But you know what? I'm good for a one-liner even back then. She didn't really I kept reading what I was reading. My parents.
How your mom would think if you walked into the house at 8 years old with a novel written by Mario Puzo. For context, Mario Puzo is an Italian.
Oh yeah, The Godfather. Well, you know what? She never checked my books. They never, honestly. Now they might have, but I never knew about it. Mario Puzo would be fine. But you know what? Dude, here's the deal. Don't abuse their trust. Don't fuck up. Because if you fuck up, like when homework with my son, I was like, well, after my wife died, I'm like, well, she used to check your homework. Guess I better do it too. Oh, my son was not having any of that shit. He was, I know an 8-year-old can't be calling their daddy, and he didn't do it. But I'm thinking to myself, this motherfucker must think I'm a moron. I can't help you with your homework. So it was such a pain in the ass to have to deal with him. I just told him, look, here's the deal. I had to fucking compromise. Like, if you bring home a B, then I'm going to check your homework. And guess what the motherfucker never did? It was straight A's with one exception. But you know what? He thought I was such a moron.
That's what my kid
This
actually.
motherfucker, I'll just make all A's to keep this dumb son of a bitch away from my A's.
But my kid did the opposite because my thing is you need to get nothing. You need to get an A, but at least you need to try. But I'm not accepting C's or anything. I know how you are. My kid was a smart little son of a gun. But my kid was in elementary school when I was in law school, Stanley. I completed my first year in law school.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah.
How
That
the
wasn't
fuck
fun. I
did
was
you
going
do
through
that?
during that time. That was the roof. I don't wish that on anybody. But that's neither here nor there. So I made the dean's list after my first year. How? I have no effing idea. And I'm getting ready to go to the Student Bar Association mixer and prepare to take the baby bar in Pasadena, California. And so I get back from California, and my daughter comes to visit me for the weekend, and she sees the little program, and she sees the dean's list, and there's like 5 people on it, and I'm one of them. And she goes, "What is that?" Those are people that do really, really well in law school. And she looks at the bottom, and it says, these are people that got a 3.0. And she goes, "Daddy, what's a 3.0?" And I'm like, "Oh, it means a good grade. Did you get a 3.0? Yes, I did. Okay, so then what does it mean again, Daddy? It's like when you got a B." And that's when her face dropped. "Daddy, you got a B. I got all A's. I worked my butt off because you told me to. And you got a B? Daddy, I'm disappointed in you." And I couldn't say anything after that. Because then she started getting B's like 2 semesters later, like 2 9-week periods later. And I'm like, "Why did you get B's?" And her response was, "You got a B. You can't say anything."
Yeah, well, you know what? Oh, there's a one-liner there for a little girl somewhere. It's like, you know what? Baby bar. That's where you are. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have constructed something.
Well, I didn't, but I mean, we had that type of banner, thank God. And then with my kid, I guess the main difference, Latinos, I don't know if this is, for us, it's a girls thing. Daughters tend to gravitate toward us as fathers, and sons tend to gravitate more toward mothers. But
Yeah.
stomped on something, even if it wasn't my weekend, or even if I'm not there, I'm working or I'm studying or what have you, I'd get that text message with a little video thing. "Daddy, I have this problem." And, of course, she would show me the video of how she's trying to solve the problem. And of course, I would respond and show her how to solve the problem. And no problem at that particular point. Or she'd call crying because she's frustrated. And so I'd calm her down and I would walk her through it with no problem. And it's funny because when she and her boyfriend were getting into math fights, I would get that phone call. "Daddy, you're supposed to solve the quadratic formula this way, right?" Oh. I mean, but she trusted me enough that she could actually gravitate toward me if she needed anything. And, that's something that I didn't have with my parents. I was scared shitless of my parents. If I got a C, I was getting grounded and getting my butt whooped or something. I didn't have that with my kid, thank goodness.
Man, I'm blessed.
We all are. Where'd Stanley go?
I don't know. I call my little one the leech.
Oh wait, hold it. Here we go. Hold on, let me get here.
Leech, man. She's always attached to
I'd
me.
like to ask
God damn it.
Caroline, who's become very famous, big star, and
I think this just
as
started.
a person who's a colleague of hers, a friend of hers, and that she has a lot of respect for, who comes from the area and knows exactly what's happening. Caroline, can I ask you to say a few words?
Yes, sir. Here we have Ariana, who is from the continent of Africa. She's been a reporter here in the United States for many years, and she has a story to share with the press, with the media, and with these 2 fantastic leaders who have joined you today. So, Ariana, please.
Why don't you come up here and talk so they can see?
Come and tell us the story, token.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
It's a
Mr.
great honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, as Caroline has mentioned, President, first of all, I
The
want
audio
to
is
let you know
extremely
that
low.
I'm
I
the
can't hear
only
anything.
African reporter.
Look at that wig.
At the White House and covered for the entire continent. So I just arrived from Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo,
Right.
yesterday. I went to see firsthand how the people is feeling and the president's message, President Felix Tshisekedi, about this.
Now, I
upcoming
would love to
president.
know what Deacon
And let me
Dave
tell you
thinks of this
firsthand what I
wig.
witnessed myself. I spoke with the people on the street. I spoke with.
That's a headpiece.
They know
You
what
wear
it
a
is. They know
wig
that
when
a
you meet
president named
the U.S.
President
president.
Trump is working
He
hard
doesn't have to wear
finally
one.
bring peace to
With
the
that
country.
horrible.
I
Look
saw
at this
hope.
motherfucker's
They have
hair.
hope now for a better day in Congo. They see what you're doing as a
It's gonna be
better
dueling
future for Congo. And I
hair
had the
wigs.
opportunity to sit down with President Felix Tshisekedi for an interview because I want to understand his mind. What
To
he's
pay
thinking,
or
his
not
feeling
to
about
pay?
everything
That
that
is the
your
question.
administration is doing. And he told me firsthand
Well, she
that
loses.
for many years, many American presidents overlooked this conflict. They didn't do nothing. Even
It's
myself,
at
I
least
covered
it's all
President
his
Biden's
hair.
administration. I pressed many times about this conflict. People are dying in Congo. This
Okay,
country is
frankly,
going
I
to
got good
extinction, but
hair.
they need help because this war is destroying the country. They never
Jesus,
gave
I
me any answer.
fucking hate
And he
events
told
like
me,
this.
President Tshisekedi,
This is
that
all
he's very, you have
staged.
no idea, he's very
Mr.
thankful for what
President.
you're doing,
She looks
for
like
what
she
your
looks like the
administration is
Black
doing. Not only
Barbie.
him, the entire Congolese people.
You know what?
They see
Actually,
that
she's
finally
cute.
they'll have hope. And
But I
President
just don't like
Tshisekedi
the
also
wig.
mentioned at the end
I
of
haven't
my
seen
interview
JD Vance
that
that
when
stiff before.
peace
That dude looks
finally
like a
come to
board
the
right
Democratic
now.
Republic of the Congo,
Yeah, that
he's
motherfucker's
Yeah,
he,
for
he's
real.
he's not he is not going to be
because he
he
said
is
that
not
his
going
work
to be
has
a
been working
president.
to bring peace
Look at
in the
look
war,
at that
not only in
waistline he's
Congo,
got.
and he's very hopeful to meet you.
He look he looks like you know what he looks like? He looks like he just had chocolate milk.
Right?
Dude.
To say that, that
Oh, that is funny.
But you are beautiful.
Warm chocolate milk.
So I wish I had more reporters like you. So you covered Africa for a long time?
Yes, for over
For a long time, Mr. President.
Yes, I know that.
Chicken nuggets and chocolate milk from Mr. Vance.
One more question, Mr. President. Since we know in July or in the future, both
If he's
President
good,
Obama
Usha might let him sleep in
the United States.
sleep in the big bed
In
this evening.
Africa, President John Lorenzo, the president of Angola, he is also the leader of African Union.
Again,
Very
Juan,
hard to bring
he'll be
peace
like,
out of
I'll let you
Africa.
sleep in the Lincoln
Yes,
room.
Now, who's gonna break out in some African tribal dance or song?
I doubt it. I don't think anybody's gonna do that.
I'll let you sleep in the Lincoln room.
My boyfriend and I decided that you.
Oh, that is funny. Who's gonna sleep in the freed slaves, Mr. Lincoln?
I don't understand how there are replacements. Elaborate, buddy.
No, it's.
I don't know. This
kinda
guy's
get
been
that.
on a
kinda
weird
get that
rant.
joke. I kind of get the joke.
For the cause of peace, and this is a long time waiting, the signing of a historic peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. The conflict has continued.
Oh, good,
It's been going
good.
Many, many years. It's been going from, I guess they say 30 years.
Well, that war has just ended. Thank God.
Now, I want y'all motherfuckers to understand that we are. This is content. This is WhiteHouse.gov content, by the way. Oh no, actually, it's not. It's RSBN, but via.
Same difference.
But
I am a liberal, motherfuckers. But hey, this is important shit.
Prosperity and peace. That's been a long time waiting. I said, how long has the war been going?
We do not ignore important shit on Stanley versus the world. Politics matters. We need to know this stuff.
During that period of time, it's incredible. And somebody said that was actually, it's the biggest war on the planet since World War II. So it's a shame, but we're going to bring it to an end. I want to express my gratitude and congratulations to the representatives of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda, who signed this pivotal agreement a short time ago. They just signed right in front. And let me also thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has worked very hard on this subject. And
Rubo? 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 Rubo?
Is a Rubo. You know, like
Aruba.
you know, like
He's
the
Marco.
robots that clean the
Marco
floor.
Aruba. Marco Aruba is my pool boy.
Like you know, like the robots that clean your house floor.
Oh, the iRobots, the Rosie robots.
Oh, that's funny.
We need somebody that's going to be able to get so much out. I want to thank you very much for the job.
Marco
He's an
Robo.
amazing guy, actually. I also
Marco
want to thank
Polo,
the union.
Marco Robo.
You send them anywhere in the world.
We're working closely with the
Oh.
States, and I know
Hey, Stanley, did you see when Christy Noem's plane broke down in Guatemala yesterday?
we just spoke about that.
No, I did not.
I look
Yeah,
forward
so
to
her
having them
plane broke down in
representatives here
Guatemala,
when we
and she's on Twitter. She was on Twitter earlier this morning. She's like, "Look, thank you, ICE. You guys allowed me to hitch a flight." She was on a plane that they had the deportees on flying back to the United States.
Oh, no way.
Yes, sir.
Well, I bet she had lots of room.
Oh, she did.
And a couple of others also. Serbia, was they were getting ready to go to war with a group I won't even mention because it didn't happen. We were able to stop it, but I have a friend in Serbia, and they said we're going to go to war again. And I won't mention that it's Kosovo, but it's Kosovo. But they were going to have a big time war, and we stopped it. We stopped it because of trade. They want to trade with the United States. I said we don't trade with people that go to war. And we said that also with
We're solid state. I will stay drinking until I'm deported.
two great leaders, and they were able to stop it.
Dude, you're gonna stay right here with us, man.
A big fight.
You're not going anywhere, sir.
Everybody saw it was going to get very bad, and they are nuclear nations, very powerful nuclear nations. In the months and years ahead, my administration will continue to work closely with all of the parties in this deal and ensure the agreements are fully taken care of, and you're going to do what's in the agreement. We'll say you better do what's in that agreement, right? Because if somebody fails to do that, bad things happen. But I have a feeling that after 30 years, I think after 30 years, you're all set. I think both of you have said that's enough, right? That's enough. You've seen it all. So this is a wonderful day. It's a great day. We've had some tremendous success. It's been a great week between just coming back from a very successful trip. NATO's really pulled together. They have, they're going to spend over $1 trillion a year. Nobody expected a thing like that to happen. And we had the war, as you know, we call it the 12-day war. It was exactly a 12-day war. And we ended up with no nuclear weapons. That's what we wanted. They were
Jesus fucking
absolutely blown
Christ.
to pieces, those 3 sites. And there's no nuclear.
Quite frankly, this is kind of
There can be a lot of
boring.
healing, and the healing is starting.
You know what? This is the one thing Trump does well. He gets out in front. He's probably wrong.
And it was something that I really look forward to. If we can do this, and we do that because we have a certain competence that's good. We're able to get
I'm
people
confident because Solid Snake will say I'm right, and he'll say it loudly.
They showed that in Iran.
Solid Snake can't get deported because if he gets deported, they'll just send his ass right back. It's like, dude, you're not going anywhere, buddy.
Juan, you don't understand. You're going to deport us all, Juan. You're going to start with my black ass, and they're going to take Stanley's black ass.
Zero moon. They wanted it that way. Can you believe it?
Oh, shit.
Every missile hit exactly half the size of this beautiful
Don't do that. You will only provoke him. You're only gonna make him mad.
And they hit dead center from tremendous heights, going at tremendous speeds.
Come on now, don't
replace
do
us with Juan and Latino.
Nobody has that weaponry, and nobody can do a thing like
Don't do that, man. You're stirring up the hornet's nest.
It's like, what you mean, bro? Like, if that's the case, bro, like, oh my
That
Lord,
motherfucker's
citizenship
gonna
wouldn't
come
be
in.
a-
He's gonna come in hot.
Dumbass.
Dude, he came in hot yesterday. I listened to you guys while I was working. Good Lord, man.
Oh my Lord.
Like, dude, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, citizenship is a thing, isn't it?
I would think
No, motherfucker, no.
Early April, and within 3 weeks.
Pause real quick. Pause. I want to make my commentary.
Within about 2 months from that, we have signed today the final. This is actually the final peace agreement. You know, many people were wondering if this is preliminary. No, this is the actual final peace agreement that they've signed today. You've also expressed interest in inviting the heads of states to the White House.
Oh Jesus God, this
for the
is
signing
so
ceremony. So there will
fucking
be some
sad.
other additional agreements that will be signed. In addition,
Look at this motherfucker. He's not
which will
even
become
looking
known
at the
as the
people who are
Washington Accord
talking to him.
with regards to the tax.
It's like, yeah, yeah,
There are some
yeah.
economic-
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's for dinner? What's for dinner?
Give me a Big Mac and take the top
No,
down.
that shit's gonna be a tomahawk. Fucking the tomahawk.
They have
You know what recipe I want to try out now that I got a grill or feed, Stanley?
What's that?
I finally got a smoker, so I want to try out some oxtails.
Oh, really? What kind of smoker?
I don't know. I got it from a friend of mine that makes them in unique shapes, and I got one that was made in the shape of a 357.
Why would you do that? That's weird.
Because it's Texas.
Well, I can actually imagine how that would work. The fat part where the barrel is. You know, you put the meat and then it's an offset smoker. So, you know, the business end of the barrel, you know, that's where you put the wood.
Well, my buddy and I,
we
smoked brisket on it a couple of days ago, and the brisket.
Really? That's what she said.
The brisket came out fine.
That's what she said. So what do you, I mean, what's the next thing you're going to do? And I mentioned, you might not have been here, I got a whole pork shoulder that it's in the refrigerator, kind of dry marinating. So you know, I got a propane smoker, you know, that refrigerator looking thing. I'm guessing it's going to do like it's going to be at least 8 and probably more like 10 hours.
Worth every freaking bit of it, though.
I don't know. You know what? The only reason I'm doing this is because my son's here. Dude, I had like you know, you know how kids are. Motherfucker, my grocery bill was like $150. That shit is like $400 when he comes back. Cause you know, but that's it's kind of my fault. Because you know he's got to have snacks, and you know I don't want him to live like a monk like his daddy does.
Translation: when you going back for fall semester, son? When is pre-registration?
Oh shit, dude! It's gonna be probably in 6 weeks. So you know it goes. It's short, but I'm still gonna complain.
Believe it or not, the third week in July for UT San Antonio and for Texas A&M, their football players and their cross country and their soccer players.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. No.
Yeah.
George, he doesn't play sports. Unfortunately.
Oh.
Oh, look at that signature. Look at that beautiful. Look at that beautiful signature.
Isn't it the greatest? It's the greatest.
Look at my signature. Quite frankly, it's the best signature ever.
Oh, that's for you.
A letter to
That's for
President
you.
today, Democratic Republic of Congo, again congratulating him on
Oh,
settling
Jesus
this
God, a
long-running
mother,
war and inviting him
dude.
to
Presidents used to just sign motherfucking bills. At least there's no auto pen.
Oh, that auto pen's gonna. That auto
No,
pen. Biden's mental state's gonna blow up in everybody's faces in ways that I don't think is gonna.
Doubt it. Doubt it.
I hope you're right. I honestly.
No,
hope.
This is going. Donald Trump has used the auto pen.
Yeah, no, the auto pen plus mental state.
Unprovable.
Great. Well, first, let me welcome.
And that's where I'm hoping that you're right, because I don't want it to be proven, Stanley, because if it is.
Wait.
And second, let me say congratulations to
Go
the
ahead.
President,
Look,
Secretary Rubio.
whether it's proven or not, it's unprovable. Donald Trump, look at this motherfucker's haircut.
But to my fellow Americans,
They are
this is really
already
celebratory
starting
moment
to
to
do
build
the
for our
Biden
country
treatment
because
to
Under the
him.
president's leadership, we've taken
He's got to be very careful.
I can't talk on that because I need a haircut myself.
No. You're not gonna get a haircut like that haircut. That motherfucker looks like a balding collie.
That's unique.
That is unique.
Much of the story has been about them
You
fighting
know,
one another, about
let's
them
put some
killing one
hair
another.
where it's never
And
been
now we can look
in
forward to a future where my
quite a
children
number of years.
Let's put some sauce.
So, thanks to the president, congratulations to the entire team and to my fellow Americans.
Now,
We should
y'all
be
are
really
gonna be
proud
mad,
because
but that
it's
chick,
amazing
that fat chick
active
to his
presidential
left,
leadership can accomplish
I
when it's
think
geared
she's
towards
kind of
peace
cute.
and prosperity.
Now,
Here's the
you
thing, Stanley,
get
with fat chicks, no
If
offense.
I was single, she could go for a ride.
You could be
well,
fat.
no. Now there will be work done. I just think she has potential, and I think she has a cute face.
I love the way that she's dressed. You can be fat if you
Yeah,
dress.
big
Oh,
breasts.
fuck
You're
yeah.
gonna look good.
Oh, Juan, motherfucker. Dude, you know so much. Dude, women need to know their bodies.
I love a woman in
And
a dress.
too many women want to wear things that don't necessarily translate to their most
And she got her own
what
hair.
would it be? Oh no. Well, we all have our own hair, but no. You know what? She is not wearing tight fitting. It's a little tight fitting. She may not be able to help it,
It's
but
it's
she is not cutting a figure that's offensive.
exactly.
I'm okay. Now I would, now I'm gonna sound like, Deacon Dave here or a Black Crow. But you know what? I would hold her hand. She's okay. She's cute.
Just like that.
Now this is
She could probably make a mean mac and cheese too.
no, but you also have to understand I'm 60, motherfucker. I'd date her.
Look, she looks like she's in our age group. I mean, so I'll date her.
Which is
Yeah.
putting an end to 30 years of conflict.
It's like that girl. What's her name? Latinos from First Post, Palki Sharma. She's the Indian chick. I'm sorry, the way that she dresses in those saris. Oh man. But she's not showing anything. She's not showing cleavage. She's not showing hips. She's not showing.
I don't know, man. I like a woman in a sundress.
Somos dos.
Oh, dude, I don't know. That's just like, I melt.
Dude, a sundress or a ball gown. Again, commensurate to her body. Like, I mean, good lord.
Okay, because you want them more, you'd be like, damn, what's under there? Like,
exactly. You're leaving.
You know what I'm saying? But when it's all tight,
imagine.
you make it easy. It's like,
You're leaving it for the guy to imagine. He's not looking at you with the creepy, curvy look, trying to undress.
No, you guys, you know what? Y'all are normal motherfucking men then. Dude, I don't leave something to the imagine. Dude, leave it to, dude. What these young folks, maybe it's young folks, maybe it's young women, young men, motherfucker,
it's
see
basically
everything.
a sign of desperation.
Okay, now you have to help me with that logic. And I'm not saying you're wrong. You just have to help me
Like
understand. it.
when I mean a sign of desperation, it's like, for instance, what would be the point for you to wear yoga pants, right? Listen to me. Yoga pants, these little tight pants, just to go to the goddamn supermarket.
Oh no, worse than that. These women that are
Oh, you know what?
getting strapped to the
It's
front.
easy to put on. You don't have to think about it.
Well, even worse.
to put on a dress.
Gym, and there are women, Stanley, that wear these spaghetti strapped shirts to the gym. And it's funny because some of them did it to get a rise out of the men so that they could report them on freaking TikTok, and it backfired. They get trespassed. But the other thing, and I've seen it twice, these women that are doing bench presses with those things, and the freaking weight spring gets caught up in the spaghetti strap. I'm like, that's why you don't wear that shit to the gym, you dummy. Part of me wants to laugh, but myself and like two other dudes are running over there trying to get the damn weight off of them so that it doesn't break their collarbone. Because you're not supposed to wear that shit.
Wait, hold it. They're doing it without a spotter?
That too, Stanley.
You don't think I know about weightlifting?
That too. But the point that I'm making is why are you going? You're going dressed up just to attract the attention, and it's unwanted. Number one, but number two, it's attention that for guys like myself.
Yes, it's the attention. That's what I mean.
It's a turnoff. You've already left everything to me. Why am I going to look at you? That's stupid.
Why you want this?
Well, let me ask you a question. And I'm certainly not you two guys. You're mature adults, but you know what? What do you say about the man who falls for that bait?
Oh man,
I can't say much because I was the dumbass who fall for that bait when I was in 20s.
Well, wait, hold it. You didn't have to volunteer that. I said I wasn't talking about you.
No shame. I mean, it is what it is.
Interesting.
In our age group now, and in the era of Me Too, if I had a son,
dude, I'm not in your age group. I'm about a generation older.
in the era of Me Too, this is something. If I had a son, and Latino, I think you have a son. This is something that
no. I have a nephew. I have.
You have a nephew. I have two of them. So that's one of those where we have, they have to be warned, time in and time out. These warnings that we didn't necessarily have to go through. And then for my kid, for starters, my kid knows better. I don't know if it's an old soul within her, but for my daughter, these things are like common sense. It's weird. She's like, yeah, Dad, I already know. We already laugh at women like that, or we laugh at girls like that anyway. Okay, perfect. But in my generation, yeah. In my 40s, from my experience, it's enough to basically say, hey, this is what I went through. Don't be me. And then for dummies that are in our age group, it's like, hey, dude, calm down. Afrenate. You don't want that smoke, buddy. The internet is forever, sir. That's my thoughts on that anyway.
Yeah, well, he is still signing bills.
No, he's signing pictures, isn't he? Aren't those pictures?
Yeah. It's like, look at the pictures that we just took not too long ago.
Are those the same pictures that he used in that South African president meeting?
Look at this Polaroid.
Do you have any questions?
Sons of genocide.
Stanley, that girl, though, believe it or not, in that photo, she's actually very photogenic. The larger size.
Well, the woman is. You know what? Like I said, there's such y'all call them beer goggles. Such a things as age goggles.
Hey, man, I like a season. I call them seasoned women.
Yeah.
Dude, don't. Now see that is insulting, motherfucker.
How is that insulting, bro?
Oh yeah, Stanley, your new wife is she's a seasoned woman. I might get salty at that kind of fucking comment.
Latino, she's adobo, she's recaito, she's sazón tipo verde.
Pepper hair, bro.
Oh, wow, that is funny. Sazón.
Sazón tipo verde. El chile rojo para los chorizos.
She's a packet.
Oh, oh God.
Oh, Goya girl.
Sofrito.
El tipo verde. El tipo rojo no es sofrito. Eso es pasta.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Dude, if you don't loosen up, JD Vance, you're gonna fall over, buddy.
Bro, no, he's just yo. I'm telling you, he had his nuggets and his chocolate milk. He's just happy to be there, bro. He's just happy to be there. I'm telling you, dude.
Plot twist: he goes to the vice presidential residence. His kid's gonna be like, "Daddy, where's my nuggets and chocolate milk?"
I think I'm sorry I ate them.
Let me tell you about the story of the Green Man.
He's like, I'm vice president. That's what he looked like right now. He's like, I'm a vice president.
Oh man.
If they don't straighten this thing out regarding the whack-a-mole picking up everybody that's undocumented yet letting these Afrikaans people stay, these polls regarding JD Vance being in the lead are going to be nothing more than a facade come 2028.
Yo, is it true that they already have deported more than 5 million?
No, not even close. They deported more like 1 million. Not even 1 million. They deported like 100,000. The rest of them just left by themselves because they got that $1,000 check.
Yeah.
Actually, I made this comment about I'm waiting for some racial incident with one of the Afrikaans men. Won't be the women or the children, but they're and it may not happen, but it's kind of my fantasy. One of these Afrikaans, like in North Carolina, I think is one of the places.
Yes.
Yeah, there's gonna be one. It's gonna be one. It's gonna walk into a bar, and some African American's gonna smart off. He's gonna slap him.
I don't
Like,
know.
cop here, cop here.
They might actually mouth off against other white people before they hit off with black people because they're from the Netherlands, and in North Carolina it's predominantly.
Well, no, they're from South Africa.
They're from South Africa, but where I'm getting at is their
Well,
heritage.
yeah, I mean the background is Netherlands, but no. These are Africans. I don't have a problem with them being called Africans because they know Africa. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just in look.
Right, but where I'm getting at is,
And I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I saw that conference where they were all in that hangar.
yeah,
They all look like relatives of Be Brave, to be honest. Now the kids are fine. The kids are always cute, but those motherfuckers look like, Be Brave built that outhouse to house a couple Afrikaans.
Damn, Stanley, that was me.
Of course I did.
The thing is in North Carolina, where I was getting at is in North Carolina, the white people that are predominantly in that state have their heritage that are predominantly Scots-Irish. And so my thing is these dummies are going to come in and mouth off to them
Hey,
first.
Clarence.
Yeah, and I saw that. I got the email. I got that email an hour and a half ago regarding the TPS. Not TPS because they still qualify for TPS if they've been here since 2010, right?
Oh wow!
And the TPS actually got extended. These are the people that are a part of the parole, the CHNB, the Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, Nicaragua. Those people that were paroled into the country by Biden. But the problem is, and what a lot of people aren't talking about is the majority of those people that were paroled into the country have to go back to Chile. And the reason why is because last month we entered into an agreement with Chile to share biometric data. The thing is this, if you already have permanent residence in another country that's a relatively safe country, you don't qualify for those benefits here in the United States. And a lot of them had that type of benefit in Santiago, believe it or not. So what happened is the moment that parole came in, their family relatives from Florida, from North Texas, from your neck of the woods, Latinos in South Boston, they all called their relatives like, get rid of your IDs and come to the United States, and they flooded the place. But now those fingerprints are coming back to match, and it's like, dude, you either have to go to Haiti or you have to go back to Chile, and that's if Chile even decides to accept you.
But that's the thing, Juan. It's not only Chile. They
went to Brazil.
Yeah. But there are people that go to Brazil. There's people that go to Colombia for asylum. There's people that go to Mexico for asylum. So this is the thing. The question is, like by law, is that they can't come here after they claim asylum somewhere else. And a lot of those migrants that decided to come here during the Joe Biden,
it was better than asylum. It was better than asylum. They actually, in a lot of those countries, Mexico is actually sending them back too because these dummies decided to act like Billy Badasses, and they messed around with Los Moñosos. And of course, when you do that in Mexico, that's a no-no, right? But they got permanent residence. That's better than asylum. That means
I know that. So
like so you do that, you're basically.
There was a time, dude. There was a time when was it when Chavez was alive, that Venezuela was doing good, that Dominicans decided to go and live in Venezuela.
Oh yeah, that was the 90s, right? 97, 98.
Yeah. And now look, and now times change. Now they're coming to the Dominican Republic to live.
Ugh, man. If they go to Dominican Republic, I hope they beat the living daylights out of No. Pause. Figuratively speaking, YouTube.
Yeah, but they don't play that shit over there, bro. Like you see, like how Trinidad Agua came and took over. Nah, over there, they'll light them up real quick, bro. They don't play that shit.
Man, they ate them for lunch. That was hilarious.
Nah, they'll light them up over here. Like,
but you saw what happened to Wander Franco yesterday.
I'm not talking about the citizens. I'm talking about the cops.
The cops, yeah. No, you saw what happened to Wander Franco yesterday, right?
No.
Oh man, his baseball career is done. Damn near $200 million contract, null and void. Can never come to the United States ever again.
What he do?
Oh, it's bad. It's bad. I'm gonna let you read up on it, man.
Was that like the sexual assault thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that. You know what? I thought he was a basketball player.
No, he's baseball. He played for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, and he was damn good too.
What's his name?
Can you talk about it?
What's his name?
When he was in his 20s, got with a 14-year-old because.
Yeah, but what was his name?
Oh my Lord! What?
Yeah, and then the moment he got
in the
signed,
wait, hold it. In the U.S. or back home?
In the Dominican Republic.
Oh my Lord!
So then he gets picked up by the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. No pasa nada. Like everything's good, everything's fine, no problem. Then word comes out that he got that $200 million contract, and guess who came back? The mall.
Oh. No, but what's his name?
Wander. Let me post it in the back chat, Latinos. His name is Wander Franco.
Yeah, but you know who else that went through that too, and a lot of people don't even talk about Malone. You remember Malone from the Utah Jazz?
Karl Malone. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, that man.
And not only him and somebody else. Who else was it on?
Yes, but those are allegations, though. Wander got convicted.
No. I mean, these are not allegations. He had a kid. He had a child with that person, bro.
Who? Karl Malone?
Karl Malone?
Yeah. Look the shit up.
Wait, when did this come out?
This is the thing. It's something that's never talked about, bro. But somebody else.
Motherfucker, I've been to you. Trevor is. This is maybe 16 years ago.
Yeah.
I was in Utah, and Karl Malone was a god out there. He had car dealerships and stuff. So when did this happen? Or is he still a god?
Humans can never be gods. All of us.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. I mean, Karl Malone was like, he was like, I don't know.
Well, he was doing that era. So Karl Malone, Dominic Wilkins. Dominic Wilkins.
Well, no, but in Utah, he played for the Utah Jazz. He was just like the local / state hero. So it's surprising. I never heard this. And I kind of grew up with Malone. He was the mailman.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. I mean, that was the 80s when I was a kid as well. Whereas Latinos, he would be able to more expound because I only heard that those were allegations. And so I don't deal with Stanley. Where law school ruined me is I don't deal with allegations anymore. And then when people do some bullshit that they didn't do, I'm reminded of the Salem witch trials. So, I mean, I don't want to hear it.
That's funny.
I want to see convictions, things like that. And in the case of Wander Franco, he was convicted yesterday. So,
right. But this is why you and I get along. I don't want to hear what you heard. There really needs to be,
I sent you a link in the back. But yeah, this is like no underground, bro. And like there's a football player. I forgot his name, but he was in the Eagles. And the same situation happened with him, and his father was also some dude in the NBA. I can't remember who he was, but he became a football player in the NFL. Actually won a championship with the Eagles. And he talks about how he hates this man, and like he doesn't want to know anything about him.
Well, I mean, if it is true the DNA matches, like I was telling Stanley when you logged off, I want to see convictions. I'm not a fan of just.
There ain't gonna be no convictions, man. This shit is old, bro. I mean, and like I said,
There's
that
no
girl
statute of limitations in Utah.
He took care of that. He took care of that kid, bro.
Yeah, but there's no statute of limitations, and if you have DNA, I mean, they got your ass dead to rights. Like, why? You know, so even here in Texas, there's no stat. It used to be 10 years after the girl turned 18, but no, after Me Too, there is no statute of limitations. You know, so if they got your ass dead to rights, bye, que le vaya bien. Like, you have no defense edgewise. I mean, if it's true.
Well, let's play this. God damn it. Where is the volume? Oh, there it is. A little bit of a different format.
Oh, those YouTube shorts. I hate those. No offense. That's how old I am.
Who else forgot Karl Malone was a pedophile? When Karl Malone was 20 years old playing basketball at Louisiana Tech, he had a baby with a 13-year-old child. Her name was Gloria Bell. Her family decided not to press charges because it's hard to make child support payments from prison. Karl Malone didn't pay child support, though. Him and his lawyers eventually settled a lawsuit. The NBA invited him this weekend to be a judge of the dunk contest. A well-known pedophile judging other people.
Okay, well, here's the problem with that argument. If he settled, he paid child. What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, it's worse than that. If he settled, nobody's admitting liability. That's the
exactly.
So he's not a known PDF file. You know,
dude. It literally takes you about 5 minutes. Or shit, did I say 5 minutes? I mean 5 seconds to break down this horrible argument. What the hell? This is Solid Snake or 12th Man level. And yeah, I said it.
Art? This is factual information.
No, it's not. Motherfucker.
What's factual is that they got a settlement agreement. That's it. That's the only fact that's in there.
Dude, what are these silly little boys doing?
It's let me make a short video that has sensationalism, Stanley, so that I can make money off of YouTube. It's the AdSense revenue.
Well, you know what? I actually, dude. Now, Juan, you are one of a kind. Latino, you are one of a kind. What the fuck are these kids doing? And this kid's not a kid.
Oh, you know.
Yeah, he's the one that plays in the Eagles, so it's his son then. Okay.
Well, all I have to say is let's all be Juans. Let's all be Latinos for Trump. Let's ask questions. Let's learn how to make arguments. 5 seconds to child payments, settlements. Motherfucker, he paid money. He probably paid a lot of money to. There's probably enough money there for this kid to do well in life.
And he did. He ended up making it to the NFL.
But he didn't. They're not admitting fault. That's the whole purpose of a settlement agreement.
Well, of course, but the thing is that's even worse.
Because he's not known for that, as they're saying. It's nothing more than an allegation. Let me go ahead.
But you know what? It works out for him too. If there's no fault, hey, you know what? You can't say I did it. I never said I did it.
Exactly.
And to be honest, this is the beauty of, the law. It can be so subtle.
Dude, in the law, there are some effed up results because of the law, but I would rather those effed up results once in a while versus. I've been to country, Stanley, in Latinos. You know this as well because it's the rule in the Dominican Republic as well, right? Like you get arrested, the onus is on you to prove that you didn't do it. And I'm like, yeah, that's bullshit. Pardon my language. I love the fact that the state has to prove the crimes against us before throwing our asses in a cell versus Okay, you're in the cell, and I'll prove that you didn't do it so you can get out. But again, it does come up with some effed up results. Like in Tennessee, this poor little girl, she was like 23 or 24, got convicted over a fingerprint and some duct tape. And I'm sorry, I don't think she did it. I think that somebody asked her for some duct tape, and she gave them some duct tape, and her fingerprint just happened to be on the duct tape. I mean, shit, she was 12, 13. Like, there was no way in hell she was able to delete a guy that was 6'5", 200-some pounds all by herself. I'm sorry, just physically impossible. But she got convicted anyway. You know, that I disagree with. But that results like 1 in 100. Right
oh
now.
my Lord, there is my buddy, another sponsor of the show. Ma'am, hit the link if you want. I think it's pinned at the top, and I don't have long to go, so I can't roast you too long. But I'm kidding, Republic. But hit the link. Hey, and I don't know. Who knows? I might start another one, but
Speaking of which, Stanley, that Be Brave drama is weird.
what Be Brave drama?
Well,
dude, I'm a weird argument sort of guy. He just kind of lost me.
No, not that. That part of it I can understand, believe it or not. What's weird to me is this. You and Be Brave are doing like these little reactions or what have you. You unsubscribe to his channel, he blocks you in his chat. And then he's on this panel with John Galt's on. I'm like, wait a minute, this is
Oh, whoa. This is my show. John Galt, he owns the channel. He has his show. Be Brave doesn't come to Stanley versus the World. And
no, he doesn't.
It might be
he's on John Galt's.
It might be a weird bifurcation, but you also have to understand I simulcast this show to my channel.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay, my bad.
Oh, yeah, I have a whole channel.
Well, I know you have a channel. I subscribe to it. But for me, I was of the impression that it was just the John Galt channel. And so I'm like, this is weird. This is almost like Love and Basketball meets the Real Housewives of Atlanta, where you have.
Well, no, you know what? And you know what? He can always hit the link. He just has to play. And you have to forgive me. I am sipping a Bud Light here or two. But the bottom line is he can always come to my panel, and I don't give white privilege here. You know, he will just play by my rules. And see, that little boy who came up, and I think he was from Sean Bracey's channel, smart person. But one, you're about the only person who kind of understands. Look, you need to be prepared. Don't come up and give me an argument if you don't know your stuff.
Well, not only that, but don't come up there when you're watching a football game and give gestures that can be misconstrued. So when Georgia Tech plays Colorado, I won't be up here next year.
Dude, you know what? I know when the games are. I literally don't care about college football. And you know what? I went to Georgia.
Right.
If I'm going to care, it won't be about Georgia Tech.
Well, your son goes to Georgia Tech. I was just using that as an example. And I'm the same thing. I mean, I cared about the University of Texas last year because I graduated from the University of Texas System School. But this year is the inaugural season for the school that I graduated with. So the Vaqueros, the Cowboys, they start their season. So I have to support them. You know, no other way around that.
They call them Vaqueros. Do they call them that in Mexico? I thought that was a South American thing.
I thought in South America, specifically Argentina, they call them gauchos or something like that. But vaqueros is just
okay. Well, I could be wrong. Well,
it's just basically cattleman. That's all it is. I mean, so but yeah, we're known as the vaqueros. Before that, where I went to school, we were the Scorpions, and then we merged, and I think we were the Ocelots after we merged. And then when both of the universities became finalized into one university, they became the vaqueros. The
right.
Boys.
Well, you're so sweet, Republic.
No, come on up, Republic, because I'm about to log off. I got a bathroom to clean, man. I got a bedroom tomorrow.
Oh, that's funny. All right. Well, I'm about to, dude, this is about to end. And since I'm here, I might as well take it to 12 hours. So if anyone wants to hit the link, hit it. I do plan on doing a show tomorrow. I think, not sure, but it's going to be boring history stuff. Because I've had a hankering to do it, and I don't know. People can, in the chats, just put a 1 if you want me to do another stream. I'm not. I am not enamored with doing it. I'm actually kind of a little about 2 beers in, as you can tell, and this is about to be a 12-hour stream, but I actually have nothing to do other than cook dinner, but I've already pre-seasoned. I can throw, dude. Hey, dirty dude, good to see you. I have my catfish fillets pre-seasoned. I have my salad made with I have to tell you about my new Zwilling 7-inch knife. And I think y'all know the story. My son took my 8-inch Victorinox, took it over to a friend's house, and it has just never made it back. So luckily my brother gave me a Williams Sonoma gift certificate for my birthday. So it saved me from kicking butt. You lost my knife. Where is it? In the Zwilling. Oh, it. The Victorinox they're not chopped liver, pun intended, but this Zwilling is like a motherfucker. I'm gonna get me another one. They're weighted in a way, and it's just awesome. So happy accidents have been my life. Williams Sonoma rules. Well, you know what? You were so right. And dude, I've always been too cheap, but my brother gave me a gift certificate. And you know what? I want a meat cleaver. I want a 10-inch Zwilling. Meat cleaver, we'll see. I'm not sure that I have a use for meat cleaver. I don't ever do that sort of, butchering. But, that's Zwilling. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's like remember Tool Time? The show. The show. It's like cooking time. I have the right knife for the right job. So all right, well, let me play the rest of this video. Just because I'm curious, and then we'll think about doing another stream. But honestly, I have nothing to talk about other than boring history videos or just, dude, I could do a stream of just nothing but gardening videos, but I'm not going to do it for 1 or 2 viewers. Y'all hit the link. I need company if I'm going to do this. So let's finish Latino's video, and it's almost over. Karl Malone is a scumbag.
To go play in the NFL. This is the same league that threw Kyrie Irving under the bus for tweeting a link. What the fuck is going on? Who else forgot Karl Malone was a pedophile?
Oh, Lord. So, Ms. Republic, if you come up here, we can just hang out. So, you might be the only one who thinks I'm a wit. No one ever uses the term "you're a wit." That is very, very, very what 18th century. I feel like Thomas Swift, when you call me a wit. So let's see what else is out here. We had the Trump thing. They're doing the old Trump thing. Look at that plane. That's back from the summer, though. All right. Well, let us do this. It's gardening. Oop. There is music and it is loud. I love this sort of stuff.
We're on an urban homesteading journey, one project at a time. It's extremely early. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning. And my daughter, Izzy, woke up extremely early, so her father brought her out
Aw.
to play. I woke up late. I'm actually conditioning my hair, so do not mind my appearance. Yes. So we had a
Hell.
picnic. Today it's going to be 28 degrees, and then the next few days is going to be in the 30s, which is extremely out of the ordinary for us this early in summer. So I'm going to be
Yeah, Speak Radio.
harvesting our
I
broccoli
might
because
actually
there's no
start
more
another
winds of
stream, and
Halloween
you
that's
need to
gonna fall.
come up here too,
We have
sir.
very high winds. It was raining like crazy 2 days ago and very high winds. So our potatoes have drooped over.
She's
And
got to
as well
be
as
in
our
England.
peas,
They don't do yards like this in America, I don't think.
So we're gonna have to stake those up in order for it to be so it doesn't break. So we're gonna stake those up. And last
Very
snap
funny.
rains, I don't know if I said
I
this.
don't even know
but
what that means, Dave.
finally they started to bloom. So it's so pretty.
Yep, that is it. That is somewhere in Britain. Oh, that is what is that? Collards?
Wow, that's a fat broccoli. He's over there just playing with her.
Oh, look at those kids.
Yeah, I know.
Did you touch it? Okay. What do you have to say about this?
Boone. I have to Google Boone. Is that like Boone Coon? There, Deacon Dave.
Yeah, bird poop.
Look at those cute little kids. See, this is why. Let me stop this right here. This reminds me of my son. They just love doing shit like that. And dude, this is why you do stuff with kids.
Okay, got it. Are you sure these are ready?
I'm sure. It's big fact.
Okay, but don't touch the poop.
Let's go now. That's it.
Now, see, you need to train your little kids not to yell like that.
So the next thing we need to do is we need to stake up or tie up our peas.
It's gonna be one of those rare open panels.
I some sweet peas with my regular.
Let me no, there will be no particular subject. Speak Radio. Come up and give me a topic to talk about. I have no clue. I would love to talk about history. I have a ton of history videos, but I'm not going to show them. It is Friday night, and I don't want to be so boring. So, give me a topic, Speak.
Peas because these came out to be a different color. I've never seen peas this color, so I'm assuming they're sweet peas. But I know sweet peas you cannot eat; they're poisonous. So I'm just really trying to figure it out.
Hey, what's up, Republic?
Hey there, nothing much. Do I have an echo or anything?
Slight echo, but not bad.
Okay, because I was supposed to pause.
No, it's fine.
It is okay. All right. Well, hello and thank you for allowing me up, and hello to the chat.
Well, thank you for supporting the show.
Oh, you're very, very welcome. I've never seen this lady's channel, but I've noticed that parents who spend this kind of time with their children when they're small and they do things like with the gardening and playing games with them and different activities. These kids usually are so well balanced. They have a broad vocabulary. They're smart. They're kind. They're giving. Have you noticed that?
Well, I did that.
You did that, so you noticed
I
that.
have one of those kids.
Good.
I'm sure you know, and I love bragging about it. My son got a full ride to Georgia Tech.
Really?
Yes. Congratulations
to him and to you.
Well, no,
to the bunch of mom too. So
well, no, he's made it through his first year. He's going into his second year. But you know what? And I owed zero when I got out of college. I scholarshiped my way through it. I went to the University of Georgia. So, it's not, you just have to do it. And set expectations. However, what I was gonna say, and that's shit. He may wind up, not taking advantage. But the other thing I wanted to add, the kids are more confident. These kids, they will do shit, and I mean good stuff. Look, you raise your kids with confidence. They know who they are.
Right, but you're right.
Yeah, now the noise we would have to deal with. But look at that girl. She's over there. She's over there picking her own stuff. She's not asking Mama, what do I pick?
She'll know the names of the different vegetables. She'll know even in Latin because she'll be
you know what? Look, you are 100% right. We we could go into the politics and the sociology and all that stuff, but the thing is, and one of the things that I'm always on John Galt about, and the other villains, and I say villains lovingly.
Okay.
nothing. Hey, I'll tell John Galt what I think. I do it all the time. Bottom line is, this is Black life in America. I'm thinking this is England, actually. Just looking at the backyard, I could be wrong, but this is just as much a part of Black culture as the inner city. And I just don't understand why. And this is kind of my focus, dude. I'm not going to show the crack hoe, because if you want to do the per capita, but we have to pay attention to these lovely people too. We cannot ignore them.
Well, Stanley, it's because I do like talking politics with you too, but then this is so different. It's like usually my blood pressure will raise, and so when I'm talking about those type of things, and some days you don't want. This is Friday, and I'm finished seeing all my little patients today, so I'm like, I can just relax. But I was thinking, would you say, because you're right, I saw a different. I've seen both ends of that spectrum of Black life, like African American life. When my parents divorced years and years ago, that was me, my mom's first husband. Her second husband was white. I don't know if I've ever told you that, because you haven't seen me in some of these.
Well, but my wife was white.
I've heard. Stanley.
Yeah, everybody loves to tell it.
Yeah,
but you know what? I was also 38 when I met her, so I knew what the hell I was doing.
Right.
And by the way, let me give you a little bit of background. My parents were married for 59 years. So I had like an ultra stable childhood. I mean, it was like very stable. You know, I'm throwing up pictures of the and I hate to brag, where my father has decided to restore this 1973 Beetle. He bought it new in 73. And I drove this to high school. Now, back in like the early 80s, this was pretty cool. My brother, 13 years later, drove it to the same high school. Um, um, all boys Catholic military school. I was trained by Benedictines, you know,
Oh
dime store
wow.
Jesuits. So I just tend to have a slightly different perspective, but I also grew up in an all black middle class neighborhood. Um, I don't know the hood because not all black people grew up in the hood. And, you know,
Exactly.
I think the hood is cool. However, I don't do codes. Don't tell me to be on code. Don't ask me to worry about crime in a neighborhood I never lived in. It's their problem. And I would do anything to help them, but um this is part of the problem I have with the Be Braves of the world. He just assumes because he grew up in the hood, motherfucker, you know more about the hood than I do. I did. I didn't grow up there. I had a girlfriend who lived in the hood once, but it was kind of a lark. And I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. You know, the hood that
Oh
she grew up in
wow.
was a genteel hood.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So I know this is cheesy, but so you probably maybe went to Paula Dean's restaurant in your
Hell no.
adulthood. You did? No. Okay. So,
No.
so
Well, no. I'm 60. So no, Paula
oh yeah,
Dean.
you would have been. Well,
Yeah,
did you never
Paula
went though?
Dean. No, why would I? Shoot,
I
I can
did in
cook better than
2007. I did.
I can cook better than Paula Dean. No, I'm dead serious.
That's right. Yeah.
Paula Dean, when I was growing up, Paula Dean would be a good home cook. She's nothing special.
Correct. I think I just went because it was, you know, it's on the
Oh no,
list of on a list
there's
of things
nothing
to
wrong with
do.
that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
let me put it to you this way. I had friends who owned soul food restaurants. I'm not saying Paula Dean was not a good cook. I'm saying, or she's still around, by the way. She is not abnormal. She would be a typical, and she would probably tell you herself, I'm just normal, y'all.
Yes. I noticed in
In
that part of the country.
Savannah?
Yeah, Savannah, Louisiana too. It's like everybody cooked very well. I don't care. To me, I mean, I don't care what race they were. I used to stay in bed and breakfast, and I would always go to the same one in New Orleans. And the man who owned the bed and breakfast, his wife did all the cooking, and it was just good food. It was just good food, you know. But Paula just has a restaurant, you know. But it's like her food and other people contributing. Because
What
everyone
was
I
it?
saw there,
What was it? Some Lady and Sons?
Lady and Sons, the Lady and Sons, and Lady and Sons.
I know right where it is, but I literally, I was literally born. Back then, it was Hunter Army Airfield. I was literally born in Savannah. You know, my father was in the Air Force when I was born, and you know, we did like maybe 5 years, but from like 1970 to oh shit, when did I leave? 1989. That was all Savannah. I know Savannah. I went to the Cathedral Day School. If you know where the cathedral is down there, there used to be a school right next to it, and the building is still there. It's not a school anymore, but my brother, my sister, and I all went to that Cathedral Day School. I mean, we are Savannah. We literally we are known.
Oh yeah, the